Oh, we'll be playing more of Trajan Langdon this hour. He had the conviction to say the unpopular thing out loud for all to hear. Good morning, 97.1, Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. Jeremy Otto on the updates. It's a Wednesday. Good morning, John.
Hey, good morning. Jim, how are you?
Heather?
Great. Jim?
I'm going to try and make it awkward every morning.
You're off to a hot start.
Yes, here we go. Rocking and rolling. Excited to see you guys. Excited that I know that there was a lot of issues with the rain yesterday, but it was nice that it cooled it off for a little bit.
Oh, it was very nice.
It's a little steamy this morning, but at least it's not 85 degrees already.
Steamy in here.
It is a little bit.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
I'll take that as a compliment. Why do you assume it's about you?
I just said steamy.
Only one of us has been featured in a dream, just saying.
Damn it!
And I just made it awkward. How about that, John?
Here we go.
There we
Off
go.
and running. It's what we do.
4 hours of this coming up, baby. Let's do it. Rain did delay the Tiger game yesterday. They won, and one of the headlines, many headlines from yesterday, they are the first team in baseball to 50, count them, 50 wins, John.
I know. It's so much fun to watch this team, and even on the days or the moments where they struggle, this is a team that has not had a 3-game losing streak since the opening series.
Well, they just did last weekend.
Well, but I mean, okay, so sorry. What I meant to say was they haven't lost a series.
They haven't been swept in a series.
I will eventually get there. All right, take two. I'm going to do the Doug Karsh. All right, 3, 2, 1. They haven't lost a series since the opening series. This is a team that finds a way to bounce back. And yes, okay, last night it was a schoolboy start. Didn't start off great.
No.
But it ended in another schoolboy win. And it's just the opportunity for this team to always have the chance to respond. And they've done it.
He got ambushed a little bit, and this is what teams are going to have to do. He doesn't walk anybody, so you got to swing at the first pitch. They hit 2 home runs off of first pitches, and there were guys on base, so 4 for Skubal.
Yeah.
Not his best stuff, and the Tigers win anyway. Led by Wencel Perez, Dylan Dingler, Riley Green, who's unconscious in the month of June.
Yeah.
It's always somebody, but it's always somebody's. It's always multiple guys.
And when you think about Riley Green right now, he is performing not just as an all-star, but he's on the border of superstar.
Well, he'd be back-to-back all-stars. This month, is it like 380 he's hitting? Something like that. And he's put the team on his back in the month of June. It's been the team's worst month of the year. It's been his best month, which is what we talk about. Hey, who wants to step up and be a star? It's Riley Green.
Yeah, and in the American League right now, he is 3rd in RBIs.
Yeah.
And the only 2 ahead of him, let me know if you've heard of these guys' names, Cal Rowley and Aaron Judge.
Yeah, I figured it'd be those 2 guys.
The big dumper and Aaron Judge.
What Riley Green's doing, and I know everybody likes to complain about his strikeouts, is establishing himself as a household star in Major League Baseball. And if you want, Skubal pitches every 5th day, and you could say he's the face of this team. Ideally, it'd be someone who plays every day. Ideally, you'd have a hitter emerge, and Riley Green's doing that right now. Big night last night. Dylan Dingler had the home run to break the game open last night, and you were hyped about Wencel Perez not at the plate.
Oh, my goodness.
Who was more excited, you or Dan Dickerson?
I was on the way home from, Jack had his first mini camp last night, so football season is here, in case anybody wants to know. Mm-hmm. Listening to Dickerson on the radio. Do we have his call?
We do.
Oh, yes, we do. Here, this is Dan Dickerson. We've got both of them. So let's go with the first Wencel Perez strike. It was so much fun. And you could see the surprise on the A's runner. I don't even know who it was. I know Dan said it there, but it
just took such a good bounce off the wall that Perez
he played it perfectly.
Yeah.
It was the timing of it, and then it was a perfect throw and a great tag by Javi Baez. And now, moments later, this happened. It was so much fun. I was going nuts on the first one, and I was telling Jack, I'm like, that's a great throw. And then all of a sudden you hear it again, and I thought, maybe there's something with the broadcast. Like, did they run it back? Are we listening to the same thing? And no, it was twice in one inning where Wenceel Perez from right field gunned down a runner at second base, throwing strikes.
Lee was the pitcher. How great do you feel that you have him out there? Because you gave up 3 hits, and, well, there's really no damage. Because this dude's making plays out in right field. Yeah. It's great. Also loved seeing Kerry Carpenter go yard.
Yeah.
I knew he was in a drought. I didn't realize just how dramatic it was. Benetti let it slip. 22 days between home runs for Kerry Carpenter.
Yeah.
He got a 3-0 pitch early in the game. They're down 2-0 after a slow start from Skubal.
Swing away.
And hey, 3-0. Do some damage. But that's the thing. We haven't really broken down Kerry Carpenter, and I don't even know if it's worth breaking down AB's day-to-day on the radio. But he had been putting himself in bad counts.
Yeah.
It's amazing what happens when you just take a breath, take a couple pitches, find yourself in a hitter's count. We know the damage he can do. I mean, Gov saw firsthand in that playoff game what he can do.
Yeah. I mean, it's so much fun when you're talking about individual guys that step up, whether it's defensively, offensively, or on the mound, to stop it was 3 games last week, and I know that they won the last one against Tampa, so they didn't lose the series, but then they get the day off. And it really felt like, did it not feel like when they were down in Tampa, we know what happened that last game against Pittsburgh, right? It was a doubleheader. It was rain delays. It was the longest day in baseball.
And then they had to hit the road,
They
heat,
get there at
humidity.
3 or 4 in the morning. They get up. They play Tampa. They lose 2. They look lethargic. They're just not playing well. Then they get a win in the final game of the series. They get a day off, and then this is what happens. The bats explode, and Tarek Skubal takes over.
And you got a homestand here. A's next couple days, Twins this weekend, Sunday night baseball to wrap up the week.
Division rivalry. Let's
bring it on. By the way, I think everybody lost last night again in the division, opposite Detroit Tiger baseball. Mm-hmm. The lead is
9.5.
They get the Twins this weekend, and then the Indians 4th of July weekend, or the Guardians. They could officially whatever
suspension.
They could officially bury them both.
Sure.
I
think we already have.
Yeah,
I know, but.
Yeah, but the head-to-head matchup and get the whole, Guardians off your back.
It's kind of cool
conversation.
That it's 4th of July weekend. They play the Guardians.
And Skubal will pitch in both those series.
You're right. Lines up perfectly.
This emergence of Wenceel Perez, you can't not play him right now.
He's an everyday guy.
So, again, we're getting a roster pinch a little bit. But do you realize Perez has 13 extra base hits in 23 games, 6 homers, 6 doubles, and a triple. OPS over 1,000, making defensive plays last night.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's going to have an extra base hit like every game. So, I mean, but the fact that you have a switch hitter.
Ride it as long as it can.
That you have a switch hitter who can play the way he does in the field, that's going to be there consistently was my point.
And you're talking about Carpenter, and the reality is he's probably only playing against righties. Well, you got a right-handed hitters who can hit against the lefties and Jahmai Jones. So we're starting to see the roster getting pinched, and guess who's going to be back potentially next week?
I hope Vierling's back.
I mean, he's in rehab in Toledo, and it sounds like he's back soon. Reese Olson will be back soon. So somebody's going to have to go down.
So who's it going to be?
The easy answer is the one that we talked about in the bullpen. It's Trey Sweeney.
He's the worst hitter on the team right now.
But
is he?
Am I missing somebody?
Parker Meadows.
Yeah, Parker Meadows.
Oh.
And I would be shocked. That might be the right decision, but I would be shocked if they made that decision to send him down because of everything that we've heard. I was listening to AJ when he was on with us last week, as well as I think it was one of the pre-games. He was talking about how good he's been in center field and the defense that he plays. And I get that. But offensively, it's been really bad.
Yeah, and I think you got to give him 100 at bats. But the only defense in keeping Sweeney up and sending down Meadows is the infield defensively is a little pinched maybe at shortstop.
Yeah, a little bit, but Javi is the reason that you get to make this decision because he plays both. He can play center and short, so he takes what would be a pinch and says, well, I can play either, so there's really no question. Parker Meadows has a 600 OPS. It's not good. Trey Sweeney's is lower.
Yeah.
And Parker Meadows nearly robbed a home run last night, is a Gold Glove caliber center fielder. Trey Sweeney is fine at shortstop. Vierling probably going to play more infield than outfield if Perez is hitting, right?
Right.
So you take an infielder off, and that would be Trey Sweeney.
And the thing is, you don't know how trustable Vierling's return is going to be again.
Right.
I mean, this is the last. I can't see him going through this whole routine again and thinking, "Oh, I'm going to be good this time." It's going to either work this time or it's not.
Let me ask you a question, because the shoulder is the issue here, right? If he has a setback, can he be on the roster as a DH, or is that a waste of a roster spot?
I think you've got too many people that have to be DH.
I'm asking because they're putting Keith over at third. Carp's played more outfield and had some moments. I don't know that there's a good answer there. I don't want to keep a guy who has to only DH, because part of the flexibility of this roster is they get to rotate everybody in and play all the lineups they want. To keep Vierling on the roster as just a DH, they probably shut him down at that point, right?
Yeah, I would think. I mean, especially if there needs to be rehab on the shoulder or any type of
surgery,
intervention. Well, let's just say intervention.
You could say surgery. It's okay.
The funny thing is, too, we talk about need on this team and deadlines approaching here pretty soon. They have the most runs scored in all of baseball right now, 402.
400 runs, 50 wins.
Tied for the second best run differential.
This team apart too much. I mean, isn't
Greg is nodding his head aggressively. Yes, we do.
You are
but
what
that's
your
also,
record is. You are what your stats say you are.
I'm going to let people in on a little secret. This is sports radio. We do this every single day. What are we supposed to say? They're good? I mean, the reality is there are always things to improve, because the goal is now to win a World Series, not lap up and beat up on a bad division.
Right. When we come back, it's funny because I sent you something on Instagram, on social media the other day, actually asking this same question.
We'll explore it next. 97.1. Guys, Moran Chevrolet, it's time to hit the road in style with Moran, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer in 2024. If you're looking to go electric, you can hit the road and skip the pump with the 2025 Blazer EV. Lease it for $199 a month. That's $0 down on a 24-month low-mileage lease. Only at Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Find your ride fast at MoranExpress.com. Stop by in person. They're on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. We are going to play Trajan Langdon audio coming up 6:35. He had the audacity to say it. Good for him. I know that opinion is not shared by everybody, station or fan base, but we'll have that conversation this morning. John, you sent me something on Instagram about the Tigers.
Yeah, and it was Major League Baseball comes out with their power rankings early in the week every week. And I always get it on my Instagram, and I'm scrolling through, okay, they give you the 6 through 10 on one screen, and then you have to, swipe to see, okay, who's 5? Ooh, who's 4? Oh, we haven't seen the Tigers yet. Who's 3? And then I'm looking at it and go, whoa, who's 2 and who's 1? This week they were still at 1, and this is on the heels of a tough week against Pittsburgh and a tough weekend against Tampa.
Mm-hmm.
And we were doing got to get a couple of relievers at the trade deadline, got to have another starting pitcher, got to have a right-handed bat. We're sitting there poking holes in the lineup and then the pitching staff, and we can't get from the 6th inning to Canely, or we can't get there from, to Will Vest. When you take a step back, and sometimes you got to look at it from a more national perspective. How are the baseball dorks in California, how do they view the Detroit Tigers? If you go down to Florida, what's the conversation? What's the threat of the Detroit Tigers? And then when you see reputable people talking about it, they're still the best team in baseball, not because they have the best record in baseball, but because the lineup is hard to pitch against. And we could talk about Riley Green, and we could talk about the deficits of some of these other individuals, but they are a tough lineup. That's what Scott Harris said. When we add somebody at the trade deadline, we want to make our lineup even tougher.
I want to defend us a little bit.
Oh, okay,
those are real concerns in the playoffs.
Every team has concerns, though. Even the Dodgers.
No, I know, but what's the
starting
alternative?
pitcher? The New York Yankees, the mighty New York Yankees, who everybody is applauding. They went 3 games without even scoring a run.
And I bet they talked about it on FAN. I bet New York radio discussed it, would be my point. And
right.
We are fair to discuss. In the month of June, the Tigers have one of the 5 or 6 worst bullpens in all of baseball. And it shows up in the opener strategy they've tried to execute not as successfully. It shows up when you don't have 4 or 5 quality starting pitchers.
Right.
So when you get to playoff baseball, and I thought you did a great job making this point, in the playoffs, if you can get 5 innings out of a starter, like Scooble's a different thing, but everybody else you're looking, can you get me 5? Third time through the order, I'm going to my super bullpen. And right now, we don't have a super bullpen.
Right.
So, and it's the easiest thing to address. That is an area I do think Scott Harris is going to add. I can't tell you he's going to go get Bregman, but I do feel like the bullpen is an obvious and will be addressed.
It is. I just want to make sure that that when we address an issue, that we also follow it up with still the best team in baseball.
But we shouldn't have to couch it with, like, our fans are smart enough. I don't think we have to pat them on the ass every time we bring up a critique.
I don't think that's what it is. I mean, and if that's how you take it, that's fine. But some of it is just reminding myself that we could talk about the bullpen, and we could talk about not having a right-handed bat and not having a great third baseman, or we need, maybe we just need somebody to bridge the gap until Reese Olson comes back. And Flaherty's been on a roller coaster. Mize has been somewhat of a roller coaster, but it is a good pitching staff. The whole is we got to find somebody in the postseason to get from the 5th inning to the 8th inning, to get to Canely, to get to Vest.
248-539-9797.
But it's still good. It's still a good team.
It's a damn good team. They're a 50-win ball club, first to 50 in all of Major League Baseball. How about this stat? The Tigers in the divisional era, which is 1969 to today, have gotten to 50 wins in their first 80 games only 3 times.
Oh, how did those seasons end?
The other 2, they played in the World Series. In 84, they won it. In 06, they lost it. But the other 2 times, they played in the World Series. Nobody's discounting what they've done.
No, and I think if you even go back to our conversation to start the week, it wasn't, will they win the division? I think we all are confident that that's going to happen, especially with the Twins coming up on the weekend. The Guardians coming up over the 4th. You could create a little bit more separation. It's not about getting to the postseason. It's about, and it's not really even about getting to the World Series. It's about being able to win the World Series.
Bingo. Few ticket texts. Do you guys think you could make it the whole show without someone saying Oakland? Nobody. Did anybody say it to start?
I don't think we've said it to this point, but thank you very much for putting it in my head.
Well, you know that you're not even supposed to say Sacramento, even though that's where they play their home games. They're supposed to be this nomad team without a home.
You look at the standings, and in the West, right, it's the Houston Astros, Seattle Mariners, Los Angeles Angels, Texas Rangers, and then there's the Athletics. Okay, where are they?
They're in no man's land.
The future Vegas Athletics. Can we say that?
I think we can. Ticket Texter says if Parker Meadows is close, he is close. He's just late on pitches. The timing's not there. Hopefully it comes around. People pointing out last year he did a stint in the minors, figured it out, came back, was great. Maybe he's the guy that gets sent down when Vierling's back. And Texter says, what about Jahmai Jones? Does he get sent down?
It's going to be interesting. And the cool thing about it is it's not an easy decision. And that's what's great. Like last couple of years, we had 3 or 4 candidates that we couldn't wait to see either be off the team or sent to AAA.
Ticket Texter says, hey, Cookies, August is the most difficult month for a baseball team. Don't say that any division is locked up yet. Certainly not before the first week of July. You can lose a 10-game lead in 3 weeks. It happens every year. Nothing is a lock. Signed, Paul. So you're saying keep the disco stuff hung up for now?
To yourself. They're the first ones that are halfway to
100. Make it a triple-digit disco.
Yeah.
Nobody wants that.
Let's
Get to Heather with the news.
The 4th of July holiday is right around the corner, and 2.6 million Michiganders are expected to hit the road. So be prepared if you are traveling by car for maybe some delays, right? So AAA estimates that people in Michigan will travel between June 28th and July 6th, with the bulk of those people traveling by car. 2.4 million are going to be driving probably up north somewhere. I mean, north, west, east.
Somewhere outside the Metro Detroit area.
Yes, exactly. They say the worst times for travel will be the afternoon to evenings between July 2nd and July 6th.
Not a shock.
Nope. And then early mornings are expected to be the best time to have the least congestion. So if you're going to go anywhere between the 28th and the 6th, go as early as you can. That's the best time. And then
6 to 10, use the Odyssey app. Listen in.
Exactly.
We'll get you there.
I mean, you can listen on when you're stuck in traffic too.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You could rewind, fast forward,
Sure.
pause, whatever you want to do. Anyway, the worst time is between noon and 6. And if you do plan to drink, AAA is offering that tow and go service again.
I like how that turned into a promo for the Odyssey app.
Sure.
I'm sure they're happy.
A multi-vehicle crash on I-75 in Monroe Tuesday resulted in the death of a semi-truck driver. The crash happened in a construction zone in the area of I-75 and I-275. A semi carrying aluminum cans crashed into 2 MDOT vehicles. And the MDOT crews were there patching holes in the left lane. There was a work truck directing traffic that was hit. And then after the semi hit that truck, it jackknifed and then hit the second MDOT truck. And unfortunately, that driver of the semi died there at the scene. They're still investigating whether alcohol or drugs was a factor in this crash, or if the truck driver was wearing a seatbelt. There were 3 of the MDOT workers were like trapped in the vehicle.
Oh, wow.
One of them, all minor injuries, so they're all going to be okay, but I do think one of them had to go to the hospital. The Northern Lights may be visible in Michigan and as many as 14 other states tonight.
Oh.
They could have been visible last night, but I think our weather and cloud coverage probably stopped us from seeing them here. They say view lines for Michiganders will range as far south as Grand Rapids, Lansing, and Port Huron.
We could have a show viewing the next couple of nights up at Shanty Creek. Hopefully there's no clouds and
Could be cool.
Yeah. Have you ever seen the Northern Lights?
No, I want to.
Okay.
So this might be, hey, stay
Heather,
up.
I know you have.
No.
Oh, you haven't?
How have you not with all the trips up to the UP?
I know. We miss them. I've seen them on, we have like Cottage Cam up there.
Yeah.
So we've caught them on the camera.
Right, but you haven't seen them in person.
I have never seen them in person.
It is amazing.
I want to.
Tonight.
Maybe.
We'll be up there tonight.
But usually you have to hang out, like you have to be up late. You have to be up really late at the right hours, like 3 a.m. things like that.
We
You have to
can
have
get up early.
good conditions.
We will be up early.
The only time I saw them was when you could see them. I remember everyone was like out on their driveways here.
Yeah.
But it was like, oh, the sky's pink. It wasn't like the dancing lights,
No.
right?
Right.
So, I mean, I technically could say I saw them,
But
but
that doesn't count because
Yeah.
the same
agree,
thing. We've
yeah.
had like there's so much light pollution here.
Right.
You get like a purple hue that doesn't
right.
count.
No, it doesn't count. Did you hear about what was going on in France? These wild
yeah.
syringe attacks?
What?
It's crazy.
Yeah, there was this crazy scene that has been unfolding at this nationwide music festival in France on Saturday. Nearly 150 individuals were jabbed with syringes, and most of them were young girls, teen girls. This bizarre attack took place across France. I mean, millions of people were out, like this street party, basically. They say in Paris, at least 13 cases were confirmed, and officials have not specified what
Was
were
in the syringe. Yeah.
They're saying it could have been maybe like a date rape drug. I mean, based on who was attacked.
Targeted, yeah.
Yeah. At least 3 people had to go to the. I mean, it sounds like people are going to be okay. Some of the girls had to be taken to the hospital for toxicology results. 12 suspects have been
Apprehended.
arrested. Yes. Scary
It's so,
stuff.
Yeah, it is scary. Yeah.
It's Heather with the news. All right, coming up next, Trajan Langdon lays out what they're going to do this summer. It's 97.1.
Hey, summer is heating up, and there's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka to break the heat. Made with real brewed tea and real vodka, Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so it's super easy to sip and enjoy no matter what your plans are this weekend. Look for the can with the sunset stripes. Sold at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
We're going to kick off this conversation by playing audio from the man himself. Pistons president of basketball operations, Trajan Langdon, spoke yesterday ahead of the NBA draft. Reminder, the NBA draft is tonight.
Oh, it's tonight?
It's tonight.
Both rounds?
Nope. Pistons don't pick tonight. They'll pick 37th tomorrow. You are completely forgiven if I'm breaking this news to you because I don't think the event could matter any less right now in the city of Detroit. We are not beholden to the draft anymore. We've elevated the franchise to another level. And it's led people to want to, hey, go for it. Go do something. Be aggressive. Trajan, this is your moment. This is your time.
The East is open.
And Trajan Langdon did not mince words. I thought he was incredibly honest with his assessment of how this summer is going to go. How does that sit with people? 248-539-9797. I applaud Trajan Langdon. He said an unpopular thing. You got a fan base that's hungry, that sees star players, and he says no to the temptation. He thinks. Like if someone's going to be stupid, like there are teams like Portland in the league, I suppose someone could do something stupid. Well, but for the most part, he's acknowledging that this team is going to improve on the margins and lean on their internal development, which I think is the right move. I know it might not be the popular move, but credit to him, applause to him for coming out and saying the unpopular thing with conviction. We are going to let this group go back to work next season with more upside.
And continue to develop. So what does that mean? Okay, Jaden Ivey. I'm okay with seeding Cade and Jaden on a 82 game basis. Like, what does that look like? Not that they're all going to play 82 games. Nobody does anymore.
Called 75 plus.
Right. And with Duren, with Thompson, with Holland, with Stewart, with a lot of these guys that are still young, still developing. We saw what they did last year. Way outkicked their coverage. And Trajan was very honest at the trade deadline, too. Didn't really think they'd be in that position.
John, he's been the most honest of any of the team presidents in our city.
Okay, so there's only two team presidents.
Fine, general managers, you know what I mean?
Right, yes. So
Mr. Words matter, fine. The people making decisions for our pro sports teams. I think he's been the most honest of anybody. He said last year, I'm surprised I didn't expect us to be here. And then he tweaked his plan accordingly and added a little bit on the margins at the deadline.
When you talk about making or keeping some of the veterans that they had. So does that mean that they're going to re-sign Beasley?
I would hope so.
That he'll be here. And he was not impactful in the postseason, but was impactful throughout the course of the season.
I think on the margins.
Do they bring back Schroeder?
Maybe. I think the question is going to be, does Ivy displace Hardaway and Schroeder, one or both? And are they better served adding a power forward who can shoot a little bit, again, on the margins?
Mm-hmm. So I'm not upset. I wouldn't have been upset if they made some very dramatic move. I think there's two ways to go about this, and I don't know that there's necessarily a wrong answer to either one, which is, I think, great to be a Detroit Pistons fan right now because you can be very passionate about, hey, you need to go get Giannis. And we have those calls. We have those fans. We also have just as many that I think are in agreement with because how many times do we put together trades and we include Jaden Ivey, Jalen Duren, and Asar Thompson.
And people bristle.
And they're like, oh, wait, no, you can't get rid of Ivy. I'm not one that wants to fall in love with guys and says hey, these guys are not tradable. Everyone's on the market except for Cade. And if the right opportunity presents itself, then you make a move.
Yeah, he gave himself an out. He doesn't think they're going to make a big move. Something may present itself. I certainly am not someone who thinks Ivy is bolted down.
No.
But I'm also someone who sees the alternative of I'm going to race out and add Kevin Durant. I'd rather run back Jaden Ivey, who had a big breakthrough season as a shooter a year ago and has more growth still. Asar Thompson had blood clot issues and couldn't ramp up until late in the season last year. I'd like to see them all together.
There's a number of different ways that you can add to the team, one through the draft, which they've been able to do, and nobody is interested in the draft because we don't have to rely on a lottery pick right now. The other ways are free agency and trades. Right now, there's not a lot of great options in free agency, so that leads you to believe, hey, there's margin guys available. So he said, we're going to add on the margins because those are the guys that are available. And if you go and make trades, and we saw this with Bain, we've seen it with Durant, like what it would take to do that, you're going to have to give up a lot of your young players and draft picks to make that happen. And I don't think he doesn't believe that they're in a position right now to truly decide what is the ceiling or the floor for Jaden Ivey? What's the ceiling, the floor for Jalen Durant or all of these guys? Let's see what it looks like. We can continue to add on the margins. If an opportunity presents itself, we'll listen to everything.
Do you guys support his plan? We're not going to be super aggressive. There's more audio, and you may recognize the voice asking this question, but Trajan Langdon details a little more of why they feel that way. Not all in, not going to be super aggressive. He's right. 2 years ago, the Thunder had a losing record. 2 years ago, they had SGA finally making an all-star team and really nothing else around him. You're lying if you thought Jalen Williams was going to be this player 2 years ago. Flat out, 2 years ago, they were a team that didn't make the playoffs and they won the NBA title with a young nucleus. It doesn't mean you ignore making moves like Hartenstein or Caruso. Moves on where, John?
The margins.
The margins. Ticket Texter's upset. Says, this is BS. The Hawks got Porzingis for a second. Add talent. We have space. Signed Chris. I would argue Porzingis is a move on the margins. And you can be mad they didn't make that particular move, but those are the moves I think Langdon's going to look for, right? Kristaps is not an all-star.
No.
He's going to... Trajan to trade a couple seconds to get a player. He did with Dennis Schroeder last year.
I mean, good for the Hawks.
Yeah,
the Atlanta Hawks.
Yeah. It's a good point. Jim, you really applaud that? He came out and showed his cards. Why even say anything? I applaud that he had conviction to say the unpopular thing. It's way it's way easier to come out and say, guess what, guys? Yeah. We're all in. We're throwing everything we can to win the title this year. That's a hell of a press conference to give. You will be viewed as a winner at that podium. But that's not what this is about. This is about an honest assessment to his fan base. He left himself an out if something materializes, but for the most part, he's shooting you straight. I'm looking to lean on my young guys who have so much more upside. I'm going to try to do what the Thunder did, and I'm going to add along the way. We're not going to bury our head in the sand.
Right, and he didn't mislead the fan base thinking, oh, there's a big move coming, and then all of a sudden, wah, wah, wah.
Where is
nothing
it,
happens
Come
in the
on.
offseason, right? You get the 37th pick overall, and that's it. Not that that's going to be it. There's going to be some adjustments. There's going to be some guys that are signed in free agency. There's going to be some guys that are re-signed in free agency. But I am a little surprised that you're okay with this.
Okay.
I thought that you might be more of the gotta, go get Giannis because the East is open. And I'm usually the one that is stay the course, be patient, be calm, don't make a dramatic move.
But if there was a team in Detroit that is deserving of patience, it's the Pistons more than any other. And I think there's this scattershot approach. I think Mike's guilty of it in the afternoons. Everybody always needs to make the big move, always. And every situation's different. Our hockey team is different. Our hockey team is going into the 7th year of a legacy legend general manager. There's a little more urgency on our hockey team. Our football team is chasing a Super Bowl, and our baseball team is World Series conversations. Those are not the conversations for the Pistons. They did a great job flipping the script year over year, emerging from the darkness and into the light. They're going to continue to build that way. In a year or two, we may be having the conversations with the Pistons that we are having with the Lions and with the Tigers, but not today.
The projections for Trajan Langdon in a year or two might be, hey, next year's free agent class, we don't have to lose anything, and I can go to Tom Gores and ask him, hey, are you willing to spend this money? If he says yes, now you can add in free agency without giving up your young players.
And this can be different at the deadline, too.
Also true. We saw him pivot in season last year.
So look, they do deserve more patience than anybody. He hasn't even had the job a year yet, right? They superseded all expectations. There is a trend in the NBA that the big three is not the way to go anymore.
Correct.
And
it's duos.
Phoenix lost both sides of the Durant deal.
Yep.
So you better be careful. Look, would I support them going for Giannis? Probably. But I also see his point in, first off, I'm not sure if he's available.
Well, that's the other thing. So Trajan came out postseason and said things have changed. Is it possible they did some recon and found out Giannis isn't going to come to Detroit? So now, with the benefit of doing some digging, can come out and say confidently, because they're not pursuing Giannis, that the right decision is to avoid the Durants or way back when the Blake Griffins of the world? That the better move is, yeah, sure, if we could have one of the 10 best players in the sport, ear to the ground, we'll do it. It's not materializing. So, guys, the right decision is not to force square peg into round hole so that we can have instant gratification.
And I am curious for our fan base, because I do think the Wings, that's a little bit of a different conversation, and we can throw that in here. But with the Lions making an NFC Championship game, getting the number 1 seed, and in both years, they come up short of the Super Bowl. Not just the Super Bowl championship, but the Super Bowl, not a lot of big moves. The Tigers, they went for Bregman, didn't get him, and so ultimately, not a lot of big moves. Now you're hearing from Trajan Langdon, they're not going to be aggressive. They're going to stay the course. They're going to be patient. Not a lot of big moves. A lot of patience with the decision makers. How patient is the fan base with that theory?
We're going to get into it next, and you're right. We'll talk about it as a whole, because Pistons fans are Red Wing fans, and Red Wing fans are Lions fans, and Lions fans are Tigers fans, and the mentality may be seeping in here. I don't think the Pistons have the same level of urgency as the other three, but we'll talk about it. It's 97.1.
Hey, let's chat about FanDuel, because nothing says summer fun like adding excitement to the game while your friends and yourself are getting sunburned at the beach. Summer sports are calling your name. Baseball under the stadium lights, and maybe it's golf on pristine fairways, soccer matches with world-class goals, and all the action-packed moments in between. If you are going to spend all day following your favorite sports on your phone anyway, you might as well make it more thrilling with FanDuel. Open the app today to see what the daily promotions are. They're going to change. That's why they're daily promotions. If you're new to FanDuel, new customers can bet just $5 and get $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Open the app, visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit to get started. You must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is not withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I applaud Trajan Langdon. That's an unpopular thing to say at the podium. What do you mean? The East is wide open. You got to be super aggressive. 2 years ago, the Thunder had a losing record. Nobody knew that they had a number 2. You're lying if you thought J-Dub was going to be an all-NBA player, a defensive machine. The Pistons have Jaden Ivey, who stepped forward in a big way last year as a shooter. They have Asar Thompson, who dealt with blood clots until late in the year when they could ramp him up. And they have Jalen Duren in there as well, all surrounding Cade Cunningham. They have a star. They have a promising group of young players. They should have won a playoff series a year ago. And they are positioned on the margins to add some shooting and take another step next season. We are right now living in a city where there is a collective frustration with patience. I feel it, but I don't want to unfairly place that on Trajan Langdon, who's been on the job 1 year and has done a hell of a job and is not currently dealing with a long playoff drought, looking at you, Steve Yzerman, or on the edge of a championship, Scott Harris and Brad Holmes. See, Langdon deserves the patience more than anybody else. I think it's unfair to put the frustrations of the other 3 teams and the lack of big moves on Langdon and the Pistons, who are doing this the right way in today's NBA.
Yeah, and so I'm not frustrated with the Lions, with the Tigers, with the Pistons. I am willing to be patient. I'm willing to allow some of these young players to continue to develop. And I've talked ad nauseum about the Lions and the fact that they are so young, and a lot of that improvement can just come from those guys getting better. Where my frustration comes, and this is where I lean on you, is with the Red Wings.
Yeah, I mean, think about this. Their building, and it's their building, not the Pistons building. The Pistons use the Red Wing building. The Pistons are winning playoff games 1 year into Trajan Langdon. And I know it takes longer in hockey, but it's 6 years going into 7 years for Steve Yzerman.
Yeah.
I think it'd be wrong, though, to lump them together. And that's where I think Valenti screws up in the afternoon, is lumping them all in together. Yzerman, come on, buddy. There's a name to watch for the Red Wings we'll get to at 7:02. Come on, Yzerman. You got to do something. In the case of Holmes, football windows 3-4 years at a time, you want to capitalize on it. Baseball, there's no salary cap. In basketball, we've seen this now where it is largely homegrown rosters that win the title. The Nuggets, Mike's Celtics, the Warriors, right? I mean, start looking around the teams that win the NBA championship. It's Thunder this last year.
Right.
You can
add some of it's the adjustments on the business side of things, and
with the aprons and everything.
I'll let you try and figure that out.
Yeah, I'm going to give our listeners a calculus lesson today. No, it's just the idea that you really have to do it largely within, and then make a move here or there. What you don't want to do is say, "I got to be aggressive. Let's go get Kevin Durant."
Right.
Phoenix lost both sides of the Kevin Durant trade, acquiring him and then trading him away. We went through this when they added Blake Griffin in Detroit. You want a 1 year crack at it? I don't think the Pistons are right there right now.
No, they're not in striking range of that 1 year crack, even though what is going on in the rest of the league may lead you to believe that that could be possible.
But do you want your general manager to compromise the way he views his roster because someone else got hurt?
No, I don't want that at all.
I don't either.
So I think the general frustration with the 4 teams is that I don't think anybody's taking a very big risk at all. And eventually you do. You don't win championships in sports without taking some sort of risk or chance. The Thunder took chances and risks.
They did. And
they started all this by moving Paul George.
Yeah. And that was actually what got them SGA.
Right.
And he wasn't SGA, so people go trade for an MVP. They didn't think they were trading for an MVP. They developed an MVP in Oklahoma City.
But at the same time, Sam Presti stuck to his long-term plan.
Yeah, we played audio this week of 2021 Sam Presti saying, shortcuts cut long run short. And we don't want to just make the playoffs, right?
Right. But
we want to arrive.
Right. But like I said, you find me championships where the team didn't make some sort of calculated move.
Tom, we could do it in this city. Brendan Shanahan, Rasheed Wallace.
Right.
You got to make moves to get over the hump.
You usually don't win it where you do everything internal and you don't get something significant from the outside.
Yeah.
I don't think the Lions have gotten something significant from the outside yet.
No.
I mean, and if you want to count Goff, well, that's what triggered this whole thing. Okay, I get it.
But now that you're here, what are you going to do about it?
Yeah.
I think speaking to collective fandom in the city, Lions fans are Tiger fans. So then it bleeds over, and then it starts to. While you might not feel the frustration personally, John, it does exist in our listeners.
Oh, sure.
And those fans are also Red Wing fans and Pistons fans. I just don't think it's right to put the Pistons in the same category as the other three now.
Right. And the thing about Brad Holmes is I don't think he gets enough credit for hopping around in the draft. Like, those are measured moves to get guys, and he's been right most of the time.
Let's get to Randy, who's been waiting in Westland. Randy, good morning.
Good morning, guys, and Heather. I just wanted to chime in. First of all, I do agree with Trajan Langdon. I think that you need to keep your young guys, keep this team together. But having said that, there's a name that I was interested going back to the middle of last year. I started hearing his name as possibly being available, and that's Domantas Sabonis. I wanted to know what you guys think about adding somebody that can crash the boards, kind of a bigger guy, and can shoot.
Yeah. Good passer,
So
really good passer,
do
too.
you think that's even possible, and would he be considered a fringe player, or would we have to give up too much to get him?
I don't think he's a move on the margins. I think he would be a bigger swing. Trajan did leave the door open. Like, if someone wants to do something stupid, take advantage of him. Like, I really don't understand what Portland did yesterday. Flipping Simons for a more expensive, older Drew Holiday. Like, if someone's willing to do something stupid in this league, fine. You have thoughts on Sabonis?
Would I love to add and upgrade the roster? Sure. And physicality, size, the ability to shoot, sure. I just don't know that now is with what you have to give up. That's the issue. It's these players aren't free agents. You're going to have to give up some of the youth that you have that is still to be determined as to how good they're going to be.
And I'm more willing to do it if I feel like I'm winning a championship,
right?
Which is the conversation for baseball and football. Texter says, I think all the general managers in this town have a pact to not outdo each other. Nobody makes a big move. Nobody outdoes anybody. Bunch of sissies.
I'm not going to...
You don't have no response to that. The next one... No, I don't think they have a pact. Texter says, very happy we aren't making any big moves yet. No real reason we shouldn't wait a year to see who from this group develops as that number 2. Texter says, people love that Atlanta trade, but no way the Pistons were going to give up anything to get Porzingis for $30 million for one single season. The Hawks didn't give up very much. Look, if you want to say the Pistons could have made that move and given up a couple seconds, that's the moves that Langdon's talking about. Moves on the margins. I'm cool with that. I would have been fine if they traded for Kristaps Porzingis, a big who can shoot threes on a 1-year deal. You wouldn't have given up any of the young players.
Right.
I would have been fine with that move. But those are the moves Langdon's talking about.
Yeah.
All right, we'll take more phone calls on this, the patience question, and specifically coming off of what Trajan Langdon said, do you support his plan? There is a name to know for the Red Wings. We'll get to that after the update. 97.1.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. The storms ripped through Detroit Golf Club yesterday, causing a delay for fans. Gates will now open for Community Day at the Rocket Classic at 10 a.m. The Pro-Am is currently underway. The Tigers are the first team to 50 wins in baseball after an 11-4 defeat of the A's at Comerica Park. One Tiger shook a huge monkey off his back while erasing an early lead for the opponent as well. Dingler also homered in the third, a 3-run shot that capped a 5-run inning. Tarek Skubal tossed 6 innings, giving up 4 earned runs and a walk while striking out 8. The trio of Chase Lee, Tyler Holton, and Matt Gage shut them out the rest of the way. Riley Green continued what's been a blazing hot month with a 4-for-5 day, including 2 RBIs. Pistons president of basketball operations Trajan Langdon spoke with the media yesterday on the eve of the NBA draft. He said they're not going to be super aggressive this summer, at least he doesn't think. They're instead focused on developing their players. Another big splash trade was made as Kristaps Porzingis heads to the Atlanta Hawks in a 3-team deal. The Minnesota Timberwolves and Lynx have been sold to an investment group that includes Alex Rodriguez, for $1.5 billion, and the Mavericks have re-signed point guard Kyrie Irving for 3 years and $119 million. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Trajan Langdon says we are not in a place to push all our chips in. We aren't going to be super aggressive this summer. How does that sit with you? 248-539-9797. Mentioned there's a name to know for the Red Wings. We'll get to that. We got some ticket texts and phone calls to get to. Tony in Ferndale, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, morning. How's it going today?
What's up?
Hey, just want to, I'm going to pull some receipts here. So I called back in to you guys on April 24th. Keep in mind, middle of the playoff push for the Pistons, right? Mm-hmm. You guys were talking about, hey, let's trade Giannis for 3 first-round picks, Jalen Duren, Jaden Ivey. That has rubbed me so wrong since that date. And now here we are, fast forward to this morning in the offseason, champion's been decided, and it's, we got to have patience. We got to have patience. This is what the fans want. We don't want this implant from the Bucks or from the Suns with Kevin Durant. We don't want that. We want this talent in-house, just like OKC did, right? We have now seen the path, the means to an end of what it is to get a championship in this city. And we have the pieces here, right? So we all have to collectively as fans, and you two as media, have to sit here and say, hey, patience is key. So it's frustrating because it seems like it's changed since April, and keep in mind, that was in the middle of a playoff push, and we were having conversations about trading a house for Giannis. It's not the way that this team is going to win, plain and simple.
Well, I don't know that they have the pieces to win a championship right now. And in fact, I don't think that they do. I think they're going to have to add at some point, and I just don't think that right now is the time to do it. Would you give, if Giannis said, I want to go to Detroit, I don't know that there'd be a lot of people that said we wouldn't find a way to make that deal happen.
When I look for improvements with this team, the Pistons, I think there needs to be maybe more minimal improvements instead of a big splash like Giannis. I thought the best player that we could trade for, or a player, ideally an ideal player we could trade for, would be someone like maybe Jaren Jackson Jr., someone to help stretch the floor, but keep the ball in Cade Cunningham's hands. Keep the ball in his hands.
So, Tony, to get him, though, just to clarify,
you're going to have to give up a ton.
You'd have to give up a couple young people and a couple firsts.
I think I'd be a little bit more flexible in giving up maybe one of our young core pieces and maybe one or two for. I don't think you have to give up the house like we were talking for, like you guys were talking for Giannis.
Well, I think so. Jaren Jackson Jr. is 25 years old, reigning Defensive Player of the Year, shoots the threes, be a great fit. You're not getting him cheap. Memphis just got 4 firsts for Desmond Bane. I do appreciate the receipts going all the way back to the day he made the phone call. If anything, I thought he'd be proud of us for not pounding the table saying it's got to be a bold move. But to say you'd shut the door on Giannis feels equally silly.
Right.
I think he made fair points, and I think what he doesn't realize is it's not April 24th. The world's different than it right now.
The Thunder are the champs. We have another example of homegrown.
We also saw a team like the Pacers get to the finals.
Yep.
The East got way worse. There's so many different variables here, but I think in his favor, the point is the house got bigger. You'd have to give up more than we even thought on April 24th for Giannis.
Yeah, I mean, look at
You're basically selling out to try to win a championship in probably 3 years.
Some ticket texters. You don't have picks like Chet or J-Dub. I love Cade more than anybody, but he isn't Shea. Come on, you guys can't be serious about the NBA. No, you can't be serious with this ticket text. When Shea was 23 years old, he was not an all-star or an all-NBA player. Cade Cunningham is. He did not have the pedigree of a number 1 overall pick. Cade Cunningham absolutely has MVP upside. To say otherwise is silly. To his point about we don't have picks like Chet and J-Dub, who the hell was J-Dub 2 years ago? He was a nice piece on a losing basketball team. Seriously, who the hell was J-Dub 2 years ago?
You're hoping that Thompson or maybe more so Holland becomes that.
Right.
Yeah.
I think the SGA thing with the Thunder, the Pistons, that's the argument that they need to steal something somewhere or acquire from outside. Technically, he was a trade. The Thunder hit the jackpot. Sam Presti would be lying if he thought he would. This is going to be the MVP.
Right. Yeah. In 2 years or, okay, now it's longer, but I mean, what the trade was 4 years ago?
Yeah.
In 4 years.
They did not think they were
this is
getting
going
this.
to be the league MVP.
Exact point. Texter says 3 of our 4 GMs have exceeded expectations, and instead of trusting them, we want to act like we're smarter than them. I blame it on having so many bad GMs in our past.
There is a lot to be said for patience, but there's also something to be said for when the time is right, the opportunity presents itself, that you do have to go for it. I will argue with that caller that when he says we need to let these guys develop, I think we have the pieces to win a championship. I don't think we do. We have some really nice pieces, and we have some pieces that can be a part of a championship team, but at some point you are going to have to add talent. If you add it through trade, you're going to lose a lot of those pieces. If you add it through free agency, and this year's free agency class is not good, then you're losing what you're trying to build.
Yeah. All right, I said there was a name to watch for the Red Wings. We are in a pivotal 2 weeks for Steve Yzerman. It's been written about in the Free Press. Gator brought it up in Crosstalk. We've mentioned it. I know Afternoons has really hammered this. This is the moment for Yzerman at a time where he's between the crosshairs. Here's a name that's been floated out there by national hockey people. This is from Daily Faceoff. They do podcasts. They got insiders, all this stuff. Matt Larkin, no relation to Dylan, has an article up about 6 landing spots.
Oh, he didn't grow up in Waterford?
I don't think so. I guess I didn't fact check that. Maybe he is related to Dylan Larkin. But anyway, Matt Larkin writes 6 destinations for defenseman Noah Dobson. If you're not familiar with Noah Dobson, he is a 25-year-old right shot defenseman. He's put up big numbers. 2 years ago, he was a 70-point player on the blue line. 100 block shots each of the last 4 seasons. The Islanders are in a position to reboot. They have the number 1 pick. They're making changes with their front office and coaching staff, and he is a restricted free agent. He may be available. And Matt Larkin writes, if I'm predicting where Dobson goes, if he's traded at all, it's Detroit. The Wings have the need, urgency, cap space, and just as importantly from the Isles' perspective, the assets to get it done. The final line, as long as Yzerman is willing to pay up.
So I think the bigger question is, if this is a possibility, when does this happen? Does this happen before Friday night? So that they
you
know
could use the 13th pick
yeah.
as a trade chip? I would hope so. I'm not married to the 13th pick. I don't know that you are either, John.
No, I'm certainly not married to the 13th pick.
A guy that's not going to be here until
in 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, 2029 ETAs on a team that's staring down the barrel of put up or shut up territory.
And what have a lot of people said that they need? Defense.
Yeah, this team was not a good enough defensive hockey team. And if you'd prefer a different player, fine. My point is there are guys out there. It's will Yzerman be willing to pay up? And they do a nice job detailing, look, Pellico would be a piece if you don't want to trade him. Danielson would be a piece. If you don't want to trade him, you got 2 goalies. Maybe you got to start making a decision on which one of them is your franchise goalie of the future. You have the 13th pick in this year's draft. You have a bevy of young players that you've accumulated for 6 drafts under Steve Yzerman. The point is, maybe Dobson's too rich. Somebody out there is available for Steve Yzerman to go and get, quote, as long as he's willing to pay the price.
Right. And the question is going to be, is he going to be willing to part with his precious developmental players that may or may not develop into NHL players, or will they develop into good enough players, let's even say stars, to be able to help win a Stanley Cup?
Yeah, I mean, Dobson comes in and would be an overqualified second pair defenseman. But now I have a real 1-2 punch with Seider anchoring one pair, Dobson on the other. Edvinsson is in that top 4 as well, and then you're starting to build something on the back end. The deadline to buy guys out is June 30th. Will we see a buyout of Hull or Tarasenko? Will we
by
see
Monday?
them? Yeah, will we see either of them traded by that point? Will Yzerman do something here? I mean, it became a running joke when the Red Wings updated their social media profile picture this week, and it's a black and white, please stand by.
Right.
And many people feel like it's going to be like a 100th year
logo
or sale or... I mean, they released the preseason schedule last night. It can't be that. But people made the joke, we've been standing by. Please stand by. This is the longest drought in franchise history. We're standing by. This is a big 2 weeks. Noah Dobson's the latest name. We've brought up Jason Robertson. There are trades. If you're not comfortable with the free agent class because term and because the dollars are going to go up because the cap's going up, all the Florida guys may stay in Florida. What am I going to do? How do I make the team better? Woe is me. There's no woe is me for Steve Yzerman. Go make a move.
I guess the reason I ask, is it going to happen before Friday? Not from the Red Wings standpoint. The 13th pick, I don't care.
Yeah.
But from the Islanders standpoint, is that something that they want to have in their back pocket before they get to Friday night? Do they want to know how much they have on their payroll versus not?
Yeah.
Guys' contracts coming up versus not. Do they want to know? And I think we're in that time frame. I know there's another deadline comes on Monday in terms of the salary and all of those implications. Then it's free agency.
All right, we'll see
if it's going to happen, I do think it needs to happen before the draft on Friday night.
Tick-tock. Clock's ticking. We got ticket text to get to next, 97.1. If you're injured in a car accident, you need a law firm that cares about you. And that's the difference in this. The insurance companies aren't looking out for you. You need someone on your side. It's KG Law. Lawrence KG and his team, they're not your stuffy, slimy lawyer types. They're down-to-earth, approachable people, and it shows up in the quality of the care you get. 98% success rate, flat out win. 877-KG-CARES, online at kgcares.com. If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call KG Law now. That's KAJY, kgcares.com, kgcares.com. Tigers win last night. We'll get to it at 7:35 today. First team in baseball to 50 wins. 8 o'clock. John, we need to get our audience help on something.
Yes, we do.
It's a food topic. You love food topics.
I'm a big fan. This one it's a little bit out of my wheelhouse, but I do have a member of my family that is an expert on this food.
8:02 after some Tiger talk at 7:35.
He may be 3, but he's an expert.
Okay.
Yes.
We got some experts in the audience, too, that can help. I brought up a name to watch for the Red Wings, Noah Dobson. He's an Islanders defenseman. He's 25 years old. He fits the timeline. Right shots are rare. The Islanders may be rebuilding. He's a restricted free agent. Teams are going to call. Teams are calling. Daily Faceoff linked the Red Wings. Said it's one of the 6 teams that makes the most sense. And the author said it's the team that makes the most sense.
Right.
Because the Red Wings have the resources, the urgency, the cap space, all of the ingredients.
Everything the Islanders need.
The only roadblock appears to be the last line he wrote, if Yzerman is willing to pay the price. Ticket texters, 248-539-9797. Steve, make a deal. Good one. I would love Noah Dobson. He'd be a perfect fit, but I know it's never going to come close because Steve is incompetent and shouldn't even hold the position as it is. Ooh. Don't bother with the fake trade scenarios. Nothing's going to happen as long as he's in charge. Yeah, there's a lot of frustration with Yzerman. I was at LCA Saturday checking out to see if I could upgrade my tickets. I can tell you for a fact the lower bowl is sold out. Steve could do nothing, and in Chris's mind, they'll be fine. Most of the tickets are sold. Guys, Dobson's better than even Sider. I would trade whatever it takes to get him. But Steve would never come close to even thinking about making a deal like this.
Well, and one of the things that's so great about this option is the youth. And you don't have to necessarily worry about term. Then it comes down to money because if you were to give him eventually a 7-year deal, an 8-year deal, then he's max 33 when it's done. I mean, or 33, 34, whatever. But then you have a runway so that you do have, whoever you don't give up, you do have a runway for them to be able to come along and help continue to build what you believe will eventually be a Stanley Cup champ.
Texter says if the reports of him wanting $11.5 million is accurate, I'm out. If that report is just a way to get him out of the Islanders, I would be in. That's the unknown here. Is Yzerman's not going to get taken over a barrel on a contract of over $11 million for Dobson. But if the guy is willing to work with a team he's traded to,
right. That's why I talk about term.
Yeah.
That's why when you trade for somebody who's 25, you have that ability in his window to be really good for you.
Yep.
You don't have to worry about those wasted years at the end.
He's not coming off a great year, but the year prior he was a 70-point producer on defense. Those guys don't grow on trees. Not at 24 years old, and now he's 25. It's a name to watch. It's not even a guy that I'm planting a flag and saying, well, if Yzerman doesn't do this, then he's a bum. It's just, guys, it's another lesson in we're in a 2-week stretch with the draft and free agency where if Yzerman can't get an impact player at 13, he can't. That's hockey. And if he can't sign a free agent because they don't pick us, Marner's in Vegas and the Florida guys stay in Florida, there are still avenues via trade. And it's one thing Yzerman did incredibly well in Tampa. That's the guy we were sold when he took over that he was going to do this.
And all we've seen to this point is he's good at the draft. It's taken a lot of patience. Free agency has not been stellar. Trades have been nearly non-existent.
Yeah. Joe and Howell, you're on 97.1.
Morning, gentlemen. How are you guys?
Good.
Hey, just real quick on the Dobson thing. I'm seeing all the same stuff you guys are, the rumors. With the mock trade, I think it's a fair trade from what I've seen. You know, you have to give up a prospect, of course, a draft pick. And some of the other names have been floating around. They're fine. We can get rid of those guys, Compers, Bergerons, whatever.
Yep.
But what I want to keep in mind for you and everybody else is that there are some big-name free agent blue liners out there. Why would we trade a lot of assets when we can just go sign one of the other guys, Gavrikov, Provorov, Ekblad? And also with Dobson, he's going to get a big deal. Edvinson's going to get a big deal. If ASP projects to be what we think he is, he's going to get a big deal. I don't know if you can afford to pay.
Well,
four
ASP's
blue liners
deal is
A+.
ASP's deal is, first of all, he's not even in the NHL. It's probably 4 to 5 years away, and who even knows what the cap looks like? I wouldn't really factor him in. I get like he could be part of a strong right side down your blue line, but I'm not factoring him in financially at this point. He's not even in the National Hockey League.
Right.
His point about why not get a free agent? Well, if they don't pick you.
Well, they don't pick you, and you're not willing to pony up.
And Dobson's a little younger, so maybe you're more willing to pay a player whose age fits the timeline.
They only need one defenseman?
They need multiple, to Greg's point. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, the 2025 season could be the last for Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, during an interview with the Pat McAfee Show on Tuesday, Rodgers said that he was pretty sure this was it. And then on top of that, he also made it very clear that he wants to keep his private life private, specifically when it comes to his new marriage. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I can respect that.
Yeah.
I think the funny audio is actually the first clip where he said it could be his last year, because it's always word choices with Aaron. Could be his last year unless it's not.
Right, but I can also respect the fact that he's not going to paint himself in a corner, because if he gets to the end of the season, say he has a good year, and he's like, you know what, I do feel like I've got one more in me, then play. There's nothing worse, I think, than a guy who makes a decision and then a year or two down the road regrets it, thinking that I could have had another year of playing football. Once it's done and you make that decision, it's done and you can't go back.
Yep. There's a West Bloomfield man who's been charged in connection with orchestrating a theft ring at Sam's Clubs around Metro Detroit. So according to the Michigan Attorney General, this guy would purchase energy drinks using EBT cards from stolen customer data, and then he would resell them and make money from them. He was charged with 1 count of conducting a criminal enterprise, which is a 20-year felony, and 8 counts of receiving and concealing stolen property, which is a 5-year felony. This guy's doing basically,
a lot of time.
Depending on how long he lives, could be the rest of his life. Maybe, maybe not. Oakland County Prosecutor Karen McDonald is running for Michigan Attorney General. McDonald, who really gained a national profile, right, for her prosecution of James and Jennifer Crumbly, was also a public school teacher and a family court judge before she was elected prosecutor. She made the announcement on Tuesday, and she said that every single step she's taken has been with an eye on protecting kids and families, protecting public safety, and serving our community. She is now the 3rd Democrat seeking the party's nomination to succeed Dana Nessel, who cannot run again in 2026 because of term limits. Let's see. I'm going to end. This is the story that we're going to touch a little bit more later in the show. But fans actually want AC/DC to retire, because there's a clip that went viral of their latest tour that's not going over well. People are thinking, you know what? They're done. They're too old. They don't sound good. Get out of there.
John, you saw them in
I
Detroit.
saw them. They were amazing. And if you just take it into context, too, that these guys are between the ages of 65 and 75, they were amazing. They jammed all night long. They were singing all night long.
Brian Johnson is actually 77. Even
they
older.
were great. It was one of the great shows that I've seen.
But you get on Heather when she says Martha Stewart is a smoke show, and then you say, well, for her age. Like, if we're grading on a curve, and that's what you're doing with these guys, right? If they're just not hot anymore.
This I've seen since my wife and I have been together, she has introduced me to more live music.
Yeah.
I would put that AC/DC show in one of the top concerts that I've been to. It was awesome, regardless of age.
So we have audio. We're not going to play it here.
No,
we may play it later. The note says audio is bad. That's the point. Like, it's hard to hear them even over the crowd, which I could get being a turnoff. But that's not your experience.
No.
We had them here in Detroit recently. All right, we have a food conversation at 8 o'clock. John, we're going to count on the audience and some experts to help us out. Coming up next, the Tiger conversation. It's 97.1.
Well, you wait for summer all year long. It's that feeling of freedom, trading work for sunshine and getting back to what you love. Summer is all about making memories. At Verizon, we're celebrating you. You deserve to kick off summer feeling refreshed, connected, and ready for anything. This year, summer starts early with incredible value only at Verizon. Amplify your summer with amazing deals on the latest phones, smartwatches, and accessories that keep you connected wherever you go. Verizon has you covered with the network America relies on. And to make that summer feeling even sweeter, just for walking in, you'll receive free summer essentials. That's right. Simply visit any Verizon location across the country and pick up your complimentary summer goodie. Our way of saying thanks. But don't wait. These in-store freebies are only available through June 30th or while supplies last. So before you hit the beach or fire up the grill, make your first stop your nearest Detroit Verizon store. Discover amazing deals, get connected on the network you can trust, and grab your free summer essential. That's Verizon.
No one runs on Wenceel Perez.
Who was more pumped, you or Dan Dickerson?
I was going bonkers in my truck listening to the first one, and I actually said these words to Jack. I'm like, that's a great throw. That's unbelievable. He played it off the wall. And I obviously I didn't get a chance to see it, but Dan does a great job of painting the picture. And then moments later, the one that we just heard, it blew my mind. I had to go home and instantly watch it again.
John, I believe the phrase is mess around with Wenceel Perez
and
see
find
what
out
happens.
what happens. Yep. Mm-hmm. Mess around.
How do you like to be Chase Lee? Give up a couple hard hit balls and no damage done.
Hey, when you got a defense behind you like that, pitch however you want.
Tigers, first team in baseball to 50 wins. You sent me something the other day on Instagram.
I did, and it's the MLB does the power rankings every week. And I know we did it earlier. I guess it's been about a month now. And I always like to see it because the first picture that they show is they give you the top 10, but they give you the 6 through 10 in one graphic. And then you're forced to scroll. And we're obviously in the top 5, so I'm scrolling. I'm like, oh, okay, here's this team, the Dodgers, the Yankees. Where are the Tigers, still number 1. And I think the message I sent you, I don't even remember how I worded it, but it was basically, are we overreacting or are we too hard on this team? Because the national media, and if you listen to some of the stations down in Florida or out in California, and there's a lot of platitudes being put on the Detroit Tigers. There's a lot of great things being said about our team. Every team has flaws. And earlier in the week, we went through couple relievers. Like, we basically painted a picture that they need 6 players at the trade deadline to be able to win a World Series.
2 relievers, a bat, throw in a starting pitcher, new water guy.
Right. And we know we need a new groundskeeper. But it is interesting to take a step back and hear other fan bases talk about your team. Because we talk about the New York Yankees, and sometimes we paint this picture of the mighty New York Yankees. They can't be beat. Same with the Dodgers. Well, the Dodgers starting pitching is terrible. And the Yankees just went through a 3-game stretch about a week ago where they couldn't score a run. They lost in extra innings 1-0 because they couldn't score a run. With that lineup, with Aaron Judge.
Okay, but in our defense, because I thought you made good points this week about real concerns in the bullpen.
Oh, well, thank you.
In our defense, I bet you them being shut out was discussed on New York sports radio.
I'm sure it was.
I would guarantee they brought up the fact that they were struggling to score. And we should bring up the things that concern us about our baseball team because the expectation is we're the number 1 team in the power rankings. Mm-hmm. We're fighting and chasing a World Series. So when in the month of June we give you the stats, our bullpen is 25th. In ERA and 28th in FIP, and there's no swing and miss. And that's a huge key to unlocking this opener strategy. It's a huge key to playoff baseball. John, I thought your point was great on if you got Skubal, awesome, but most guys are only going through the order twice. And now in the 5th inning, I got to go super bullpen. Or 6th inning, I got to go super bullpen. We absolutely should be bringing it up. And I know they have 50 wins, and I know they're the first there, and they have the best record in all of baseball, but I don't think the listeners need us to pat them on the butt every time we bring up the bullpen, but couch it with you're a really good baseball team. I think that's why we're bringing up the bullpen, because they're a good baseball team.
It felt like after our discussion, though, and I saw that, I was a little surprised.
Okay.
I thought maybe after not playing great against Pittsburgh and then going down and losing the first 2 against Tampa, on a week-to-week basis, I wouldn't have been surprised to see them slip to 2 or even 3.
Just to create a little conversation.
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, at this point of the season, if you're 1, 2, or 3, who really cares? We always want to be 1, and it's nice to see our team as number 1, but
it doesn't do you any good if the power rankings say you're number 1. It's not like A.J. Hinch has got it up on a whiteboard in the clubhouse.
Yes.
Boys, they moved the Mets ahead of us.
But it just still was interesting to see, even in losses, there are still things that other fan bases and other writers, other reputable baseball nerds think that this team is still really good and, in fact, still the best team in Major League Baseball.
They're not as invested as we are in it. We're living and dying every day with it, with a really good baseball team. And look, last night's a great example of what they're capable of. Skubal was not his best. They ambushed him with some first pitch homers. He gave up 4 runs, and yet the Tigers are sitting there in a position to get the win. Because it's Perez with the defense, it's Dingler going yard, it's Kerry Carpenter for the first time in 22 days leaving the yard. I hadn't realized it was that bad. Benetti let that note slip. I go, oh, okay, yeah, it's been a minute.
Hey, we're almost to July. Time's flying.
It's yeah, it is. But with Carp, I think that was such a. I don't want to break down individual at bats, but he finally got ahead in the count. He wasn't swinging at everything. And 3-0, green light, mashers mash. They had Riley Green, who continues to put the team on his back in June, their worst month of the season. Riley Green is having his best month of the season. Like, there are all these really good things with this baseball team. Last night was another example of it. But don't feel guilty about bringing up flaws with this baseball team.
No, I just bring it up in regards to there are times because we do nitpick, and we do as a fan base, not just here on the station or from 6 to 6 during the day. There are times where we are picking apart a team because we see all the flaws. We watch every pitch. We are invested at a time when a year ago we weren't invested in the Tigers.
Right. I mean, you look at a guy like Jack Flaherty. Like, do people hear when Jim props him up after 4 great starts in a row? But then he's got 2 bad ones again. So tomorrow morning, if he has another bad one tonight and we come on and we say something like, oh boy, Flaherty, there are concerns here. Well, that's 3 bad starts. Why isn't that justified in the moment?
Because they have the best record in baseball, and you're not allowed to bring that up.
But that's you're being smarmy to me. And you're not being honest. You know it's fair to bring up.
No, I
It's
know,
fair
and we should. I think that's our job.
There is a debate within a great team. Is he a 2 or a 3?
Yeah, and I think at his best, during that 4-game stretch especially, he was a 2. He shut down the best offense in baseball at the time, the Chicago Cubs, in a pivotal swing game to take that series. I mean, since then, he hasn't even looked like a number 3.
I mean, I'll call out fans a little bit in terms of, do you really realize how good this team has been the last 124 games? Regular season?
You're saying going back to like last August.
This team is 81-43 in their last 124 games.
I mean, they're pacing for 100 wins right now.
Right. Triple digit.
Well, I mean, tonight is officially halfway, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
So win or lose, they're pacing for 100 wins. Your question is, are we too hard on this team? I'm curious how people have viewed this baseball team this season. They have the best record. They haven't had a losing streak longer than 3 games all season. Do they deserve more love? Are they underappreciated? I'm just curious the prism through the fans' eyes.
Yeah, because I mean, even when we bring it up, and we're talking about they need 2 bullpen arms to get from that 5th inning to the 8th inning, to get to Canley, to get to Vest. I think we get support from the callers and the fans that they agree. Like, the bullpen has not been what it was last year. How many people have gone they're on the edge of the cliff and they are in midair because of a bullpen start?
We gave the numbers. The bullpen starts are considerably worse than they were a year ago. Last year, openers were like a 2 ERA. This year, a 4.5 ERA. And it's because of Holton.
Yeah.
I don't know if people realize this. Tyler Holton was 3rd on the team in WAR behind the 2 All-Stars, Skubal and Riley Green.
Yeah.
This year, especially in June, but this year he's terrible. Holton, Hannafy, and Herder have all taken big steps back this season.
Triple H.
Yes.
Go WWF.
248-539-9797. So we are curious how you guys view the coverage of this baseball team, which is the first to 50 wins, and a couple broader conversations. Things on the horizon for this baseball team. We'll do that next. The food conversation at 8. It's 97.1.
At First Merchants Bank, they believe that the real value comes from building strong communities and even stronger relationships. With their new branch opening in the Fitzgerald neighborhood of Detroit, First Merchants Bank is excited to offer a banking experience that's welcoming, attentive, and dependable. Their easy-to-use, secure, and highly rated app makes everyday banking a breeze, allowing you to manage your accounts on the go, and their local attentive bankers are your partners in success. And here's where that building relationships comes in. They're going to take the time to get to know you, ask questions, give sound advice, and provide solutions that work for you. In fact, it's exactly what they've done for me over the years and for my family, so that's why they're my personal financial partner. With a passion for fostering community development, their team is committed to helping you and your neighborhood prosper. Experience the difference of banking with an award-winning bank that truly cares about your financial journey. All you have to do is visit firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald to learn more about how they can help support you as well. That's firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
And away they'd go. Tigers pick up a win last night against the A's, part of a homestand that extends all the way through Sunday with Sunday Night Baseball against the Twins. John, they have the best record in baseball, first to 50 wins. And yeah, we bring up things, nitpicks, and we ask people, are we too hard on this baseball team? Just honest feedback from you guys on the way this team is covered in this city. 248-539-9797. I said in New York, I'm sure they brought up when the Yankees were getting shut out. I think it's totally fine to talk about the bullpen for a team that relied on it last year and will in the postseason to beef that up. And everybody knows about left side of the infield. Detroit media is always negative. The sky is always falling. That's an unnamed texter. It's perfectly okay to nitpick this team and bring up concerns. It's not being a bad fan or doom and gloom. The team has the best record in baseball, but it's okay to talk about it.
Yeah, and some of it is trying to predict what they're going to do at the trade deadline.
Yeah. Well, that's what this texter says. He goes, talking about bad performance is one thing, but packaging guys in fairy tale trades is lazy.
Did we package anybody in fairy tale trades?
No, the only thing I could think that was fairy tale was, and we even said it, was the Skeens thing. When it came up nationally, we go, hey, look, in a fairy tale.
You're willing to dream a little bit. That's what fans do.
But everything else has been, can we get the seventh inning guy on the Rockies? You know, it's
right.
The Bregman thing is if you think that's fairy tale, fine. I'll tell you that Jeff Passan did his top 50 trade targets yesterday with ESPN, and he brought up Bregman and he brought up the Tigers. This is not being manufactured by me and my love affair.
Yeah.
This is a real thing that's being discussed in baseball. And we know the Tigers love Bregman too.
Yeah. I would like Jake Bird from the Rockies, since you brought up the Rockies.
Yeah, sure.
You know, why not?
I got a fairy tale one for you. I think the Devers thing was a fairy tale. This team is not in position to add that contract.
And I didn't argue they should.
Yeah.
You know, I think that's the other thing. Is this not... Valenti does this in the afternoon. It feels like any star player we should have gone and got. I try to put a little nuance into it. Like, Devers didn't make sense for this ball club. Durant wouldn't have made sense for the Pistons. I don't think we just throw out fairy tales with the trades. I think we're excited to talk about our team being buyers for the first time in a decade.
Yeah, we get a chance to see and feel what that's like because it's been a decade since that's happened. Even last year, even with a trip to the postseason, at the trade deadline, they sold Jack Flaherty. They were sellers last year. We were talking about, let's insert Skubal into this conversation. How many people were talking about possibly trading Skubal at the deadline last year?
Yeah.
I think we're maybe fans. We mentioned it early in the show, but, you know, there are the hardcore fans out there that see Wencel Perez as he is as a player right now, what he's doing for this team, and we really don't mention it that much or talk about it. Like, here's a guy right now. This is a fascinating story for this team this year. I think people say, Wencel Perez, he's just a role player. He's just going to be put in platoon situations. No, this guy's come on this team, and in 23 games has 13 extra base hits. He's got over 1,000 OPS. He hit fifth in the lineup last night. He made two great defensive plays.
He's crushing lefties, and he's always able to hit righties. So, it's a true switch hitter piece for them, yeah.
I mean, how do you not play him at this point?
Well, he's probably an everyday guy while he's hot, and they have no shortage of these guys who bubble up and step up. They're a much deeper baseball team than they were a year ago.
This is like this.
And he's part of it.
This could be a significant ad, small sample size, but he ain't going to keep at this pace. But think about what they've inserted into their lineup here potentially.
Yeah,
so as Torque starts to slump a little bit. I think maybe people sometimes get on us for not bringing up things like that, and instead we just scoff at it, and he's just a role player. You know, I said to you earlier off the air, I said maybe Jahmai Jones is this year's Andy Ibanez.
Sure, a guy who hits lefties, a specialist. He has a moment.
A guy who had a crucial hit in the playoffs last year.
No, if we were being negative, I mean, has anybody brought up Torkelson this month outside of a passing comment? No.
Maybe an eyebrow raise.
Yeah, but my point is I don't think we're actively hunting ways to tear down this baseball team. The way I've always approached it is when you're the best record in baseball, you're chasing a World Series. There's things we want them to get better at.
I'll do an I guilty as charged. Last week I was looking at Riley Green's strikeout.
Tom, he's hitting almost 400 in the month of June here.
Hey, I admit it.
Okay. All right.
I'm under oath.
He's got 100 strikeouts.
Damn negative media.
It's only 11 more than Aaron Judge. And so, I mean...
You're comparing him to Aaron Judge, you're crazy.
I know. In strikeouts.
Real quick, you brought up Perez. As he continues to hit and get a more stable role on this team, it's a good problem. Roster crunch. Vierling, if he comes back, who's the odd man out right now?
The list is 3 people, right? Sweeney, Jones,
And your guy?
Meadows.
Yeah. Lowest OPS of the bunch is Trey Sweeney.
It probably should be him.
Veerling plays probably more infield, given Perez his success right now.
And he's only a phone call away if an injury were to happen.
And Javi's the reason this is all possible, because you could just play him every day at short now.
Get that right, Javier, All-Star.
Sorry.
Javier, All-Star, yeah. Yeah, he'll play shortstop all the way up until the All-Star game, and then he'll move back to center field.
So
bizarre.
The other thing is Scooble. Tom, you put this bug in our ear pre-show.
This is not supposed to. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Pre-show. Easy, settle down. You just happen to look and see that Scooble may not start the All-Star game.
Am I being negative?
No, it's you just all you said is maybe we bring this up, maybe the audience cares, maybe they don't. You pointed out 5 pitchers in the AL alone have better ERAs. Now, I would counter with he has the best whip of the bunch, fewest walks of the bunch, only Crochet has more strikeouts. I still expect Scooble to start the All-Star game even with the last couple starts.
Let me be clear. I think he should start. That is my opinion.
Yes.
I'm just saying, I think we're all assuming he's going to be the starter. But if you look at the candidates, I don't know if that's a sure thing. Max Fried's having a good year. Crochet. Hunter Brown's got a sub-2 ERA in Houston.
Bubich, everybody's favorites in the mix too.
Scooble does have the best WAR and whip of pitchers.
Yeah, he should be. I think you were just putting it out on people's radar, and I think the city would be upset if he didn't start the All-Star game. For as much as we claim, we don't care about the accolades, we want to see him on the bump to start the All-Star
One of the local newspapers had Tigers might have 4 starters for the first time since '66 or something like that.
Name those Tigers.
And I was like, is this for sure? I know the voters, but I was like, well, Scooble's the 4th. Is that a given? And I started looking at the numbers. Did I commit sin?
John, we got a couple calls to get to, and then the food conversation. I know you're itching to talk food. You always are, and we will talk that after the Tiger fans get their voices heard. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Applied Innovation. The Tigers kicked off their series against the A's with a bang, 11-4 the final. The Bats certainly a huge part of the story as Kerry Carpenter hit his first homer since June 2nd. Dylan Dingler hit one of his own to put 3 on the board in a 5-run third. Riley Green also remained hot with 4 more knocks and 2 RBIs. How about the glove, though, of Wenzel Perez? Yeah, his second of the inning. School won 6, allowing 4 earned runs as well. Alex Lang's rehab was transferred to Toledo to continue things. He picked up a scoreless inning with 2 Ks, no hits, and no walks. The Pro-Am is underway at the Rocket Classic this morning. That started on time, but the fan gates open late at 10 as they clean up the grounds from yesterday's storm. Pistons president of basketball operations, Trajan Langdon, spoke to the media yesterday. Stoney asked him if the amount of key injuries around the league would change the team's approach this offseason. According to Pete Thamel, a decision on whether to expand the NCAA basketball tournament will be made in the coming weeks. And NBA star Kristaps Porzingis has been traded to Atlanta. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for more. Go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Oh, he said it. Trajan Langdon at the podium. We're going to get to it later this hour. So how does that sit with fans? Not going to be super aggressive, not pushing all the chips in. But what about the East and the injuries? We'll get to it. Got a food conversation to get into as well. Wrap up the convo on the Tigers. Brian and Livonia, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Good.
Good. So I wanted to throw something out there, see what you guys thought. And obviously, as fans, I guess we're in a great situation right now, and I think that's why we are being so nitpicky, is we see the potential for this team. So I don't think it's a negative thing to be having these conversations, but I wanted to throw something out there, and I don't know if this is even something that you have to consider doing immediately, but I was thinking, or I wanted to see what you guys were thinking. What about potentially looking for another place for Kerry Carpenter, of trading him off and seeing what you can get? Obviously, we love Kerry, and it's not because he's kind of in a little bit of a slump, but looking big picture, we've got Riley, we've got Parker. If we do have this star in Wenzel, and then if Max Clark is who we think that he could potentially be, I mean, that's 4 outfielders right there. And unless you plan on keeping Kerry just as a specific DH, if you look at the 5 guys right there, he's at the bottom of the totem pole when it comes to defensively. So I just wanted to see what you guys thought about that, of potentially looking for something to get something out of him. Again, I don't know if you need to do it right now.
I was going to say, I don't even know why this would come up right now. I mean, Max Clark is at least 2 years away from the big league ball club.
Yeah.
Carp is team control through 2029. I mean, yeah, maybe he doesn't get a long-term deal here if there's a squeeze down the road, but no,
I don't see any reason to do that now.
No. Or even really this offseason.
No.
Maybe like 3 years from now in an alternate universe where you have too many good players. Yeah.
We'll tackle that problem at that time.
All right. We'll get the abacus out then. 248-539-9797. John, food.
Yeah. And normally I'm all about the steak or the burger. But I saw this list, and it's a list of the top fast food chicken tenders. It seems to be everyone puts chicken tenders on their menu these days. Even Taco Bell has chicken tenders. Now, that is one of this group that I have not experienced, but I know you said
I've had them.
Yeah, we've got great experience with some of these restaurants, and obviously we've seen with the chicken sandwich has been a hot item over the past couple of years. Popeye's coming out with theirs. We know Chick-fil-A, but it's chicken tenders, and I'm not the expert on this one, but I do have an expert in our family, and that's Teddy. Chicken tenders are his main food group.
Yeah.
As it is with a lot of kids.
Yep.
And no matter where you go, it's, if you're at a sit-down restaurant, your kids' menu, the first thing on the list is chicken tenders. You go to any of these fast food joints, and it's chicken tenders. So I would like to know from our listeners in the area, now that we have a Raising Cane's here, some of them on this list we don't have in the area. But where is the best fast food chicken tender? And I'd like to hear from you about Taco Bell's chicken tenders.
I was surprised that they're on the menu, and I was surprised at how good they were.
Really?
Yeah. Now, I'm not going to say they're the greatest chicken nugget tender I've ever had, but I went into it with a very low bar, and I thought, yeah, this is passable.
Yeah.
This is like actual good fast food chicken. I wouldn't put it ahead of things like Popeyes. I haven't had Raising Cane's, but I wouldn't put it ahead of Popeyes. Do you have the list in front of you?
I do. And so I'll start from the bottom. They got 13 on this one. And again, some of them aren't available here. Whataburger, not available here, is at 13. Cookout, I've not even heard of that one.
No, I've never heard of
that's at 12. Smash Burger at 11. Sonic at 10. Now I'm surprised it's at 10. Popeyes at 9. Bojangles at 8. KFC at 7. Their specialty is obviously chicken. McDonald's at 6. Taco Bell at 5. Chick-fil-A at 4. Wingstop at 3, which is exploding in this area, which is really good. Zaxby's at 2, and Raising Cane's comes in, leading the bunch with in this individual's Erin McDowell, who is
Business Insider. She did the work for us, but we know you guys are doing the work every day out here eating this stuff too. So,
where's the best chicken tenders?
She has the last name. She didn't put McDowell's on the list.
Want to have some level of objectivity here.
Yes. No, McDowell's is what's the movie?
Coming to America.
Coming to America. Yes, thank you. Yes. The Golden Arches.
Wendy's not on here.
No, Wendy's. I was curious too because does Wendy's still have the chicken fries?
No, not
They
that I
don't
think
have
so.
them anymore.
I thought Burger King did chicken fries.
No, I think Wendy's did it for a little
Maybe they
while.
both
Yeah,
did,
yeah. And the chicken fries, I liked the ease of eating it on the go, but they were terrible.
I guess Wendy's doesn't do tenders; they do nuggets.
Yeah,
But
What about Arby's? Do they have
I have not been to an
Tenders?
Arby's in years.
they
I only
have
go for their
tenders.
what is it their Jamocha shake.
curly fries?
Yeah, curly fries are good. Yeah.
they have
Since
like a chicken sandwich at Arby's. It's pretty
Okay.
good.
Raising Cane's to me is the best on this list.
You've had it.
I've had it. I've had many Raising Cane's. Even before they were here, anytime we would travel with the baseball and softball tournaments, even the basketball tournaments, you go to the South, whether it's Kentucky, Tennessee. Tennessee has the Whataburgers. I've tried theirs. But the Raising Cane's, to me, with the way that they fry them, the breading on them, it's a little bit lighter than some, is to me the best.
So
and I don't want this to get into debate because some people will talk about the Raising Cane's dipping sauce.
You're saying without sauce
I'm just
factored
without
in.
sauce factored in. Yes, you actually have to kiss your partner. You don't have sauces in this topic here.
Did you see the lines for the Raising Cane's when they first made their way to our
yeah,
area?
Lisa. The one that opened on Ford Road is not far from our house.
Yeah.
So Lisa would go over there every once in a while, and there were times where we would drive by and be like, "That's insane." No, but the lines have diminished. You don't have to wait 45 minutes to get your order anymore. They're doing a really good job, and I think Raising Cane's, to me, it is appropriately at number one.
Are you counting variations? Like I like Popeyes, but I'll get the spicy. And it's not a sauce. It's part of how the chicken is seasoned and then breaded.
So the spice is fine, but it's the issue is when it comes down to me is how much breading is there versus actual chicken. Because a lot of them will, cake on the breading, and you're trying to find where is the chicken actually in this. That's why not a huge fan of the KFC ones because I just think they're overbreaded. There you go.
I do think KFC's overbreaded. We'll get the people on this. 248-539-9797. Everybody's doing chicken nuggets, chicken tenders. Even Taco Bell is in on the game now. You guys are eating it. What's the best out there? Chad, Ann Arbor, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning.
What's up?
Good morning.
I got a Midwestern classic that should be on the list, and that's Culver's.
See, the Culver's ones to me they're too hard.
Oh,
I
disagree. I just love their ranch too. I'm just a big Culver's fan in general.
I like the Butterburger. I don't think I've ever had chicken tenders there.
Oh, like I said, we always get chicken tenders, and I always end up eating some of Teddy's, and they're okay, but
all right.
Thanks, Rieger. But what is it about the Culver's ones that you like so much?
I just like the quality of the chicken, to be honest. Because some of these places, it's questionable chicken. So
yeah, have you had the spicy
quality
ones at the Culver's?
I haven't, but I am a big fan of spicy, so I'm sure I would enjoy it.
Okay, yeah.
Some ticket texts that have been pouring in. Full disclosure, guys, the Taco Bell chicken tenders are really good. The avocado ranch burrito with the tenders is fantastic, but my go-to is Wingstop.
Wingstop, yeah. I would put them ahead of Zaxby's. I've had Zaxby's before, and they're good, but to me they're not Wingstop. Chick-fil-A, I like the nuggets, but the tenders just don't do it for me.
Culver's chicken strips, surprisingly great. Culver's tenders, a lot of Culver's love.
Yeah, Culver's menu is great.
Says, I don't expect it to be on the list because I'm not sure it's big enough yet, but without a doubt, Savvy Sliders chicken tenders are number one for me. Chicken Shack, that's James in Rochester Hills. Lee's Chicken, Dave's Hot Chicken. Let us know, 248-539-9797. John with the observation and the rankings. Raising Cane's really number one? Let us know. It's 97.1.
Yeah, in sports, when you're sidelined by an injury, it is personal. And the same goes for life. That's where personal injury attorney David Feminino steps in. And trust me, after an accident, you need an attorney who's going to make it personal. That's someone is David Femininio. He uses the slogan, "Get David, get paid." It's not just a slogan to him. It's a promise to take care of you. So if you or somebody you know has been injured, you need to tell him to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Lit up the phones. We'll get to your calls here in a second. Looking at the ticket text that Tom brought in. The first one says, we got 4 GMs not taking chances, and this is the radio we're doing? Mike in Royal Oak. People have opinions on chicken.
Yeah.
And we'll get to Trajan Langdon's comments later in the hour.
Mm-hmm. Feel free to call.
Would love to see the same level of interest in that conversation as the best chicken tenders in Metro Detroit. Is what it is, baby. You have the list. It's Men's Journal that posted this, right?
Yeah, and it's, again, I'll just give you the top 5. Top 5 are Raising Cane's, Zaxby's, Wingstop, Chick-fil-A, and Taco Bell.
Which is the latest to get into the chicken tender chicken game. Let's get to Don in Detroit. Don, good morning.
Hey, good morning, fellas. How's it going?
Good. How you doing?
Good, man. I'm cool, man. Hey, about the chicken, I think that top 5 might have to be revised. There's some brands, man, that are traveling, and I think Crispy Crunchy should be in that top 5 somewhere, man.
Where do you find Crispy Crunchy?
They're all through the South. They're even up here in the metro area. I think there's one on like Shaner and like 696, but they're all around.
Oh, we have them. Yeah, I'm looking it up right now. We got like 3.
I haven't
like
seen
a short
those.
drive from where we are right now. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll have to check it out. I've never tried it.
What's good about the Crispy Crunchy ones?
I heard you talking about that batter.
Yeah.
And they're not overly battered, and they're nice size, man. You get a lot of chicken. The seasoning's there.
It says Cajun.
It's got like a little spice to it too. Not overwhelming, but it's pretty cool, man.
Okay.
The official fried chicken of the Boston Red Sox, for those that are curious. It always gets back to. Let's get to Jack in Chesterfield. Jack, what's up?
Hey, boys. I'm a student at Michigan State University in East Lansing.
Sorry.
And we got please, don't we got a number of chicken options down there in downtown East Lansing, and I'll tell you that there's absolutely nothing better than coming home wasted at 1 a.m. and shoving your face full of greasy goodness from Raising Cane's. There's absolutely nothing better. That's all I got to say.
Okay.
All right, that's a
Jack,
vote for
I'll take you. Yeah, Raising Cane's.
Cane's.
I would agree with them, and I hate to agree with Spartans, but I would agree. Raising Cane's, top of the list.
Jonas in Utica, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Good. Yeah, talking chicken, you got to mention Dave's Hot Chicken. I think they clear everything on that list. And that surprises me, the guy from EL, Sparty, he would choose Cane's over Dave's. Shocks me.
Well, I mean, he's obviously shown a lack of judgment to begin with. So
Yeah. For many reasons.
So Dave's Hot Chicken, I have not. I know that they've been popping up around town here. I have not had Dave's Hot Chicken chicken tenders. What is it? Is it a seasoning? Is it a breading?
It is. Yeah, it's a Nashville style. So if you're gonna rank them based on no sauce, no spice, it's all spiced. So that's why I like it. But
Okay.
You get no spice on your tender. Still, the breading's super flavorful, really crispy. Cornstarch, slurry, whatever they're using, it's so good.
Okay.
The best.
All right, I'll have to try those out.
Couple ticket texts. Says, I would say Wendy's spicy chicken is the best. Chick-fil-A chicken nuggets are the best. And for tenders, it's Raising Cane's.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of for the Chick-fil-A tenders. Whenever I've had those, because Teddy will, he'll kind of go between the chicken. We usually get the chicken nuggets for him. Love the nuggets, but the tenders always come out to me feeling like they're a little overdone. Like the breading is a little bit, it's just, I don't want to say burned, but it kind of has that, it's on the verge of being burned.
Yeah. Popeye's chicken tenders, I think criminally underrated. They're 9th on the list you had.
Okay.
I'm a fan of the Popeye's chicken tenders. Grilled nuggets at Chick-fil-A. We're not doing grilled chicken here, guys.
No,
I get it. It's healthier. It's not part of this conversation.
Blah, blah, blah.
I know. I know. Technically, you're doing the nuggets / tenders. Me and Greg universally agree on this. When the Popeye's spicy chicken sandwich came out and was the big hit and creating lines all over the place, we both agree we've never quite enjoyed something chicken related like that in our lives. It was so good.
Really? I've never had it.
Dude.
You're talking about like it's like a religious awakening that you guys.
My mouth is watering thinking about it right now.
So now is there? What's on that burger?
They had the pickles, and that whole thing fad stated with their spicy sauce. And
Yeah.
What else was on it, Greg?
Is there
Do you
cheese on
remember?
it?
Something else? I don't remember.
No.
I don't think so.
No. I think I remember one having like a spicy pepper jack cheese on it. Maybe that's the new one at Chick-fil-A. I can't remember.
I mean, this was that thing that happened like 5 to 7 years ago.
Yeah.
Like that. I think it's
Oh,
pre-COVID.
I remember. It was a whole
Oh, yeah. It was,
phenomenon.
the one over here on Telegraph.
Yeah.
I mean, it was backed up onto the road.
Come up on Ticket Text. I want to give the floor to Victor to make the sales pitch. Victor in Livonia, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Love the show.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I don't know if anybody else is going to bring this up, but the Dairy Queen, the grill and chill locations, they got some great chicken tenders, and they might be the only restaurant that offers the country style dipping sauce. So I just think it's great. That was my 2 cents. Love the show, guys.
Appreciate it. DQ.
Yeah. I don't like your take, but appreciate you loving the show. The Dairy Queen ones, I've had them once. I'll never have them again.
Yeah, they're nothing special. Brendan, Clinton Township, what's up?
Good morning, gentlemen. I listen to the show every morning. Love it.
Thank you.
So I have an unpopular opinion, and I haven't heard it yet, but the Coop at Little Caesars Arena, their honey mustard, along with like the chicken tenders, are so good. They're just big enough, and they're crispy. I absolutely love them. Have you tried them?
I've had them.
I
I
think those are
don't
the
I don't
best.
share this passionate. They're fine for arena chicken tenders.
Yeah.
I always get grilled for them, but I don't know. Those are the best for me.
I mean, I went to probably 20 plus Red Wing games last year.
Yeah.
I got them at 2 or 3. I mean, it wasn't like, oh, I got to go to the Coop
Yeah.
and get my chicken tenders.
The one that's not on this list that I know we hit frequently is Shake Shack. Shake Shack they've got really good tenders. And when some of the breading does fall off, if you're willing to go ahead and get all of the crumbs as well, because you just don't want to miss a bite, that to me is a sign of a really good just flavor, spice, texture. It just ended up, it's kind of, to me, I'd go Raising Cane's. Zaxby's is really good. I'd keep those probably at 2. Wingstop, and then I would go Shake Shack. It's weird to have a burger joint have really good tenders. But hey, there's burger joints on here. Other burger joints. There's a taco joint on here.
Taco Bell top 5.
Yeah.
Incredible. No limits. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, that was a fun conversation, guys.
When was the last time you had a chicken tender?
Probably before high school, like middle school was probably the last time I've had a chicken tender. I used to eat them when I was a kid.
Yeah. So when did you go
High school.
chicken and red meat free?
In high school.
In high school?
Yeah.
Really?
So I couldn't tell you. I was like, everything you were saying was foreign to me. I'm like, I don't know what you're saying. I've never been to these places. I've never had a chicken tender there.
You could give us the best chicken tenders from 02.
How about fish sticks?
Well, I haven't had a fish stick in a long time either. That would have been like elementary school, maybe. The frozen kind out of the freezer. Yeah. Guys, did you hear who the Tigers signed to a minor league deal? Did you hear about this guy?
I did.
Maybe.
Korean League standout. Woo Suk Go. Phenomenal name, eh?
Yes.
26 years old, right-hander, agreed to terms with the Tigers less than a week after being released from the Miami Marlins. Like I said, standout closer in Korea. He had signed a 2-year, $4.5 million deal with the Padres, but was then traded 4 months later to the Marlins and obviously then released, and now here we go.
He's in Detroit, or at least in Toledo. Yes, Greg?
Bullpen's covered.
Yes, there we go. Yes. I would like to hear him called up and have Dan.
Oh, yeah.
Talk about Woo-Suk Go.
Yeah.
Like, I guess I would open it up. Like, are we actually saying his name correctly?
Maybe not.
I have no idea.
idea.
I couldn't even find it on YouTube. Like, to hear other.
You were looking up like Korean
Well, I
baseball.
mean, go has to be.
Go is go.
Yeah, I mean,
Go
it's
is
G-O.
go.
Yeah. But
Right?
I'm not sure.
Like, there's no, what else do you say? It can't be anything else. That's got to be right. Woo? W-O?
Yeah. And then is it
S-U-K, right?
S-U-K.
Yeah.
Could be Suk. Could be.
Woo-Suk Go. I have no
I don't
idea.
know either.
Anyway,
Yes.
Pete Rose. So he passed away last September at the age of 83, but A-Rod believes that he could have lived at least another 5 years had he been inducted into the Hall of Fame, or at least been told that, hey,
He was going to be in the Hall of Fame.
yeah. So yeah, he shared his feelings during this appearance. Let's see, this was on WFAN at Fanatics Fest over the weekend.
So if he didn't bet on baseball, he would have lived 5 more years.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously huge controversy over that, especially with the new developments of being able to bet so freely in so many different states.
Yeah, but players still can't.
No, players still can't. There is an NCAA rule that might be adjusted, and I think it's going to be voted on this week, where college athletes and coaches, for that matter, anybody involved in college sports, are going to be allowed to bet on professional sports. It's never been allowed, and so much more betting is happening. Yes, he bet on his own games, as I understand it, never bet against himself. But when you're on the outside looking in for something that you loved, yeah, it is a lonely feeling. I don't know if that ended up, if he would have lived longer or not, but
Some would say he died of a broken heart.
yeah, that's very sad.
I got one more quick one real quick. Comedian Shane Gillis will be hosting the ESPYs on July 16th. So he's currently in the middle of this international stand-up comedy tour going over like 40 cities. But he says that he is excited to be at the ESPYs. And he says, I like quotes. I like sports. So this should be a good time. And that's kind of what the producer of the ESPYs said. Like, we chose him. Not only is he a funny guy, one of the top comedians today, but he's also a huge sports fan. So
Yeah, I was going to say, I think he's funny. I think he fits the audience. He's very, like, guy comedy. I think that's an easy win for the ESPYs. I know some people don't like him. I like him. I think he's funny. It's Heather with the news. All right, coming up next, Trajan Langdon. Do you support the plan? Not putting all the chips in, not being super aggressive. I applaud it. I think everybody's lumping the Pistons in with the other teams in town. We'll talk about it next, 97.1.
Well, you wait for summer all year long. It's that feeling of freedom, trading work for sunshine and getting back to what you love. Summer is all about making memories. At Verizon, we're celebrating you. You deserve to kick off summer feeling refreshed, connected, and ready for anything. This year, summer starts early with incredible value only at Verizon. Amplify your summer with amazing deals on the latest phones, smartwatches, and accessories that keep you connected wherever you go. Verizon has you covered with the network America relies on. And to make the summer feeling even sweeter, just for walking in, you're going to receive free summer essentials. That's right. Simply visit any Verizon location across the country and pick up your complimentary summer goodie. Our way of saying thanks. But don't wait. These in-store freebies are only available through June 30th or while supplies last. So before you hit the beach or fire up that grill, make your first stop your nearest Detroit Verizon store today. Discover amazing deals, get connected on the network you can trust, and grab your free summer essential. That's Verizon.
97.1, good morning. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Govin Greg behind the glass, Jeremy Otto on the updates this morning. Name to watch for the Red Wings. Get to that in the 9 o'clock hour. Whether Yzerman will do anything about it, I don't know, but it's being discussed as a name for the Red Wings ahead of free agency. And with the draft coming up this week, you have that 13th pick that could be a nice trade piece. John, I hope we can match the excitement of chicken tenders with our next conversation here.
Well, I mean, we had people text in. Oh, we got, all of these GMs with big decisions to make. Yeah, we're talking chicken tenders. Now we're giving the opportunity. Trajan Langdon.
You might want to call him chicken. He doesn't want to do very much. I will defend what he said yesterday, but we should play it for people. This is Trajan Langdon. That lets the air out of the balloon. That's not a sexy thing to say. It's probably not a popular thing to say. But I applaud him because it's the right thing to say. 2 years ago, the Thunder had a losing record. They had no idea that J-Dub would turn into this all-defense, all-NBA caliber player next to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Shai had made his first All-Star game. The Pistons have a player in Cade Cunningham worth building around. They have Jaden Ivey, who shot 40% from three last year. Want to see if that can round out. Asar Thompson didn't get ramped up really until late in the season because of the blood clots. Want to see where his game goes. Duren, look, he's a piece for this team too on the defensive end and really showed in the second half of the season that he's a player you're intrigued by. He left himself an out, right? I don't think if someone stupid like Portland wants to get ripped off, we'll do business. But margins are what OKC did. Caruso and Hartenstein. Margins. Look, the Kristaps Porzingis trade yesterday. If you wanted them to be in on that, that's a margins move. They'll still upgrade, but they're not going to mortgage everything for next year. They're not going to do the Durant deal, which, by the way, the Suns lost both ends of, buying and selling.
Yeah. Here's what I think about when we do this conversation, this topic of what are the big moves the Pistons could make. And we've talked about it with Giannis. We've talked about it with Booker. I mean, Jaren Jackson Jr., all of these conversations have come up. The best trade piece that the Pistons have is Jaden Ivey. Mm-hmm. As soon as we include Jaden Ivey in any of these trades, everybody calls in and says, oh, whoa. No, you can't let Jaden Ivey go. We want to see what he and Cade look like together. Well, if that's the case, then you should be okay with what we're saying. You can't just put together a trade for Giannis and think, well, we'll send you Duren and 4 firsts for Giannis. Okay, that would be a huge win for the Pistons. Milwaukee's never going to do it. You're going to have to give up all of these players, these young players that a lot of people want to see develop, if you're going to go get a Booker or a Giannis or Jaren Jackson Jr. But as soon as you say Jaden Ivey, whoa. I don't think there's anybody protected. I'm okay with being patient. I'm okay with the Lions being patient, the Tigers being patient. The one I'm not, the patience has run out with the Wings. That's a little bit of a different conversation because it's been a longer timeline. But for what we're seeing with Trajan Langdon, his ability last year to add on the margins was a great benefit to Cade, and it ended up getting you into the postseason.
Yeah, I would say Beasley was a margins move.
Yes.
In season, you could point out Schroeder was a margins move. Now, I think they need some front court shooting, and it should be addressed this summer. But you used the word patience. And let's just acknowledge this is a broader conversation. Pistons fans are Lions fans. They're Tigers fans, and the Red Wing fans. If you want to lump the Pistons in with the other three teams, I think it's a mistake. Langdon's been on the job 1 year. Steve Yzerman has been on the job 7. Little more urgency for Steve. Mm-hmm. In the case of the Lions, they were in the NFC title game and a 15-win season following that. They are in a different stratosphere than the Pistons. The Tigers, there's no salary cap. They have the best record in all of baseball. That is not where the Pistons are. The Pistons are at the stage where you can justify patience, where you can see if Ivy and Thompson and Duran complement Cade Cunningham for another season. None of them are getting extended this offseason. I'd be surprised if they were. They are going to take this year to see if they can have an OKC leap. And if they don't, all these conversations are still possible at the trade deadline and next year. But what you don't need to do is mortgage your future to chase a one-year window of a championship. Or gut your entire roster to be bloated with 2 players. That's not what's winning right now in the NBA. The homegrown model is what works. The homegrown model is what OKC did. It's what the Denver Nuggets did. It's what Boston did. They did add, but not their best 2 players. Tatum and Brown were drafted. Go back through Golden State, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, Steph Curry. They added Durant to a team that had already won 73 games. Homegrown is what's worked the last decade in the NBA. And Trajan Langdon had the audacity to say the unpopular thing out loud. I'll applaud him for it. He's been the most honest general manager. He's proven he can upgrade on the margins. He provided an environment for these young players to grow last season. I do not have an issue with what he said.
No, and I'm not going to sit here and argue that Jaden Ivey, a healthy Jaden Ivey in the progression is going to be Devin Booker. Like that's not going to happen. But if you were to make that trade and throw in all the other players and draft picks that have to go with it, or Giannis or Jaren Jackson Jr., what are you going to have to do after you put any of those guys with Cade? You're going to have to add on the margins because you do have to field 5.
Well, 7 or 8 even on a good team.
Right.
Yeah.
And so where are the other ones coming from?
248-539-9797. Look, we can ask you what your favorite chicken tender is. I'd like to talk about our basketball team that has a big offseason in front of them and direct quotes from the president of basketball operations saying, we are not going to be super aggressive. Flat out. He said, we're not going to put all our chips in. We can play that audio too. This question from Stoney, given the injuries in the East, we'll play it for you. It's from the man's mouth.
He's got a clear roadmap of how they want to get from point A when he took over a team that was a 14-win team to what the ultimate goal is to win a championship.
Do you support Trajan Langdon saying we're not going to be super aggressive, we're going to upgrade on the margins, we're not putting all our chips in, we're going to rely and lean on our internal development? Does it bother you? Do you support the plan? And yes, we understand that this is a familiar refrain. We can have the broader conversation. Are you frustrated with the conservative approach of all of the teams? It's 97-1.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch all the great sporting events. And right now, baseball season in full swing. But you got to start thinking about football season. That great place is Stadium Swim. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view, no matter if you're poolside, in the pool, in a cabana of their massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
That's Trajan Langdon. It's not popular to say those things out loud to your fan base, but it's honest.
Is it?
It's honest.
Well, okay, we did this topic earlier. We're doing it now. And if you disagree with the path that Trajan Langdon is choosing for this offseason, shoot us a text, give us a call. And that's where I'm curious, because
so you actually think this is what people wanted to hear?
It seems like it. If they're not going to, if
tell
we're
us
not
that
going to
then.
hear anything,
then call in and support the man. I mean, the guy's only been on the job a year. I think he's done a phenomenal job turning this thing around. He's provided the environment for the young players to grow. He wants to keep doing it while adding on the margins, which is what he did a year ago, adding Beasley. I'd say Tobias is a margin move, a short-term deal, not an all-star caliber player. He did the same thing with Schroeder at the deadline last season. They need to add a little more front court shooting, but they're going to do this on the backs of Kate Cunningham, Jaden Ivey, Asar Thompson, and Jalen Duren. And in a year's time, if they don't have a number two, they haven't locked any of them up, they can pivot accordingly. But watching what Oklahoma City did and what Denver did and what Valenti's Celtics did, you should be trying to do this with a cheaper nucleus that develops together. Adding on the margins is okay. It's actually the preferred way in today's NBA with the aprons. And I won't bore people with the calculus of the apron taxes, but that's the reality of today's NBA.
So let me bring up good margin and bad margin ads in Detroit. Good margin ad, Gleyber Torres.
Yes.
He added a starting all-star second baseman.
Mm-hmm.
They pluck somebody.
Bad margins would be Alex Cobb.
Or Davenport.
See, and this is where we rope all the teams in, and that's why I think this conversation's hard to like solo and ISO Piston fans, because they are also Lions fans and Tiger fans and Red Wing fans. Texter says, when are our teams going to get a big fish? I'm tired of the homegrown outlook the GMs have. Get ready for a first-round bounce, NBA fans. Steve in a car. But I think people are misplacing the frustration with, why won't Brad go get another edge, to Trajan Langdon, whose team is not competing for an NBA championship right now. And it's not Steve Yzerman, who's been sitting here in that seat for 6-7 years. They're going to celebrate 100 years of Red Wing hockey, and they may be also celebrating 10 years without the postseason. It's a different conversation. See, there's got to be nuance to it. It can't just be all the teams need to add the stars always, all the time. I know that often is where Mike ends up.
Well,
and I've done shows with him. Go add Tyreek Hill. Go add Ben Simmons. Go add this. Go add. For some teams, it makes more sense. For the Red Wings, we got to start seeing it. For our other teams who are close to a championship, put a piece over the top. Do what Detroit teams used to do. Add Rasheed Wallace. Add Brendan Shanahan. Where the Pistons are right now, I don't think they should be lumped in with the other teams in the city in terms of impatience.
Well, and here's the other thing. We're building trust in Trajan Langdon. I don't know that you can have a whole lot of trust because there's just not a lot of track record to lean on. Yes, he did take this team from a 14-win team, added Beasley, added Tobias Harris, added Hardaway Jr., but they weren't huge ads. In fact, they were ads that he was hoping to sell at the trade deadline.
Yeah.
And so now he's telling us that he wants to continue to let the young guys develop. He's talking about, and we could use the same terms as Scott Harris. I don't want to block the young guys. I don't necessarily know that that's the same concept, but it's the same path.
It's a little different. The Tigers had made the playoffs. They had won a playoff series. They were a game away from the conference finals, the ALCS.
Now, but before that, the whole conversation going into last year was you're not adding Chapman, you're not adding a bat, you're not adding anything, and his comment was, well, we don't want to block players.
Yeah, no salary cap in baseball. I think baseball is a separate conversation.
There's intricacies in every one of the pro sports and how you construct the team, how long it takes to develop these players. And the player acquisition.
I just say this about baseball quick, though. Analytically, you can pluck marginal players better than any.
And they've done that. That's their bullpen.
Yes.
Last year especially. This year we want to see them do it again. Recreate that bullpen, probably at the deadline. Texter says, we spent 5 years tanking just to blow up our exciting core to put a superstar in an empty team. I want to see what the young Bucks can do. I like what Langdon said. John, maybe you're right. Maybe it's not sexy, but also what people wanted to hear. Because it's not sexy, but the early returns on the ticket text, people like this.
Yeah.
Let's get to Walter in Warren. Walter, good morning.
Good morning. How we doing?
Good.
What's up?
Good. So, here, Cookies, to your point, like, I think each of these teams needs to be looked at different. what Trajan Langdon is saying, after a year removed from a 14-win season, look, we made drastic steps. We're at a point where we almost made it to the conference finals without Beef Stew, without Jaden Ivey, and now these teams that we're contending with, they're even worse than they were this year. So there's absolutely no point to push all the chips in after year one to try to go for it all now when you have a team that potentially could do it. I mean, we could catch lightning in a bottle. Who knows, right? Ultimately, we have to let this thing play out. The core is there. We have a bona fide superstar leading the way. The pieces are around him. Now it's about refining that roster, getting guys that aren't going to disappear and start missing their threes when they made the most in the NBA season, the regular season.
Looking at you, Malik Beasley. Yeah.
Exactly. And so it's that consistency piece that we need to get to. Now,
and it was good that they got a taste of the playoffs looking at you, Steve Yzerman. It's important that your team gets a little bit of that taste because now you are better positioned for the next go-round.
Exactly. And experience, I think, is more valuable for a young core like we have with the Pistons than any potential superstar, a KD, a Giannis, it would have brought here. Because next thing you know, I mean, we've seen it. Look at what Phoenix did. Ish takes over the team. He puts all the chips in on a team that made it to the NBA Finals, and then what?
Yeah.
And now they're losing in both scenarios.
Yeah, they lost on the trade adding Durant, and I think they lost on the trade getting rid of Durant.
And again, I think we do the thing where we compare the teams. It's like these are completely different sports.
Yeah.
Okay. There's completely different timelines for each and every single one of these teams. Now, if Trajan is saying this after 5 years of, well, we got to continue to let these guys develop, different story.
If he's pulling an Iser plan 5 years from now, we're definitely going to treat this differently.
Yeah. So if we start mocking Trajan with the term margins, just like we do with Yzerman?
You get where this is going to go. Look, I'm going to give a name at 9 o'clock that's been floated out there for the Red Wings and for Red Wing fans to consider.
A new one?
A new name. Yeah, I feel like there's no shortage of options. I'm just trying to take the excuses away. Because I feel like there have been these excuses for why the Wings haven't broken through. Mm-hmm. There are names out there. We'll present another one after the update. Let's get to Jay in Detroit. Jay, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Well, the last caller stole my thunder. I think everything he said I was going to say, and I agree with Langdon, too. You know, we turned that team around within a year. We ought to see what we have. Jaden Ivey coming back. We didn't have Beef Stew during the playoffs, so
right.
And we were right there. Like I said, we could have been in New York or Indiana. We could have been right there.
Well, but that's why the other side says go add the piece. If you already think you're in the East, potential East
right
finalist,
there,
then just go add the piece. But you're saying you're right there with these dudes. See if these dudes can get it done without nuking the future.
Exactly.
I'm with you.
And what piece? We don't need another bad attitude here, which comes with some superstars. We got a good nucleus. We got a good group of guys working together.
And Jay, if they reach the point where they cap out next year, whether that they win a series or two, when they cap out and they realize this is as far as we can go, you can add Hartenstein and Caruso the way the Thunder did after a second-round exit. You know, I keep using Valenti Celtics because he's the proponent of go get the big fish. They had Brown and Tatum. If you want to go out and add the Drew Holiday, right? I mean, you want to add Porzingis. I think those are more margin moves. Those aren't superstar, all-star moves. Mm-hmm. Those are margin moves. You can make those moves still. 248-539-9797. My favorite ticket text. I just glanced down at this. Greg, you'll love this one. Yeah, Jim. Pistons got in the playoffs only to get bounced in 6 games. Joke's on them. Signed Iserbot 375-92636. We'll talk hockey next. 97.1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. And note if you're heading to the Rocket Classic Pro-Am today, fan gates have been delayed at 10 a.m. after yesterday's storms at Detroit Golf Club. The Rocket confirmed there were no downed trees, but the delay will help them clean up limbs and other debris. The Pro-Am itself still teeing off right now as we speak in groups. One of the more fun groups featuring the Lions special teamers long snapper Hogan Hatton, punter Jack Fox, and kicker Jason Hansen alongside Jake Bates. The Tigers beat the A's 11-4 in Game 1 of the series. The contest began in a rain delay. What else is new there? The Athletics took a pair of leads between the first and second. Detroit exploded for 5 runs in the third. Dylan Dingler had the biggest blow. School Bowl started and looked a little bit more human than normal, allowing 6 hits and 4 earned runs and 6 innings of work. The NBA draft starts tonight. As of now, the Pistons don't have a first-round selection. Trajan Langdon addressed their general approach. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, John. Big 2 weeks for Steve Yzerman. It's been written about in the Free Press. I know we've talked about it in Crosstalk with Gator. Mike and Rico have hit on it. Come on now, Yzerman, do something about it. And, you know, I have an emotional attachment to this hockey team that may or may
and
not
a financial attachment.
It may or may not be unhealthy on both fronts. Hey, 100-year celebration.
We're allowed to be fans, too.
And we are. I try to look for ways that this team could get better. The 13th pick, not going to contribute, maybe ever, certainly not for several years. That should be dangled aggressively by Steve Yzerman, okay? Free agency. I already know we're going to hear about term and the cost going up with the cap going up. The Florida guys may all stay in Florida. Marner, probably going to go to Vegas if you believe the tea leaves. They might not get a big free agent fish. But there's still no excuse. There are trades to be made. Yzerman made a name for himself with good drafting in Tampa, guys like Point and Kucherov outside the first round, but also making big trades, bold trades. Noah Dobson is the latest name I'd like to float out to people. He's 25 years old. He's a restricted free agent for the New York Islanders. Last year was a down year. The year before was a 70-point producer. They don't grow on trees. The Islanders have the permission to rebuild. They have the number 1 pick. He's available. Daily Faceoff is a hockey site. Writers spoke about 6 teams that make sense for Noah Dobson. And the one he thought made the most sense, John, you guessed it, are Detroit Red Wings.
And why is that, Jim?
Because in his mind, we have the urgency, we have the cap space, we have the prospects, we have the means to pull this off. And he said you could put Pellikka as a centerpiece. If you don't want to, you could put Danielson as a centerpiece. If you don't want to, you have 2 young goalies. Pick one of them. John, they have their first. They have future firsts.
Yeah.
They have seconds. They have this prospect pool. You could throw Berggren in as a young NHL-ready piece, not as a centerpiece, but you have the means to do this. The ominous thing, though, is he ends the article with, the Wings have the need, urgency, cap space, and just as importantly from the Islanders, assets to get a deal done as long as Yzerman is willing to pay up. Famous last words.
Right.
As long as Yzerman is willing to pay up. This hockey team will be upgraded and we'll have a better, younger, talented hockey team in the postseason next year as long as Yzerman is willing to pay up.
So when you're acquiring a guy that's 25, you can't be, I don't think you should be worried about term.
No.
Because if it's an 8-year deal, if it's a 7-year deal, if it's a 9-year deal.
8's the most.
Right.
And it would be probably 7 with, trade.
Right. And so if that's the case, he's 32. You're not going to have wasted years. Now, I know he's coming off an injury.
But 100 block shots each of the last 4 seasons. He's not, a
how much does that injury affect the contract that he's going to get this year?
That's the toughest thing with the Dobson thing. Reportedly, he wanted more than $11 million, which for context, Sider is 8.5. 11.5 is ridiculous for Dobson. I wonder if last year
brings it down just a little bit.
Puts the lid on it, and maybe some of it's posturing to get out of New York. Hey, I'll stay here, but it's going to cost an arm and both legs. Yzerman wouldn't do it without an extension. No team would. But he'd be a player who'd lock in on your top four. You'd have your right side is Seider and Dobson.
Mm-hmm.
You have a potent, young, right shot defensemen are rare to get. You'd have two very good ones. And then Edvinson's on the left side, and you fill in accordingly. That's a much better hockey team next year. It fits the timeline. They'd have to give up a couple picks and pay the price. I'm getting to the point, though, where when is that going to be the direction of the organization?
It's the blue line. It's defense. It's the ability to add a guy that can operate on both ends. But what did we say one of the biggest needs of this team is? Especially if you're going into it, and we have no idea what they're doing in goal.
Yeah.
But you're trying to find a way to make your goalies better by making the defense better. It seems like this one, I don't know that it falls in your lap.
No.
But it feels like if you have the biggest war chest to go and make a trade, and it's not like he's doesn't have this in his past. He doesn't have it in his past here in Detroit, but you mentioned it. In Tampa.
I mean, he traded his captain in Tampa at one point, Martin St. Louis, a franchise hero who had won a Stanley Cup. And I'm not trying to invoke the Larkin conversation. I don't bring that up for that reason. I just mean this guy used to make more aggressive trades.
So it's right there. And is the timing right? It seems like everything is falling into place for it to be this year, that they make, whether it's a trade, it's some form of big acquisition to improve this roster.
The alternative is they take a player at 13 of Swedish descent who will be here in 4 years. They add more Kops and Comfers and Hulls in free agency. Don't buy out Hull or Tarasenko. Roll out another team that's going to fight and miss the playoffs next year, all while we wait for exclusive growth from within.
I don't know what they do with Hull. I don't believe there's a world where Tarasenko's here for another year. I mean, both sides don't want it.
And there's smoke out there.
Yeah. And so
it's just going to be, does Steve buy him out? Does he trade him? Does he have to attach a pick to him?
Well, we've seen him do that before.
Future considerations are coming back, baby. Starting on the blue line. Future considerations.
But it's an opportunity. And here's where it gets exciting. If this is going to happen, it can happen at any time, but most likely it happens before the draft. When's the draft?
Friday.
So we are, just over 48 hours from this being a possibility. It could happen at any point. And not only would it be the trade, but you would also see the contract that goes with it. And now you can start having a vision for the future. I think that's what everybody wants, just a vision. The vision hasn't been working, and nobody believes in the vision.
The stat I heard after the Stanley Cup stopped me in my tracks. The Florida Panthers won the Cup with only 20% of their roster drafted by the organization. That's extreme, but it paints the picture. Building a hockey team is not exclusively draft and develop. I like Casper. I like Seider. I like Raymond. I like Edvinsson. I don't know if any of these goalies are going to pan out. I don't know when Pellikka is going to be here, knowing the organization. Not this year. Danielson, who knows if it'll be this year. You can't rely exclusively on those guys. You've been here long enough. You put your roots down. You've got your young players. You've extended many of your young players, Seider and Raymond, Larkin, DeBrincat, guys in their 20s. Either you're going to use your cap space or you're not.
Yeah.
Either you're going to push to take the next step or you're going to tell your fans very loudly, we're not worth your time.
And
hey, 100-year celebration.
Yeah.
Check out fun production at the Fox Theater coming this fall. I say it like I won't end up at it. Like, I'm a Red Wing fan. I love this stuff. I just wish the team was better.
Well, and that's the issue is Red Wings fans are Red Wings fans. They are going to show up.
Yeah.
And we had a texter text in earlier about, trying to get tickets in the lower bowl. They're not there. And fans are still going to show up. What is it they're going to show up to? And when is enough enough?
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Some text on Dobson, the latest name to throw out there. Texter, who's a diehard Isles fan, says he's one of the worst D-men in the league. You would turn on him in minutes. You need scoring, not grit. If you don't love him, fine. This is not the hill I'm going to die on. It's an exercise to show that there are young, quality hockey players available.
But how many other texts and calls have we gotten talking about we need grit?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it's there are a lot of needs for this team, and you've got to start somewhere. You've got to make a move at some point.
I want some moves this offseason for sure, but if you don't value the 13th pick, why would other teams? Matthew in Detroit, parentheses, Red Wings season ticket holder. It's not that I don't value the 13th pick. I mean, Yzerman could draft a player who could turn out into something, but it's timelines.
Right.
Another team may value it more because they're starting their rebuild. We aren't starting a rebuild. John, are we starting a rebuild?
It might be. I don't know.
Really
which rebuild are we on?
Part 3. I really hope we're not doing another rebuild here in Detroit with this hockey team.
And that's the thing is, we know that Steve Yzerman values picks. And there is value in having that 13th overall pick. There's value in all of the picks. It's just a matter of when is that going to be an impactful pick? In 29?
Right.
Or 30?
Last one on this. We'd love Dobson. He's Canadian. Signed Don Cherry and Tecumseh Tom. It's 97-1.
Hey, if you woke up this morning, you put on the clothes, you're like, boy, these just don't fit like I wish they would. Maybe you avoid being in pictures. Well, just take a second and envision this. Being 40 pounds less in the next 40 days. That's right. You could lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days with Ideal You. And I know the program really works because it worked for me. I lost 50 pounds in 40 days with Ideal You. If you book today, Ideal You is going to give you a free body composition analysis. That's $150 value, absolutely free. And you ask, what's a body composition analysis? What are you going to find out? Everything that you want or don't want to know, but you need to know if you're going to go on this journey. How much bone mass, muscle mass, water weight, fat mass do you have in your body? They're going to pair you with a weight loss coach, and you're going to construct a plan along with your weight loss coach that will work for you. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us. Ideal You is different than other weight loss companies because it works and it works fast. Lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days and be happy getting dressed in the morning, taking pictures, being in that swimsuit this summer. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us to get your body composition analysis. $150 value, absolutely free.
Tigers win. First to 50 in baseball. Take a look in the mirror coming up at 9:35. So, John, I briefed you on a little bit of this, but my phone was just blowing up.
Oh, just at the break there.
Yeah.
Yes. Do explain.
So, we have a catio. Hi.
We know.
Oh, you do?
Hi. You guys have listened before. And we love the catio because it lets our cat go outside without, getting hit by a car or getting in a fight with a bigger animal and getting injured or killed or anything. May have just found one of the drawbacks to the catio because I have 15 text messages from my wife.
Oh my gosh. 15 text messages.
Freaking out.
Initially, I would be like, what is wrong? Did you get in a car wreck? Did somebody invade the house?
Well, sort of. On the second one, she is on our front porch, refusing to go back in.
Oh, she's currently on the front porch.
Because Roomba, our cat, brought in, at first she said a mouse, and now she's saying a rat from the catio into our home.
Is it dead, gutted? Did the Roomba kill it?
I don't know.
Okay, ask her to compare it to a can of Diet Coke.
Compare this.
Because there's
size.
a big difference in a mouse or a rat.
A rat is a big rodent.
Oh, yeah. Size matters.
And a mouse would probably be pretty small.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, you lift it by its tail.
Look, if it's dead, it's easy. I'll just go home and we'll pitch it. But if it's like still kind of alive / loose in the house, she's not going to go back in. So I go, well, I'm still here for another hour.
Roomba will kill it. I have a feeling.
Yeah.
If
Let
it's
the cat
still alive.
Yeah. I mean, if this is the killer animal that you have described to us.
Well, this one had to come into his domain, so he had to play a little hidden and then pounce.
Did he invoke the castle doctrine?
What's the castle?
Right, yes. Hey, you're in my house.
Oh, yeah.
I get to kill you.
That's absolutely what he did.
He's probably proud of his kill.
Oh, that's the thing. That's what she said. He comes up all proud, presenting it to you. Here you go. Aren't you proud of me? And her reaction is to run frightened out of the house.
As this mouse or rat is in its mouth, was its legs still flailing away?
Well, he's brought a mouse in before, and like an actual mouse, and it was still flailing, and you just scoop it, throw it in a garbage bag, and throw it away.
Do you have a shovel for this?
Yeah, I have a shovel. I'll get it on the way in.
Well, I mean, she could use a shovel.
She's not going to do this.
No.
It's dead and she can't pick it up.
I don't know if it's dead.
It has
Let me clarify.
to be. There's
Is
no
it
way.
dead? No, he's brought him in before, not dead.
I understand where she's coming
Just
from.
maimed.
Like, if it was dead, I still would not be able to pick it up. Scoop it up, pick it up. No. I could not. I would not be scared to go back in the house. I would go back in the house, but it would be there until Colin got home. And then he could scoop it up.
So we had a bat in our house one time.
Oh, that's the worst.
And it was in the basement, and I saw it hanging there on the wall. And I used a coffee can and trapped it up against the wall and then slid cardboard. And I took it out, holding it together like that, and let it loose. And you won't pick up a dead mouse?
I can't even. I scream. I let out a verbal scream when I vacuum a spider. Like, I cannot.
Really?
Yes. Like, I do not like rodents, bugs, or things of the sort. Birds. We had a dead bird. A bird flew into the window, died right there on our front porch, and it would have been there forever had not been for Colin. Like, I couldn't even go out there with a shovel and scoop it up.
Really?
I mean, if it was only me and with the kids, of course I would have to do it.
You'd have to, yes.
But
I got the solution.
Yeah.
Call Cindy Stone and have her.
Yes! That is it.
Get her on speed dial.
Now, there's a big difference, obviously, between a mouse and a rat.
Well, there is a difference.
Clearly, there's a big difference. Yes, so, and I've had some experience with both, and the rats they're way nastier in so many different ways. But just in terms of disgusting, rats are much more disgusting. The mice they're quick, they're elusive, they're hard to catch, and really the only way to catch it at that point is to set a mouse trap.
Yeah,
and then you wait for the little spring to get sprung, and you hear it. You're like, I got him.
So this is currently unfolding right now at my house. The text was bigger than the mini can of Coke. That doesn't really help us out.
That's pretty big, though. I mean, I think of a mouse
that
as
could still be a
big.
mouse.
I think it's a mouse.
guess.
If it's not as big as a can of Coke, then it's
a mouse.
It's a mouse.
I said, is it dead? And she said, I don't know. Because, again, she's not going in the house.
Can she look in the window to see
could.
where it was?
These are things she could do, yes. These are the updates I have.
So what's the plan for her
hilarious.
now?
She's
Is she
waiting
just
for
going to
her
get in the
gym.
car? Are her keys inside?
I feel like Heather with the news right now. I don't have the answers
She's
to the
just
questions you're
stuck
asking.
on the porch.
She's going to wait for Jim to come home
Yes,
to kill
and
the
then,
mouse.
Yes, and then I'll have to deal with whatever situation we currently have ourselves in. Okay. All right, let's get to Joe in Allen Park. Joe, what's up?
Hey, how's it going?
What's up?
Good. How you doing?
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, actually, I build catios, and I built a catio for my cats. And I came home the other day after golf, and there was a dead bird in my basement floor. And so I put it in a box, picked it up, and looked around the basement, and there is bird blood splatter all on the walls in the basement, which the cats had brought in. The bird was probably flying around, injured, and just making a mess of my basement.
Oh.
And then I came home last night, and I heard a little chirping outside the window, the cat door, and one of my cats comes in with the little baby bird in his mouth that I had to extract from and bring it back outside.
So let's back up to the beginning of this conversation. You're a catio contractor?
Yeah, it started as a side hustle that I just built a catio at my house, posted pictures online, so Facebook and whatnot, and then a gal that my wife knows on Facebook made a post earlier this year and said, hey, does anyone know anyone who builds catios? My wife responded, made a post, hey, my husband built this for us last summer, and look, our cats love it. She's like, oh my God, is he available for hire? And so I said, I'll go out there, give her a quote. And she wanted like her full back porch enclosed. Oh, wow. And gave her a quote, and it was a big, huge job.
Wow.
Like $4 or $5 for a catio. But she absolutely loved it. Post that. More people said, hey, so I just kept me busy ever since.
Referrals kept you going. People mocking my catio. It's full-time business for this guy.
What's the wait list for a catio?
Well, this time of year, I'm sure it's
It's probably we found the only dude that does it.
Right.
Did you have a guy, or did you build it yourself?
We bought like basically a pre.
You bought like a kit.
One, you assemble it.
You went to the IKEA cat
the
store.
equivalent. Yes. Quick ticket text on this. We'll come get it. Signed Lafayette, Coney Island.
Oh, no.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
Oh, no. This is kind of a cool story. There's a local father who was shocked to receive a DM from Joe Jonas after making a video on TikTok about ticket prices. So this dad, who's from Sterling Heights, was really excited. He's going to, still plans to surprise his daughter with tickets to a Jonas Brothers concert. Young girl, she's a big fan of first concert, and he bought tickets for the show that was originally scheduled for Comerica Park. He got 4 tickets, one for him, his wife, his daughter, and their son as well. Said, pretty decent tickets, spent about $450 for all 4, right? A decent chunk of money. And then, of course, that concert got switched to the LCA, which he was notified, and all the people who had tickets could like pre-order, right? Kind of like you're the first in line to get new tickets. Well, he was right there in line, and he said he was shocked by how much more the tickets cost for the LCA. And if he was going to try to spend the same amount of money, he'd have way worse seats, right? So he was just like, I can't fathom doing this. So he made a little video and he posted it on his business's account, his TikTok account, about 1,000 followers. So not a ton of people following it, but the video went viral. The Jonas Brothers saw it. They commented. Joe Jonas commented on the video. He said, I got you, fam, messaging you. Nick and Kevin Jonas liked it as well. And then he got a DM from him and was like, hey, how can I contact you? How can I get in touch with your family? And so the man did give him his contact info, and it sounds like he's going to be hooked up, I'm guessing, with some good tickets. Yeah. But he says he hasn't received anything yet, but that if he doesn't even receive them, he still plans on trying to get tickets like closer to the concert date and hopefully getting a better price. But kind of cool that his little video sparked mega attention even from the Jonas Brothers. So the 2025 season could be the last for Aaron Rodgers. He did an interview on the Pat McAfee show. This was on Tuesday, and he said that he was pretty sure this is it.
Yeah, I mean, he's played a long time, and I know that words matter with Aaron Rodgers, but I like that he left himself an out so that after this year, if he says, "Oh yeah, this is definitely my last year," if he has a good one and another team wants to sign him, if he wants to keep playing, I'm never going to tell a guy that, "Hey, well, you said you were going to retire, you shouldn't play anymore."
No, it gives him an out so he can drag this for another offseason.
The 2025 Steelers. Love, fun, and peace.
One more story for you guys. There's a guy in Connecticut that got stuck inside of a chimney, then got hit with a $10,000 bill. So firefighters had to rescue this guy who got stuck in the chimney of a pavilion at a park. Happened over the weekend. The guy was, I guess, trying to rescue his dog who was locked inside the park's bathrooms. And I guess according to the report, the park's bathrooms are connected to this building with the chimney. So he thought, okay, if I climb up the chimney, I can get into the bathrooms because everything got locked at a certain time. So he couldn't get his poor dog out. So he thought, this is a perfect idea. But it wasn't so perfect because he got stuck. Firefighters had to come remove parts of the chimney and the building to get him out. Caused about $10,000 worth of damage, which he now has to cover. And then they hit him with a charge. He got charged with burglary, trespassing, and criminal mischief. And everyone was okay. The dog was rescued. He was fine. But yeah, maybe you just make a phone call.
Yeah.
Maybe there's, I don't know, park rangers or somebody in the community you could call and get a key.
Yeah.
Heather with the news. All right, update. Wife said she can't see inside because she doesn't have her contacts in.
Okay,
So
was it a mouse?
yeah.
Was it a rat? Could
Was
it
it
have
a
been a
bird?
bird?
Yeah.
Says I'm having
Could it have been a chunk of mulch?
I think it was a chunk of mulch. Says I'm having a Brad Marchand summer.
Oh. Wow. Hockey reference.
There you go. All right, we're going to talk a little Tiger baseball next, 97.1. John's guy, Dylan Dingler, breaking the game open.
Oh, yeah. Got that notification. Loved it.
You were in the car for the Wenzel Perez
back to back. Picking them off at second base from right field. Great throws.
Skubal not his best. Tigers win anyway. 50 wins, the first in baseball to 50 wins. And John, I don't know if this was like a crisis of conscience or something, but you sent me an Instagram message the other day.
Yeah, I think I sent it to you it was Monday or Tuesday. After it was Monday because I know it's taking Teddy to Fight Club. When we've talked about the needs of this team as we approach the trade deadline, and when we left on Monday, I think I may even mentioned it. It kind of felt like we were setting this team up to have to add 6 players at the trade deadline. This is still the best team in baseball, and it was confirmed because later in the day, Major League Baseball came out with their power rankings, and they're generally pretty close or pretty spot on. You got 10 teams. They give you 6 through 10 on the first graphic, and then you have to, swipe the screen to see who's the next graphic. And as you get closer to one, you're like, oh, where are the Tigers at? Oh, there's the Dodgers. Oh, there's the Mets. There's the Yankees. There's the Phillies. Tigers were still number 1, even though they had a tough stretch against the Pittsburgh Pirates, a tough open, couple of games against Tampa Bay. They're still viewed as not just because they have the best record in baseball, but because they are the best team in baseball right now. And I don't know if it was a crisis of conscience, but I did ask the question, are we too hard on our team? Because we see every pitch, we see every at-bat. And at this time of the year, I don't think we overreact to one loss because AJ has trained us well. It's 1 of 162. But the month of June hasn't been great for some of the players. It's been great for Riley Green.
Yeah, he's put the team on his back.
And it's been really good for Javier. Hasn't been great for Jack Flaherty. Hasn't been great for the bullpen. Hasn't been great for Spencer Torkelson. It's been, pretty good for some of the other guys. So
what are you saying?
I'm asking the question, have we been too hard on this team, even though they are seen across Major League Baseball as still the best team in baseball? And some of it is just analyzing what does this team need to add, because every team needs to add. Dodgers need to add starting pitcher. The Yankees, I don't necessarily know if there's anything that they need to add. They just need to play more consistent baseball because they went 3 games without even scoring a single run. 3 shutouts in a row with that lineup.
So we'll hold up the mirror to ourselves and look, the whole station. I mean, we're the table setters. Are we too hard on this team? They have the best record in all of baseball. I'd point out that when the Yankees were shut out 3 straight days, I'm sure New York radio talked about it.
Oh, sure.
I just think that's what we do. I mean, we are living and dying with our team. We finally have a good baseball team, and we have a team that we believe in. And because they're so good, we want them to capitalize on their potential. So we look to things like, hey, in the month of June, you have one of the 5 or 6 worst bullpens in terms of ERA, FIP, swing and miss, strikeouts per 9. The bullpen's taken on water. Well, the bullpen's critically important when you get to the playoffs because unless you're Skubal, you're not seeing guys a third time through the order. So in that 5th or 6th inning, you're going to your super pen and you're looking for matchups. And Holton, Hannafy, and Herter aren't the guys they were a year ago, right? And we'll see if Lang comes back healthy, but it's not the same bullpen they were a year ago. They're going to have to target guys and pitch shapes and rebuild this bullpen to maximize who they are as a baseball team. And I don't think we have to couch it with they're a good baseball team, but I think our listeners know they're a good baseball team. We can just have those conversations. They don't need a pat on the butt of every time we bring up a flaw, but you're still really good.
Well, and some of it is just the belief because of where they were at this time last year. Now, we know they went on a historic run. They made the postseason. All of what happened last year was fun. It was exciting, and it was completely out of nowhere. And now they've followed it up with legitimizing what they did at the end of last year. I think there is still some, is Torque going to be a contributor for 162? Colt Keith, who has been much better. Riley Green's been great. And it was kind of highlighted last night when Carp went yard. And you mentioned it
Benetti let it slip. Hey, it's first in 22 games that Carp has hit a home run.
Right.
Was Benetti being too negative on the broadcast last night, or is that just telling the whole story?
Well, it's telling the whole story, but it's also, it does chip away a little bit of of the faith that you have because of the experiences that we've been through in the last decade.
Yeah, I just think that's what it is. It's telling the whole story. No team is perfect. The best teams will trade for players at the trade deadline, and the Tigers are no different. But you let us know if you feel like the coverage has been too harsh, we're too hard on this team, we don't relish in the positivity enough. Instead, what did Jared Goff say? Let us know. 248-539-9797.
This is the first team to 50 wins.
Yeah. And they're pacing for 100 wins.
And and now some of this is the division, but they also have the biggest lead in any division.
Of course we're too hard on this team. They're 11-9 their last 20. People talk like this is a last place team, Mike in Clarkston. No, you guys remember what it was like when we talked about them as a last place team. We don't have to go that far back. They're not being discussed as a last place team. Listen, this Tigers team is a legit contender, and that's all you can ask. Can they win it all? Absolutely. Betting odds give them top 3. Says a lot.
Betting, I don't know what the betting odds are. I'll take your word that they're top 3. I would guess that the other 2 are National League teams. So of the American League teams, probably top betting odds in the American League.
It's been them or the Yankees for a while now. Texter says, I know I'm too hard on them. Ever since the beginning of the magical run last year, I keep expecting the bottom to fall out, but they're a playoff team. I just struggle to see them as a real contender for the World Series. Tom in Flat Rock. That's an honest ticket text.
Yeah, I mean, they were 81-43 since this started last August. That's incredible to play 660, almost 667 baseball over, winning 2 out of 3 over 124 games. I mean, that's insane. And so you sit there and you look at that number and you're like, why would I say anything bad about this? How can something possibly be bad? Well, I think nitpicking Flaherty starts is fair game during a season. You gave him tons of compliments when he pitched 4 good games in a row.
Yeah, and the fourth was against the Cubs, best offense in baseball to win a series. And I said, Jack's back. Well, since then, the last 2 starts have been terrible. If he's lousy tonight,
Costa Jinx.
Are we allowed to bring it up, or is it negative?
I think we've been fair to him because he had the 4-game stretch. Now he's had these 2. We didn't go nuts on Monday because he had the bad game Friday. Now I think tonight, if he looks like he did the last 2 starts, it starts to become fair game. He's a roller coaster pitcher. Why can't we talk about that in real time?
Well, because it matters, because who's the number 2?
Right.
And at his best, yeah, what he did against the Cubs, that's a guy I want to give the ball to in a big postseason spot. The guy he was the last 2 times out,
yeah.
I mean, out of necessity he pitches, but that's it.
I think sometimes we do a bad job of overlooking great stories like Wenzel Perez, who is absolutely changing this lineup right now. Now
he's been over 300.
Right. He's 13 extra base hits in 23 games. He hit 5th last night in the lineup behind your best hitter. You know, it's like, okay, is this guy going to almost borderline be an acquisition? Like an everyday acquisition that plays? I don't know how you bench him right now. He's a switch hitter.
He's hitting both, and he's a good defender. And he can play multiple positions in the outfield.
I mean, Dan was pointing it out over the weekend. That is, can he get some power from the right side? So far, so good.
Yeah, he's crushing lefties.
So maybe we do a bad job of that. Like, I don't trust Wenzel Perez. He's just a bit player. Maybe Jemai Jones is the next Andy Ibanez this year.
Those are bit players, and those are important players.
He's a bit player. Perez might be coming like one of the most important players on this team.
Okay. He's not yet, though.
He's had 75 at-bats.
Yeah, and in terms of us not highlighting the good stories, we're selling Fear Javier T-shirts on the website right now.
Why don't you call him by his real name?
Disrespect him.
Oh, but it's. I think there is this feeling, and it's a matter of trust, where, like that last ticket texter said, you're afraid that somehow the bottom's going to fall out. Like, you pinch yourself and you find out that it doesn't hurt, you're in a dream.
Well, I do think now, as listening to the show for 4 hours every day, I do think we speak of, well, there's going to be regression. He's going to come back down to earth a little bit. And then when the regression happens, Jack Flaherty is a great example. Yeah, Tom says that if he pitches poorly again tonight, are we going to have those honest conversations about Jack Flaherty? Well, if he pitches well tonight, is Jack back again? Like, this team to me has been so worry-free. Like, if they have a bad 4 games, wait a week. It's like a bad haircut. Your bad haircut's going to be fine in a week.
I like the analogy. It's worth pointing out they haven't had a bad 4 games. 3 games is their longest losing streak so far this season. So you guys tell us. Do you feel like you wish the coverage was even more positive, less negative? Are we too hard on this team? Or is this like a fair way of talking about a team that's in that World Series hunt? It's 97.1. Talk about Brightside Dental. Get a brighter smile without breaking the bank. Now you're talking. Brightside Dental is your spot. If you're looking for a reason to book that dentist appointment, the summertime's going to fill up your schedule with camps, sports, vacations. Make that appointment, whether it's the first visit or the first in a long time. They're ready to take care of you. No judgment if you've skipped those regular cleanings. They're not going to lecture you. $35 new patient special that covers exams and x-rays without any hidden fees. Make an appointment. Get back in that routine before the summer really gets rolling. 1-800-PAINLESS, brightsidedental.com. Tell them Jim Costa in the morning show sent you. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care.
told you. Do not run on me. Did you not see what I just did? Wenzel Perez.
It's a great call by Dickerson. Hell of a play. Several plays in that inning from Wenzel. Wait till you get a hold of what Karsh and Anderson are doing today. They've got some fun stuff planned. We'll get to that end of the hour here. Text on the Tigers. Are we too hard on this team? First to 50 wins. Texter says, absolutely not too hard. When you're this close, you make the moves necessary to win a championship. The way they're currently built won't win a title. They need pitching and probably one bat. I don't think anyone's too hard on the Tigers. I feel like the Leland era, we freaked out way more, specifically with the bullpen for seemingly the whole era. Even when Valverde was perfect, we knew it was a ticking time bomb. Texter says that collectively, you guys are too hard on the Tigers. If you listen throughout the day, which I sometimes do, I'll have to turn it off because all the thoughts of the Tigers imploding. The statistics look very differently than you guys have suggested.
Yeah, and honestly, the only stat that really matters is wins and losses. But if you're starting to talk about success in the postseason, there are some deficiencies. And other teams will add at the deadline. And I do believe that the Tigers will add. It's just a matter of who and how many.
Let's be real. The station bends over backwards to find something negative to talk about. I don't blame you guys. A 24-hour glaze fest doesn't make for good radio. I really don't think we bend over backwards to be negative. I mean, I clearly don't agree with some of our texters. I'm not going out of my way to root against my hometown ball club that's finally playing well. But
no, and we're super excited to have Tiger baseball to talk about going into July. Was the last time we've been able to do this in Detroit sports radio?
That's the dirty little secret, guys. If the team wasn't any good, we'd just be doing what, chicken tenders for 4 hours. It's nice to have a baseball team that you can talk about, that people are invested in.
And because of that, they're good for the first time in 10 years going on. Yeah, I do expect them to be buyers at the deadline.
Yes.
Good teams buy at the deadline.
That doesn't mean they're flawed or bad.
Bad teams sell at the deadline.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm sure you've been waiting to get some more ticket texts on the mouse.
Oh, yeah.
Rat
What's the update?
Situation.
Do we have capture?
Not that I'm aware of. Kelsey says that Roomba's back out in the catio, so he's back on the hunt looking for more. I don't know what that means for the animal that is maybe dead inside our house, maybe alive.
Can she close the door to the catio so that
She'd have to be in the
Roomba
house.
is...
She's still outside.
She's still outside. She has not gone back inside.
I love this.
You're going home to, and she's still going to be on the front porch or in the backyard.
Yeah. What did Lisa texted you? What would she be doing?
Oh,
right now?
she would totally freak out if there was, and if it was a rat in the house, yeah, she would probably leave for a week.
I mean, I understand where she's coming from. You guys, I'm terrified of things like this.
Yeah.
But it's funny hearing it from this side when I'm not in it. Because I do think I'd go back in the house.
I just want an update because what
The
I don't
mouse
want to do
isn't going to attack you.
No, and it's not going to go get her. It's not out for her.
So we're doing the shows Thursday and Friday from Shanty Creek, and we're leaving later today. What I want to do is go home and take care of this. What I don't want to have to do is a hide and seek game when I'm leaving.
You're going to have to set up traps.
No, I hope it's dead sitting on the hardwood floor, and I'm going to shovel it out of the house, and we're going to be done.
Will you use a shovel or you just bag it, like pick it up with a...
I don't know how big this thing is.
I mean, it can't be...
It's bigger than a mini Coke can, but not as big as a Coke can.
If it's like we've had a mouse in the house before. If it's one of those, just bag it and throw it away. Texter says, my girlfriend called me crying to come home over 20 minutes away after she encountered a spider. I went home and took care of it with a spider vacuum.
A spider vacuum?
It says a designated spider vacuum. She's convinced the spiders die when they go in the vacuum, but they usually don't. So this is an unnamed texter because I know she listens.
Excellent.
Yeah.
I need a spider vacuum.
You don't just have pinchers?
Oh, no. I will never, ever pick up a bug with a tissue.
Oh, I'm just
Or
talking
my
just
fingers.
The kids will do this. They'll say, "Dad, there's a spider," and I'll just go over and just squeeze it.
I either get the vacuum and scream, or I turn around and let it scurry away and pretend like I never saw it. Or Colin will come in the house and he'll see like random jars. Like one day he went to the basement. He's like, Heather, why is there a paint can sitting in the middle of the basement? I'm like, there's a spider underneath it. Like I just, nope. And then I run away. But a spider
How
vacuum.
come our mixing bowl is upside
Yes,
down?
exactly.
Don't move that.
Don't touch it.
Yeah.
Ticket Texter says, what's Costa's problem with chicken tenders? He keeps taking shots. Nothing. I was just surprised we had more phone calls on chicken tenders than anything else today. If you missed it, Odyssey Rewind, John noticed that everybody's doing a chicken tender meal, including Taco Bell is in the chicken game now. And they were ranked as a top 5 chicken tender place. Taco Bell, of all places.
Gator, you a chicken tender aficionado?
Yeah, I love a good chicken tender.
Okay. The fast food joints, what's your favorite?
I like Savvy Sliders chicken tenders the best.
You know what? It's a restaurant that I have not yet had an opportunity to. I would go there for the slider. I don't know if Teddy was with me. I'd get tenders.
Sliders are very good. I think their chicken's outstanding. The other one that's good. It's not one of the drive-through fast foods, but it's kind of fast food. Is a bunch of them are starting to open up, and it's Soroki's.
We got some texts about that. I've never tried it.
Soroki's is great. I mean, it's like a gas station adjacent type stuff, but they have really good food, and their chicken tenders are outstanding. Yeah, I love that Taco Bell did it because McDonald's dropped the ball. They created this thing, the snacker, and then they abandoned it. People are like, "What are you doing? We love this." So now everybody else is coming up with it.
Well, McDonald's does that so that they just bring it back at a later time.
It's a fun conversation, isn't it, Doug?
It's funny because Gator's talking about strategies of fast food places with great passion. And knowledge, right?
They blew it. They dropped the ball, and now they allowed everybody else to get in the game, and everybody else is going to keep it. So McDonald's, you can do your bi-monthly thing or your specialty item, but you really need to keep it.
Pro bono consultant work for fast food industry.
I feel like this is one Doug can comment on too because it's chicken.
It's chicken.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I've never had
didn't know
one.
you
You've
eat
never had
chicken?
I do eat chicken.
Oh,
Chicken,
see,
turkey,
this is
fish.
where I thought you didn't. Okay, I got it.
We are no longer spirit animals.
We're not.
No. Okay. Yeah. Cool. Yeah.
So what's the plan today?
I feel like I let her down.
You did.
We'll do some Tiger talk, and it's one of the. I think it's one of the most underrated, beautiful things in sports, and it happened last night.
All right, can't wait to hear about it next. Karsch Anderson, 97.1.
Did you just do what I think you did?
I just turned the mic on and coughed. Yeah, I'm new here. Hi, I'm Doug. Hi, Scott.
Is that the new physical?
Can
you please turn the mic on and cough?
sequencing. Cough, then turn the mic on.
There you go.
Well, radio is a tricky thing when you just start out.
You'll figure it out one of these days.
One of these days. How are you today?
I'm okay.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Good night last night?
I mean, it was a little frantic for me.
Frantic?
Well, we're doing this show from a location tomorrow, so I had to get things ready for that.
We'll have boots on the ground tomorrow.
Yeah, and I had to take the dog to the spa and then do some stuff around my house. So it was one of those mental checklists. God forbid I would actually write down a checklist of things. It's just a mental checklist.
Mm-hmm.
So you get a little frazzled with that, and you're out of your routine, and then try going to bed last night, and there's no dog next to me, so it was kind of weird. But hey, ready to roll. Great game last night for the Tigers. First 2 innings kind of strange.
Yeah.
Do not expect what is Tarek Skubal doing, and then he was Tarek Skubal for the next 4 innings. But this is what happens when you take on a bad team. You can have the opportunity to come back despite not having your best going. So good for Skubal to rebound after we get four runs and 2 home runs and a walk in the first 2 innings of the game. And then the A's did not score again. And good job by the Tigers for answering quickly and then taking the lead and expanding on that lead.
Yeah, I mean, look, there was a lot to like about that game after, Skubal, as Dan Dickerson put it on the radio broadcast. So I guess he is human.
Right.
But he, as you said, settled down, and the Tigers have won 2 in a row after the 3-game losing streak. We know what they're going to do here. They're going to win 7 of 8 because after their 2 previous 3-game losing streaks, they've done it twice. They bounce back by winning 7 of the next 8, and they're at 2 in a row here in this count. And, I mean, look, it's baseball. Bats came alive, and they looked every bit themselves. And, I mean, the story was Skubal's uncharacteristic struggles, but the bigger story was Wenzel Perez. I mean, throwing out 2 guys at second base in the same inning. And sort of the big picture zoom out question is whether or not Wenzel Perez is taking away the need to add a bat. I mean, the right-handed bat talk, which we've talked about, and how legitimate that is or not, Wenzel is killing it against left-handed pitching. He's killing it. And he's forcing his way into the lineup. And you know what's better than a trade? Is somebody inside in the organization stepping up like this where you don't have to give up anything. I mean, I don't know how real this is, sustainable this is, but it's certainly worth monitoring, as we like to say.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't like he was a superstar in the minor leagues. He was also, I think, above average, but he had versatility because he started off as an infielder, and I think I'm playing him in the outfield. I think I'm playing him anywhere. And being a switch hitter, that's going to help you out. And if you look at his splits this year, yeah, he's hitting well from both sides. I think it's over 300. I think it's like 320 from one side and 260 from the other side, and he's hitting with power. I mean, it's a limited sample size of whatever it is, 70 something at bats, but what he has done in this time is actually better than what Kerry Carpenter did when Kerry Carpenter came up the first time. He played 31 games in his rookie season, had 103 at-bats. Carpenter hit .252 with a .795 OPS, had 6 home runs and 10 RBIs. And now you look at what Wenzel Perez is doing, and you have to be impressed. Now, this is not his rookie season. He played a little bit last year, but he's getting this opportunity now, and he's making the most of it, man. 75 at-bats. He's got 6 home runs, 15 RBIs, hitting .307, and his OPS is over 1,000. And that backs up last year with a nice start to his career, .242 average, .683 OPS, getting your feet wet, in 112 games because of that versatility. But now he's just running. He's hit the ground running. He's doing everything he can. And what he did last night, and you mentioned the 2 outfield assists in 1 inning. Mm-hmm. How many times has that happened in baseball?
I don't know. It can't be a ton. I'm sure it's happened before.
Absolutely. But, I mean, it does not happen a lot.
No, but it wasn't the only cool thing that happened last night, and we'll document them all. But it's like a week and a month to the trade deadline, so you don't have to make this decision today. But if Scott Harris has had preliminary discussions about bringing in a right-handed bat, specifically an outfielder, if that's something that he was looking at, or even any right-handed bat, he might. Is Wenzel making him reconsider? Like, maybe I don't need to give up Max Anderson to go get this right-handed bat. Maybe we can keep Max Anderson, and maybe Max Anderson becomes part of a bigger trade.
Did you see what Max Anderson did last night?
Of course, because that's what I do. I monitor minor league games and stats and game logs all the time. Oh, wait, no, that's you. What did Max Anderson do last night?
He had like 4 hits in the game, and he's now hitting close to 350.
Yep.
His OPS is like 990 something. I mean, he's done all he can do at the AA level. He is pounding on that door to say, promote me to Toledo.
Well, or pounding on the door saying, somebody please come trade for me. I mean, he may want to stay in the organization. He might not be saying that, but he's turning into a guy like that who's created enough buzz that his name comes up in trade rumors. And it's really, they've got a lot riding on this season. We want the GM to make all the right calls. And it's intriguing to try and figure out what they actually have here. Because, I mean, we asked the question during the rain delay last Thursday. You were out. And we, 40 minutes and Tiger audience. And I just said, hey, do you think this team's the best team in baseball? And there's so much here that would support that they are. And yet, what do we talk about? Well, they need a bat. They need a starting pitcher. They need a relief pitcher. The best team in baseball typically doesn't need a bat or starting pitcher or relief pitcher because they're the best team. But I was looking at team needs, and it was of all the buyers, team needs, and the list for the Tigers was longer than anybody else.
It's funny because I heard you ask that question last week. And
you were listening?
Dude.
My guy. First time listener, long time caller.
Right. And as I was listening, you think about what's happened in the last week. What's changed in the last week, like since then. Because at that time, I'm like, I think that the Tigers certainly playing the best in baseball, but they don't have. I mean, you look at this lineup, and the lineup doesn't have a superstar player, and you've got Skubal, and then you've got a bunch of good players. But in the last week, I think that Riley Green is making his case to be a superstar player with what he is doing. I mean, he's collected 3 hits or more in 3 of his last 4 games. He's got 5 extra base hits during that time. He's driven in 6 runs. He's got 61 RBI in the season now, trailing only Aaron Judge by 1 RBI and Cal Raleigh by 8 in the American League. He's got his average up now to 299. This has all happened in the last week. He's just had this really good 4 or 5 game stretch. It's been impressive. Add to that the aforementioned Wenzel Perez, and this team they continue to get better and better. And Colt Keith is on a tear here as well. It's fun to watch at this point because any day somebody else rises up and gets it going.
Real quick, I was gone last week, right? We established that yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Who the hell's Max Anderson?
Right?
Did I miss something? Honestly,
Yeah,
I thought you guys were joking around.
No, he's a AA guy who is a middle infielder, second baseman from Nebraska that they drafted that is just tearing it up. And so much so that his name is he's not even a top 20 Tiger prospect that his name is showing up in trade.
Okay, I was gonna say because I can't be the only one listening who was here last week that does not know who the hell Max Anderson is.
I think people might. I'm glad you said that because people might be going, Max Clark?
Yes, that's 100% what I was thinking.
No, not Max Clark, Max Anderson. Because he's killing. He's got 23 doubles, 11 homers, 47 RBIs, hitting 351 with a 990 OPS.
Cool. He doesn't have a picture at MLB.com.
Right.
All right. I just want to let you know that. Okay.
No, it's good.
He's got one in MILB.
He's got a silhouette.
Yeah. No, just so you know, that's why you're a producer. You're a good producer. That you fill in the gaps and make sure that we don't have people wondering. Yes, Max Anderson is not
talking about.
Not Max Clark. Max Anderson is the second-rated Max in the Tigers farm system. 21st overall in terms of their prospect rankings, and people are loving him. And he's 23, like he was a college player, so people are like, hey, this guy might deserve a shot at the majors, and he's garnering interest. I use garnering.
Yeah, good use. But he was actually good at Nebraska.
He was, but with college players, you got to prove yourself quickly because you get old quick,
or at least prove yourself the last year, which is what a lot of guys have done to kind of catapult themselves. I mean, Paul Skeens wasn't outstanding when he was at Air Force, but gets to LSU and look out.
Something else you just had to love from last night's game. We'll get to that today at 10:18, and underrated thing of beauty. We'll explain at 10:22 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, is your garage door making some really weird noises, or is it kind of sluggish, not working the way that you want it to? Well, you should get it checked out. And the best people to check it out is Precision Garage Door Service. They know exactly what they're doing. They have expert technicians that get out there in the field. They answer the calls right away. In fact, all calls are answered 24/7 by an actual person, which is pretty great. They'll come out, assess the damage, and then they'll fix the problem because they have all the equipment they need necessary right there in their trucks. And if you need new garage doors, well, they've got a whole warehouse chock full of them. They can install new garage doors in as little as 24 hours. Give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or you can schedule an appointment online at precisiondoormi.com at a time that works for you. That's right, Precision Garage Door Service, they work with you to make sure that this can go as smoothly as possible. I've used them in the past. I could not be happier. That's why I recommend them. Call them today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or go to precisiondoormi.com and schedule that appointment.
Well, how about Kerry Greenlight Carpenter on 3-0 his first at bat, and he goes yard. That was the other thing I loved last night. A guy that they were hoping that it's important to get back on track, gets the green light on a 3-0 pitch and blasts a home run.
That thing got out in a hurry.
Yep.
It was a line drive. So was Dingler's. Both of them were very similar, just at opposite sides of the field. But good for Kerry Carpenter. Kind of come under a little bit of criticism lately, and deservedly so. I mean, look, but he answered with it. He almost damn near hit the home run the other day on Sunday. I think it was Sunday. It hit like the top of the wall and it came back Saturday or Sunday. And then last night delivers with the home run. So good for him.
Yeah, it was important to see him get back on track, and important to see him show that power stroke and end the slump a little bit by going yard in that first at bat, and later he got pinch hit for, which is fine. You've talked about Riley Green already. Gleyber Torres goes 2 for 5 in the game. But let's get to. Look, the outfield assist. I just think it's one of the most underrated things of beauty in sports, and everybody appreciates it. But God, it's a great play when an outfielder guns out a base runner, and I loved Javi's reaction on the first one where he just looked at the ball in his glove. He applies the tag and he looks at the ball in his glove like, wow, I got the baseball that quick and that perfect. It was really, really cool. And when they went back and showed the replay, you could see that Tyler Soderstrom kind of jogged out of the box and then realized he could get to second base. And it's so funny because it's why kids at such a young age are emphasizing sprint out of the box, always thinking double. Yeah. Even if it looks like an obvious single, you're always thinking double.
Maybe it's misplayed.
When you're on first base and there's a base hit, you're always thinking, I'm getting to third, because it's easy to put on the brakes or be told no, but you give yourself a chance by always hustling out of the box and always hustling going first to third. But I just think the outfield assist is a thing of beauty. And a great relay, that's another one that's an underrated thing of beauty.
No, they're great, and I think it's like with both of those assists from Perez in the same inning. I thought one of them he got him out by a mile, right? And the other one was all Javi. I mean, the throw has to be on line, but Javi Baez is as good as anybody, if not maybe he's the best in baseball at getting the tag down. Whether it's somebody trying to steal second base or it's a play like that from the outfield coming back into second base. He gets that tag down and on the player like that. There was that throw that Dingler made last week where he threw one of the runners out trying to steal second base, and it was ridiculous.
Yes.
But without Javi Baez, it's not happening either. It takes two in a lot of these cases, and the Tigers have the second part of that equation in Javi Baez. It's another part of his game that's elite.
Mm-hmm. So what are the other things that you personally think are an underrated thing of beauty in sports? And one thing comes to mind to me on top of the outfield assist. Hockey assists. There's many occasions where I think the pass is better than the goal. I think the assist in hockey can be a thing of a work of art that leads to somebody with just a slam dunk goal. Absolutely love them.
Yeah, you can get some great. We know that you love the pass. We know you love it in basketball. Passing up.
Well, that's a hero ball thing. I love it when players
love that.
They make the winning play. They don't say, I'm taking the winning shot and force it, but because that happens all too much in sports. But anyway, in basketball, what are your favorite underrated things of beauty in sports? The other thing about the hockey assist is the hockey assist, like the second assist, sometimes can be incredible. Sometimes it's I just threw the puck out of the zone and somebody picked it up, and sometimes that second assist also can be a thing of beauty. Puck possession on a power play where it's just like pass, and you're just skating circles around the other team.
One of the things I love in hockey is when a player uses the boards to his advantage. Like sees that there's a defender coming up to play him.
Yeah.
He plays it off the boards to himself, but he puts it on an angle and it caroms in a way that now he can just elude the guy who's trying to, defend him if he can do that, then he's passed it to himself, and it's unbelievable when that happens. We saw that happen. I forget which Red Wing player it was that did that earlier this season. It was awesome to see. And it may have been a DeBrincat play or a Lucas Raymond play, one of those two, I think. But I love to see that when they utilize the boards to their advantage. Wayne Gretzky was great at it, and Wayne Gretzky would just set up behind the net back in the day and, kind of play the puck off the goalie's the back of the net just to himself to kind of keep things going. And he was amazing at it. But I that's what I like. I like to see that.
It's like a hidden puck trick when somebody comes at you and you just bang it off the boards to yourself.
Yeah.
Sleight of hand, if you will. Kira Duchesne, please, says those 2 outfield assists changed the entire game. Didn't they get 3 singles and no runs in that inning?
Yeah. What did I text you last night? I said something to the effect of the two outfield assists from Perez in the one inning. It's ridiculous, and it bails out Chase Lee for having a bad inning.
Mm-hmm.
You have 3 singles and there's 2 outs as a result.
Yep.
And then another ball that was hit really hard that ends the inning.
The first 3 players single, and they didn't get a runner to second base. Yeah, they did. They got Clark to third. That's right on the second single. But the first 3 players single, no damage done because of Wenzel, Perez. What are your favorite underrated things of beauty in sports? 248-539-9797. So the Tigers win 11-6. That gets them to 50 wins, the 3rd quickest team to reach 50 wins in Tiger history, which is pretty damn impressive. And look, it's like this ongoing debate of what this team needs. And, I was cracking up seeing the list of contenders and what they need, and the Tigers need starting pitching, relief pitching, and a bat. And I'm like, how are they doing this then, right? How are they doing this? 248-539-9797. All right, Trajan Langdon said something yesterday, and we got into it near the end of the show. And I want to revisit it because I think there's some big picture questions that need to be asked about not just the Pistons, but the Tigers and the Lions. 248-539-9797. If you want to give us your underrated things of beauty in sports, we'll take those as well. Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. You know, we were talking about outfield assists in the office today, and Kang brought up, you still remember your outfield assist from your Little League days.
If you ever have one, you never forget.
Now, we're not talking about the assist on the throw home in the charity softball game to Erica Erickson, which...
It wasn't an out. I just threw her out.
Yeah.
Like out on her feet.
Yeah, that was...
she went flying.
Yes.
She didn't back down.
No. She took that head on.
Yeah.
And I think her head snapped back as well.
She met the challenge.
She was okay.
Yes.
But anyway, your outfield assist, what do you remember about it?
Oh, as a kid, I was playing shortstop and I was the cutoff guy actually.
Okay.
Yeah, so I was right in the edge, right edge, the grass part of the outfield or infield, right?
Yep.
And
They hit the cut.
They gotta give the outfielder credit for hitting the cutoff man. I turn around, I hear my third base or someone from the coaching staff go, throw it home. I turn around, I just throw it home and by a mile.
A beautiful relay.
Not even
I don't
close.
doubt
I
it.
mean, no slide, nothing. You know how the runner just gives up halfway through? Like,
Yeah.
Did you turn to the...
Like what should have happened to Riley Green last night? That was another... There were several turning points in the game that benefited the Tigers because the Athletics are a terrible baseball team. That one was pretty big. The catcher just whiffing on a easy throw that got Riley Green out at the plate by 10 steps.
Mm-hmm.
That was one. And then the pitcher who's backing the play up, but he's backing it up on the first base side because of the angle that the throw is going to come into. And then he's got to go run behind home plate to go grab the ball. And then the catcher takes a minute before he's like, oh, wait a minute. Yeah. Throw it here. And by that point, Perez has scored the run. Again, heads up by Wenzel Perez to score and not stop running on that play.
Kang, you sent over some people's favorite underrated beautiful things in sports. And you said you've got one that nobody's mentioned yet.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to go with basketball. I've got two. I don't think this one's underrated, but I love the alley-oop play. And because it gets a lot of highlights, so I get that. So it's not really underrated. I think the underrated part is when you're not looking and you can just see out of the corner of your eye, the not you, but the guy who's passing the ball, throw the lob up there when no one's looking. The really, really underrated basketball play that no one has brought up yet through text or calling is look for your man and box out. I actually look for that during when a shot goes up in the air, because guys in the NBA are so strong, athletic, long, right? They get rebounds on their own, just based on pure athleticism.
Mm-hmm.
The guy like Josh Hart or Drew Holiday or the smaller guy who's got to turn around and find his man and get his body on him, I love that. And I think that's so underrated. And then when he just seals his man out of the play so that guy can't get the rebound, I love stuff like that.
I'll give you one. A basketball coach once said to me that he loves is when everybody box out, all five of your guys box out, the ball hits the rim, pops up in the air, and lands on the ground. Because everybody is sealed off their man. The ball doesn't go to anyone, but they're all doing their job, and then they just walk up and grab it because everybody's sealed off their man.
Yeah, there's just stuff that kind of goes unheralded and it's great.
Yeah.
Winning a faceoff in the NHL, winning a tip in the NBA when you're evenly matched up with somebody, or if you're unevenly matched, but you just know how it works. Blocking downfield in the NFL for a receiver.
Yep.
These are things that are they're way underrated. They're key to winning, but they're way underrated.
Feedback coming in. Underrated thing of beauty in sports. Jack Fox coffin corner punt to the 1 yard line.
Well, if you can do that, that's amazing, right? And Foxy's really good.
That's from Vrabel.
I just called him Foxy.
You did.
I don't know him.
Is that the first? Is that the first time anybody's called him Foxy?
I doubt it, but it'll be the last time it comes out of this guy's mouth.
Jamie writes in,
one-off.
Underrated thing of beauty in sports, a left-handed swing, no doubt home run. It's just so smooth and so pretty. I can't figure out why. It's true.
It's got to be just the angle, right? The camera angle.
Something about it.
Because it's a little offset to the right side.
It's almost like a dance move or something, like a ballerina. Or you're right. It
should be the same from both sides.
It should be.
It's just camera angle.
It's just mirror image. Why? Yeah. A well-executed sacrifice bunt is beautiful. A quick set in volleyball that leads to a spike. That's from Jeff in GPP. So that's the one. I mean, I don't know enough about volleyball, but that's the one where you don't set it up high and you see it coming. It's the one where you set it to the person right next to him and it's just up and down real quick, I'm assuming. Hey guys, Alex from London but lives in Metro Detroit. I think a very special thing of beauty is the one-handed backhand in tennis. Rare to see these days. Needs to be mechanically precise when done correctly. Looks stunning every time you see someone like Roger Federer do it. Okay.
You have to read that in a British accent, by
Yes.
the way. I think.
That's probably
Absolutely stunning.
There we go.
I'm not good with the British accent, but I should have had you read it. Thing of beauty, a wide receiver downfield block. The Lions excel at this. That's from Keith.
I love it.
Yep. Jay at work. Underrated thing of beauty is the sound of a shot hitting the post in hockey. Well, if the shot
depends what side you're
Yep. On. But if you're the one shooting and you hear it hit the post and it goes in,
that's great.
Yep. Underrated thing of beauty is I love seeing baseball players do headfirst swim slides to avoid a tag when stealing second or scoring. Such an underrated skill that can score a run or avoid an out. That's from Caleb at work. Jacob in Minnesota, the most underrated play in sports is the audible at the line of scrimmage. So many NFL offensive plays are designed. So few quarterbacks have the ability to read a defense before the ball is snapped. What are your favorite underrated things of beauty in sports? We were talking about this because of Wenzel Perez and the the 2 outfield assists in 1 inning. And God, those are great. Brian in East Point, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Brian.
Hello. I'm talking about the 2 most underrated things in sports.
All right.
The great NBA outlet pass from the center to the point guard.
Love it.
Just don't turn it over.
And the play action in football. When a quarterback can turn his back to the defense and the linebackers come down and he hits the running back behind the linebacker.
Yeah, the beauty is when you get the linebacker to bite or the safety to bite on the play action fake, and all it takes is that split second to freeze that guy, and it frees up your receiver. It's awesome.
Yes.
Hey, appreciate the phone call, Brian. 248-539-9797. Got a ton of these coming in, and we will get to more of them in a minute. But I promise we get to this. Trajan Langdon. Well, let me start with this. I'm going to give you a Tiger lineup. Are you ready?
I am.
Vierling, Keith, Green, Canna, Perez, Urshela, Badu, McKinstry, Jake Rogers.
Last year this time?
That was the Tigers lineup 1 year ago yesterday.
That's not a lot to be excited about.
Well, Vierling, still part of this team and coming back soon.
Yep.
Keith, still part of this team, doing some good things. Green, turning into a superstar. Canna's gone. Perez, Wenzel Perez, something else. Urshela, gone. Badu, gone, although still part of the organization. McKinstry, Jake Rogers.
McKinstry playing but well above average, and Jake is solid behind the plate, but struggling at the plate.
That was a Tiger lineup 1 year ago yesterday. And that Tiger lineup, I would say, wasn't exactly showing a ton of promise at the time.
No.
Not
at all.
And you know what they did?
I mean, Green was on his way to be an all-star, but outside of that, no.
Yep. 1 year later, after adding on the margins, they've stuck with this group.
I see what you did there. I see what you did there.
After adding on the margins, they have the best record in the game. The Pistons roster currently actually has a ton of promise. And it's obvious. And yesterday, Trajan Langdon said he was going to add on the margins. Now, I don't know if it's the right decision or the wrong decision. Time will tell. It's your belief in your own roster. He came out and said he is predicting great growth from the current young core. And if you get that great young growth, you're probably going to be in good shape. Do they need more? You can make an argument, of course. But he did actually predict adding on the margins, which was interesting. He used that word, and he used that phrase, I guess I should say. And he did add there will be a time. I can see why fans, when you have 3 teams that all seem committed to doing the same thing, they all have passed on opportunities to go big. Now, the Tigers tried to go big with Bregman. They did.
Mm-hmm.
And they may go big in a month. Scott Harris has said they're in a position to buy. Whether they go big or not is yet to be seen. Langdon implied that they aren't. They're going to develop from within, keep their own guys. It's a promising roster. The Lions have done the same thing. Keep their own guys, probably add on the margins, but they certainly haven't gone big outside the organization. Although I'd argue, we'll see how the DJ Reed thing turns out. But as we look at all 3 of these teams, if you had to list in order who needs to go big the most and who you're cool with just saying, hey, I think it makes sense here to stay the course. How do you think they rank? We've asked this question on Twitter, and we've gotten some answers, and we'll read them on the air. But
it's really interesting because you can make the case for each team none of them have to, or that all of them have to. That's why it's a great question. I mean, me personally, I look at the Tigers, and I'm initially thinking, okay, this is the first place team. Go big. Go ahead and make a big move. You've got the assets to do it. What's going to put you over the top and really reaffirm your chances of winning a championship? And if you go out and you identify who that starting pitcher is, along with a bullpen arm or find a closer or whatever it is, go do it, right? Mm-hmm. I think it's probably the Tigers because they're in a position to do it.
They're probably the one that needs to go big the most?
Yeah, because they're in a league that doesn't have a salary cap and they can go ahead and do it and they have the assets. The Lions and the Pistons are, there's cap ramifications with that, more so with the Lions than there are with the Pistons, but the Lions have a lot of cap space right now. The cap space is just here for this season, and then it disappears quickly. So, like, if you're going to go do something, you can do something for this year. You can go get a rental player, and there are still some guys out there. I don't know if that move, if you were to sign Zadarius Smith to a 1-year, $15 million contract, which that's obviously way inflated, but I'm just throwing a number out there, something big,
right? That
they don't have to go that high. But because they have enough cap space to do it for the 1 year, who cares, really? Would that be considered a big move to bring Zadarius Smith back? I don't think it is. I think when you think big move with the Lions, you're thinking about a Trey Hendrickson type player, right? Yeah. And I don't think that's going to be in the cards for the Lions. They could do it, but I don't see them doing it because of pain down the road that they don't want to experience. And then with the Pistons, I don't know if that move is out there. Like, there's the free agent wise, it doesn't look like free agency is all that impressive with a free agent class this year. So now you're talking trade. Well, I mean, who are you going to trade for? Giannis? I don't think they have enough to trade for Giannis. And then if you're asking for other players that, what about Zion Williamson, something like that? I don't in my right mind know why anybody wants to trade for Zion Williamson because he can't stay healthy. When he's healthy, he's good. And I guess that's the appeal. Like, hey, look at this guy. He's averaged 25 points a game. He's a power forward. He's a force. He's great. Yeah, when he plays, but he's only played in 214 games in 5 seasons. So out of a possible 400 and something, he's played almost half. It's not enough. And it's literally every season that's happened. So I don't see that. So I don't know who that player is. Is it Devin Booker? I mean, have the Suns already made their moves to kind of build around Devin Booker? So is he no longer available? I don't know I guess my point is, again, I don't know if that move is out there for the Pistons. And Porzingis just went. So what are they going to do? I think that they hang on to what they have because what they have is pretty good. It was pretty good last year. And when you add a healthy Jaden Ivey to the mix, it's intriguing. And then you're also hoping that guys like Ron Holland and Asar Thompson get better.
Well, so the team that needs to do it
the Tigers.
And the team that needs to do it the least
is probably the Pistons.
Okay. Do you agree with Gator? I'll give you mine. Who needs to make the big move, and who are you most cool with? Standing pat for now and letting them develop. You all right? What's wrong?
Do you feel this vibration on the table?
Are we having another earthquake?
Here we go.
Gator's feeling an earthquake in Michigan.
I thought I heard a helicopter out there. Are we under attack? What's going on?
We're not under attack, just for reference.
Sorry, maybe bad time to say something like that. I apologize. Is there some sort of construction going on outside? Is there a jackhammer in the midst?
I don't know. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Which team do you think most needs to give it gas with a big move? Which Detroit team are you cool with just staying pat for now and seeing maybe making a big move later? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Yeah, they were both different. Off the wall for one, running to his left on the other. Wenzel Perez with 2 outfield assists in the same inning. Underrated thing of beauty in sports. What is your favorite underrated thing of beauty in sports? All right, so the Twitter question we asked, Tuesday, Piston GM Trajan Langdon implied he expects no big moves this offseason. Scott Harris of the Tigers may go big. The Lions have focused on their own guys. Tigers, Lions, Pistons. Who needs the big move the most? Who should stand pat with what they have for now? Gator, you said the Tigers need the big move the most, and the Pistons should stand pat with what they have for now. I think the most championship-ready team of the three of them is actually the Detroit Lions. I think they are the closest on paper to winning a championship. And I think because of that, I understand why they're standing pat. Adding to all of these teams right now with a big star makes sense, but they're also in a cap world. And given that their core is so young, their commitment to keeping the core together tells me they're going to be here for a long time, quite some time, by NFL standards, competing for championships. The team that needs it the most, I think, is the Tigers because I think the Pistons' young core staying together and giving them another season of seasoning is just fine. I felt like they were close to winning the East as it was, given how close they played the Knicks and given how much younger they were than all the other contenders. And I don't think they're one player away from winning the NBA. They might be one player away from winning the East. I don't think they're one player away from winning the NBA. And that when they are one player away, I want them to have the flexibility to add that. And by that, I mean their young core has grown up. And we'll find out of basically it's Duran, Asar Thompson, Jaden Ivey, and Ron Holland. Who isn't going to be a player? Somebody's going to be a star and somebody's not.
Right.
And then you can address the need more specifically then. So I put the Pistons in the category of they are in the middle. Tigers need it more.
I know a lot of people think that, in the NBA, the Western Conference is just so supreme. There's a number of teams there. It'll just dominate whoever comes out of the East. And yet the Pacers took Oklahoma City to the brink, took them to 7 games, and were actually winning in that game. And unfortunately, Halliburton gets hurt and has to leave. And they actually held on to a lead for a little bit after that. And that's an Indiana team that only won 50 games. Your
point is valid. It's valid.
The Pistons won 44. How far away are they really?
Yeah,
it's if the Pistons had a healthy Jaden Ivey last year at the end of the season, how much better are they? If they had a healthy Jaden Ivey and Isaiah Stewart, are they taking care of the Knicks? Probably. So I don't know if the Pistons are all that far away, and people that want to just pump up the West, pump your brakes on that, because Indiana took Oklahoma City right to the brink.
Here we go. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. Josh says the Tigers, they need an arm or a bat. I'm not greedy. One or the other would help this team in October. John says the Tigers need the moves the most. Maybe not a big move, but they need a move or two to push them over the edge and account for potential injuries. The Lions are fine, in my opinion. The Pistons could also use some help. So we're asking which team needs it most, which team needs it least. The big move needs it least for now.
I think when people think big move, the first thing they come up with is big name. I think it's just big production out of whatever it is you do. It doesn't matter about the name. Yep. And with the Tigers, it's pitching. And adding one very good arm to the bullpen, I think can change a lot of things in that bullpen. Changes the dynamic, takes stress off of guys like Canely and Vest to be able to do it 2 out of 3 nights throughout the rest of the season. You add another arm to the mix that's on par with those guys or better. Okay, that takes a ton of pressure off it, and it also takes pressure not off those guys, but off of some of these other guys too. It gives Tyler Holton a chance to catch his breath and get back, or Brant Herter do what we've seen him do in the past.
Jesse writes in via Twitter, the Tigers, great chance to win it, but have holes. They need to go for it now because they probably have to deal Skubal in the offseason. Time is now. I don't agree with the premise of probably having to deal Skubal, but Jalen Brunson Flops on Twitter says the Tigers need a real number 2 pitcher the most. Pistons can stand pat. They are so young, not one core players in their prime. Nick says Tigers, they have the obvious holes, another starting pitcher and a bullpen arm. From EHC, the Tigers do and can make the big move without destroying their future. The Lions, please just sign Zadarius Smith already. Ooh, additional replies, including those that may contain offensive content. Should I click on show?
Yes.
Okay. Should I read it on the air?
Well, I think maybe do a little self-editing if necessary.
A
lot of times it's not necessary.
All right, here we go. The Twitter account is called Black AI.
Okay.
To me, it goes Pistons and Tigers. Tigers need someone else in that bullpen that complements Scooble. Why did that get flagged?
Scandalous.
Why did that get flagged?
I don't know.
These things get flagged all the time, and they don't make any sense. All right, regarding things in sports that are just an underrated thing of beauty, I love this one. On Twitch from Thug Aim, I like the called third strike where the hitter knows he has no chance and leaves the batter's box before the ball even hits the glove. Before the umpire can even ring him up.
I'll go. I'll just don't get too demonstrative. I'm out. I understand.
I'll be leaving.
It's also kind of savage when a guy thinks he's got ball 4, throws the bat, takes off the elbow pad, and the umpire calls it a strike. And they're like, what's that? Oh. And then they have to politely put the armor back on.
And go back. Oh, so it's not ball 4. It's not a 3-2 count. It's like 3-1, and they got to face another pitch. Dude who knows he's cooked is pretty hysterical when they just walk to the dugout. Things of beauty in sports. The long distance skip or bounce pass between two defenders on a fast break in basketball. It's from Greg and Allen Park. Underrated thing of beauty from football. Skilled player open field blocks, which is a Detroit staple now. The lowering of the shoulder to get those few extra yards. Underrated thing of beauty in sports when the catcher guns down the runner trying to steal second with a perfect throw. Dingler had one recently. That's from Chris. Yes, he did. My favorite assist in sports is the tree on the golf course. It's a love-hate relationship. Yes, the bounce off the tree back into the middle of the fairway or towards the green, or the bounce off the tree deeper into the woods.
Just a matter of inches.
Yep. Uncle Rich, he seemed to always get the good bounce.
The friendly bounce?
Yeah. We used to joke that he put friends in the woods that would just throw the ball back out. Special thing of beauty, a perfect pocket shot in bowling and the pin explodes.
I do love the sound of the strike in bowling from a ball that's rolled at a good speed.
Yeah.
The whole crashing sound, it's just so crisp and quick. I love it.
Yep. Special thing in beauty in sports, a perfect... Oh, I already read that one. Sorry. The running back picking up the opposite side blitz and saving a quarterback's ass just as he lets the football go on a throw. That's from Paul in Waterford. James in Washington, a successful lob over someone's head in tennis. Underrated thing of beauty. 248-539-9797. There's some good stuff here. We do appreciate all of it. It's Carson Anderson. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up next hour here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Northfield Lumber, the Red Wings reveal that they're launching a season-long centennial celebration. It'll include a new uniform along with several large-scale events at the Fox Theater and Motor City Casino. Throughout the year, they'll also bring back alumni to celebrate specific time frames in team history. The Tigers are back on the field tonight at Comerica Park. Jack Flaherty has given up 15 runs in his last 2 outings alone. He's back on the mound tonight. A.J. Hinch weighed in on his struggles after that 14-8 loss to the Rays over the weekend. Jacob Lopez makes the start for Oakland. He's got a 4.25 ERA. Today marks the end of Phase 1 voting for the All-Star Game. Per the latest update on Monday, Javi Baez and Gleyber Torres were in a really good spot to move on to Phase 2. The likes of Zach McKinstry and Kerry Carpenter were just on the outside looking in. You can cast your votes on MLB.com now up to 5 times. Day 1 of the NBA draft is tonight. It's not expected to be a busy day for Detroit as they sit without a first-round pick, but trades could certainly change that. Trajan Langdon didn't really hint at anything like that yesterday, though. Jace Richardson and Danny Wolf are the 2 local names to watch in the first round for other teams. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for more. Go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
I saw this morning on the Twitter that, according to Tony Paul, Tony Finau has pulled out of the Rocket Mortgage.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know if any explanation. I just saw it briefly. Yeah, Tony Finau's withdrawn from the Rocket Classic. Come on, man.
No explanation?
No. I mean, look, I want this event to be successful so much. Kind of needs the support of the players. And I'm not mad at Tony Finau. I'm not, everybody has their own reasons, but I'm a little ticked at JJ Spawn for pulling out. Hey, I won the U.S. Open. He went from needing the Rocket Classic. I want to participate. Yeah, I could use it too. I don't need you anymore. I feel like we got big timed here a little bit.
Right. Well, Finau finished dead last in the Travelers, tied with Nick Dunlop. Both were 11 over par in that tournament. And they were 4 strokes worse than anybody else in the field that finished. There were guys that withdrew, but 11 over, you wonder if something's going on there.
Well, everybody has the right to do whatever they want with their life. I was talking about this with Tom Milliken in the office this morning. This is such a golf-heavy state.
Yeah.
Golf is a big part of it. The fact that it feels like we have this event that isn't quite getting the support it necessarily needs. And look, I'm not a big golf guy. I mean, I like it. I watch it. Certainly the majors. I like to play it. I don't get to play it nearly as much as I'd like to. I envision a future Doug might get to play. Future Doug might get to play a lot more, but current Doug doesn't get to play as much as he'd like. But that's okay. I guess I hope this thing makes it. Hope it hangs on.
Yeah, I'm with you. And
I'm not blaming Tony Finau.
No, you're not. But it actually is something that's up for discussion here because the contract is up. I forget if it's after this year or next year. It's soon, and they have to have discussions about continuing on with this relationship or not. I'm sure there's frustrations on different sides of this.
Mm-hmm.
Because you'd love to have this better field, but the way to get the better field is to have a larger purse. You get more money, people want to come to big money tournaments, and this is not one of those special tournaments.
They put together the marquee events or the big bank events or whatever. They're not calling them either of those. I don't know what the hell they're calling them, but they increase the prize money as kind of a response to live.
Yeah,
and we didn't get that.
No, it did not, and it's unfortunate. But it's still, for us, it's a great tournament here in the state. People come out in droves to watch it. It's starting at noon today. You can get out there and watch the Pro-Am. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, the weather might play a role in what goes on this week, which is something you can never really prepare for. I mean, you can prepare for it, I guess, but it just you can't count on it being great weather no matter when you're doing this. So, but I love to have a tournament in the state of Michigan. I'd love to have it somewhere within an hour or two drive of Metro Detroit for sure, so that if you want to go see it, you can see it. There are great golf courses throughout the state. In the UP, in the up north, in the west side of the state, all over the state, there are tremendous golf courses. But not all these golf courses, as great as they are, can attract a PGA Tour event. You have to have the infrastructure in order to make that happen. I mean, people ask all the time, why not have something up at Arcadia Bluffs? Well, because you can't.
Yeah.
It's just not. It's not set up for that. And I think there'd be some courses. Love to see how the pros do it at Bay Harbor, but that's probably not.
That's not how they play in the PGA Tour.
And some of these courses don't want to have, and the country clubs don't want to have their club tied up for however long it takes to set it up, 6-8 weeks. I don't know how long it takes to, where they're restricted on members are restricted on how much they can play.
Well,
because they got to get ready for the tournament.
Let's hope the weather cooperates and people get out and support this thing. All right, so last hour I gave you a lineup, a Tiger lineup.
Yeah.
And you said, was that the lineup a year ago today? And you were basically exactly right. It was like the lineup a year ago yesterday. And it's amazing how much it looks similar to this year's lineup with some moves made on the margins. And here you go. You have the best record in baseball. I'm going to give you another lineup. You stop me when you tell me what it is. You ready?
Yeah.
Starting pitchers, Reese Olson. Leading off, Matt Vierling. Batting second, Andy Ibanez. Batting third, Justin Henry Malloy. Batting fourth, Jace Young. Batting fifth, Ryan Kreidler. Batting sixth, Manuel Margot. Batting seventh, Andrew Navigato. Batting eighth, Brian Servan. And batting ninth, Riley Unroe.
Is that like a Mud Hens lineup from a week ago?
It's today's Mud Hens lineup.
Okay.
Reese Olson is the starting pitcher. Yeah. Vierling's hitting leadoff. Ibanez second. Justin Henry Malloy third. Jace Young fourth. Ryan Kreidler fifth. Manuel Margot sixth. Who all, maybe with the exception of Margot, are pretty much names that Tiger fans have seen with regularity.
I'm surprised Akil Baddoo wasn't in there.
I mean,
it's like last night he was,
The Mudheads are parading out a major league team.
I'm telling you, dude. That's the thing about Toledo is it's when I talk about Max Anderson, the guy who's a double-A who's killing it as a middle infielder, not Max Clark or Max Anderson. Thank you, King. It's and how he's deserving of getting a chance to be promoted. The problem is Toledo is just they're stocked with guys that have had a taste of Major League Baseball and are trying to get back, and there's not a whole lot of room for them to get up there unless the Tigers make room by trading some people.
Yep.
Or releasing some people, as the case may have to be, which will involve some cold, hard decisions, as Scott Harris talked about. And one of those cold, hard decisions might just be that you're going to trade Max Anderson, because that's a piece that I think is being coveted right now throughout baseball, at least in minor league circles, because of the year he's having. Erie is spectacular what he's doing at Erie.
When I think of cold hard decisions, I don't think of it as letting go a minor leaguer that nobody's seen. Now, I'm not saying you're wrong. It might be cold and hard for him to make that decision. When I think cold hard decision, I think it's one that hurts the fans. Like, wait, you're trading who?
In addition to something that comes from the major league roster. Yeah. But I mean, there are, you know how it is. There are some people that latch on to their guys, right? They latch on to an Akil Baddoo because they saw he was on a tear a couple years ago when he first got the chance to come up.
Yeah,
he plays hard. You like what you see.
He debuted hot.
I really like Justin Henry Malloy. Just I know that he may not be a great baseball player, but I like his heart. I like his determination. I like how he plays.
Do you think if he gets traded, there'll be a segment of the fan base that'll be like, oh,
maybe a small segment, But again, if you're likely getting somebody in return that's going to help this team right now, and Justin Henry Malloy is not helping this team right now. He has helped this team in a couple of games this year where he's been a difference maker, but he's not even on the roster right now. So we'll see what they decide to do, but they've got a log jam at AAA, and they've got guys all throughout the system at high A ball, at low A ball, at double A ball. Everybody wants to move up a level of competition to try to further their careers, to get closer and closer to making the major league team. And there's just a blockade, frankly, at Toledo.
Yeah, and it's not
It's a good thing to have.
Yeah, I could see the Tigers competing at a high level with none of those guys here, or some of those guys here, or all of those guys here. I mean, of the Toledo lineup today, and again, it's just kind of funny to look at because it sounds mostly like a Tiger lineup. I would say Reese Olson.
Well, it's a rehab stint, so he's going to
Yes, but of the lineup today, he's the guy that can impact this the most.
Vierling might.
Vierling might be that guy more so than Reese Olson, but
I would count on Reese Olson.
Is Ibanez, Justin Henry Malloy, Jace Young, Ryan Kreidler going to be a part of this thing come September?
I don't think Ibanez. I don't think Jace Young. I think Malloy has a chance, but again, probably not. I mean, because Wenzel Perez is doing the job, right? Jahmai Jones is doing the job.
Mm-hmm.
He's hitting lefties
for now.
Yeah, for now.
And it could snapshot in time.
Could change real quickly. I think a lot of these guys that are playing at Toledo right now that we've seen over the last few years get a chance. The Kreidlers of the group and stuff like that. I think we may have seen their last time playing as Detroit Tigers, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's just a bunch of them.
Our guy Kang is so funny. I've talked about the 2-day NBA draft event that nobody asked for.
Right.
Kang just tweeted out, the second round of the NBA draft will start on Sunday evening to allow for travel, TV, and the mid-draft NBA Cup tournament. Why is it 2 days?
Oh, so we're rooting for our team for this, right?
All right, apparently there's a trade going down in the National Hockey League. 3 teams were interested in this player. Do you think ours was one of them? We'll get to that at 11:16 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, it's great to see our teams in the D back to their winning ways. It's just like the team over at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield is making sure that the customers win on every deal. And the deals are unbeatable. Starting with the Equinox EV or the Blazer EV, only $248 a month. Chevy Trax, that's only $289 a month. The Chevy Trailblazer is $299 a month. Now, all these unbeatable payments are with only $999 down, and that's taxes and fees included. There's no games, no gimmicks, just great winning deals for their customers. Need more money for your trade-in? Well, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has you covered. They treat trade-ins like a highly sought-after free agent. Big money, huge money for your trade. Up to $2,000 more. And if you're paying too much for service only to feel like you're in the cheap seats, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will have you feeling like you're sitting right behind the dugout. Service is open every Saturday. Free loaner vehicles available. There's no appointments necessary. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will get you in and out quickly. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield at 696 and Telegraph, or go to sarahchevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
All right, Pierre LeBrun has tweeted out that Evander Kane has been traded to Vancouver. He is, according to his agent, says the Canucks Oilers are still waiting on an official trade call with the league. 3 teams were interested, according to the agent. Kane goes back home to Vancouver, which was the player's preference. Okay, 3 teams were interested. Do you think Detroit wanted a 33-year-old, role player who did produce last year at Edmonton for sure, but I think that is the guy they were going after?
No.
He's been over 20 goals in 7 of the last 8 years or something like that.
He can be a detriment. He's one of those guys that did stupid things that leaves a bad taste in my mouth about rooting for Edmonton. So I don't have a problem. Years ago, when he first became available in the market and people were talking, I was like, I like Evander Kane, good size. He plays physical, does some things. But as the years have gone on, it's, I think, less and less of a player that I would want here with the Red Wings. I think there are other fish to fry, and they can go that route. Evander Kane is, you said he's in the 30s now?
Yeah.
That's not the kind of player I think they need to add.
I'll be intrigued to see what's going the other direction. That's really my big question is, what did they pay to get Evander Kane? If it's nothing,
what's his salary?
Yeah, but Kenny, they missed the boat. Well, I shouldn't say they missed. Do you think the Red Wings were calling on this?
I wouldn't guess they're one of the 3 teams. He's 33. He's making $5.125 a year. I think that's a bit of an overpay for a guy who can't really stay healthy. Last year was the most games he's played at, I think, 70-something. Before that, he couldn't make more than 40, and then 40-something the year before that. A couple of years ago, before the injury problems, I would have been all over that. That makes a lot of sense, but I don't think they missed the boat on this one. I'm kind of out on. Initially, I thought, that could be nice. I was like Gator. I was like, he does some physical things that you like to see. That's what a playoff team looks for. But yeah, no, I think at 33, doing what he's doing now, I'm out on.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect Detroit's one of the team.
Plus, he's a rental player because he's a free agent at the end of the year.
Yeah, well, I don't know that Steve Yzerman's going to spend a whole lot of time looking at 26, 27, even if he is a rental player. I think Steve Yzerman understands the time is now to make the playoffs and sort out the rest later.
Well, plus, they also kind of made it known going into the trade deadline, even though it didn't really yield much, that they were looking to add guys to this team that were going to be here. They're not looking to do the rental thing.
Yeah.
They want guys that are going to be here for 3-4 years down the line or whatever, if you're getting somebody who has an existing contract, or, go sign somebody in free agency and give them term on a deal.
I think that's all fine in theory until you're GMing for your job, which is a scary thing because you're it's funny. That might be the team that makes the big move.
Right, exactly. Yeah, actually,
I'd be the most. We're sitting
I
down.
would
Which one
put
of our
my money
good
on
teams?
saying the Red Wings are the team that will make the big move over the other teams. I think they're going to make at least one big move, perhaps 2. I think they kind of have to. But you're saying GMing for his job. I think if Steve Yzerman were to get fired tomorrow, he'd have a job by Friday. I just think that's
GMing
how,
for this job.
yeah.
Right?
But I guess and I understand what you mean by that. I just don't think he'll act as a desperate man. I don't think that's his method.
This is the future that we don't want to see is a Detroit legend be let go. I think everybody's rooting for him. I mean, some people I guess aren't because they want to be right about this being a bad hire, and we know how that works. But I really, really hope he has a good offseason. But the other thing, the Red Wings made news today, and did you see the introduction of the new mark, the logo, for the centennial season?
I did not see that. I saw that they're going to have a bunch of things going on this upcoming year because it's the centennial season, including a new jersey.
Go to the Red Wings Twitter account and you'll see the new logo. Remember the standby part on their bio and their Twitter account? They've unveiled the logo, and you know what? It's
tasteful.
It's fine. Yeah. It's a little bit more old school on the wing, and the winged wheel, the circular wheel is the second digit in the 100. It's kind of cool.
Yeah.
It sounds as though there's going to be a jersey incorporation with this logo. I would suspect either on the helmet or a patch, but I don't think they'll mess with the center of the sweater logo. But there is a commemorative jersey But what isn't clear, are they going to wear the commemorative jersey or is it just made available to fans?
Here, this is from the press release we got today from the Red Wings. It says, Red Wings Centennial Jersey, inspired by 100 years of hard work, perseverance, and dedication. This new uniform will be unveiled in late summer 2025. The jersey will pay tribute to the franchise's rich history by blending both modern and original detailing, available for purchase beginning in September of 2025. So we'll see this, at some point in the next, I don't know how many weeks, but they'll unveil it. So it sounds like it's not just a little logo. It's going to be jersey. I'm curious. I do actually, the more I look at this logo, I like this logo a lot. I think if this logo is on a T-shirt, a red T-shirt with that, almost like a cream-colored, 100 with the outline and all that, I'd love that. I think that's great. I think that looks good on a hat.
I do. You could see it. It's been tweeted out from our account at Dungator971 if you want to check it out.
And in fact, now they tweeted out 33 minutes ago. Detroit Red Wings account did. They've got gear, with hats and shirts and pullovers and stuff.
You making a purchase here? You think?
Maybe. I mean, it's just some good stuff.
Mm-hmm. Kenny, you like the logo, the 100-year Centennial logo, Mr. Hockey back there?
Yeah, I dig it. I assume they're going to put it at center ice. That's usually what these types of teams
Good call.
do for these moves.
Good call.
And a jersey, it could be one of those, like we saw the specialty jersey that they had last season that they wore, every so often at home. You could see that a little bit too. Wouldn't surprise me, but I think like you, it's probably going to be a jersey patch would be my best guess. But yeah, I dig it.
Yeah, they've done a nice job with it. I mean, it does have an old school feel. The details on the winged wheel in the middle of that logo. All right, Gator. I don't know if you caught this, but today is being declared Flag Day in the state of Maine.
Today is Flag Day in the state of Maine.
Yep.
Okay.
FLAGG.
Oh, I got you.
Because Maine native Cooper Flagg is likely to go. Nico Harrison is making the pick, keep in mind. But he's likely to go number 1 overall in tonight's NBA draft.
What are the odds on he goes number 1? Because that's a bet that you would,
If you had Drake money, you'd put $1 million on it to win
10,000.
Yeah, and take a vacation with your 10,000.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
I saw a quote from Cooper Flagg yesterday.
Yeah, that
I loved, and I think you might like this as well. I think Kang will like this. Kenny will probably like this as well.
All right.
It said something to the effect of, if you're the best player in the gym, you need to find a new gym.
Ooh.
Something his mom told him.
I love it. I think that's awesome.
It came from Mrs. Flagg?
Yes. She doesn't have her own day unless she just takes the flag part, too.
Maybe they take Flag Day serious.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right, so here's the question at 248-539-9797. Quick. Name someone from Maine.
Well,
other than Cooper Flagg. I can think of one person.
Where Jimmy Howard played.
Is he a Maine native? But I'm talking about like a native of Maine. Somebody that Maine calls their own.
A friend of mine that went to Maine for
my
college.
My parents met at Maine, but neither of them are from Maine.
Old friend went to University of Maine in Orono.
Jimmy Howard's a native of Ogdensburg, New York. Which, of course, we all knew.
Is that where Paul Correa went? Did he go to Maine?
I think he went to Maine. There's a lot. I mean,
not from Maine.
A lot of guys went to Maine, but famous Maine coach Sean Walsh. But I don't know that any of these people are natives. I'm sure Maine has somebody who played at
Maine with a state abbreviation is ME, correct?
Yes.
Kenny just pulled this out of his hat, and we double-checked it, or Kenny did.
Yeah.
Doug, you'll have no idea who this is.
Let's go.
Because she's an actress. Gator, apparently Anna Kendrick is from Maine.
Who?
Is she?
Exactly, Doug.
Little Anna Kendrick. She was in the sing-along movies, with the Pitch Perfect movies.
Pitch Perfect, yeah.
She was in The Accountant.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, apparently, and Portland, Maine.
I did not know
Nice
that.
pull, Kenny. I got one. Popped into my head. Stephen King.
Yeah, I think you're right. Is he from Bangor?
Bangor,
Maine?
I don't know, dude.
Bangor, Maine.
Yeah.
Stephen King is from Portland, Maine. Well, he was born in Portland, Maine. Can you name anyone from Maine? 248-539-9797. Are you coming up empty?
I am. Normally, I'm pretty good. Like I'm thinking like professional wrestlers and like through all my life, I've always kind of remembered where guys are from, but I can't think of anybody from Maine.
Anybody got anything? Text us at 248-539-9797. It's Flag Day officially in the state of Maine in honor of Cooper Flagg. Who you got? Who you got from the state of Maine? That's from the state of Maine. That's somebody who played hockey there or drove through there or maybe even just went to college there. Do you have anybody who's a native of Maine on your resume that you can name?
I hate this.
Sorry, man. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Tried to see if there are any professional wrestlers from Maine. There's two categories I want to check. Metal band members from Maine and professional wrestlers from Maine to see if Gators heard of any of these people. Today is being declared it's being declared Flag Day, Flagg, in honor of Cooper Flagg, a native of Maine, in the state of Maine. It's Flag Day. And we couldn't think of many more people who are natives of the state of Maine. I came up with Stephen King.
It's a great
Kenny
callback.
had some actor, Kenny Andrick or whatever the hell the name was.
Anna Kendrick.
And I found a professional wrestler here from Maine. And Gator, I was looking at this guy. He was in the WWE from 97 to 2007. He's now signed to AEW as a producer and coach. Kenny, this might be something for you as well. Do you have any idea that the professional wrestler, Gator asked me a question off the air. It is a white dude.
I mean,
Kenny's got nothing.
Kenny's got nothing.
Got initials?
Can you just spell it out?
I just want initials.
What do you want, his real name or his stage name?
Oh, boy. Stage name.
S.H.
S.H.
Yep. This will probably get real boring real quick for the audience.
Probably can be.
You give up?
I'm gonna.
Have you ever heard of Scotty Too Hottie? Kenny has.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a ridiculous gimmick, but yeah. Look up a video of Scotty Too
Yeah, he
Hottie.
did the
You'll know
worm,
everything
right?
you need to know.
The worm, right?
Worm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Was he related to Jerry Lawler? Was his son?
Wait, is 2 the middle name? Is that why you went with
It's,
SH?
well, yeah, 2. It's the number 2.
Oh, the number 2.
What does it say his real name is?
Scott Garland.
Okay, that's not Jerry. Scotty Too Hottie. All right, yeah, great. Yeah, he definitely had the worm gimmick, but that was
What is the worm like
dancing the worm. He would do the worm in the
like
ring.
the breakdance move?
Yeah.
All right.
That's why he was.
Kenny
Scotty
said
Too
that was
Hottie.
his finishing move?
Yeah, he would like do the worm and then he would like rise up and drop an elbow or something stupid. It was awful.
I love the state of Maine. Maine's probably number 2 on my move to states list. Number 1's Montana. Maine's probably number 2.
Really?
Yeah, Maine is beautiful. It is absolutely beautiful.
All right, Doug. What would you be called if you lived in Maine? What do they call those
Doug
people?
Too Hottie.
No, but what do they call them?
Manners. Oh wait, first of all, I totally whiffed on this. Maine Cabin Masters is a show. It's a show that it's on Magnolia Network now. I think part of the HGTV thing where they redo all these cabins up in Maine. I watch the show all the time. Everybody there was from Maine.
Is that right?
Yeah.
All right, I'll believe you. No reason not to. Might be a pretty popular band. I got to see if these guys are really from Maine. But 248-539-9797. Tony, you're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Tony.
Hi.
Hey.
Stephen Zernkilton, who does the intro to Law and Order, all the Law and Order shows. He's from Maine. He's a former state senator in Maine, and he does the voiceover for the intros to Law and Order.
There you go. That's
his name is what?
Stephen Zernkilton, Zirnkilton.
Okay,
that's rando.
Who has heard of? Well, obviously you, Gator.
How have you heard of this guy?
He's a good friend down in Florida. I spend half the year in Florida, not all the year in Florida, but he's a good friend in Florida.
So you have a friend who's from Maine.
Yes, I have several people who vacation in Maine, but he's actually from Maine.
Yeah. All right. Dave just tweeted us. Captain Hawkeye Pierce is from Crabapple Cove in Maine.
Yes, they're from MASH, the TV series.
Yeah.
That was Alan Alda's character. He was from Crabapple Cove.
Okay, so I'm not finding any metal bands from Maine.
Someone texted us that they Googled it, and the list is Stephen King and Anna Kendrick. That's it. I think Maine might have the least amount of celebrities in the whole country of all the states. I
Maybe.
feel like it's. I mean,
no,
we
there's
got
more.
Nothing.
There's more.
You,
At least according to the AI Google search.
Oh yeah, that's wrong.
It's a Stephen King, Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, Patrick Dempsey, the actor.
Is that Dr. Dreamy?
It's McDreamy, yeah. But
Okay,
you
sorry.
might know him better from the movie Can't Buy Me Love. You see that?
Yes. Can't Buy Me Love is a great movie. Coming of age.
Yeah. Judd Nelson, actor Judd Nelson.
Is he?
Apparently he's from Maine.
Well, according to AI Google,
Right, well.
for what
Okay, have you
that's
ever
worth.
heard of the metal band Six Gig?
No.
Someone said Duncan Robinson. Doug, is that true?
Is he a native of Maine? I didn't think he was, but let's take a look.
This search says Bodie Miller, the skier. He was from Maine.
Duncan Robinson's from York, Maine. Well done. All right, well, there you go.
Producer David E. Kelly, who did Boston Legal and all these other great shows, were in like the 90s. He was married to Michelle Pfeiffer, I believe.
You ever been there?
To Maine?
Yeah.
No.
Linda
Lavin from Alice. She's from Maine.
Am I the only one on the show that's ever been to Maine?
Yeah, you want to move there.
It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful.
Gator, someone are texting in now that say Erin Andrews is from Maine.
She's from Florida, isn't she?
Well, she went to Florida. Doesn't mean she's from Florida
I think she's
necessarily.
from
Is she? She might be. I have no idea.
Erin Andrews, American sportscaster, TV personality, Lewiston, Maine.
Really?
There you go.
See?
Yeah.
Look at that.
Not Florida, Gator.
No, definitely not.
Maine's got more going on than we realized.
LL Bean from Maine.
Well, yeah.
Milton Bradley from Maine.
So Gator's just going to take everybody's.
That's
Go to
it.
Google and name everybody from Maine.
I thought we were kind of done with this. Let's just wrap it up by actually providing the names. There aren't many.
They're not. No, but Maine's a beautiful state. It's got good skiing, tons of hikes, national park. Acadia,
And
beautiful,
and no celebrities.
and
Tons of
and my parents met there.
How about that?
At the University of Maine, at
in Orono,
a party that my mom didn't want to go to, and my dad really didn't want to be at, and they were met off to the side. Neither of them wanted to be there.
Was he playing a gig?
No, he wasn't. Freddie Frito and the Corn Chips. I think that was his undergrad days at Juniata College when he was Freddie Frito. But anyway, there we go.
He's always Freddie Frito.
Yeah, I guess
Don't
so.
take that away from him.
Question for the Tigers.
Maine. Yeah.
Do you think Scooble threw at that dude last night?
100%.
Oh, you do?
100%.
Okay.
Yeah, because Severino threw at McKinstry, got way inside and hit McKinstry, and that didn't look kosher. So he protected his guy and threw behind Muncy.
Yeah.
Which is scary. Now, credit to Muncy. He battled through that at bat after that, and I think roped a single. That was impressive. So, but yeah, I think 100% he threw at him.
Do we expect anything tonight?
Or at least behind him. You never know, man.
If somebody throws inside early in that game,
I think you'll
like
get a
way
warning.
inside,
There'll be a warning early.
something to monitor tonight.
Yeah.
Because I was watching Scooble's body language and after that pitch, and he just carried on.
Yeah.
It didn't look like he was trying to send a message. He wasn't menacing.
No, on TV,
any more so than normal.
I think it was Andy Dirks on TV who said, well, held on to that ball a little long. It was
Yeah.
100 miles an hour.
Yeah.
And that's scary stuff, man, when a guy's throwing 100. But he didn't hit him.
No, he
It's
didn't.
Tarek Skubal. He's got pinpoint control. So I'm guessing he knew exactly where he's going to throw just to let them know, hey, you guys want to play this game. We can play this game.
Hey, well, you don't want to play it with Scooble.
No, and you don't want Scooble playing that game because you don't want him getting kicked out or getting suspended or doing anything stupid, starting a brawl, and the next thing you know, he's got rotator cuff surgery. You don't need that.
No, or any kind of surgery.
Somebody else, go ahead. But
no
that's
no karate kicks. We've
no
learned in
Dave
Detroit,
Rosema
yeah.
karate kicks. No, we don't do that.
All right, 248-539-9797. I want to just ask the irate, what are you afraid of? The irate, what are you afraid of? We'll get to that today at 11:48. 248-539-9797. Ticket text to the same number. Hey, just a reminder, you can stream the show using the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today. AUDACY. Then you can listen to this program and all of the shows here on 97.1 The Ticket. Using the rewind feature, go back and listen to any segment up to 24 hours. Also, you can listen to our website, 971theticket.com, where the Birch Kid and Evan are responsible for great content. There is also a way to watch with video. Go to twitch.tv and youtube.com. Search bar up top. Type in 971 The Ticket, and bam, there we are. You can see us doing the show. Hello to Twitch and YouTube. Thank you for watching. Participate in the streaming chat on both. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Do you know your home's water score? Telltale signs like water spots, dingy laundry, or dry skin indicate your water score needs to get better. Improve your water score by calling CGC Water at 855-339-4242. This month, get a free Kinetico reverse osmosis system with the purchase of a Kinetico Premier softener. If If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com today. Improve your water score. Contact CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer, and tell them Doug Karsh sent you.
Yeah, sometimes we do the, is this a thing? Is this not a thing?
Yeah.
And the other day we talked about the Tarek Skubal comments and he made to Chris McCoskey and, about a future contract and how he doesn't want to talk about that, leave that to his agent and all this, but he likes it here and everything else, right? But there's a business side to it.
Mm-hmm.
This is a thing, not a thing. From John Heyman. Astros and Stars shortstop Jeremy Pena had been in serious long-term contract talks before his recent agent switch to Scott Boras. As I said on MLB Network, those talks are now on hold, at least for now. Pena is second in Major League Baseball behind Aaron Judge with a 4.5 WAR. Does that affect things? I mean, is this just?
I think it's further evidence that the agent isn't one that wants to get deals done. I think the agent, the reputation of the agent wanting his guys to get the free agency is what it confirms, right? That's what it feels like. He was in long-term contracts, switched agents to Boras, and the talk stopped. I mean, it's his job and everything, and he's doing what the players hire him to do. But I really am starting to get to the point where I can't stand this guy. I mean,
he's arbitration eligible after this season, but he's not a free agent until 2028. This is Jeremy Pena.
Am I? It's probably misguided, frustration because the Tigers could always just say, whatever you want, man, whatever you want. But when we get into whatever you want, like that 10 years, $450 million deal that got floated his direction, everybody laughed at.
It was just a
you know what we got?
Yeah.
We got a ton of texts from people going, you can't do that.
Right.
And that would not be smart.
But I guess if everybody should put themselves in the shoes of a professional baseball player, if you were really good, would you want Scott Boras representing you?
So it's frustrating because one of the quick answers is yes. And he's not doing anything unethical, I guess.
No, he's just going to get the best for his client, which is what he's supposed to do.
However, there are plenty of people that can get you generational money. I don't know. I guess it's unfair for me to dislike Boras because now I'm mad for Astros fans. Here he was having, and you're one that really truly believes in good faith negotiation. I think to a point where you believe everybody should have good faith negotiation, and yet part of negotiations is making the other side uncomfortable. I don't know, man. You can make generational money without Scott Boras. And there's something about Boras that rubs me the wrong way because, and here's what it is. I think he's funneling everybody to New York, Chicago, and LA. That's what it is. And Boston, I guess. And there was a time there, didn't it feel like Mike Ilitch had a good relationship and was getting Boras clients?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so it can be done. But my sense is he's funneling everyone to New York, Chicago, and LA.
Well, he represents Bryce Harper. Bryce Harper didn't go anywhere. They went to Philadelphia. But another bigger market for sure. Yeah. And at the time, they paid really big money to get Bryce Harper, which now $27 million a year doesn't look like it's too much, but they still owe a ton of money because of how long that contract is. But I guess just putting it out there, if this is, I mean, it just all of a sudden puts all the talks on hold that Houston thinks they're negotiating with one of their star players who's 27 years old. They want to lock him up. Maybe they think they're making ground, and then he switches agents, and Scott Boras is like, "Yeah, you know what? No more talks. We're just gonna play baseball for a little bit." And I mean, I think that's what's going on probably with the Tigers too. Like he's not going to negotiate with the Tigers until the Tigers throw an offer at him, and then they can look at that and say yes or no, and then just keep batting it back, and the Tigers be competing with themselves. Which is what you don't want to do when you get into a negotiation. You don't want to compete with your own offer. Like you want to counter. And last year, when it was said that it wasn't a competitive offer, what that tells me is that Boras didn't say that's not good enough. Here's what we want. All it says is that he said that's not good enough, which means you guys go back to the table and you come up with something serious. I'm not going to tell you what that number is, but I'm going to tell you this one's too low, which means he's making them compete with themselves.
And you don't want to do that
no.
in any negotiation, whether it's for buying a house or whatever, you know? Doug, as upset you are with like Boras, you got to be kind of equally upset at the players. They choose who they want to represent them.
I hear him.
You know what I mean? And
would you choose Boras?
It depends on what I'm looking for. You know what I mean? So if I'm strictly looking for the most money possible, and I don't care where I go or how this ends up, I just want a bottom line, I might choose Scott Boras. And the reason he's, quote unquote, as you say, funneling these guys to bigger markets, because those markets are the ones that will pay. It has nothing to do with Boston or LA, it's just because that organization is willing to pay, and they happen to be Boston, LA, New York, whatever. If it was, the Phillies that were willing to pay, then it was, Philadelphia, right? But if I wanted something like, hey, listen, I want to be here, I want this around this amount of money, then I'm going to go find an agent or tell my agent that's what I want. I don't want this drawn out. I want this short, or I want this drawn out. You know what I mean? Whatever it is, it's up to the player what he wants, and he tells the agent. Now, if you're one of these submissive players where you're just going to let the agent do whatever he wants, I don't even know if I want you as a player.
Well, I mean, there's obviously a reason that players gravitate towards Boras. It's the money that he gets as clients, and I mean, me in my stage of my life is way different in my thought process compared to when I was 27 years old. What would 27-year-old Scott Anderson want? Well, there are some of the same things. I really love this area where I've known my whole life, basically. Since the time I was 5 years old, I've been here in Metro Detroit. So I love it here, and that's probably, if I were a professional athlete, I'd love to stay here. But I get it because not everybody's the same. It's different priorities.
I make this comment all the time, is that the argument I'm making would lose in a court of law. But I feel perfectly comfortable not liking Scott Boras for doing his job. I don't like him.
You're great at your job. I don't like you.
He's great at his job. He's doing what the clients hire him to do. Do I feel like he funnels his clients towards the teams with clearly the biggest markets and the most financial resources? Yeah. And our ownership can make more financial commitments. And I think the attempt has been there. I mean, Bregman was a real legitimate and authentic attempt at getting out of the kiddie pool. And now I think they're trying to do it with Skubal. I'm a little leery when the GM just says, hey, it takes two to make this deal done. And now you see this, that talks have stalled in Houston.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I'd probably lose in a court of law saying I really don't like this guy and don't think he's good for the game, blah, blah, blah. Because I just think he probably, his ultimate goal is to funnel guys to the richest teams, and the rich get richer. And if you want to tell me I'm wrong, that this is supply and demand economics and blah, 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 and you do the same thing, you take a job for the most money. Yeah, I'm not saying any of that is inaccurate. I'm just, no matter what, Detroit is not one of the biggest markets in baseball. It just isn't. There are bigger markets, and I think that's where he wants to take his guys. And damn it. So is it a thing, not a thing? I think it just backs up my concerns with Boras representing Tarek Skubal.
Yeah, I think it's kind of a thing.
And it can still be the Tigers' fault. I know that some people absolutely want the Tigers to make whatever financial commitment is necessary, and they probably can. If their sole purpose as an organization is to bring back Tarek Skubal, they can bring back Tarek Skubal. But you pointed out all the other free agents in the next several years that they'll have to re-sign, and their resources, they can keep spending and spending and spending, but eventually this ownership group will lose out into bidding wars against the bigger market ownership groups. They just will.
So here's some more Boras news regarding Alex Bregman, who, by the way, is hurt right now.
Mm-hmm. Is it the same injury?
He's got, I think it's a hamstring, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong on that. But Boras has said, this is from ESPN, who Bregman signed a 3-year, $120 million deal this past offseason, but can opt out and become a free agent after this season, is open to, quote, any conversation about a new contract, according to Scott Boras. He says, I always tell the team, and Alex directs me to tell them, we're always open to any conversation. Any player who plays well somewhere, it's something that's important for the team and important for the player. It's an additive.
So wait a sec. He's telling the team you can pay him more. Hey, you're welcome to pay him more.
Hey, you want to do a new contract, and we can do that. Let's talk about that. Because in the end, he's trying to get the most money for him. Now, Bregman's got tons of leverage here because he can simply stay there next year for $40 million, which is more than he's going to get on the open market. I mean, he's not going to sign an 8-year, $320 million deal. That's not going to happen. So, but what's happening here is Boras is leveraging it so that he can get Maybe a $200 million deal.
I like the way he makes it sound like, and my interpretation of this, what a gracious move by Boras.
Right.
Hey, we're open to it if they want to talk. He hasn't played in a month.
He's got a strained right quadriceps. So
wasn't having a bad day.
Sorry, man.
Yeah.
Well, look at it. It's beautiful.
Is it? 248-539-9797. Let's go to John. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, John.
Hi.
Hey.
I think they should trade Skubal next year. Get a boatload of talent. You don't have to sign them. And the playoffs are very iffy any way you look at it.
So let me
the league is set.
When you say next year, do you mean during the season? Do you mean in the off season?
During the season.
Okay. What if they're contending again?
They still can't sign them, and signing them is just going to ruin the whole situation because they won't have any money. It's this league is set up for the big boys. This league is set up for the Dodgers, the Yankees, the
But why
Mets.
would you give up a chance to win? Like Doug said, if they're playing well next year and they're doing the same thing they're doing now, leading the league, Skubal's doing Skubal stuff, and you're poised for another postseason run here. Why would any team trade their best player other than what you're suggesting as well? If they're going to lose him because they're not going to sign him, but if that player is a huge reason why you're contending for a World Series, you're gonna trade him because you don't want to lose him for nothing.
Right, you don't want to lose him because you can't sign him.
But you can
They're
win
not
with
going
him.
to be able to sign him.
But you can win with him.
You could win with them, but you're also going to lose your boatload of talent.
Yeah, but if you win, who cares?
5 prospects.
Well,
but if
one
you
thing-
win, who cares?
I want to follow up on this because we're up against a break, but and I just got I have a thought about his theory and whether or not it makes sense. But we'll get to that coming up here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Kang, I don't know if it's unprecedented, but it's been a long time since I've witnessed our guy, Scott the Gator Anderson, bring in his own lunch. He brought in his own lunch.
Man, you really were adulting yesterday.
I
Jesus,
know, right?
man. You went all in on the adult stuff. I mean, you got
kinda
stuff done, huh?
Yeah, well, going to be gone for the next couple of days, so I wanted to make sure that
he had to pack.
I know. He had to get other things accomplished.
had laundry.
Yep.
Had chores. I had chores to do.
You're all grown up now, and y'all grown up.
And I had food that would go bad by the time I came back home. So I thought that let's take advantage of this.
So you're resourcing. He's resourcing, Kang. He's making sure that nothing gets wasted. This is Doug-like behavior.
I know. Something's in here.
So you brought Gator brought
Something's in here. As he holds up something wrapped in aluminum foil.
Do you even know what it is?
Yeah.
I do. Yeah, I made it this morning actually. Yeah.
All right, let's see it. Gator brought in his own lunch. He's got something wrapped in aluminum foil.
Care to guess what it is?
I'm gonna go.
Oh, there's a good one.
What's inside the foil?
What's inside the foil?
Go ahead, Doug. To me, it looks like some kind of sandwich, but it's not like regular white bread. I think it's like some kind of bun or something, like some artisan deli bun.
Ciabatta.
Yeah, like something like that. Yeah.
I think I'm a fancy boy.
I thought he was gonna.
Look at you and your ciabatta.
I don't.
Gator brought in a prepared lunch. I thought it looked like a baked potato at first. Gator brought a baked potato for lunch.
Wait, you still have those potatoes?
That's my side. I have some potato salad.
Oh, okay.
But that's the side.
Quick question about the potato salad. How old is it?
Like 2 days.
All right.
Born on date 2 days ago.
Yukon Gold potato salad. Love it. It's delicious.
I like red skin potato salad.
I do too. Throw a little dill in there.
Yeah.
It's amazing. Yeah.
How about a sandwich made on a bagel? I'm gonna go on a bagel.
Okay. King, you going with?
I'm going sandwich, but it's more of like those like rolls, like big rolls.
Kaiser roll
yeah,
or
yeah,
something
exactly.
Like
Yes. Uh-huh.
Okay. What kind of sandwich?
I'm going turkey and cheese.
Is there any
With
chance?
mustard.
Is there any chance that it's like a leftover burger?
No, it's not a leftover. I mean, there was a chance, I guess, but I just shot it down. It's not a leftover burger, and I know I haven't had a burger in months.
Okay. All right. So are we going to reveal what's inside the big reveal on those watching on Twitch and YouTube? Gator's opening up. He brought in his own lunch for the first time in recent memory.
So Kang will get partial credit for having the fancier bun, but it's a croissant.
Oh, see, I knew it wasn't a regular.
I am a fancy boy. But it is tuna fish and American cheese on a croissant.
I would have never
No
guessed
mustard.
tuna. Yeah, you don't put mustard on tuna fish.
I
You do? You love mustard that much?
Yeah, I usually if I do like a tuna melt, I'll top it with mustard afterwards when it comes out of the oven.
Okay.
Doug hates tuna.
Can't stand it.
Sorry, buddy.
It's okay.
So tuna and potato salad.
Yeah.
And then there's something in that napkin next to it, or is that just napkins?
That's just a napkin.
Okay.
That's just
All
to
right.
clean.
Did you bring a
my-
utensil?
Yeah, there's a fork.
Yeah, there's
Okay.
a plastic fork there.
Boy, you really did some adulting.
Well, I got the fork and the napkin from the kitchen area, but
okay.
by Cheryl up front.
All right. Well,
I adulted.
Uh-huh.
I was definitely adulting.
Sudden rash of adulting from Scott the Gator Anderson.
I overpacked.
Did you?
Yeah. Potential for an extra night. I think I'm going to stay an extra night.
Extra underwear?
There's extra wear. There's an extra outfit. Yeah.
Your mom didn't lay this out for you on your bed, right?
No,
You
she
this
did
yourself.
not. No.
Okay.
No. I mean, I adulted. I looked ahead at the weather and said, "Oh, gonna need a pair of pants." Even though it's been like mid 90s here, but gonna need a pair of pants. Got a sweatshirt.
Attaboy.
Yeah.
Attaboy.
Yeah.
All right, we'll see.
Oh yeah. I'm well prepared.
So you're gonna eat? You're gonna eat that sandwich?
Well, you think I just brought it in for show?
I always wonder.
No, that's not for show. That's
All right.
That's for yo.
Well, there you go. We do have a follow-up, Gator, on the story we talked about yesterday, the mysterious deaths on Isle Royale. 2 people were found dead at a campsite, and we talked about it briefly on the show yesterday. and a little bit about Isle Royale because it's a fascinating and mysterious national park. But this was at a campsite, a really remote campsite that requires an 11-mile hike to get to. It is now information has gotten out. The FBI was called in. There were very few details, but it is being ruled a murder-suicide. And the Keweenaw County medical examiner, Dr. Michael McAllister, said the victims are father and son, which is pretty sad. The bodies were taken to somewhere in Wisconsin for autopsies because there's a shortage of board-certified pathologists in Michigan's Upper Peninsula. And the story on MLive goes on to say that arrangements are being made at a Lansing area funeral home, which would imply that they're father and son from the Lansing area, I guess. But so those are the sad details of that. But it was people fled the campsite after there was yelling and screaming being heard, and they were there and they just packed up their stuff and left because they were uncomfortable. But sad and tragic story. But I just thought we'd follow up with it since we talked about it a little bit yesterday.
Yeah, that is sad and tragic.
Yep. But no danger to anybody else apparently, and so we were talking about whether or not you'd go to Isle Royale, and you were like, not if there might be a killer on the loose, but unfortunately, I guess no matter what the circumstances are, people lost their lives, but a murder-suicide is what it's being ruled as, according to MLive. All right, 248-539-9797. So, Gator, I want you to think about, I'm going to ask you a question, and you answer it. I want you to think about your answer.
Okay.
If you were to rank the top 10 coaches in the National Football League, where do you think our guy, Dan Campbell, ranks? What do you think Dan Campbell? I don't want you to answer. I just want you to think about, ponder.
Okay. I'll ponder.
Kang, I want you to ponder the same question. Top 10 coaches in the NFL. Where does Dan Campbell rank? And we'll take some texts. Somebody put together a list. I'll be intrigued to see what people think, what the consensus is from Detroiters. So text us. Maybe this is an impromptu 10 text thing. Sorry, I didn't warn you, Kang, but we'll take 10 texts at 248-539-9797. Sign your text. And maybe if you want, if he's not number one, who would you have ahead of him? Where does Dan Campbell rank in terms of NFL coaches? Sign your text. Give us a reason why. Gator, get your answer. Kang will get your answer. And we will reveal coming up today around 12:20 where he ranks. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, is the time come for you to go out and get a new garage door? I mean, the one you have just isn't cutting it. It's not working, and frankly, it doesn't even look good with the house. You want to upgrade. The great folks over at Precision Garage Door Service are ready to help you out. They've got a warehouse that is just chock full of garage doors, so you could, in fact, possibly have a new garage door within 24 hours. I went through this process myself a few years ago. They came out to the house. I wanted to get new garage doors. Mine were kind of shot, and they kind of outdated. They walked me through the entire process, showed me all the options. We picked out perfect garage doors for my house, and I couldn't be happier. Give them a call today. 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR. Or here's what else you can do. You can go on their website at precisiondoormi.com and schedule an appointment for a time that works for you. You're not beholden to their window of opportunity. They're going to work with you. In fact, all calls are answered 24/7 by an actual live person. So give them that call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR. Or again, schedule an appointment online at precisiondoormi.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. So, how about them Detroit Tigers? Another win last night. We'll get back to them momentarily. Found a list of the top 10 coaches in the NFL, and I want to know where you think our guy, Dan Campbell, ranks on said list. We asked for 10 texts. I want to get Gators ranking. I want to get Kang's ranking. And let's see the 10 texts. What do people have here? I don't have the 10 yet, so we'll get to them in a moment. Here we go. Ryan says 6th. Austin from Grand Blanc says, being realistic, Campbell would be ranked around 8. Dan Campbell would be ranked 5th or 6th. That's from Chris in a truck. My guess is 2nd. That's from Brandon in a mailbox. Definitely 5, Christian and Ypsilanti. I'd rank him top 5, probably number 3 overall. It's from Jake in South Lyon. Dan, our man, is ranked number 5 from Superfly White Guy. Dan writes in, Dan Campbell's probably ranked 6th. Andy Reid is probably number 1. The reason he isn't higher is no respect for what he's done. Adam in a truck says he ranks 3rd. Andrew in Monroe says, I think he ranks 6 or 7, but I think they have to have Andy Reid at number 1. Scott the Gator Anderson, where would you rank Dan Campbell right now?
I would probably have him. Oh, boy. Here's my consternation.
Okay.
I mean, where would I rank him, or where do I think he's ranked?
Where would you rank him? Where would you rank him?
Because I hate Sean McVay, so I'm going to put him ahead of Sean McVay. I would have him probably 6th.
Okay. Kang, where would you put him?
I can't put him below 5. Call me a homer or whatever. I just think he's a top 5 coach in this league. I don't know if he gets the actual respect he deserves, but I've got him ranked at 5.
Because I was looking at this, and I'm just looking at the teams, and so I can think in my head, okay, standing wise, who's done what? I would say, coach in Buffalo, higher. Andy Reid's got to be number 1. I mean, come on, he's won all these Super Bowls. Sirianni has to be higher, as much as I don't like him, but he's got a Super Bowl ring, right? So John Harbaugh at Baltimore is going to be ahead. And then I give respect to Sean Payton, not because of just what he did with New Orleans, but because what he's done with Denver in 1 year. I was, going away from the quarterback that they traded for, going with a rookie in Bo Nix, and he won 10 games. I guess that was impressive. So that's kind of where my process was at, and why I have him where I have him.
All right. Anything to add, Kang, before I get to the list?
No, I don't think McDermott's ahead of Campbell. I could be wrong on that, but I agree with you on your other calls. So, but I could see McDermott being ahead of him because I don't think, like I said, I don't think Campbell gets this respect he deserves, but I wouldn't put him ahead of Dan Campbell.
All right, I'll start by telling you that nobody got where he actually ranks. At number 1, Andy Reid, as most people would suspect.
Safe.
At number 2, Sean Payton.
Number 2, okay.
At number 3, Sean McVay.
What?
Commence Gator meltdown in 3,
I'm gonna melt down.
2, 1.
It's not going to happen. I mean, why would I melt down with this stupid rating at this point? Ranking. I mean, Sean McVay, whatever. You got a Super Bowl. Good for him. I mean, that's probably why you got to have him where he's at. I mean, it helps to have the best defensive player in football at the time. But, I mean, it's okay. He did what he did.
You good with this?
Yeah.
All right, good.
It's okay. I mean, I understand why. I just don't like him. But I understand why a national publication would do this.
At number 4, John Harbaugh. At number 5, Mike Tomlin.
See, here's the thing with Tomlin. I give Tomlin consideration, but his decision-making of going along with Aaron Rodgers completely clouds it for me. And he hasn't been great for a few years. He's still I like him as a coach. I really do like him as a coach, but I just don't think Pittsburgh's clicking like they had prior to that. And a lot of it is self-inflicted, but it's this last decision to put your to bet on Aaron Rodgers to be the guy that brings you back to the playoffs. And now that Aaron Rodgers has come out, basically said this is going to be his last year.
Mm-hmm.
Why do that? Why hitch your wagon to this guy?
It says, despite recent criticism about the lack of playoff success, Mike Tomlin still finds a way to squeeze every ounce of execution out of his teams. He has yet to go through a losing campaign across 18 seasons as Pittsburgh's head coach.
It's amazing.
It really is. Number 6, Jim Harbaugh.
Jim Harbaugh?
Yep.
Come on. Jim Harbaugh, because I was going to say the thing that hurts Campbell is he doesn't have the long resume some of these other guys do, right? The Super Bowl on his resume. But he's only been head coach for, 3-4 years now? Jim Harbaugh, is this because with the Niners as well?
Yes.
And then
they did win 11 games last year.
49ers outfit was a mere 5 yards away from defeating his brother John and the Baltimore Ravens in the Super Bowl. He's since won a national championship. All Harbaugh knows is success, and he's carried on that tradition to the Chargers.
No, I wouldn't even think about including what happened in college when I'm talking
ranking
about
the NFL
head
coaches.
Yeah.
I mean, it's part of his resume, but it has nothing to do with the NFL
nothing to do
coaching.
with the
now.
NFL
I mean,
coaching.
Pete Carroll. Does Pete Carroll,
Right.
do you count his championship at USC? But anyway, number 7, Kyle Shanahan. Number 8, Nick Sirianni. Number 9, Dan Campbell, Detroit Lions.
All right, so I can see Kyle Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan beat Dan Campbell when it mattered most in the NFC Championship game. I can understand that. What was the name before that?
Nick Sirianni was right before him.
And after the other one,
it went Harbaugh, Shanahan, Sirianni.
Okay, well, I guess those are 3. Yeah, it's interesting because you did bring up Pete Carroll, and now that he's back, I guess it's kind of on hold because nobody knows what to expect because he's been out of coaching for a little bit.
Number 10, Kevin Stefanski. So they don't even have him in the top 10, Pete Carroll. Here's what is written about Dan Campbell. When Dan Campbell was first hired in 2021, he emphatically announced that he would change the Detroit Lions culture. He's done that and so much more after starting 4-19-1 over his first year and a half as coach. Campbell's found a way to flip the switch, and the Lions have now won 35 of their past 44 regular season games. Across that stretch, which started in Week 9 of 2022, the Lions ranked second in offensive grade as they've resurrected Jared Goff's career. They carried an elite offensive line for multiple years and have a deep stable of wideouts and weapons. The defense is more of a work in progress, but there's hope with stars Aiden Hutchinson, Brian Branch, and Kirby Joseph. Campbell's biggest challenge this season is coping with the loss of coordinators, but he has proven that he can lead the Lions out of the abyss. Okay, so look, this list is put together by Pro Football Focus, and I always feel like Pro Football Focus likes to do things their own way. And we've talked about how we've struggled a little bit with Pro Football Focus ranking systems. With that said, this has no bearing on reality or Super Bowl chances or anything. He's a good coach. We know he's a good coach here. And hell, if he wants to take this as a slight, go ahead. I doubt he cares all that much.
I don't know if he cares all that much either. In fact, I'm pretty sure he doesn't care. Kevin O'Connell, not on the list.
Yeah.
From Minnesota. Interesting. But Stefanski.
Yep.
All right.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Dave. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Dave.
Hi, this is Dean from California.
Oh, Dean, go ahead.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I hope you're going to talk about Sean McVay.
So I feel like Coach Campbell is the equivalent to Mark Jackson as a head coach when he was with the Warriors. Big rah-rah guy, can change the culture, but just doesn't have enough to get them to the promised land. That's my take. I'll take my answer.
Well, hold on. Why not?
Yeah.
What is it about him that makes you think he doesn't have enough to win it all?
Yeah.
With rah-rah guys and culture-changing guys, leader of men type of guys, they lack the kind of like X's and O's, right? That's where Ben Johnson and Glenn came in, and I feel like he is going to I still feel like they're going to be a playoff team. They can still win the North, but I feel like they're going to take a step back. I feel like they might be one and done in the playoffs this year.
Is Pete Carroll not a rah-rah guy?
Not as much as Campbell. No, I don't see him as a rah-rah guy. Campbell.
I have a fundamental disagreement with you there. I mean, look, when Campbell first got hired, Dave, people saw that opening press conference and said, who has ever looked like this as a head coach? He's a Neanderthal. He's out there. This can't possibly work. And it's exceeded all those people's expectations. They've really only put a competitive team as far as Super Bowl caliber on the field for 2 years. After 2 years, you've seen enough. He can't get them over the top.
I think that was the difficult decision that the Warriors had to make too, where you had a franchise that was just they stunk for so long. got them to the playoffs, got them to later rounds in the playoffs. But there's going to be a point, probably not this season, maybe not even next season, but there's going to get to a point where can't get past that second or third round in the playoffs. You're going to need a more X's and O's guys.
We'll see. I mean, we've seen that before in Detroit with other teams. I mean, Brian Murray had great teams with the Red Wings, couldn't get it done. Jacques Demers had great teams with the Red Wings, couldn't get it done. We saw Rick Carlisle with the Pistons put some really good seasons up there, couldn't get it done. Now, what happened? Well, the Wings went with Scotty Bowman, got it done. Pistons went with Larry Brown and got it done. So we'll see where it goes with Dan Campbell. I think it's way too early.
It feels somewhat early to make that call.
And look, but he's going to make his call early because that's what people do.
Yeah.
I would push back when people say that when they bring up Ben Johnson losing all that. I understand losing your coordinators is tough, but I feel like in a way people forget that Dan Campbell helped to make Ben Johnson.
Yeah. Ben Johnson wasn't Ben Johnson prior to Dan Campbell, right. And there's no question he was an asset to this organization.
Yeah, Dan Campbell made a real quick decision to pull the plug on Anthony Lynn as the offensive coordinator and took over as the offensive coordinator. He didn't turn things over to Ben Johnson just yet. He took over. The offense got a lot better, and then he delegated to Ben Johnson. Now, that being said, this is going to be an interesting year to watch to see how the new coordinators on offense and defense come together and work with this team and where they take it. Is it going to look different? Are they going to be successful with it? We'll find out. But with Nick Sirianni, he lost both of his coordinators, started with new coordinators last year, and they won a Super Bowl. So it can be done.
Campbell ranks 9th on the list of NFL coaches, according to Pro Football Focus. You take issue with that? Too high, too low? First caller said he doesn't have what it takes to get it done. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Hey, FanDuel, because nothing says summer fun like adding excitement to the game while your friends are getting sunburned at the beach. Summer sports are calling your name. Baseball under stadium lights, golf on pristine greens and fairways, soccer matches with world-class goals, and all the action-packed moments in between. Hey, you're going to spend all day following your favorite sports team on your phone anyway. You might as well make it more thrilling with FanDuel. Open the app today to see the daily promotions, which I like to take advantage of. And if you're new to FanDuel, new customers can bet just $5 and get $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Open the FanDuel app today or visit FanDuel.com/Doug to get started. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager. Only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. interesting feedback. Kang, is this indicative of like the basic tenor of the feedback?
Dude, that's all we've gotten so far, which is kind of crazy to me.
All right, I'm going to read these 5 texts you sent over. Jeff and Pontiac, totally agree with the caller that said Dan Campbell is a rah-rah guy. He's the best cheerleader in the NFL, but I think we'll see a big difference with losing Ben Johnson. Next text, this caller's dead on. Campbell won't win a Super Bowl with Goff. McVay was right all along. That's from Kristen Houston. I agree with the current caller. That's from Janine in Windsor. I agree entirely with the caller from California. Dan Campbell is to the Lions what Jacques Demers was to the Wings. That's from Mike in Clarkston. Hans, the Uber driver, pumped the brakes on Campbell being this great coach. He's 2-2 in the playoffs, and just remember he had a worse record than Patricia his first season. I agree. He's a rah-rah guy. That's why he wasn't promoted until his 40s. Him having a worse record than Patricia in his first season is one of the most irrelevant things I've ever heard.
Why? Did he
so
make
so
up for it
based
in the
upon
second
that,
and third year?
using that, Patricia's a better head coach. Like that, if that had any relevance whatsoever, it would be Patricia's a better head coach. Secondly is complaining that he's 2-2 in the playoffs. When I had never seen more than one playoff win my entire life. I'm not going to complain about being 2-2 in the playoffs. Do I feel like they're near the end of a run? Or do I feel like based upon them having one of the youngest rosters and the most players in the 25 best players under the age of 25, it feels like it's the beginning of the run. There is a unique challenge this year on Ben Johnson. The cool thing is that the Lions offense started to play better when Dan Campbell took over as offensive coordinator. Remember when he was calling plays? And the people that hired Ben Johnson are the same people that hired John Morton to be offensive coordinator. So they saw something in Ben Johnson and turned Ben Johnson from he was a tight ends coach into an offensive coordinator. And they had John Morton here. I think there's reason to think that the smart people that saw in Ben Johnson could also see something in John Morton. There's no guarantees. I think this is a challenge. But the caller said he's never going to do it. And Kang said this is all that's coming in.
Wow. Well, and people are entitled to their opinion, and I'd love to hear it and hear how they defend it, and that's fine. I can see that people will be skeptical because you're changing over coordinators, and there is a bit of an unknown, but it's not a complete unknown. That's the thing.
Neither of them are a complete unknown.
And part of the reason that the Lions have been so successful is attributed to what Dan Campbell has decided to do when it goes to fourth down chaos and going for it a lot because it's been successful. He's been more right than wrong during that time, and it helps to win games. To the point where we won the first 2 playoff games we'd seen in 30 years.
I had never seen 2 playoff wins in 1 year.
Never seen 2 playoff wins in our lifetime.
Nope.
And it happened in the same offseason. So
same postseason.
If people are same postseason. Well, so people are reluctant to really latch on to him. I'm not sure why you're reluctant. Are you afraid you're going to get hurt? You'll get disappointed?
So the other thing is he more rah-rah than Pete Carroll? I would say he and Pete Carroll are similar in terms of their sideline emotions.
Well, Pete Carroll is more animated on the sidelines than Dan Campbell is. It's during the week it's different. It's during the press conference where Dan Campbell has the fun stuff. But you watch Pete Carroll on the sidelines, he's jumping up and down, he's cheering, he's yelling, he's doing all those things. Dan Campbell's kind of stoic on the sideline.
Yeah.
But I understand. Yeah, I think you brought up a good one. Pete Carroll is absolutely a rah-rah guy. Dan Campbell's unique in how rah-rah he is. It's not that he's over the top with his exuberance. It's the way he says things, the way he, when he says things like we're going to drag you into the water and we're going to, take a kneecap and do all this stuff. Nobody's ever said that stuff before, and that's what sets him apart. But as far as being a cheerleader for the team, he loves his guys. There's no question about it. And he's found the right mix of players to make this team successful. And hopefully they'll
achieve the ultimate success.
I'm trying to think where the flaw in my logic might be. Because, okay, look in the mirror. Where would the flaw in my logic be thinking he can get it done? The flaw in my logic could be just because he's the best by far I've ever seen coach the Detroit Lions doesn't mean he can win a Super Bowl. Just because he's been by far the most competent head coach we've ever had might speak more towards the people who were the head coaches prior. But Dan Campbell, I hate to say this, Dan Campbell didn't hurt all his own defensive players last year, and Dan Campbell didn't make some unexplainable mistakes, although he's ultimately responsible. But Dan Campbell didn't drop a 4th down pass, a 3rd down pass, fumble a handoff exchange in the second half of that playoff game in San Francisco. Like, I guess he's ultimately responsible for that, and I shouldn't discount that. But, God, I'm encouraged. I'm really encouraged. I think there's reason to think that this guy can get it done because he's gotten done stuff that we couldn't even fathom getting done before.
Right.
248-539-9797. Interesting. Isaac in Royal Oak. What's up, Isaac?
Hey, guys. How are you?
Okay.
So that's just indicative of Lion fans being confused and not knowing what to complain about. Like, Dan Campbell is going to be just fine when it's all said and done.
Okay, we're having problems here. I'm going to put you on hold, Isaac, because I want to hear what you have to say. But we had two voices at once. Mo in Detroit, you're on 97 with a ticket. Hi, Mo.
What's up, fellas? Good to hear from you.
Thank you for calling.
Absolutely. So, listen, I agree with Isaac. The Detroit Lions fans, they are a little bit confused. Honestly, we have nothing to complain about. If you look at the trajectory of the last 3 years, coaching has improved. Dan Campbell has improved. And Ada Hutchinson came out and said, even though there's a coaching staff change, I want to be very honest when I say this. These coaches are in our system. The most sexy, unsexy, but proven aspect of football is continuity. And now it's up to the players to go develop and improve. It's up to us. It's up to them to actually go improve what they need to do to get this Super Bowl done. It's the same system, same players, same philosophy, and ultimately the players got to execute at a higher level for us to be a championship football team.
Well, clearly,
coaching has improved.
Yeah. Is the coaching improved over last year? It might not have, right? I mean, the coaching might. I suspect that Kelvin Shepard and John Morton will have some growing pains along the way, but if they are. The best coaches do get better. The best people get better. They make adjustments. They change, and they, we'll see if they're up to the task. I think they're fair questions, but I also wonder why people who've operated in a competent fashion, staffing their coaching staff, suddenly would do something that wasn't competent. Is that? Why would they suddenly do something that isn't competent?
Yeah, I mean, looking at what has happened with this team on defense over the years, Aaron Glenn was consistent as being the coordinator, right?
Yep.
But they've made changes to their coaching staff while he was there.
Yeah,
they changed defensive backs coach. They've moved other guys around, and here's a guy in Shepard who is very, very well regarded.
Yep.
That now he gets a promotion because Aaron Glenn got his opportunity. I don't think they expect to fall off. I'm excited to see what they do. You got a linebacker mentality now who's going to be the leader of the defense as opposed to a defensive back. Nothing against Aaron Glenn. I loved Aaron Glenn. He was great. But now I'm curious to see how this guy does things differently, if at all.
Isaac in Royal Oak. Let's try again. Hi, Isaac.
Hey, sorry about that, guys. I was at the world's loudest parking lot attendant. It was like shouting at me. Oh, my God. So anyway, yeah, it was ridiculous. I just think like Detroit fans are confused and not sure what to do with like a competent team and a good team and nothing to complain about if they think he's not going to get it done. I don't know if he's going to get it done, but I'm really confident that he and Brad Holmes will get it done. Andy Reid didn't get over the hump until he got Patrick Mahomes and he had to leave Philadelphia. Now I really hope that Dan Campbell doesn't leave. But yeah, I mean, number 9 seems a little. I don't know. That made me feel away.
Well, I guess if you go back and look at that list, I think all the coaches that were on that list have won a Super Bowl or had a team play for a Super Bowl. So
Fair.
Campbell's on the outside looking in because they got the NFC Championship game. And that was as far as they got, which was pretty far.
Yes. I mean, they're going to be fine in the end. And I think that they're not going to be that big of a fall off. Like you said, when Anthony Lynn didn't get it done, he took over. I think he's quick, decisive, and he's learned. I think Dan Campbell is a better head coach this year than he was 4 years ago, right? So go Lions.
You know, it's interesting. I just looked up Andy Reid. You know what year Andy Reid was in coaching when he won his first Super Bowl?
10?
20.
As a head coach?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, he took over in Philly in 1999 through 2012. It was at KC 2013. He won in 2019 was his first one.
Wow. I did not know that.
Yeah. So Dan Campbell can't get it done after having 3 years here in Detroit. 4 years in Detroit. It took to Andy Reid 20.
That's a stat of the day right there.
I didn't realize it was that long. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Interesting topic. I didn't expect the response that we got to it. We looked at it, and I don't really take that much issue with ranking Dan Campbell where they did. Pro Football Focus has Dan Campbell as the 9th best head coach in the National Football League. And there's a lot of people that have right out of the gate said, yeah, I don't think he's going to get it done. The first caller said he's too much of a rah-rah guy. And, we're going to find out when the X's and O's are counted on him. He lost the brain trust in the two coordinators. And immediately a ton of texts came out supporting that, of texters saying, yeah, he's not winning a Super Bowl here, guys. And I'm a little surprised that was the tenor of the feedback. Because, look, I've seen probably 9 out of every 10 things, 19 out of 20 things, whatever it is, far more competency coming from the head coach and the GM. They're proving to be way more competent than incompetent. And so a challenge for sure. Last year was a challenge when they lost all those defensive players, and they held it together for a good long time, but it didn't work out in the end. This year, biggest challenge gets cited by people who have now have really doubt it's all about the coordinators.
I guess the question I would ask is, do you think another coach would have better success with this team than what Dan Campbell has done the last couple of years?
Is that relevant?
Well, I mean, it is if you don't think he can get the job done, right? If you think he's not the right guy because he's too rah-rah. All right, would somebody else have done better? Would somebody else have won 15 games with the roster that was decimated by injuries last year? Would somebody else have gotten the win over San Francisco in the NFC Championship game 2 years ago?
Well, that's relevant. I don't know that going 15-2 in the regular season is relevant to the critic, because all the critic cares about is the postseason.
What happens in the postseason, right?
Yeah.
Well, but it deals with the injuries.
The critic, I mean, speaking as the critic, what did 15-2 get him, Scott?
Yeah, well, it got them into the playoffs, and they won a division, and that team was still the same team in the playoffs that got there, but they were severely injured. So again, it goes back to my point. Do you think some other coach would have done better with the situation that the Lions were dealt with last year with all the injuries?
Yeah.
I mean, would another coach have gone in the postseason and beaten Washington?
Well, I'm guessing.
Why would you think that?
I'm guessing the critic would think that is the case. Let's remember who the coordinators were in that game.
Well, I get it. You and I are Dan Campbell guys. I think he's a really, really good coach, and I think yes, he still has something to prove. But he's taken amazing strides. First of all, winning a division back to back, that's no small feat. Actually, winning not one but 2 playoff games, that's better than anything we've seen in our lifetime. So he's already taken these big strides. He needs to get better for sure. That stat you brought up about Andy Reid, that was it a texter that brought up? That's unbelievable.
Yeah. Well, people are citing Andy Reid, and Andy Reid's a great coach, and his damage has been done here in terms of Super Bowls. In the last 6 years of his career, he's been a head coach for 26 years. He went the first 20 without a Super Bowl.
So, I mean, and Andy Reid's number one on this list. Now, is he number one on the list because he's Andy Reid, or is he number one on the list because Patrick Mahomes?
Well, it's crazy. Like, if you look at his career as a coach, he finished last his first year. He finished 4th 3 times in the first 20 years, and then everything else was first and second with multiple playoff appearances. I mean, multiple play. Like more often than not, he was in 15, 16 times he was in the playoffs. Won a Super Bowl with Patrick Mahomes. It's interesting.
What, 3 Super Bowls?
3 Super Bowls, but the first one came with Patrick Mahomes. But yeah, I mean, I guess as the head coach, you deserve criticism for everything. You're ultimately responsible for everything, and you're ultimately to credit for everything.
And I'm not saying Andy Reid is a bad coach, and I'm not saying that Patrick Mahomes is the only reason they won the Super Bowl. No. I'm just pointing out that a guy like Andy Reid, who's number one on this list, went the first 20 years of his career without winning the Super Bowl, and finally does, and now they built a little bit of a dynasty there with Kansas City, but no one's going to argue that dynasty isn't built without Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
So here's Dan Campbell at the early stages of his NFL coaching career. He's now four years here with the Lions, and 12 games or 8 games, whatever it was, with Miami. That's all he's got under his belt. But what you've seen over the last 2.5 seasons is remarkable of the turnaround that the Detroit Lions have made. Now, ultimately, all anybody cares about is postseason success. And right now, 2-2 in the 2 years in the postseason. Yeah, they got more steps to climb, but I think he's the right guy to help lead that climb.
MCDC going 2-2 in the playoffs, and people are complaining. We won no playoff games for almost the entirety of my life. JFC. That's from an unnamed texter. Guys, a rah-rah coach just won the Super Bowl with the Eagles. These people are idiots. That's from Nathan Clausen. He kind of is a rah-rah coach, Sirianni. He's got that gear in him for sure. Dan Campbell's decision-making is an issue. He is many times too emotional going for it on fourth down instead of field goals. San Fran game. Okay. I mean, his decision-making, he is many times, and he cites one game where it's somewhat notoriously burned him. Is that many times or is that once? Because his go-for-it rate is like almost double the next closest guy, and his success rate is off the charts on fourth downs, but
the guy dropped the ball. He dropped the ball. The one play everybody wants to go back and revisit, they should kick the field goal. Should have kicked the field goal. Or complete the pass. Hang on to the damn football. And then you know what you have? 1st and 10, and you're even closer. So if your drive stalls, then you can kick a field goal if you have to, which would look a lot better from, say, 40 yards as opposed to 49 or 52 or whatever the hell it was at that time. They had the first down. He dropped the ball. That's not Dan Campbell's fault. That's not Jared Goff's fault.
Joe in a car says these ticket texters have reaffirmed my belief that Lions fans are the most ignorant fans in sports. This team was going to win a Super Bowl last year before losing 24 players on defense. The only thing that might hold them back is his aggressive decision-making, but the whole league is moving in that direction. Same old Lions fans.
And why is the league moving in that direction?
Because they're looking for the next Dan Campbell. And Dan Campbell, when people are hiring coaches, I've read reviews that they're trying to mimic the Lions, but until you win it all, I think Campbell is 11 amongst coaches behind Vrabel and Carroll. Carroll has a Super Bowl trophy and appearance. The Titans under Vrabel were consistently in the playoffs. 248-539-9797 from Scott. People stereotype Dan Campbell all the time as being this big emotional jock, yet he's on the leading edge of evolution of head coaches in this league. He's one of the top 4 or 5 strategic minds of coaching in the NFL right now, in my mind. 248-539-9797. Al in Bloomfield. Hi, Al.
Hey, Dylan. How are you guys?
What's up?
So I got to say, this Campbell has gotten better ever since he got here. He was in 3-13 at the beginning. Now he's number 1 seed. And I think he's gotten better with the tools he has. I mean, I go with this, the offense, defense, even though we lost our coordinators, the buck still stops with Dan, right? I'm sure they're going to be fine. And I'm one of those people that, I wish he kicked field goals in San Francisco, but he didn't have a kicker then. Now he has one with the Bates. And this way he can have better decision-making overall. I mean, 15-2 is nothing to laugh at. He did a really great job, and we only got derailed by injuries. So I'm sure that he's going to get up in these rankings the more he gets through in the playoffs,
Well, one thing about the rankings is they have no bearing on whether or not you can win the Super Bowl. It doesn't mean all that much, and I don't really particularly care. I find it interesting, but, I guess anytime there's a slight... What do you think? How do you think Dan Campbell feels when people say it was all the coordinators?
I don't think he cares. I think all he cares about is making the team better and winning, going out there. I don't think he listens to the outside noise all that much. I think there's some stuff that he hears, but when it comes to people who want to give the credit to the coordinators, I think he just smiles because he knows.
Hey, Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many different areas of the law. But for that reason, Michigan Auto Law has the largest auto accident settlement and largest truck accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. Michigan Auto Law chooses to take on fewer cases than other law firms. They do this on purpose. This means they have more time for your case, and that formula leads to faster and larger settlements for their clients. Call Steve and talk to him or a member of his crew at Michigan Auto Law. The law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Gator, what if, I got a what if.
All right.
Nobody brings up. What if the two coordinator hires, one or both, are actually upgrades?
Well, then I win a Super Bowl, right?
What if? We really don't know.
No, we don't.
There is an immediate assumption that they're going to be worse. I can get it. These two guys are pretty damn good. But what if actually one of these guys might do a better job? I mean, it's possible. It's not completely. I'm not predicting that. Let me be clear on that. But I feel like there's an assumption that the coordinators are going to stink.
I think by some people there's a big assumption.
Can we make the assumption that they're going to be great just as easily?
I don't know if we can make the assumption. I think that you can have an expectation.
Yeah.
And my expectation is that it won't be a huge drop off. I don't know if it'll be an improvement. Because both of the coordinators are really good. That's why they're now head coaches in the National Football League.
Yeah.
But it's possible. It's quite possible these guys could end up being better.
Just throwing it out there,
But yeah, I mean, it's definitely is possible. I just hope that there's not this massive drop off where and I don't suspect that'll be the case.
I will take a healthy roster with maybe not quite as good a coordinator as still a good bet to make it to the Super Bowl and maybe even win the damn thing. But we'll see. 248-539-9797. I think it's more about the players than it is the coordinators, and the roster sheerly by getting healthy should be a lot better, and then somebody else will get hurt, and we'll see if the totality of next year's injuries are less than the totality of last year's injuries, which were incredible. Gary, you're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Gary.
Yeah, I wanted to comment on the Lions, and if you look at the last 30 years and then you look at the last 3 years, they have progressed exponentially. They brought pride to the city of Detroit, and people are looking at the ultimate outcome, the Super Bowl. But I would say the last 3 years, fans have been, juiced up. Dan Campbell's a great coach, and I think the Lions are on a great path, and they are fun to watch. And that's all I got to say.
Appreciate it. I mean, look, they're being better than the incompetence that preceded it doesn't mean you're going to get it done. I'm when I talked about looking in the mirror and trying to figure out what the flaw in my confidence in Dan Campbell, is that what it is? I have confidence because it's just so much better than anything we'd ever seen before. And I don't know, it might be, but Scott, I feel like it's more than that. I feel like, when other teams are trying to mimic what the Lions do, they're looking at it and saying, it's working over there. We should try and do some of that.
Yeah, it's a copycat league, and when you see that something works, you try to emulate that as best you can. Now, some teams are equipped to do that with the personnel, and some teams are not. I think the Lions uniquely have one of the better offensive lines in football. They have had one of the better offensive lines in football. So they're able to take some of those chances because they can either run for short yardage situations, or because of the threat of doing that, they can also throw the ball. They can catch you off guard. You don't know really what to expect. Yeah. And frankly, even when the punter comes on the field, you're not sure if he's actually punting. they put all these different thoughts in your head, which goes into, when we get closer and closer to training camp for the Lions, it's hard to believe that it's really just a couple of weeks away.
I know, right?
From training camp. But it's going to look different because of what has been the number one success rate for this team is the offensive line. The line's going to look totally different.
Derek is next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hello, Derek.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good. Thank you for calling.
Yeah, so I just want to offer two thoughts. First off, with Dan Campbell, just a word to the haters, realize that this rah-rah you are hating on has built the chemistry of this team and so many of these guys over the past few years. I would just not be so quick to discount that. Sure, it may not get us the whole thing, but I think that's something to think about. And then number 2 is with their new coordinator, Morton. This is just a prediction now. I have a feeling that they are going to be a lot less flashy this year, a lot less trick plays, but I think they're going to get back to the ground and pound, just physical football. It may not be as pretty to watch. We may not be blowing teams out, 50-10 or whatever, but I think you may see a little bit different style this year, and I think it could be better suited for the playoffs.
Might be. I mean, it's hard to know what different. John Morton has come out and said, I don't know why people think I'm going to change a whole lot. I mean, paraphrasing here, what's been happening here is working. I was part of it before. Kind of familiar with as fun as the, pass to Amon-Ra, flip it to Jahmyr Gibbs is, or the tackle eligible and all that. Plenty of teams have won Super Bowls without specializing in all these trick plays.
Yeah, but it's the trick play that gets noticed.
The trick play,
the Philly special.
Yeah, the trick play is an attention grabber. It's an attention grabber, but it's not a prerequisite to winning Super Bowls. 248-539-9797. Why are we talking about this? Well, we didn't expect to be, but we found a list and just thought it was interesting. Dan Campbell ranked 9th amongst NFL head coaches, which was pretty much lower than most people thought. It's kind of irrelevant. But then we got callers and texters saying, yeah, they're never going to win it all with this guy. I'm like, oh, is that right? Let's go to Darren in Auburn Hills. You're next. Hi, Darren.
Hi, Doug. Hi, Gator.
Hey.
I'm just sitting back here. I listen to you guys all the time. I'm just happy that the Lions and Detroit Tigers and everybody, the Pistons as well, are just in the conversation right now. It's been so long that we've actually gotten a chance to put our teams relevant. It's like, come on, man. You know what? And then you got these nitpickers that are coming along. Hey, man, just let these guys do their thing. They're in the business. We're not. So that's all I'm happy with. And I'm riding high and being a Detroit sports fan. That's all I got to say.
It's been a really good run. And I mean, look, just because they're in the business and we're not doesn't mean we can't second guess them, and we do it all the time. It's I have problems getting too deep into the weeds of second guessing guys who've been nothing but competent. Like the Lions, maybe nothing but competent. There's far more competency than incompetency now. And so, I reserve my criticism for obvious times.
There you go.
248-539-9797. Carson Anderson. All right. Feels like it's a big day for this guy. We'll get to that today at 1:20 here on Carson Anderson. Hey, it's Doug Carr. Summer savings in full swing at Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Right now, you can lease a new 2026 model year Equinox 2LT for just $349 a month with zero money down. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive with GM Employee Discount Finance through Ally Financial or Dort. 10,000 miles per year plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends at the end of the month. It's a big day. You think everybody's sweating it out?
Draft day?
No.
Oh.
No. Dude. You know what today is, right?
It's June 25th. Yeah.
It's a day sports fans mark on the calendar, specifically baseball fans.
This is the last day of phase one voting.
It's the last day of phase one. Can you feel
Get your votes in.
The authentically manufactured drama? The final day of phase one. Hustle, people, get your votes in.
Feeling it.
Because if you don't get your votes in today, your guy might not make phase two. If you don't make phase two, you're not making phase three. Then you start getting into phase four. Nobody wants to get left out of phase four.
No, who knows whatever the hell that is.
And then the real disappointment comes in phase five. But got to get through phase one first, right?
This is true.
The all-star voting. Phase one ends today. Ask us what that means. We think we know. But given that they have decided to go with the most convoluted process ever for selecting the all-star team, we think this means that there'll be 2 finalists for each starting position in both leagues. And that 1 player from each league will be guaranteed a spot at the end of today. So, once again, think back to all these great last phase one pushes. And today's the day. Today's also a big day for Jack Flaherty. On a serious note.
Yeah, it'd be nice for him to get back on track. The last start was not good. He had bounced back this season, had 3 or 4 really good starts in a row, and then not so much. So last time out, I don't think he got through the 3rd inning. The Tigers, it would be great to have somebody emerge as that consistent number 2 guy, and not just be a mid-3s ERA guy. You want to have somebody that can compete there and be maybe below 3 with the ERA. And that's where Casey Mize is right now. We're hopeful that Reese Olson can be that kind of guy. That Reese Olson got rocked a little bit today in his stint with Toledo. But Jack Flaherty's guy is supposed to be that one. That's who he is supposed to be. And that's what we're relying on. So if he's not going to be that guy, that could be trouble for this team. In terms, I mean, they struggled all year, and they're still the best team in baseball. But you want to have that guy. Does this mean if he's not there, do they go out and get a starting pitcher?
I mean, here's the thing about Flaherty, right? I always talk about the word consistency. He's good, but he's not consistent. I feel like that type of analysis gets thrown around all the time, and I think to me, it's counterintuitive. The good ones are consistent. If you're good, you consistently go out and perform. Everybody has talent. The ones that are good, their talent rises to the top and they perform more often than not. Flaherty has been a weird feast or famine guy. At the beginning of this month, he went 2 games, 12 innings, 6 hits, 1 earned run, 13 strikeouts. Okay? Went 6 innings in both appearances, gave up a total of 6 hits in those 12 innings, and struck out 13 with 1 earned run. Well, that's the feast. The famine is his last 2 starts, he's gone 7 innings, given up 11 hits, 15 earned runs, walked 8 and struck out 8. So it's been really good or dreadful. And you can make an argument that this is the most important Tiger the rest of the way, because you got to have the 1-2 punch with Skubal and Flaherty, or Skubal and somebody. And Flaherty's the most likely candidate, more so than Reese Olson, more so than Casey Mize, and more so than any outside solution. Even though outside solutions are fine and it's good if you have to go get one, but you don't know who it is, you don't have accessibility to them. The most obvious candidate to be the 2 in the 1-2 punch is Jack Flaherty. And he needs to get back to being Jack F. and Flaherty the way he has been for some sizable portions of time here in Detroit.
But maybe this is why we shouldn't expect that, or maybe we shouldn't expect it. I'd say this is why we shouldn't. But Jack Flaherty in his career has been erratic.
Yeah.
Last year with the Tigers was like as good as he's ever pitched. And remember, he dealt with a little bit of a back issue last year. He had to get shots, and he'd done that before the year before. It's just something he deals with. But he had a good season with the Tigers. Tigers traded him to the Dodgers. He continued to have that really good season. He was slightly worse with the Dodgers, but only slightly. He was still really good. But that's 1 year. Like the Orioles had PTSD with the time that they had with Jack Flaherty because he was not good for them. And why was all that trade talk last year? Should the Orioles trade for Jack Flaherty? Aside from the Skubal stuff, Flaherty's name came up a lot. But because the Orioles had that relationship with him before, they said absolutely not. We may just have to come to the realization that Jack Flaherty is that guy. He's just erratic. And as much as we want him to be the pitcher he was last year, that's not necessarily who he is. It doesn't doom the Tigers. What it does is it just creates opportunities for other guys to step up and be that guy, be it Casey Mize or Reese Olson or whomever.
I mean, look, you can make the case that they've been fine without Jack Flaherty being that guy. Because, hell, they got the best record in baseball. But if then you're rolling the dice, then on that important day when Flaherty gets the baseball, the dice roll, is he going to be that guy? Or is he still have that gear? Or is he going to be the mess, Jack Flaherty? And you want something more predictable than that, for sure. But maybe this is just how it is. Everybody's got question marks. Everybody's got guys who got to step up, and ours might be Jack Flaherty. He's got to step up at the right times. If the Tigers lose this game tonight and Flaherty isn't good, it's not crippling.
No.
It's not. If the Tigers lose a game in October and Flaherty isn't good, it could be crippling.
Correct. And with him, it's not like, pitchers in baseball, every game isn't the same game for them. Like they're not going out and pitching 6 innings and giving up 4 runs in 6 innings every game. That's not how it works. You have your really good games and you have your bad games. So you just hope that you're on the side of the good games more than the side of the bad games. If the bad games are bad and they're blow up, okay. But if the majority of the times you pitch, you're good, you'll take it. And that's, I guess, where you're striving for the consistency. Just be more good than bad. If your bad is awful, so be it. Then you tank the game. It is whatever it is. I'm not saying tank the game, but you know what I'm saying. Sometimes it's hard to overcome that. Okay, yuck, throw it in the garbage. He was terrible, couldn't get out of the 3rd inning. Hopefully you can stem the flow and move on with somebody else out of the bullpen and the bats pick you up. But when he's good, because that's still in him, it's not like it's completely abandoned. I mean, there was a stretch of 3 or 4 straight starts not that long ago that were outstanding.
Yeah, I guess maybe a way I look at it is if you're not going to improve in the starting pitching and Flaherty's going to get the baseball, then it comes down to just be good at the right time. And maybe we won't be able to predict that. Maybe it's a roll of the dice. But, I mean, if you look at some of the good teams he's pitched against, he pitched really good against San Francisco. He pitched really good against the Chicago Cubs.
Best offense in baseball.
Yeah, he's had some really good outings. Hell, he didn't pitch that poorly against the Dodgers, his first outing of the year. So, I mean, they didn't win the game, but it wasn't his fault as he held them to 2 earned runs into the 6th. So, he's pitched well this season recently against a really good team.
I guess I've kind of lowered my expectations on Jack Flaherty, but what that does is either it creates more expectations for the other guys in the rotation, or it creates more of an expectation for Scott Harris to go out and find a quality starter that can back up Tarek Skubal.
Look, all of this is just a distraction to take away from the tension in the air over the final day of voting for Phase 1. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Well, Builders First Source has you covered. With 4 Metro Detroit locations, they specialize in top-quality composite decking. Brands that you trust, like Trex, TimberTech, and AZEK. So whether you're a DIY enthusiast or you need a certified installer, their expert team will help you build the perfect deck that stands the test of time. Visit one of their locations today in Lapeer, Auburn Hills, Clinton Township, or Shelby Township, and discover why Builders First Source is your go-to for decking. Quality, service, and unbeatable value, That is the Builder's First Source promise. Search buildersfirstsource.com.
Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97 The Ticket. So, Scott, 36 days, and our heads are going to explode. 36 days, and things are going to be insane. What is 36 days away?
Hall of Fame game?
Yup. And?
Start of the Lions preseason? Hendon Hooker?
No. I mean, yeah, on both those. It's something else. 36 days from now. Same day as a Hall of Fame game?
Is it trade deadline, Major League Baseball?
Yup. Same day.
Same day.
36 days from now, the Lions play a football game, and 36 days from now will be the MLB trade deadline.
Mind blown, huh? Is that what you're saying?
Yep. Can you imagine? I mean,
a lot going on.
That's gonna be a day. It's gonna be a day. It's gonna be a day.
Yeah, that's let me write that down. That's going to be a
Make
day.
A note. Oh no.
What?
It's gonna be a day. 7:31. I'm out. You're gonna have an easy show that day.
You think so?
Yeah. Lions football and trade deadline day. all on the same day, that's going to be massive. Kind of wild to think about, isn't it?
It's a lot happening in one day. Yeah. It'll be interesting what we're more excited. Like, here's the show for that day. What are you more excited about?
Yep.
Trade deadline or Lions in the Hall of Fame game?
You know, it's these are two things that bring out a lot of excitement, buzz, callers in sports talk radio, and both potentially there on the same day. You know what today is, by the way? You know, today's National Day. You know what it is?
I don't. I didn't look at that today.
Today is National Leon Day.
Leon?
Mm-hmm. You got a lot of Leons? I can think of two right off the top of my head, and I'm not sure I can think of any more.
Leon Draisaitl.
One.
Leon Redbone.
I don't know who that is.
A musician. Leon Spinks.
Two. I think I'm done.
Went to high school with a kid named Leon.
Did you?
Yeah.
I just thought of a third. Played football in Michigan, Leon Hall.
Okay.
Yep. Does that conclude our list of Leons? Maybe Leon athletes. I don't know if is there a lot of Leons? There's not a lot of Leons.
I don't think there are a lot of Leons.
No. And I don't want to Google it yet.
Yeah, I've already done the Google.
Is there? You already have done it?
There are not many.
There's not a lot of the lineage of Leons. There's not a lot of greatness. You talking about athletes or otherwise?
Everything.
There's just
famous dudes named Leon.
And?
I'm not recognizing a bunch of these guys.
No. No, there you go.
Leon Panetta, the politician. Yeah, there's nothing, man. I shouldn't say there's nothing. We've mentioned the big Leons.
We've hit on all of them.
We've hit the Leons.
Needs to be more Leon representation out there, you know? Don't you think?
I think so. I mean, my life started being a fan of sports with Leon Spinks. You know, that's kind of.
Wait, Leon Spinks wasn't your gateway to sports, was it?
No, but I'm thinking back to the time when Leon Spinks beat Muhammad Ali. What is it, like 1978 or something like that?
I don't know, but it was a BFD at the time.
Yeah, it's kind of that couple years in there where that started my sports viewing.
All right, let's get back to something we started the show with, and obviously not everybody can hear every second of every show, although I ask the question, why not? But how about Wencel Perez? What a night last night. And you have to start asking yourself, is Wencel rendering the need for a right-handed bat irrelevant? I don't have the numbers in front of me. I'm going to get them right now. But his here we go. Against left-handers this year,
yeah.
He's hitting .421.
Is that it?
Yeah, with a 1453 OPS.
Is that good?
He has 8 hits, including 3 doubles and 3 home runs. This is the smallest of sample sizes.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
19 at bats. But he is killing left-handed pitching. And against right-handed pitching, he's not bad either. His OPS is 857, which is well above average. 3 home runs, 9 RBIs, 56 at bats. So, you know, it's easy when a guy's playing real well to say, hey, this guy might be pretty good. I guess the question is, how sustainable is it? He's only 25. It's only his second year in the bigs.
He's off to a great start.
When he was hurt to begin the year, I don't know if we got one call saying, oh, they're going to miss that guy.
Well, I think if we did, it would have only been in relation to all the other guys that were missing at the same time.
Right.
Because they didn't have that outfielder because, you know, Parker Meadows started off hurt and Perez started off hurt. And I think somebody else was hurt to start the season as well. So that's the only reason why. Akil Baddoo, I think, was another one that would start hurt. But Perez it is a small sample size. It's only 75 at-bats on the year. But he's basically been playing since the end of May 27th through yesterday. It's a very small sample size of, 20, whatever it is, 23 games or something. But he has been remarkably consistent during that time.
Mm-hmm.
He has a number of multiple hit games already. He's got, I believe it's 8 multiple hit games already this season. And he's providing power from both sides of the plate. Last night, everything on display, right? You saw him hit. You saw him field with the 2 outfield assists in the same inning. You saw him slide and make the catch to end the game. And you saw him come around with great base running awareness on the play at the plate where they couldn't get Riley Green. The ball got past the catcher and heads up, keep running and slide home because the pitcher's got the bad angle on that ball and backing it up. And the catcher was a little late to say, oh, wait a minute, I should probably get in position. But he takes advantage of it. Everything on display, his ability to run, throw, field, and hit.
So, I mean, we were just talking about 36 days away from the trade deadline. If this is who he's going to be for the next 36 days, they'll probably be like, maybe we don't need a right-handed bat. And, he's hit out of 5 different spots in the order. He's played every outfield position. He's been remarkably good. And where he is in his career at 25, guys who are 25 that are exploding like this could be the sign of being a really damn good player. It's not like he's doing this at the age of 31 and he's never been anything special.
Right.
Now, it'll be a little bit out of left field because not a lot was expected when the Tigers got him.
So they've got 2 guys now that have been reintroduced into the lineup that hit left-handed pitching. You got Wencel Perez and you've got Jahmai Jones. Jahmai Jones only has 18 at-bats against lefties. However, he's hitting .444 and he's slugging, or his OPS is .1468. They're very similar to what Wencel Perez has done. Mm-hmm. These 2 guys, until further notice, do you pencil them in the lineup or do you write it in ink that they're in there against left-handed pitching?
I mean, I think you pencil them in the lineup until they prove that they can't do it. And in the next 36 days, you hope they define themselves one way or another.
And if you find it works, right? Like if you're going to say, okay, we're in a position now where maybe Jahmai Jones only plays against left-handers and you take Kerry Carpenter out because Kerry Carpenter struggles against left-handed pitching. If that's what you want to do, if it's a platoon that works, who cares, right? Mm-hmm. It really doesn't matter as long as it works. And you ride it for as long as it does work. And then if you have to find another solution down the road, then you will. But I do think that the Tigers, and I've said for over a week now, adding another bat is not necessary for this team. It is necessary to add pitching to this team. That's the priority. And I think the priority is still in the bullpen, but I mean, keep monitoring what's going on with the starting pitching if you have to go get a starter too. But you have to at least add 1 really good bullpen arm.
So modern day Detroit Tiger international signings, because that's what Wencel Perez was. Back in 2016 as a 17-year-old, they signed him, and maybe he was a 16-year-old. They put him in the Dominican Summer League, which is where Chris Rodriguez is the most highly touted of the international signings the Tigers have ever had, and is generating a ton of hype.
Cooled off significantly, but yes.
In between, have you seen, do you know who their most significant guys are? International signings?
Roberto Campos, who is struggling at AA right now.
Mm-hmm.
I know it was a big sign they had. I'm sure there's some pitchers in there.
Fernando Rodney.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
I just quick Google search.
I mean, guys that made it to the major leagues, I don't know.
Here you go. Avisail Garcia.
Okay.
Juan Encarnacion.
You're going back, but okay. And you're still going backwards, I'm guessing.
Eugenio Suarez.
Yeah.
He was one. And I mentioned Rodney, and that's kind of the guys that have made it to the majors of late. But it's not really exactly been their thing.
No. But Perez has been a nice development over the last couple of years, earning his opportunities, and now this year he's taken off with it.
Yep.
Which is great. Let's hope that if this is who he is, this is amazing. You're going to love this. I wonder if this is going to be similar to the route that Kerry Carpenter took, where didn't do much as a college player, got to the Tigers organization, and after a couple years in the minors, he was very loud in the minors of what he was doing and needed to get called up. Perez kind of similar, but wasn't as prolific as the hitter that Carpenter was, but he's having an impact at the major league level like Carpenter did in his first couple years with the Tigers, and now we're seeing here it is 4 years later or whatever. I like that. It's great to have guys like that. I don't know how long you can count on that. It's a very small sample size, but because of his versatility as a fielder and as a hitter, because he's a switch hitter, he's going to get every chance to succeed.
Leon Lett.
Oh, another Lett. Oh, my goodness gracious.
That has come out a lot. A lot of that has come back from our listeners. It's National Leon Day. We couldn't go deep. Spinks, Draisaitl. Who's the other one you mentioned? Some musician.
Leon Redbone, Leon Russell.
Mm-hmm. And now Lett. Not a lot. Tequilas and Cervezas are back for the summer at Twin Peaks. Your favorite Twin Peaks. Well, the girls have swapped out their black lingerie for red and serving up samples of your favorite tequilas and Mexican beers all summer long. Join your favorite lodge this week for samplings of the hot new Astral Tequila and grab an ice-cold 29-degree Pacifico, your June beer of the month. If that's not a reason enough to go to Twin Peaks, have no fear. There's baseball action at 6:40 tonight, so you pair those awesome drinks up with the best bar food around. You get to watch our team play. You heard it right. Twin Peaks is more than just sports beer and fine women at Twin Peaks. Their Scratch Kitchen serves up remarkably crafted dishes that crave any appetite. Favorites like the house smoked brisket, the wings are chicken hand-cut New York strips, hand-cut and breaded to order wings and tenders, and the beautiful smash burgers. My personal favorite is the Chipotle chicken entree. It is outstanding. And don't forget, huge weekend approaches with pay-per-view fights. Friday and Saturday, boxing and UFC lovers rejoice. And maybe we'll get to see Jake Paul get knocked out. You won't want to miss it. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Gators, 16 years ago today. It's the day that Farrah Fawcett and Michael Jackson passed away.
Yeah, how about that?
Yep. And what was weird is 16 years ago today, I was driving up north for golf, which might be on the short-term agenda for the Carson Anderson program. But
were you here that day, or were you leaving after the show to go for the golf?
I think I was here, and it was after the show.
Okay, so we did the show when that news broke.
It was a Friday. Maybe it was a Thursday. It might have been a Thursday because I usually do the golf trip. I either go Friday after work or.
I couldn't remember if I was doing the show with you or with Jamie at that time.
Don't know
if you had the day off, but that was quite a day.
Yep.
Two icons in the same day.
Yeah. The MJ thing just took over. It was.
Oh yeah,
took over. Regarding the Dan Campbell ranking of being ranked 9th amongst NFL coaches, which led to a flurry of feedback, a call, and then a flurry of text saying this guy's never going to win at all. A named texter says, sports fans have a very short memory. Dan Campbell did not take over the Dallas Cowboys or the Pittsburgh Steelers. He took over the Detroit Lions, arguably previously viewed as the worst franchise in the NFL, and now everybody loves them. Dan Campbell has developed 2 head coaches since he has been here. The job of a leader is to develop people below him. Here's another one. Man, you guys take criticism of Campbell of the Lions so personally. You don't have to always defend them as hard as you do. Look, it's how you interpret it. We like to say everybody's entitled to their opinion. We'll tell you why we disagree. But as I said, when they're way more competent, I guess when something goes wrong with the Lions or anything is bad with the Lions, when people conclude that they're doomed because of that one thing, I do point out the other 19 things out of the 20 that they've done right. There's very little that leads me to believe that under Campbell and Holmes, things are going to get significantly worse.
Right. I mean, I guess if you find something you think is a fatal flaw, then fair enough. But I don't look at anything that Dan Campbell has done as a fatal flaw. I know there are people out there that do. They love to argue it, and that's fine.
Yep.
I don't think it's anything he's done is a fatal flaw. I think that he's got flaws like every other coach does, but it's nothing that is catastrophic or something they cannot overcome. I think last year, the fatal flaw for the team was injuries.
Yep.
Specifically to the defensive side of the football. You can't lose that many starters and continue on towards the Super Bowl.
And look, to this texter, I will probably, it's like people who criticize Brad Holmes' draft. Well, what about this guy? Well, what about that guy? And I go, okay, yeah, those weren't great draft picks. Yep. However,
the body of work is
overwhelmingly positive. You can what about? You can do what about?
Sure. And people are and typically it's a first or second round pick that people will look at and say, well, I would have taken this guy, and that's fine. You can have your guys that you want and keep looking at that and keep and see if you were right or not. But there's more than one way to get things done, and it's still early in the process to see if he's gotten everything right. And obviously not everything's going to be right, but with the first round picks, is he hitting on that more than he's missing? And hopefully it's way more than he's missing. But so far, his picks in the first round have been pretty good.
Well, and his picks all over the board, relative to everybody else.
But there are still other guys the other players that people would have wanted.
The one thing for sure that I can say that this person has wrong, I can assure you I do not take criticism of Campbell of the Lions personally. That I can assure you. John in Orchard Lake says, I think Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes are the best things that ever happened to the Lions. He deserves a lot more time and a lot more respect. Next text, I think Campbell has more to do with the offense than he's let on the last few seasons. The offense will be just fine next season. Well, we're going to find out a little bit. You were really pointing out when it first happened that when Dan Campbell fired Anthony Lynn and took over the play calling, things got way better. And that Campbell probably deserves quite a bit of credit for influence over the offense the last few years.
I think that's where you saw Dan Campbell become the unquestioned leader. He made the tough decision halfway through his first season, to say it's not working out with our offensive coordinator. We're going to keep him on board, but I'm going to take over calling the plays. The other thing he did at that same time was kind of call out publicly Jared Goff. And say, Jared's got to be better. He's going to have to play better. And from that moment on, he did. And then the second season, Lions got off to the rough start, but they were feeling things out. And then by the middle of the season, they won, 8 of the last 10 games? Killed the Packers, killed Aaron Rodgers and all his hopes to go out a winner in Green Bay. That was done. And a beautiful, beautiful night in Green Bay to finish that season, even though the Lions had nothing to play for. They found out earlier that night they would not be playing for a chance to make the playoffs. Everything was done. Season was over. We're just going to play out the string. They took it differently. And that's another situation where I look at and I say, this is why Dan Campbell's the right guy. Because those guys going into the last game of the season, they treated that game differently. It meant something. It meant everything for the Packers to win that game. And did they?
Nope.
No, they did not. Everything for Aaron Rodgers to go out a winner, and he went out a loser, and he's been a loser ever since. But Dan Campbell, he's grown up with this team. This team has grown up with him. They're all together here, and I think he's been a great leader of men for this team. I think he's a very good head coach with potential to be great. But the great will come with, and those accolades will come if they win NFC championships, if they get to a Super Bowl and win a Super Bowl. Then you'll move up from 9 to 3 in the rankings or whatever it is, right?
Yeah, well,
but he's got a lot of work to do with this team, and he knows it.
He's had one of the toughest jobs in sports, and he's done a pretty good job in turning things around. Scott, regarding the Scott Boras discussion we had earlier, feedback here, he's annoying to us fans because all we want is our teams to get the damn guy signed, and he unquestionably slows that process down. I would say that that's accurate. That's a fair criticism of Scott Boras. He will drag it out if he can drag it out. So, Rico Beard has sauntered into studio and is on deck with Mike Valeni, of course. Hello, Rico.
Hey, man. It's kind of his job, though.
We went through the whole thing. His job doesn't mean we have to like him.
Correct.
And I said I would lose this in a court of law, this argument. But to me, I don't like the guy. And it's because I think he funnels his clients to bigger market teams.
Yeah.
And that doesn't help us. And this is because he got hired by an Astro player that seemed to be close to signing. And now they say talks have been broken off because Boras got involved.
Yeah, I see. I will always lose this argument. I do not see Detroit as a smaller market. Detroit wants to be a smaller market. Doesn't have to be.
Well, it's not New York, Chicago, or LA.
It's not, but doesn't mean you have to be Pittsburgh either.
Well, nobody's arguing that.
Yeah,
the argument is Boras will steer his clients to New York, Chicago, or LA. There are other examples, but that's where he's going to steer his guys.
I think if they actually went bigger payroll, he wouldn't mind sending people to Detroit. But it's when
he has in the past,
right?
When he with Illich, but
right,
but
and all of a sudden the payroll's been reduced, and it's like, well, they're not going to.
But don't confuse saying they're small market versus they're not New York, Chicago, or LA, which is all.
No, that's different. That's the whole small market thing. Like that's a mindset to me.
Yeah,
I don't think
the point is.
I don't think they're going to operate like they're small market. I think we've seen them operate like they're a winning franchise, and I think that now that they've got this taste of playoff success last year, that they added to this team in the offseason, they made a legitimate offer. They thought they had the big fish they were going to land in free agency. It fell through at the last minute. They're in a position now where they're the best team in baseball, and the general manager's gone out and said, we're looking to add.
And
I think everything's set for them to continue to do that.
Let me clarify. I'm not saying that the Tigers are acting that way. I'm saying I don't like it when I hear fans say, well, we're a small market. Like,
well, they're not a small market.
No. So they're not. So let me clarify that.
No, Detroit is not a small market. It's just not one of the top
It's
5
just not New York, Chicago, or LA,
right.
where Boras would prefer to take his guys because they have endless resources.
I got you.
What do you got next?
Apparently, it's going to be Festivus in June.
Okay.
To start the show off.
All right.
And then
you got an airing of the grievances?
Not me. And also, we're going to talk about. I was driving in. I heard you guys talking about that PFF, the top 10 coaches, Dan Campbell stuff. We have a different spin on that. We're going to hit that probably around 3 o'clock as well. That Karshian tea.
Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. The Tigers look to win their series with the Athletics and make it 3 straight when they send Jack Flaherty to the mound tonight at Comerica Park. Flaherty has struggled of late, 15 earned runs his last 2 starts. Manager A.J. Hinch says commanding the strike zone against the A's tonight will get him back on track. Jacob Lopez starts tonight for the Athletics. Last time out, he was pretty good, just 1 earned run in 6 innings against the Astros. Tigers, first team in baseball to 50 wins this season. That first pitch, 6:40, with the pregame show at 6:15 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. It's Community Day at the Rocket Classic in Detroit. Stars past and present like Dylan Larkin and Barry Sanders are teeing it up with players on tour for the Pro-Am on course right now. First round play starts tomorrow morning at Detroit Golf Club. The favorite, Colin Morikawa, Tony Finau, is withdrawn from the tournament. And the Pistons hold pick number 37 in the NBA draft, which starts up tonight in Brooklyn. Unless they trade up, they won't be on the clock until tomorrow. President of Basketball Operations Trajan Langdon says the strategy with that pick, best player available. Duke's Cooper Flagg is the overwhelming favorite to go number 1 overall to the Mavs. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Thank you, Luke. All right. We are excited. On a Wednesday, we got a jam-packed show for you. And all I can tell you is Rico is in a mood. Let's get it going. I'm kidding. I totally made that up. I was just making sure you were paying attention. So we have business to attend to. And David, we made an alteration to the show sheet, unbeknownst to you. I was talking to Rico about this, and we're going to do a PSA to start the show because I've had enough of something. But I think it's going to lead us into something else that needs to stop locally. And we're going to go from there, okay? So hear me when I say this. I talked to David about this and Rico about it earlier. I've spoken to Jim Costa about it. I'm going to do this for the record. I can't believe I have to do this.
Do we need to swear you in?
You can.
I mean, I just want to make sure what you're going to say is the absolute and God's honest truth.
It's the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Okay.
But between what Wojo did the other night and what Cookies did this morning, I have to put a few things on the record. Okay. Because, look, I understand what's going on, all right? You know, they can't generate feedback on their own, so they need to use my name, put my name all up in their mouth. But I want to help them because it has to stop. Okay? You don't need to make things up. You can make fun of me. You can use our show sheet. I don't care. None of it's an issue. But you don't need to make things up. So, for the record, Mr. Rico Beard,
okay,
are you the bailiff? What's your...
I'll be the prosecutor. I'll just ask you the questions on the stand, if you would like.
Go ahead. Okay. I have bullet pointed 6 things because I don't know what these other shows are doing.
Okay, well, Michael Valenti, I will ask you this question. Have you ever advocated for the Pistons to go all in?
No. This is a made-up thing by Jim Costa and Wojo. No. I have said doing nothing isn't an option. I've also shot down things like Giannis or KD. I don't think
you didn't say that they have to go get KD.
No,
they have to go get Giannis.
I didn't want him. What I have said is the following. Any trade that would, quote, compromise their future, I'm not making. If you want to keep Jaden Ivey, I'm actually on board where you go, all right, Ivey and Cade in the backcourt. I'm going to take one of Ron Holland and Asur. One, not both. One. I'm going to take Tobias or Fontecchio or Beef Stew. 1 or 2 of them. Salary. Need it to get player who plays basketball. And I would take up to 3 first-round picks. Let's see what the market bears. That's all I've said. Oh, this morning, though, Mike Valenti wants to go all in. You're right. I've advocated to trade for Nikola Jokic. I just, again, never said it.
You never said this. Okay.
Never.
Okay, well, Mr. Valenti, have you ever pounded the table and said, we have to go and get Zion? By we, I mean the Detroit Pistons. They have to go and get Zion.
No. All I've said is when you want something interesting, risk it, biscuit. Low acquisition cost, high output. Here's an idea. This is a forum for ideas. This was what Wojo did the other night. Well, the Valenti can. I never have pounded the desk, never said they must, demanded it, none of it. I've provided an interesting name that I think could be had, and I think it's a lower cost, higher risk, higher reward deal. Don't have to have it, because what have we always said? No one knows him better than Trajan. Mm-hmm. And if Trajan doesn't want him, that's good enough for me. Okay. That's 2 things on the record.
Okay. We would like to know, and by we, the city of Detroit, what do you have against Jaden Ivey? Why do you feel he needs to be dealt?
That's made up. I don't think he has to be dealt. I've said that with Ivey and Duren, they're both extension eligible. You probably can't keep both. What have we said? I like the idea of, hey, once and for all, you can have Ivey and Cade play together. Fine. Pick one of Asur and Ron Holland. Go that route. You want to keep him? Keep him. I don't care. It's another made-up thing. I don't understand it.
Okay.
I don't like this. I feel very threatened by you.
Really? Well, we're not done yet. Sit down.
Put that coffee down.
So, what is it that you want our Detroit teams to do?
Got it. Try. That's what. Here's the disconnect I feel like this show has, not only with the other shows at the station, but with the audience. And maybe you guys in listener land can tell us. I want championships. I'm not interested in fun and thunder sticks and daiquiris and, ripping Marlboro Reds. Guys, I want championships. So, case in point, well, the Celtics haven't won many, right, but they try. Like, this was another thing that's just completely made up by Jim Costa.
No, sir. We'll get to that.
All right.
Please answer the question.
I want all of our teams that once you get up off the mat and you're good, if you want to swim with the Sharks, you better act like them or you're going to get eaten by them. That's it. The Pistons are with the Sharks now. Okay? And I say the same thing about the Tigers, the Lions. The Wings is a whole different thing because I think frustration fuels that. But as it would pertain to the Pistons, I want them to try. And I'm not going to sit here and deal with this, we're going to get better on the margins. Okay, it's one thing to go from 14 wins to 40. It's a whole nother to go from 40 to 60. The margins are probably not going to help you there. And when I hear things put out there about, Oklahoma City and margins, Hartenstein is one of the best rebounders in the league and was a starter on the New York Knicks. Alex Caruso's been a starter for playoff teams. Alex Caruso's a good basketball player. Like, I'm sorry, that's not margins. The whole point is, I want our teams to have a focus on a championship. And I don't feel like that's the case. With Tom Gores, he has just said the goal is to win a playoff series.
Yeah, he did.
Okay, well, that doesn't work for me. Now, if that's okay for you guys, that's fine. We don't need to make things up. You don't need to make things up.
Okay, but Mr. Valenti, sir.
Stop calling Mr.
Can't the Pistons just go out there and be homegrown and do things the way the Celtics, and I'm going to even throw in the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Again, I confronted Jim about this after the show before he was catching a rat in his home, which kind of freaks me out. But the idea that the Celtics are homegrown is either being willfully ignorant or dishonest. You choose. The minute they got Jason Tatum, sign Al Horford, sign Gordon Hayward. Hey, we're going to go trade for Kyrie. Oop, that didn't work. Get him out. Redo it. We're going to trade for Derek White. We're going to go get Drew. We're going to go get KP. Listen, you got to stop with this because they drafted Brown and Tatum. That's your homegrown angle?
Homegrown.
Yeah, okay. And here's the thing. Oklahoma City is not homegrown. Caruso, Hartenstein, SGA isn't homegrown. Acquired via trade when they traded the franchise away. You can't say things like that. Enough. I'm just stop using my Celtics as homegrown. The Boston Celtics were not homegrown when they created the most expensive team in the history of the league.
And still trying to give away pieces, but I'm not done yet.
Okay. Will Smith had it right. Kind of. My point is,
bottom line is this. What are you here for? What do you want to see? What are you here for? Why are you so angry?
I'm angry because people create straw man arguments because they can't argue what I'm saying. I'm not asking the Pistons to go all in. I'm not asking the Tigers to wreck their future. I'm not asking for teams to do quote unquote stupid stuff. But what I can't stand is you can't have a conversation without your words getting twisted, which is, you're upset that Trajan's not going to make a move, so you want to go all in like Valenti. No one has said that. I have not said that. But unlike the rest of the station or a lot of the fan base, I'm not here for fun and ball tickles. I want to win a championship. Let's check the championship hotline in this town. Pistons have won a title in 22 years. They're good. I'm excited. I want to add to the excitement. That doesn't mean you go to the deep end of the pool and cash in all your chips on some misguided Blake Griffin move. No, but you're seeing deals happen. You're seeing things take place, and your GM got up there and said, no, we're not going to be aggressive. And, it's about bringing our people back. I just get tired of my words getting twisted. You don't need to do it. I'm very, you could say a lot of things about me. Rico, I'm pretty clear with the things I say. I'll get stuff right, I'll get stuff wrong. But, man, if I hear another show on this station twist what I'm saying, why? Because these are baseless things. I do not want the Pistons to go all in. David, just like it's at church, can we start like a clap thing? We're all wearing gowns.
That would be the choir, sir.
Whatever. I don't. It's sway left and right with me. I don't want the Pistons to go all in. Okay. I simply want them to try.
Okay. I'll ask my co-counsel. Is there any other questions you would like to ask of the witness here?
No other questions on my end. I do have some questions from the gallery here.
Oh, great.
Mr. Villini, why do you think the whites are better? LOL.
Ticket Texter wins. Tremendous job. That was about NC State's football helmets. Come on.
So the Pistons are going to be trading to get the number 1 overall pick. I got it.
Yes, David.
No, someone is on your side. Joe in Detroit, in fact, says, I'm driving in a lot of afternoons at work. I listen every day from 2 to 4. And I haven't heard you ever once say you want the Pistons to go all in. I've heard you say exactly what you're saying now.
Thank you. Joe, I love you. I want to let you know that, Joe. I don't know you, but I love you. That's it. We don't need to make things up. As I said to Jim on the phone, we probably would have found a happy medium because if I were there, I wouldn't have let you get away with your nonsense. I just want these teams to have a laser focus on championships. That's it. Enrico, you know what I know. There is a wide breadth of moves you can make between the one end of the spectrum, which is Giannis, zillions of picks, fever dream, and nothing. And this weird, homegrown, almost like fantasy people have. I operate in the middle.
Yeah, and for the Pistons, I'm thinking it's probably going to be more small moves like you got last year, but they worked for Trajan Langdon. They worked for the Pistons. It took them from 14 wins to 43 wins. I would like to see a little bit bolder, but it's after yesterday, it sounded as if don't expect 313 calling anybody anytime soon.
And also, by the way, hey, let's check the Red Wing rumor mill. Do you know what Kenny told me?
Yes.
Here's the rumor mill today. Kenny, do you mean to tell me that in the most impactful summer of Steve Yzerman's career, they're not anywhere with anyone today?
Not today. The only thing that I've seen since this has all started was that weird goalie one. Yeah, not looking off to a great start with that one.
So I got one more question for you, Mr. Berlin. Would you
sure.
like it now?
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Next.
I got one more question.
And that's all.
You.
I wanted to set the record straight. And let me be even more unequivocal. I have no issues. I think it's fun when shows talk about each other. I don't mind the ball breaking. I don't mind being made fun of. I don't mind the drops. I don't care about any of it. I don't. But you don't need to make up things. That's it. You don't need to twist things. If anyone at this station will never be confused as being wishy-washy or murky, it's me. So just please don't do that. Like Wojo the other night. Oh, the Valenti kid pounding the desk. Never happened. Kind of like you being sober. Never happened.
That's personal.
Well, I've had
You know
it,
what?
okay?
Sit down. You're not done yet. We'll get back to you next.
Okay, all right.
97.
All right. Okay, listen. Let me take care of some business here. Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country, and Northville is Michigan's Trex superstore. Guys, they're the best in class now. What are we doing? They got a brand new facility down on 5 in Napier. You can go check out everything. It's all in stock all the time. I mean, it just doesn't stop. Call North. Rico, you're gonna love what's over there. Listen, call Northville Lumber today. They are the best in class. Take home some samples. Buy it, build it, do where the pros do it, damn it. NorthvilleLumber.com. That's NorthvilleLumber.com. All right, we'll go to the people because we do have a topic to get to. But that was cathartic. I've had enough. It's like if you want to use the material, use it. If you want to have a debate, we'll debate. Don't make stuff up. It's ridiculous.
I do have one last question for you, Mr.
Yes,
Lenny.
sir. Oh God, what?
Why do you feel the bar of success has been lowered in this city?
Oh, how long you got?
We're here till 6.
Okay, well,
Tigers game 6:10.
It kind of bleeds into our topic. Like we're going to get to this Dan Campbell thing because now, and I do blame. Look, I blame the teams as a part of it. Right when you go without winning for so long, right? People don't remember. We're coming off a decade of it was the worst 4-sport town in America, winning percentage wise. I blame social media, a lot of it. I blame the media, both mainstream and now this, I don't know, whatever you want to call the social media.
Fanboy.
Yeah, fanboy media. Because now anybody can create an account and it can be called like Pistons Boner Jam and Lions are the bestest, and it's just an account that puts out propaganda. What we've conditioned fans to do is basically drink. They're drinking sand, not because they want to. It's because they don't know any better. It's all an oasis. It's this mirage. The standard has always been a championship. And the problem is the only people telling the truth are the ones you attack. Like you get mad at me and Rico for what? Because we don't have a logo on our paycheck? Because we want more for you and for us and the teams? Like you can feel it in real time, Rico. Mm-hmm. So it's like anytime you're like when Trajan Langdon says what he said yesterday, and I'm not piling on Trajan. He's done a fantastic job in his 1 year. I just didn't understand the calculus getting up to a podium yesterday and essentially telling people you're doing nothing.
Especially when you're being told that there's going to be a lot of trades that are going to be happening in the NBA, and it's like you know what? I'm going to sit back and watch. You guys go ahead and...
I'd rather, yeah, and again, maybe it's a heel turn. Maybe it's a fun story. Maybe he shocks the world. I don't know. Maybe it's the Iserman laser beam memes we used to see. Look, I think it's been lowered because people have had their mind poisoned. That it's all good all the time, and anyone who tells you your team's not perfect is bad or has bad motives or is a bad person or is a hater, it's an absurdity. The whole fun of being a fan is debating on an almost hour-by-hour basis about your team, what they are, what they aren't, what we need, what we want to do. And those conversations now are met with just it's a sad response because what it is people have given up their right to think. And they're like, well, no, I'm told all day that my team's perfect and this is right. Why are you idiots between two and no, because we're not bought and paid for, because we're not idiots. Because we actually like look around and go, hey, there's more out there for us. Mm-hmm. I don't know, man. So look, case in point, this Dan Campbell thing and what we just, Doug and Scott were talking about it, and Pro Football Focus put out their top 10 head coaches. National media hits the list and says Dan Campbell, shown respect, makes the top 10. Mm-hmm. Local blogger sphere, whatever you want to call it, and I'm not demeaning anybody. Let me be very clear. Chase whatever you want to chase. If your passion's the Lions, you want to write about it, you eventually want to get into the media, do whatever you want to do. But look at the headlines. Massive Lions disrespect. And I'm like, did I read a different article? Did Dan Campbell not make the top 10, the top 20? Did someone put Dan Campbell like right next to Brian Daboll? Right. No. Here's where Dan Campbell is on the Pro Football Focus list. And people are bent out of shape about it. And this is why I truly believe, like people talk about Trump derangement syndrome. Mm-hmm. I truly think there is a team derangement syndrome. It's a different TDS.
Yeah.
Where people cannot talk about their teams anymore. Yeah.
Love somebody the way people love Dan Campbell.
Right. So Dan Campbell comes in at 9. And you go, oh, it seems kind of low. Is it? First on the list, Andy Reid. Guy's been to, 11 championship games and won multiple Super Bowls. Mm-hmm. Andy Reid's number 1. Sean Payton has won a Super Bowl. Sean Payton has taken multiple teams to the playoffs, right?
Right. They're probably thinking Sean Payton, Denver Broncos, not Sean Payton, body of work.
Yeah.
I get what you're
saying. Sean
McVay,
Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. Multiple, has won one,
but
right?
He's a weirdo.
Doesn't matter. John Harbaugh, Super Bowl. One of the winningest coaches in the history of the league, runs a great program. Mm-hmm. And what has he won? The Super Bowl. Yeah. Mike Tomlin. Now, if you want to question Tomlin, you want to say he's a little bit rah-rah, Super Bowls 15 years ago, well, here's the other thing. The body of work suggests that if Mike Tomlin and his aviators and his wooden cross are on the sideline, you're going to the playoffs. True or false?
True.
He's done a good job in Pittsburgh. Jim Harbaugh, before you freak out, remember something. I don't have to like the guy to respect him. He's an elite NFL head coach. He's been to multiple Super Bowls. And I think they're going to unseat the Chiefs this year. I have no problem with Jim Harbaugh at 6. Let me say it for the people in the back. I have no problem with Jim Harbaugh at 6. Kyle Shanahan, multiple Super Bowls, not only as a coordinator, but as a coach, has had the lead twice in the fourth quarter of Super Bowls and just lost in overtime. What am I going to say?
Right.
He didn't show up like Wade Phillips and lose by 50.
To the number one coach.
And 8 is Nick Sirianni. Yeah, pretty sure having a Super Bowl and being the multiples gets you there. Dan Campbell is the highest rated coach who has not won or much less been to a Super Bowl. There is no disrespect in that. But if you look at the local media today, you would have thought somebody showed up at Dan Campbell's house and kicked him in the sack. No, actually, it's appropriate he's number 9. Blew a 17-point lead in the NFC title game and got aced out by a rookie last year. 9 is actually really respectful.
4 years in, yes.
This is the stuff I can't stand. Oh, now that's disrespect. No, it's not. No, it's not.
It's not. I heard the 9. I didn't know everybody ahead of him until I got in, and I was like, okay, that makes sense. Like, if you were telling me, well, you know, it's like you all of a sudden had the Packers coach ahead of him. Okay, that's a little bit much. But, yeah, your criteria is what have you done? You've been to the Super Bowl. You've won the Super Bowl. Yeah,
and here's the other thing. Hate to break it to you. If they go out this year and they don't win a playoff game or they take a big step backward, what conversation are you going to have? Still think he's the best coach in the league? We all like Dan Campbell. I find him insightful, entertaining. I think he's incredibly intelligent, and he's done an unbelievable job for our town and for this team. But that doesn't mean he's better than the guys ahead of him, and that's totally okay. That's not disrespect. It's called being an open-minded effing adult, which we've lost the ability to do in sports. Because now all we do is Kremlin media.
Yeah, and it's not anything to do with, well, look at all the players that he lost. Hey, guys, newsflash. In the NFL, everybody's going to go into those final games minus some players. A lot of times, minus stars. So, yeah, I don't know what to say. You don't get a pass because, well, we lost too many defensive players, and that's why you lost the game to the Commanders. No, you lost the game to the Commanders because you couldn't stop their quarterback.
But let's talk about it. Let's see if we can talk about this. If you have an issue with the ranking and you want to quibble, that's fine. But disrespect, can it?
And if you're upset with the ranking and you want to move Campbell up, whose spot does he take?
Yeah, and again, if you want to say Mike Tomlin is past his prime, you want to bump Tomlin down and bump Campbell up to 8, that's fine. But the reality is, okay, if I can select a head coach to coach my team, are there people ahead of Dan Campbell on that list, on resume, on performance, on proven? Yeah, sadly, there are. Yeah. And that's okay. It doesn't mean Dan is not elite at what he does. He's clearly one of the best coaches in the league. As long as he made the top 10, how could I be mad? Oh, but man, go to your local website or column or social media.
Well, he wasn't 2 behind Andy Reid.
Oh,
that's the only one. And you know, they beat the Chiefs.
Yeah,
I don't know if you know that.
Getting to a Super Bowl, and then we'll start talking about
they beat the Chiefs in the regular season,
right? Without their best players. 248-539-9797. See again, facts are mean, aren't they? 248-539-9797. We'll get your phone calls in the mix on a number of things. A couple people want to rap Pistons. We can do it. A couple people want to rap about the Campbell thing. Let's go for it. But we have got to stop where everything is being constantly aggrieved in this town. Buck up, man. Like, you're supposed to be Detroit. Oh, man, us versus everybody. Right now, man, I wouldn't put you against a piece of cotton candy the way you people act. Everything's awesome. Everything's cool, and you're part of a team. Go watch the Lego movie.
Yeah, no need to be aggrieved.
Where's our last championship in this town? 2009. When's your football team's last title? Never. How about your baseball team? 40-plus years. It's okay to talk, guys. Go ahead, Rico.
97.
Just kidding. All right, we'll get straight to the people. We got a lot planned today, too. I thought the Dan Campbell ranking thing was interesting. I thought it was respectful. I didn't have a problem with it. He's the highest coach on the list who hasn't been to or won a Super Bowl. But
maybe
again,
they take exception because he's right above Kevin Stefanski.
Yeah, the Stefanski thing, it just depends on your perspective. A lot of people view him as one of the elite offensive minds and a damn good head coach who had a really nice run in Minnesota, and then you're over with one of the worst organizations in football, and look what he's been saddled with. I'm not here to quibble about who's behind Dan Campbell. I don't care. It's that Campbell's on the list. Mm-hmm. But locally, I'll let the aggrievement roll. They shouldn't call the new bridge the Gordie Howe. They should call it the aggrievement bridge. Want to go to the people? We got some people want to wrap Pistons.
Let's go to the people, yeah.
I wish we had a pick tonight. We could talk a little more about the draft, but we can't. But let's go to Dorian. He's been very patient. Dorian, 97.1.
Mike.
Dorian.
Respectfully. Hey, listen, are you mad at the fan base or are you mad at these GMs?
Everybody.
Because, well, listen, here's the thing. First of all,
hey, Dorian, you got us on the speakerphone or something? Because you sound far away.
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah, just if you do us that kindness, it just helps, Dorian. It makes it a better listen for everybody out there. Uh-oh.
Is that better?
That is so much better. All right, go ahead.
All right. Now, listen, think about this for a second. Now, if Trajan, we've had some terrible GMs over the years. What would a terrible GM do? Oh, we're open for trades, knowing that we really don't have any trade value with some of the players we have. Why would you devalue your trade, any kind of trade bait you have, by projecting what you want to do? And you have a core of young players you have 8 players that are under 25 years old. The core that you really want to focus on has not really played a lot of time together. They're still babies. They're still growing. You need a certain amount of time for that. And plus, another factor, Detroit is in Boston. It is in New York. It is in L.A. We have never, ever been a free agent destination. Anytime we've made a free agent acquisition, it had to be during the middle of the season.
Yeah, I don't want free agents. Dorian, I've said this all year. I don't. The free agent market in the NBA this year is atrocious. I don't want to play in it.
And maybe
it's
Trajan is just waiting until the 26th. Maybe he's waiting that year. And then here's the thing. Now imagine if we're in a good position at trade deadline, then he'll probably make a trade. You have to allow this to take place. This basketball is the quickest. You're right. That and football are the quickest to turn around. But it's all based off of chemistry. And when think about this, man. We've only had, honestly, I've been watching this team for 45 years. I've only seen maybe 2 or 3 free agents come into Detroit and make a difference.
But again, Dorian, you're talking about, this is what I mean. I already put the free agency thing to bed. I'm not interested in it. I want to make trades. I'll give you an example. I'm sure this will be framed as going all in, even though it's not. There's a player available who's a career 42% three-point shooter on no less than 5 three-pointers a game. And he is, in my opinion, as someone who watches him a lot, an above-average defensive player. If you want to say he holds his own, fine. I think he's gotten better as a defensive player. 6'7", wing. Just signed, in my opinion, one of the most team-friendly contracts of any non-rookie out there. 4 years, $45 million. He is 50% value of a starter. I'd argue he's the best high-volume three-point shooter in the league. And he's on the trade block right now.
Okay.
Sam Hauser. That's not going all in.
Wow.
That's called a very team-friendly deal to add to your young core, elite shooting, and no defensive fall-off. You're not going to...
That is the antithesis of you going all in.
Correct.
Sam Hauser is
but
not...
Is that not getting better in the margins?
Right, because I'm like, Cam Johnson signed for more than that. Like, what is he talking about?
He's dirt cheap. Celtics are going to move him. I think he absolutely provides. Look, Pistons hit a ton of threes last year, right? Are you better or worse if you added a player like that? You're better.
Yeah, you are.
And he's going to be cheaper than Tim Hardaway Jr. He's cheaper than Malik Beasley. Now, what if you brought Beasley and him? Oh, but we'd have to give something up. Who cares? That's my point. There's a space to operate in. Even with the call with Dorian, who I like, who's called the show a number of times, he kept going back to things that I put to bed. I don't want to sign free agents. The free agent market is garbage.
No, unless you're somehow convincing LeBron to come here, which I don't think is going to happen.
Right, but the Sam Hauser thing, that's not going all in.
No.
And when you get up at the podium, Dorian, you're right. I don't need you to say we're open for business, everything must go. All you need to do is a stock answer. We're in the talent acquisition business. Every day, 24/7, 365.
Yeah.
And we're always looking. And if something's right, we'll do it. If something's not right, we won't.
Yeah.
But of course we want to get better. Next question. That's it.
Right.
Versus, first of all, I thought the presentation was terrible. He looked half asleep up there. Come on now.
That is just his demeanor.
No, be better.
That's his demeanor.
No, too
It's
bad.
always been
No,
going back to Duke.
No, you're a CEO. No, I will not allow that. All right? Yeah, what are you going to do? Show me Mary Barra up at the podium doing that. No, you're a CEO of a multi-billion-dollar corporation. No, I'm not allowing that.
So what did you want him to do?
Just get up there and look like you've had a cup of coffee. That's it. I love how we let these GMs off the hook. They are essentially the CEO of multi-billion-dollar organizations. And I'm supposed to sit there and be okay. He looked like he had taken too much NyQuil, and he's like, oh, we're not going to be aggressive.
You know what? No and no.
No and no. Well, how about this? Were you okay with the GM of the Red Wings actively admitting he daydreamed during the press conference? Do me a favor. Have Jeff Bezos up there at the next Amazon quarterly meeting. Are you here? Have Warren Buffett. Warren Buffett's 1,000 years old. Hey, here's Warren Buffett at Berkshire Hathaway asleep, head down. Never.
What is that? That's him. Now, what I would have said is, hey, we're going to be working the phones all the way up until our pick.
Yes, also a good answer. David, you were about to say something, and I steamrolled you there. That's my bad.
No.
And no. Let's go to Adam, Dearborn, 97.1. Adam, what's going on?
What's up, man? Sorry to start pouring. I don't know if you can hear me.
No, you're good. You're all good.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to say, I was calling about the rankings with Campbell, thinking he should be higher, but as I sat waiting, thinking about it, I changed my mind. I don't think I could put him ahead of these guys. Are just too established, the ones ahead of him. So I literally changed my mind while waiting.
No, it's okay. And look, Adam, I think he's got a shot to eventually be the best coach in football, but you've got to win things that go in trophy cases. It's just the cost of admission.
I would say these guys are just more established. If he can do it without the coordinators, if he goes to the NFC Championship,
sure,
and then in another few years wins the Super Bowl without these coordinators, I think he jumps them over at least 3, 4, or 5 of them.
He'll be a top 5 coach and a Hall of Famer. Right here, right now, as we enter this season, I'm not. Here's the thing, Adam. You can say, "Hey, I think he should be here." What about this discussion? There's a difference between talking about it and being offended by it, or disrespect. This town has got to stop with that.
Yeah,
the Lions are the darling of the league. Who's disrespecting you?
As you went along the list of the 8 guys ahead of him, all I could think of is 8 really well-respected coaches. And to put Campbell in that list, I think it was respecting him.
Exactly, Adam. He makes it to the Super Bowl, and now we can start moving him up the ranks. But right now, until he gets there, I think 9 is about the highest he can go.
Yeah, I agree.
And don't worry, after the Steelers fire Tomlin, he'll move up to number 8. He'll be just fine.
Whoa!
Just seeing if you were paying attention. David, you don't even like Mike Tomlin.
Who will be the
He won't
next
get fired, though.
No, but who will be the next 25-year coach of the Steelers? Because you only hire one every 25 years.
It's really something.
Yeah, maybe someone that's an actual intern right now. He's working himself up. I don't know.
They're in high school.
Might be.
David, a few ticket texts, and then we'll get moving. We've got a lot to take care of, including at 3. We're going to talk about the urgency index. I will explain, and it's going to be for the people, by the people.
I'm with Mike. I'm tired of losing in this city. The other shows can keep their homegrown nonsense and double-digit discos to themselves. I want parades.
Well, I wrote that. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
That's
signed
from
Mike
Mike
Valenti.
sitting across from you.
Tom in Flat Rock says, I don't want them to blow up what they've built to make a drastic change, but can we add the final piece, please, or some other piece?
Thank you. I will say this for the people in the back. I never have. I don't want the Pistons doing some all-in, hasty nonsense. Never have propagated it. I stood and told you, you want nothing to do with Kevin Durant. That is not the deal for you. But even with Rico and I talking right now, not making stuff up. Now, when people have asked me a direct question, well, who do you want, funny man? And I've said, well, listen, this is weeks ago I told you. I think Derek White's going to be available. You could try that.
Funny thing, according to Paul Sarah,
Wow. I mean, really? Now that's disrespect. You're going to comp Paul Serra to Brian Windhorst. Unbelievable. Paul's not even here.
You owe that man lunch or something, man. Come on.
Oh, look who's on the screen. It's Paul.
That Jaylen Brown and Derek White, teams picking in the top 10 are inquiring about them.
Yeah, and again, it doesn't mean you meet the price. It doesn't mean. But I'm like Kenny at this point. I think Kenny just wants to see the Wings in one of the reports. Just like, again, when people ask us a question.
Kind of like how with the Tigers, and you were in the Bregman thing. You didn't get them, but
what have I done since? I've supported the organization because they actually made a real effort there. That's it. I can't demean them. I can't make fun of them. I tip my cap. They tried. I think Bregman went where the ballpark was better, and he got paid more than Aaron Judge. What am I going to say?
True.
But it's the same thing with the Pistons. Love to see them sniffing around Sammy Hauser or being in the mix for some of these players. You don't like the price? I'm not demanding anything. But why the rest of the people at this place got to make stuff up? I don't understand it. I've been very... Paul. Do you realize how old that drop is? That was during the height of the pandemic.
Yes, it was. Yes.
The early stages. And he was doing a blitz. And out of nowhere, he decapitated himself mid-blitz. None of us were in the same room. Paul's a good man.
He is.
Does not deserve the slander from Rico Beer.
That wasn't slander.
How is he hosting the Hoop Collective and running the board? All right. Paul, we love you if you're listening.
Do. I do.
I miss you. Paul's a good guy. He was clutch last week and helped us greatly. All right, listen. Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer for 24. You need a truck, they got them in spades. 25 Silverado LT Crew Cab, $249 a month, 0 down. They also have the 25 Blazer EV. You can lease it, $199 a month, 0 down. Both deals, 24 months. Both are low mileage leases, and both are at Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price period. Find your ride fast and easy, MoranExpress.com, or stop in on Gresham, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. All right, let's get some football in the mix. David, the music determines our adventure. Let's hear it. Oh, Kenny just lit up like a Christmas tree. Weeks away from Kenny never leaving the house again. College Football 26.
Yeah, College Football 26 comes out on July 10th. I believe if you have a pre-order, it is July 7th. So it is real soon here. And what they did here is they have revamped the home field advantage in the gameplay. So they've come out with the game's top 25 toughest places to play.
Okay, this is now the key in this, Rico, because I know you're above all this. You're not a man of the streets.
Video game.
Right. They take serious time in figuring out. It mirrors real life. So
Okay.
you're not going to be out of your depth here. Right. Would you like to start?
Yeah,
Well,
give me a couple guesses, Rico.
I got to say, go with Alabama.
Alabama is on the list. They are number 5.
Really?
Now, Kenny, would you view Bryant-Denny Stadium as one of the 5 hardest places to play in America?
Yeah, no issue with there. I
None?
mean, respect. Yeah,
Okay.
that's fine with me.
Can we go with Sanford Stadium? I mean, Georgia. The light show alone, your opponent may end up having a seizure.
Sanford Stadium. Wow, you got 5 and 4. That is number 4.
But listen, what Georgia does, along with the fans, listen.
Hey, I'm just glad you copied what Michigan did.
Right, exactly. I'm glad they were the first ones to ever
Do you know
something
Michigan
like that.
invented lights? It actually wasn't Thomas Edison.
I know.
Can we stay in the SEC and just my favorite place I've ever been?
Death Valley?
Death Valley on a Saturday night.
Yeah.
It's got to be on there.
Yeah, LSU's number 1.
LSU
So, yeah.
is just built different. The stadium, Rico, all I can say is the stadium looks like it has 15 levels. The people never stop. It is just a level, and the band is incredible.
I can only imagine. And what, they let Tony the Tiger run around?
It's Mike the Tiger, and he's in an enclosure outside the bookstore. He has his own jungle. No, they don't bring the circus truck out there like they did in the 80s.
Could I hazard a guess here? Because I played 25. Great game, by the way. One of the harder places to play in was Clemson. Is Clemson on the list, David?
That's the welfare Death Valley on a Saturday
Kenny,
night.
that was the next other Death Valley.
Clemson is number 6.
How
you
has
guys are doing well.
Here's my question. When they get off the bus and they touch Howard's Rock, how has no one ever fallen down the hill? Honestly. That hill is steep.
I gotta wonder if you just practice. Like, guys, don't be the first. So we're gonna practice just running down the hill.
And we're going to have no game because everyone will be hurt.
Let's go to the Big Ten.
Wait. Oh.
No, you first. You're excited. And when you're excited, good radio happens.
No, I was gonna say let's go to Columbus. The Horseshoe.
Number 3.
Stained glass, bell towers, and a $40 million payroll. It's terrifying. It is still the scariest place I've ever been for a game.
Really?
Terrifying. I got flipped off by like a 10-year-old. They are animals down there. They're built different.
I have never had a bad experience down there.
Oh, you also don't stay. MSU's down 28-0, and you're raising canes.
Well, no. I've also been to just a Buckeye game. So, I have my connection.
Yes, Kenny.
No, if you want to do your Big Ten one, I have a Big Ten guess.
I was going to give an off-brand one because I know you or David will blurt Michigan. What about Camp Randall, Wisconsin?
Camp Randall is not. Yes, they are. I'm sorry. Yes, they are on this list.
That
yes,
is a house of horrors
list.
for my school. It is a hard place to play.
Yeah, it is number 15.
Okay, go ahead.
Any love for the whiteout in Penn State? Because I remember that being kind of tricky in 25.
That was my next guess, Kenny.
All right, you guys are good, man. That's number 2. You guys got all of the top 5 so far.
That's good. We should.
That's good.
Because I would say the whiteout is more intimidating than Buckeye Stadium.
Okay. I haven't experienced the whiteout.
I have.
That's fair.
And I give them credit. It's just one of those, you would think it'd be so difficult, but,
see,
everybody has on white.
Right. Well, good thing Big Noon Fox has ruined it. Now you're whiteouts at noon.
Hey, that ain't me.
So you got the top 6. So
okay.
I wonder if you all can finish the top 10 here.
Can I get Outson Stadium?
Outson Stadium's number 9.
You got a duck riding a Harley. It is what it is. And they spit at you. They're nasty up there.
So we need 7, 8, and 10.
All right, I got another one if you want rapid fire. Rico's ruminating. Kenny just has a dumb look on his face. Yes.
I was going to say Oklahoma. Is that on the list?
Number 8.
Oh, wow. Okay.
7 and 10, guys.
All right, here we
7
go.
and 10.
Here we go.
Not a great team, but they're bouncing back. Florida.
Florida's number 7.
Excellent
I'm
work
proud
by
of you
Rico
guys,
Beard.
man. So you need number 10.
All right.
And then I'll give you everything
Guys,
else.
do you trust me? I'm gonna
because I got one. I got one if you blow this.
I want to roll the dice. Kyle Field, Texas A&M.
Number 11.
So
I let everybody down.
What if we go South Bend, Notre Dame?
That is on the list,
That's
but
easy.
it's pretty low on the list, guys.
It shouldn't be on the list.
It is number 21.
This is people who just don't like Jesus. Okay.
No, he's lovely, but it's not hard to win there.
Need number 10.
All right, go ahead.
Did we do a Rocky Top? Are they on the list?
Question mark?
Rocky Top. They are on the
You know
list.
what?
Not number 10, though. They are
How
number
about
12.
How about we oversimplify? What if we go to Austin, Texas?
Darrell K. Royal Stadium.
Texas is number 13.
All right,
So
David.
you're all around it.
Who'd we miss?
Number 10.
I want to keep guessing.
All right, give him another guess.
Yeah, one more.
As long as he's on the list, he gets to keep guessing.
Correct.
A conference. Can we get a conference?
It
No.
is. No, I'm not going to give you
All
a
right,
conference
Nebraska.
anymore. Nebraska is not on the list.
All right.
You're eliminated, Rico.
Don't say it that way. It's mean. All right.
The black on black crime.
Man, I've heard about it in the news.
Anyone.
I'm watching it live. All right.
It's like the streets of Chicago.
Oh, my. Yes, Kenny.
What about the Cockaboose? Is this on the list?
No.
The Cockaboose is number 16.
Yes.
Williams-Brice Stadium.
Rico, it's real. Do you know how loud the chicken crows after every first down? It's terrifying.
All right, so I'm going to go through the rest of this list here. You all will be probably shocked you missed number 10. So at number 25 is Mississippi State Davis Wade Stadium.
Mississippi State.
At number 25, yes.
Oh, meth head, cowbell carrying losers. All
At
right.
number 24, it resides in this state.
The Big House is 24?
Spartan Stadium at Michigan State is number 24.
No, I got to apologize to everybody.
When they're winning, yes. They haven't been winning, Mike.
I'm sorry.
This is the game.
Is there
here.
a black and white mode on this game when I can go back to when we won?
Really?
Maybe Charlie Chaplin's our head coach.
Okay.
Listen,
You feel better now?
I do.
Okay, good for you.
Number 23, Boone Pickens Stadium in Oklahoma State.
Yeah, now, see, Detroiters should love that place because don't those idiots carry thunder sticks too?
I think they do.
They slam them on the wall.
They do.
Wait, where's the place with the paddles? I thought that was paddles.
I don't know what it is.
Number 22
Looks
is
like a Pistons playoff game.
No,
People with
those are
sticks.
paddles, not thunder sticks.
Okay.
Carter Finley Stadium, NC State. You got 21. Number 20 is Utah Rice Echo Stadium.
Now, if that's at night, yes.
Yes, correct.
Utah at home at night, you may as well not board the flight.
Number 19, Iowa Kinnick Stadium.
House of Horrors. The fans are right on top of you.
Yeah.
It's I hate that place.
Number 18, Washington Husky Stadium.
Rico
Nice.
has to give the review. That was his no baggage trip.
Great place to play, yes. And when they win, it's Purple Rain.
Number 17 in Auburn, Jordan Hare Stadium.
Yes, and it would terrify me if the eagle is flying unsupervised. That scares me every time.
Really?
Dude, that thing could rip someone's head off, and they just cut that thing loose. How do you trust it? It's a bird.
It's a trained bird.
It's still okay. And guess what? There are trained lions too. Go ask Siegfried and Roy how that played out.
You got 16, you got 15, you missed 14, you didn't get Florida State.
That was next. I thought about that.
Got 13, you got 12, you got 11. The 10s, the one you missed, guys.
Is Michigan?
Michigan Stadium.
It's fair. They know your plays. Everyone's wearing yellow.
No.
What?
No.
The feature's in the game.
The game does not have. They know your plays.
Your play art gets put up on screen.
Wait, all of a sudden you call your play and then the play comes up on the screen. How did you know I just called that?
We got some play action.
If you buy the MVP edition, there's an Ask Stallions button.
There
you can
is
use
no
it 3 times a
MVP
game. It tells you what
edition.
the other guy called.
No.
3 times.
Oh. Who's this guy walking on the sideline? Oh, it's him.
That would be funny if that got actually added in there.
And guys, that
As
is
an
your
Easter egg.
25
I was going to
toughest
say the
plays to
other
play.
view of him, but yeah.
97.1.
Brought to you by Builders First Source. The Pistons hold pick number 37 in the NBA draft, which starts tonight in Brooklyn. Unless Detroit trades up, they won't be on the clock until tomorrow night. President of Basketball Operations, Trajan Langdon, what's the strategy with that pick? Michigan State guard Jace Richardson and Michigan center Danny Wolf both projected to go in the first round tonight. Duke superstar Cooper Flagg, the overwhelming favorite to be number 1 overall, taken by the Mavs. The Tigers look to win their series with the Athletics and make it 3 straight when they send Jack Flaherty to the mound tonight at Comerica Park. Flaherty has struggled of late, 15 earned runs his last 2 starts. Jacob Lopez starts tonight for the A's. First pitch 6:40, pregame at 6:15 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. And Detroit stars past and present like Dylan Larkin and Barry Sanders teeing it up today for the Pro-Am at Community Day at the Rocket Classic. The first round starts tomorrow morning at Detroit Golf Club. The favorite, Colin Morikawa, Tony Finau, has dropped out of the tournament now. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
3 o'clock, good to have you with us. I want to have some fun. It has been made abundantly clear. And again, you can put a percentage on it. You do whatever you like. There's enough people in this town who will defend each one of these teams at every turn that I think this topic is worth doing. So here it is. Depending on the day, you will hear us talk about the Lions are in a Super Bowl window. Let's go after it. The Tigers, look, the deadline's a month away, but we've talked about this. The idea that they're a complete team and that you're the best version of yourself without adding at the deadline, I can't help you. You're high on your own supply. The Tigers need to be urgent, especially in the Scooble window. The Wings, it's a different thing. Frustration is clouded, myself included, and we're almost demanding moves and screaming at clouds because we're all just so frustrated. But let us be fair, things change fast in hockey. Washington went from the team that got in on a technicality to being one of the elite teams in the East. 1 year. It can happen. And the Pistons. Magical turnaround, good young core. East is in flux. Tatum's dead. Halliburton's dead. Dame is dead. Hey, let's get better. And at every turn, there's enough of you who go, no. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to rank in order of urgency. We have 4 pro teams in this town. All sports are different. All perspectives are different. Wings, Pistons, Tigers, Lions. From the team that should be operating with the most urgency down to the team you're the most content with. Meaning, by putting them 4, it doesn't mean you don't want them to be urgent, but it means you're the most comfortable if they're not, or they have the least motivation to do so. How you rank them and the reasons you supply are wholly your own. This is for the people, by the people. Sure, I have a ranking. My ranking doesn't matter. Everyone would be 1A for me, because I want my teams aggressive at all times. I know that's not how things operate here. Don't ask me to change. I want you to rank them. So whether you're an Iser bot, a Brad bot, a Scott bot, or a Trajan Langdon fan, question mark? I don't have a cute name for them.
Trey bot.
A Trey bot. It doesn't matter to me. You could be a bot for all 4 teams. I want you to rank them from who should be most urgent down to the 4 spot of least urgent. Now, as a show, we can have our conversation amongst ourselves. I want the fans to call in and lay it out for us and just give us a reason why. I think it's unique is that, look, as angry as people get at this show because we want aggression, I think you can make a case that all 4 teams could be ranked number 1.
You can.
And you could rank all 4 teams to be number 4.
You can.
Do you want an example, people? I'll provide you a quick one. I totally understand if people put the Pistons 4. Young, new GM, only been here a year, 8 guys under the age of 25.
Got time.
Let it cook. You could say that. I understand if the Wings were 4. They're the furthest away. I drink Steve Yzerman's bathwater. All the prospects are coming to help us. You could put them 4.
No, I actually have the Wings 4, but it was your first reason. They're the furthest away.
Okay.
So
you could put the Lions 4. Their injuries, they get their players back. They're a Super Bowl team. They got everything. You could put the Tigers 4. I mean, hell, every other word out of Jim
First team to
Costa's
50.
Well, first team to 50. First team to 50. You could just say Zach McKinstry, FTW. The urgency index. You rank them. They're your teams. And you get mad because we want urgency as currency. So you lay down the gauntlet. 248-539-9797. Now, do you want to work together on a show list or do you want it to be your own? It is really your guys' call.
You want to do your own?
I want my own.
Oh, okay.
Selfish.
Go ahead, David. What do you got?
Go ahead, rank them out. But
Yeah.
remember, you have to follow the same rules as the listeners.
Yes.
I need a reason.
Yep. I'll give you my reason. So the most urgent team in this town should be, in my mind, the Detroit Tigers. And it is based on the window for Tarek Skubal. You have to go all in. You are now a year and a half until he hits free agency, and you have to be urgent to use that window to your advantage. Second would be the Wings to me because they haven't made the playoffs in years. And they absolutely need to make the roster that much better to just touch maybe being in the graphic to make the playoffs. The Pistons, they're young, but I still have them third because in the NBA, you can make a deal, but they're young, so they could be okay with maybe what they already have. The Lions have a ton of talent. They have a ton of talent. While I want them to make moves, that talent will get them where they need to go, and then we'll see what happens.
Okay. Rico, your list. Urgency index.
Urgency index at number 1 to me is the Detroit Lions. The reason being
the complete inverse of David's.
Yes.
God, this is fun.
It's the Detroit Lions because in the NFL, your shelf life is so quick. You don't get 4, 5, 6, 7 years. I mean, the anomaly of the Patriots, that doesn't really happen that often. Most teams are good. They fall off. They come back. They're good. And it's a roller coaster ride. So I'm going with the Lions right now because you have so much talent. Take advantage of that because leaner days are coming very soon. Second, I have the Tigers. And it's a lot for what David said. Skubal, you have 2 years to get this thing done that you can guarantee that he's going to be your ace out on the mound. I have the Pistons at number 3, young team. They still have time to develop their players. In an NBA, if you can make the playoffs, maybe you get lucky. And I have the Wings 4 because I just don't feel a sense of urgency from them. So I can't buy into have that, oh, well, you got to be urgent. Yeah, I don't think you want it. So that's just me. I got the Wings 4.
Rico, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Did we just become best friends?
Yes.
Yes.
Kenny's never had a black friend. This is a big
All
moment.
right. You know, don't know how that turned into a rake, but it was. I just set it up in front of myself.
Congratulations, Kenny.
Everything that Rico said for the most part is my exact reasoning. My criteria for this list was who is the closest to a championship, right? So the Lions were half away from the Super Bowl. I know everybody says that, but it is the truth. They were half away from the Super Bowl. They're the closest, and like Rico said, it's the hardest to get back in the NFL by just by all of every logical thing that you have, unless you're the Chiefs. And then the Tigers, you have the 2-year window with Skubal, and that's the best pitcher we've had since JV. So, yes, they're next. Pistons, they're there, but they don't have that 2-year restriction like the Tigers have. And the Red Wings, just because they're the least close to to a championship, they're the least reason to be urgent.
I want to have a sidebar with my friend. He was my friend before he was your friend. Listen.
Oh, no. You know it's other black folks out there. But go ahead.
Do you think he's letting Yzerman off the hook as an emotional hedge in this conversation?
You know what? I don't, Mike.
Okay.
Because if he's doing what I am doing, you look at the Wings and you're saying, you're so far away that if I have resources, I want to put my resources on something that I think is more of a sure thing than...
If they were in a hot playoff chase this past playoffs, then I would put them 1 or 2. But they weren't. The Pistons were. The Lions were. The Tigers were. They're not.
Urgency index. You rank them. It's for the people, by the people. It is about you guys. But every day, we want aggression. We want to chase greatness.
And there's no right or wrong because, as you see, I got the Lions 1. David has them 4.
I'm trying to learn from the collective fan base who's happy wallowing in their own mess. I want them to explain their urgency index. For me, it's easy. Everyone should be urgent all the time unless you are in the throes of a brutal rebuild. None of our teams are in a brutal rebuild. All of our teams have a right to lay claim to a deep playoff run either the next year they play or the year they're currently in. Aggression. But it's the people who speak on this. I have my list, and I'll get to it in the next segment. 248-539-9797. America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games and a viewing experience built for you, the fan. 6 pools, 3 levels, perfect view of the big screen. Located at Circa Resort and Casino, downtown Las Vegas. It's Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. All right, David. We are seeking the urgency index. It's clear, depending on the day, there is definitely, at a minimum, a difference of opinion, and at a maximum, a complete disconnect between this show and given fan base. So the question is, you guys rank it out. What team should be the most urgent, all the way down to who's the team you feel should be the least urgent? You guys rank it out. It's really, I'm fascinated to see how people do it. Because at some level, even if you have a disagreement about a level of urgency, you cannot possibly tell me that no team should be urgent in this town. All our teams, minus the Wings, are good. And the Wings, who are not good, are the deepest into what seems to be an endless rebuild. You could justify every team should be the most urgent, or you could make a case every team should be the least. How you rank it out is up to you. David, what are the early returns on the ticket text in this?
So I have them, so give me time, because there are some with short reasons, some with long reasons. So let me just go through it. 1, Lions. NFL windows are short. 2, Tigers. Best team in baseball, scuba window closing. 3, Pistons. They are arching upward. 4, Wings. It's hockey, so who cares? Also, no faith in Yzerman.
Oh, boy.
So
See,
that's 1.
okay, no, and here's what I want to say. If the Wings end up 4 on this list, I think that has everything more to do with the last thing that person wrote than anything else, that they've simply given up.
And also, do you want a guy whose pro scouting has been this bad to be urgent with that pro scouting? Let's bring in some more bad players very quickly.
Kenny wins. Kenny.
What have I said that's wrong? What have I said that's wrong?
Nothing, except you're basically saying I can't let my GM do his job.
Because he's bad at his job. Yes, that is exactly what I'm saying.
Kenny's hurt.
Yes.
Kenny's hurt.
Yes, David. Wow.
Hurt people. Hurt people.
That's, you know what?
That is so good.
I hate everything. Okay. Can Jaylen Brown get traded already? All right, go ahead.
This is sent from Chris. I'm not going to tell you where he's sending it from, but it was sent from Chris.
Why can't you say we're...
Oh, he says he's so sad about the Wings, he's drinking a lot right now.
Okay, all right.
Number 1, Lions. They need the least, but most urgent. Lions need to win it all and finally shut everybody up.
Yes.
Tigers. Great team. Could add some help, but won't know how they actually stack up until the playoffs. Pistons. Good up-and-coming team with a proud NBA history. They are finally making strides. Not as much urgent. Red Wings, been bad for a long time, but they still are an elite team as far as reputation is concerned. That's it.
Maybe this is an Yzerman Jedi mind trick. I'll do so little for so long that I'll eventually break you. Like, it's some kind of Obi-Wan Kenobi thing. And now all of a sudden we've arrived at a point where after wanting so much, now we expect so little that we actually feel like they should do the least.
So it's the reverse of the reverse.
It's something. I'm waiting for a Star Wars comp for this. Let's go to the people. We'll go to Blaine, 97.1. Blaine, what's going on?
Hey, Mike. How's it going, man?
Good, Blaine. What's up?
So Kenny and Rico essentially stole my list, so I had to spend the whole commercial break figuring out how to make my list a little bit different.
Okay.
So number 1, I got the Detroit Lions because they are the closest to a Super Bowl championship. Tied for number 2, I have the Tigers and Pistons because, like you guys said, the Tigers have that scuba window, and the Pistons kind of have a little window next year with the East being so wide open. Tied for 4th, I now have the Detroit Shock and Detroit FC because we need WNBA and MLS back in Detroit. And last and certainly least, the Detroit Red Wings because they are so far away. And I don't think I have hope in them anymore.
Wow. And Blaine, here's the thing. Look, Kenny, I mean, no slander, no smarm. Blaine, Kenny is hitting F5 refresh every 10 seconds.
Legitimately, nothing. Another rumor came out, wasn't about the Wings.
It's as if they don't exist.
It really is. It's sad because I'm only 27 years old, but I grew up during the playoff streak, and my whole teenage years, all I knew was playoff and playoff wins and Stanley Cup runs, and it's been so long, and it just seems like it's never going to come back because we were spoiled so much.
Yeah, and look, Blaine, I think what this exercise is showing us, and again, if you guys disagree, the phone lines are wide open. People have just quit. That in essence, the team that you could argue can afford to be the least urgent or is the least urgent would be the Lions, based on two factors. A, unlike the Tigers, unlike the Pistons, and certainly unlike the Red Wings, I would argue to you 4 of every 5 games or 8 of every 10, the Lions are going to take the field with simply more talent than their opposition.
Yeah.
They have studs.
Yeah.
If you want to break it in a more granular form, they have 6 players on the top 25, under 25, 7 if you count a JMO. You could make the case on that and the fact they were ravaged by injuries, that amongst our local teams, if you said the Lions are the least urgent, I could make that case. What's interesting, Rico, it's all Red Wings so far. But that's not based out of what I'm talking. What I'm talking about is Lions are so good, ... These people are saying the Wings are so bad, are so irrelevant, are so hopeless that they inherit the last spot. See, in my world, the Wings should actually be number 1. The Wings are number 1 for a multitude of reasons.
Right.
Rico, they're in the longest playoff drought in their history, their rich history.
True.
You have a hero running the organization that a lot of people are starting to view as a zero. True. Rico, the Pistons are going to be fine whether they let it percolate or make a move. The Tigers are going to win the Central. They're going to go to the playoffs, whether they do or don't. And the Lions, we know what they are. I'd argue the Wings should be first. They
should be first, Mike, but I think it is the care factor. I think it's, if you look at this as resources, I'm going to put my resources with the teams that are actually moving forward.
Let's do the resource thing, though, in a different way. Do the Wings have an elite system? Prospects? Yes.
Yeah.
Do the Wings have cap space?
I've been told they have good prospects.
Do they have cap space?
Yes.
Yes, they do. Do they have desperate needs?
Yes.
Yes, they do. And even more importantly, only in the poverty sport of hockey do you have a multitude of teams that are openly willing to just give away players for things and stuff.
Wallman.
Okay, but saying all of that, then why are they so bad?
Let's go to Kenny Cott.
Pro scouting primarily. But what are we being urgent for? Urgency to what end? The end is a championship.
Correct.
Who's closest?
And Kenny,
that's why I use my resources towards the Lions first and the Tigers second.
And I'm going to add to Kenny, because your urgency is what? Making the playoffs? Whereas you could argue for the Lions, it's something that this town has never seen. A Super Bowl with your team in it. You're so close. That's the ultimate goal. That's what Dave has been preaching all pre-show.
You're exactly right. And to Kenny's point, I can argue the Pistons could be the closest if they make the move. The East is wide open. Sure. They could be the closest to a championship.
Hey, East is open, but you still got to play a team in the West, whereas the Lions...
But just get there, right? Anything can happen. Get there. Make the move, you can get there.
The Lions, if you make the Super Bowl, you'll either play Baltimore, Kansas City, or Buffalo. One game. That's it.
I'm with Rico on that one. Best of sevens are a hell of a lot harder than a one and done.
I hear you. No, yes, you're right. I'm just saying in the NBA right now with the East, you can flip it.
But that's
There's
where
been 7 different champions in 7 years.
Yeah, but that's what my resources are. The team that can actually win it all. It's the Lions, because they are so close that you could easily put them in one of the top 5 teams right now.
They have the talent right now.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right.
And in football, when the talent goes bad, it goes bad quickly, and you start all over again, and you have to build it back up, and there's no guarantee that you build it back.
Well, I guess this town doesn't want championships, so.
I often question that. No smarm. I do. I think part of the reason I'm at odds with so many people both fan base and coworkers, is I don't know that these people really want to win. I think they say they want to, but I think they're all scared. Like, I mean, we opened the show with the for the record, like all the things that Cookies or Wojo are saying that I didn't say. Look, the reality is I want to win, and I'm not scared of failure.
Okay.
Like, I have franchises like the Yankees. Yeah, they haven't won since 2009. They die trying. The Celtics, they did everything. When it didn't work, they did it again and again and again and again and again. That's how I want my teams run.
So Detroit is the birthplace of the Hall of Good. Okay.
Yeah, honestly, that's what it feels like. I don't think people here, here's what I think. I think people here are very comfortable with the idea of being comfortable. They get to have their stupid daiquiris, or they get to paint their faces blue,
Yes.
or they get their thunder sticks. They like the idea of just not being regrettable garbage.
Yes, you're north of 500, so that's a win.
It's like Doyle Alexander syndrome. Every trade comes back to John Smoltz.
It does.
And it's like, guys, you got to grow up.
It really does.
It does. By the way, congrats. It was a big moment for Kenny.
What was that? Oh.
You're his first black friend. It was a huge moment.
We'll have a ceremonial hot dog.
No. That's gonna be Kenny tonight.
He's showing me off.
Talking to all his friends at the bar.
I don't know how I follow
See this
that
guy
up.
in his picture? That's my black friend.
He's right over there. Come here.
Guys, I learned a new word at work. Diversity.
I gotta do this, Reed. Please.
Okay, all right. Oh, I'm sorry.
If you're looking for, hey guys, I'm so sorry. If you're looking for the best deals on the hottest Chevy models, there is only one place to go: Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Hamilton is leading the way with unbeatable prices, top-notch service, and a commitment to total satisfaction. Andrew and the sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer. Whether you're looking for a sleek sedan, tough truck, or spacious SUV, you've heard me talk about them. Hamilton Chevrolet has the inventory of brand new 2025s and 26 Chevys, and the selection is best right now. So no more waiting months for your dream car. Nope, none of that. Hamilton is stocked up and ready to get you on the road in a Chevy that'll fit your lifestyle and your budget, including the June Rico deal, a 2026 Chevy Equinox LT, $299 a month for 36 months. Just walk in with $995 down, and you'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. You know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Go see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details and find out why Hamilton is leading the way. More at HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
Let's get to the people. I've got a fun segment top of the hour. I know there's not a lot we can do with the NBA draft. Pistons don't pick till tomorrow night. They don't have a first rounder. Seemingly, look, I don't have a lot of hope, but it's cool. It doesn't sound like they'll be active tonight in the trade market, but I got a fun NBA draft thing at 4:00. Just some news and notes and some aha moments and a little trivia. Just a fun primer for the guys. That's all I can offer you. Okay. We can't do some mock draft, man.
No, you're right.
I don't have any picks.
Pick 38.
You got. Let's go to the people, though. We're doing the urgency index, and it's fascinating because so far, the team people scream about the most is the team getting ranked as the least urgent, which is the Wings. How much of that is your give-up factor? I actually think the team that could be the least urgent's the Lions.
I understand where you're coming from because they have all the pieces there.
And they got the best team.
In theory, you just got to bring back all your injured players, and hopefully you roll the dice and you can win. You went 15-2.
But they got the best players.
They do.
Period. They have more talent than their opposition 4 of every 5 games.
But see, that's why I put them at 1, because the ultimate goal is winning a championship, not making the playoffs.
Is it?
It's winning the championship.
Is it? Okay. Doesn't feel like it in this town.
Let's go
to Albert. The Hall of Good. Albert 97.1. What's up, Al?
Hey, what's going on, guys? How are you?
Good, Albert. What's going on?
So for my list, first of all the teams on a scale of 1 to 10, I have them at 7 in terms of urgency.
Okay.
But I got the Lions at 1. Even though you said I agree they have the best roster all around, I think, like we've said multiple times on this show, you have to load up in the NFL because the championship window is so small. I think sometimes that one game that they are not as talented as the other team, they need to be more talented every time, especially without a superstar quarterback like Goff. I got the Tigers 2, like everyone said, because of the Scooble window and everything like that. And I got the Wings actually 3. I think because it's been so long since they made the playoffs, and because this town is known as a hockey town, we've almost lost that sense of being a hockey city because it's been 9 years since we made the playoffs. You know, we need to bring that back. Because
and that's why
says that it's a football.
But that's why the Wings are number 1 on my list, because at a certain level, the urgency is about reclaiming basic respect. I mean, the Wings can't even look at themselves in the mirror because they don't recognize the face looking back at them. This is a longer playoff drought than when they were giving out cars at the Olympia.
Right. It's a longer drought than the Dead Wings, I'm pretty sure. And
yes.
They have the longest streak in the NHL with the Buffalo Sabres. Like, that's not the company you want to be in. But I think the only reason why I have them above the Pistons, I think the NBA, it's a little harder to win because although this list is about winning championships, and I think even if they pick up another star, like we said on the show, maybe a Zion or a Lauri Markkanen, it is going to elevate the team. I just don't know if it elevates us enough to beat a team in the West.
It's more than
like
fair.
in OKC.
No, it's for me. I'd have the Pistons at number 3. I think they're fine if they don't. I just don't like this. Well, first of all, as I started the show, Albert, I don't like being misrepresented. There's no need for it because I'm crystal clear with the things I say, good, bad, or otherwise. I don't need them to go all in. But I also don't need them to be sitting on the couch with their hand in their pants like Al Bundy. It's okay to make moves. Like, look, we talked about this during the break. Okay, Trajan's words. Let's get better on the margins.
Right.
Okay. How about a career 42% shooter from 3 who shoots 6 threes a game? At a minimum, you could say he holds his own defensively. At a maximum, I think he's gotten better as a defender every year. Has an incredibly team-friendly contract. 4 years, $45 million. 6'7" wing. 3-point shooter. Sam Hauser. Go get him. According to Sham Charania, there's a robust trade market for Sam Hauser. So let me ask you a question. Would you rather have Sam Hauser at 11 or Malik Beasley at 18?
Take Sam Hauser.
How about both at 29?
You could.
I'm just making a point. I can play the game. You want to get better on the margins? Let's get better on the margins. But the idea of, how dare you, or any desire to make a move is framed as going all in. I do not want the Pistons to go all in. It is not the time. Let me just say it for the people in the back.
Well, it's because you brought up the name Zion.
When I am asked a question by a listener and they go, who do you think we could get? And I go, here's an interesting name. That's not me pounding the desk for legislation.
I didn't say you did. I'm saying it's because you brought up the name Zion and then, oh, well, you want us to go get a superstar. You want us to go get this. You want us to get that. No.
I want to get a distressed asset.
The price is not high.
And I want to buy a building where all the tenants moved out. Okay?
But see, I think that's just it, David, is most people, oh, Zion, this is somebody who makes some $300 million. No. And this is a guy, he's always heard, like, just do a little bit of homework, a little bit of research. Or that.
Hey, Kenny, how's that Wings rumor line?
Yeah, we got nothing.
You mean to tell me everything going on today? NHL draft in 48 hours. You got nothing.
There's a lot of J.J. Paterka smoke. There's a lot about your team. There's a lot about the Blues. There's a lot about Buffalo.
Is our man Paterka going to be living in Garden City, New York?
The owner signed off on a trade. The Pagula family. Let's go.
That would be the most quintessential Sabres move. Get a young,
they have
get
a good young
player
talent.
who's about to be an all-star. Let's ship him out to the Islanders.
Ship him out of town. That's what they did with a bunch of guys. Sam Reinhart's a great example. I'm going to nerd out if you get me down this rabbit hole.
I'm not stopping you. All right, 248.
They have an internal salary cap for no reason. Okay. It's way below the actual salary cap. Make it make sense. They're not a serious franchise.
All right, coming up at 4:30, we chat with Olli Jokinen. All right, let's move it along. All right, fellas. Sunshine's got people ready to get out, get going. Moran Buick GMC, the 25 Sierra 4-wheel drive crew cab, $279 a month, 0 down. Perfect for the boat, the camper, the jet skis, and enough room for the whole family. The 25 Buick Envision, $294 a month, 0 down. And the inventory rolls in daily, MoranExpress.com. Make sure your vehicle's running right with certified service, quick, simple, done. Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. On Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or online at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, we're going to knock out the last couple of calls on the urgency index. Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything. We did start with the Pro Football Focus ranking of coaches. Of course, naturally, media and fans are all aggrieved because Dan Campbell actually wasn't comped to Jesus, but he was in the top 10, highest ranked coach who hasn't won or been to a Super Bowl. I think it's totally appropriate. He's damn good at what he does.
Yeah.
But he isn't football Jesus yet. You got to win stuff. We also went on the record because I've had my words twisted by two hosts at this station in the last 2 days, and I'm done with it. It's stupid. There's no need for it. I'm very clear, unlike most people at this place. No wishy-washy. I don't do the Stony shaking both hands.
Oddly enough.
Let's get to
the little Lenny kid.
Exactly. Let's go to Sean, 97.1. Sean, what's going on, bud?
Hey, guys. So, first of all, I think the Lions are the most urgent because they're the closest. Give me a finishing piece here and get us over the top. That's what I think. But I also think the complacency in the town over, which is not me, by the way, but over kind of staying the course is that, put the Lions aside. They have a different story. The other three teams had championship caliber rosters and then all went into full tear-down rebuilds for years and put the whole town in a coma for a while. And I know nobody knows that better than you guys, right? But
yes.
So the recency bias is we watch new GMs come in and fix that through the draft. So I think people just see that, and that's what's happened most recently. So their thought is, let's just stay the course. This is working. You know what I mean? I don't think Detroit fans are any different than the other fans. It's just that when you go through a 10-year rebuild on three of your teams, and you see it fixed through the draft, you think, okay, that's working. Let's just keep doing it. You know what I mean? So
no, I think there's an element of truth to what you're saying. Sean, I think people really got affected. I think people are scared. But I think a part of the give back is when you accept good, you stop demanding great. Because people here are scared of their teams being bad again.
I agree. And I think if you went back 10 years and you looked at the Pistons, Wings, and Tigers, the same group of people was sitting by their TV all giddy on the last day of free agency hoping we acquire people. Now they're saying stay the course, right? It's just recency bias. That's what I think.
No, Sean, I think there's a lot of truth to it. The Wings thing, though, I think there's a give-up factor. When people are ranking the Wings as the least urgent, I think it speaks to just people who have lost faith or given up or God forbid, they've just stopped caring. I don't know. But yet, lower bowl tickets are not available.
No, I think it is the give-up factor because we've all been saying we want somebody to make that move. The Lions haven't made the move that we wanted, but we've seen success on the field. You're not seeing any success or moves when it comes to the Wings, so I think that's where it comes in, like, well, what are we doing here? The Pistons didn't make marquee moves. They made smaller moves, made the playoffs, played tough against the Knicks.
Right. So,
Tigers did their thing and had the chaos and won a series against Houston.
You know how bad Kenny wants to make a move? The guy was negotiating a radio trade with me at 10 o'clock last night. I get a text from Kenny. Mike, question. If I give you Pelica, how does that change the Dobson negotiations? Kenny, this isn't real.
Show's over.
Yeah, show's over. Kenny, what are we doing here?
I was down a rabbit hole and I was thinking about it and I was like, you know what? I bet I could get him 1-for-1 and he fills that hole anyway.
And
so
I
no
said,
problem.
what did I say to you? I said, sure, because Pelica and Schaefer are a 2-for-1 for me. I restock my blue line. You get the more established player. I don't need the other stuff, and I'll take my $21 million in cap space and go buy some forwards. This guy was negotiating a radio trade in real life.
I thought you were going to. Hey, Kenny, my office hours are from 9
I was
to
fine.
5.
Kenny, this is not real life, okay?
No, but I like hearing from Kenny because normally it's like when I see, Kenneth Cott, it's like, oh, Wyatt Langford must have gone deep or something. Nope. He's negotiating a fake trade with me at 10 o'clock at night.
A serious problem.
That's how bad he wants his team to be good, man.
Also, I just refreshed. It's still nothing. Still nothing.
But do you really believe it's going to be nothing?
Yes.
No.
Not nothing in sum total. I think there will be moves made, but it's like what I said maybe a month ago. You get a conference. Look under your chair, everybody. I mean, that's what I feel like is going to happen. It's going to be mid to low level depth moves, whether it's defensemen or whether it's forwards. You're going to see a revamped fourth and some new third line pieces probably, and that's going to be it. That's what I think. And I'm really, really hoping I'm wrong.
I'm hoping too because I can't make sense of that. But
I can look at last year and then the year before that.
But that's
I know it's not right. I know it's not the right answer. I'm hoping what you're hoping, but that's all it is.
But Kenny, that's
Hoping.
like failing a test in school and saying you're going to fail it the next time because you failed it the last time. You learn from your mistakes,
or you just learn from people's actions.
Yeah,
That's
or,
what I'm doing.
Or you're Dexter Manley. Okay, you win. Hooked on phonics worked for
No. No. Man had a disability.
No, he just couldn't read.
That's disability.
He didn't have dyslexia, did he? I just thought he couldn't read like he got through school.
That's a problem. You
Well, I'm
made it
just
that
saying.
far.
Well, welcome to athlete culture.
Yeah, just push him along. He can play. He's really good.
Hey, Rico, how do you think you can get into UCLA with a 2.0 through the NCAA clearinghouse? Why do athletes have 2.0s? Yeah, like the kids who go to school at Michigan to play football for Michigan would never get let in. Michigan State, same thing. It is what it is. A lot of these guys stop learning after 8th grade because they could play.
You also have those who go on.
Sure, you have 1 in 1,000.
The guy from Florida State.
No, that
who gave
becomes
up
Josh
football.
Dobbs, the former Tennessee
Or
quarterback.
the guy from Florida State that won the Rhodes Scholar.
Oh, Myron Roll.
Yes.
He's a brain surgeon now. Yes.
See, he can read.
Yes.
We also
factually true. I'd hope so.
We also just got a phone call that, Mike, because you were actually responding to my text, you as well were negotiating this fake trade.
No, I did not. That's
a great point. Great point, but what a point.
Possibly the best point ever. I was being a friend. There was a cry for help from you. Rico, I will show you. He wrote 6,000 words, and I'm like, is this man negotiating a radio trade that happened 5 hours ago? I go, oh, no. I said, look, this isn't real, but sure, I'll do it straight up.
Yeah.
I cannot wait for Saturday or Friday's draft coverage of the Wings, and they break in and say, there's a guy named Kenny Cott that was actually negotiating on
David.
behalf of the Red Wings.
David, yeah, I would have hit him with the big red. Hey, Kenny, office hours are from 9
it was
to
fine.
5.
It was fine.
Now, if you got any problems with this trade,
There was no harm done. I just felt terrible. He was that. He's hitting refresh every 30 seconds.
I just hit it again.
So what happens if Mike would have said yes?
I did.
You gonna call in to Steve? Hey, Steve, I got a deal worked out. This works.
I just wanted to make it make sense in my head because I wanted to get what I wanted to get out of the trade.
What percentage of Wings fans, like if we held a mock election?
Hold on. I'm just like, if you would have said absolutely, then did you call the commissioner?
But I did say absolutely.
It was a very amicable trade discussion. He said yes immediately.
Right, so Kenny went and told his goldfish. I don't know.
I was like, hey, babe, he said it. We're making the trade.
Hey, Gary. Hey, get on this. Call ESPN right now. We got a trade.
He's on the NHL trade call.
Steve, you're never going to believe it.
Who do I need to fax this into?
Steve, it's Ken Cott. Listen.
Ken Cott, Lake Orion, I got a great idea for
Kenny,
you, bud.
I told you stop calling me.
The trade has basically been agreed to already, Steve.
It's like Kenny's slow descent into becoming the My Pillow guy.
Right. Kenny, we have a court order. You're not supposed to call me.
I just start yelling. You're a bleep hole now. That's what you are.
This trade isn't real.
Who gave you this number?
We're not calling about lumpy pillows.
I'm sorry that I agreed to a trade that's not real, Kenny. I'm so sorry.
I just laugh.
No, I was actually happy after that conversation. I was like, I see we did it, guys.
Just trying to be
I
a
don't
friend,
know what
man.
we did, but we did it.
I was just wondering what was the next step after.
It was me turning my phone off.
Kenny wakes up the fiance. Hey, we got a deal.
Took a celebratory pull of Admiral, and then I was on my way. Deals aren't finished.
Oh my God, he traded for Dobson one day and he made a black friend the next. This has been a banner 24
Been
hours.
a hell of
for
a
Kenny.
week, guys.
All right. I quit. Let's get to a football today, shall we? 97-1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. It's Community Day at the Rocket Classic. This afternoon, Detroit stars past and present, like Dylan Larkin and Barry Sanders, all teeing it up with players on the tour for the Pro-Am. First round play starts tomorrow morning. Your defending champ, Cam Davis, he's won this tournament 2 times now and says he feels right at home at Detroit Golf Club. Colin Morikawa was the favorite, then Patrick Cantley, Keegan Bradley, and Ben Griffin. Tony Finau was withdrawn from the tournament. The Tigers, the first team in baseball to 50 wins, look to take their series with the Athletics and win their 3rd straight with Jack Flaherty on the mound tonight. He's given up 15 earned runs his last 2 starts. The A's starting Jacob Lopez. First pitch from Comerica Park. Pregame show at 6:15 with that first pitch at 6:40 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. And Michigan State guard Jace Richardson and Michigan's forward Danny Wolf are both projected to be first-round picks in the NBA draft in Brooklyn tonight. The Pistons don't pick until 37 unless they do trade up. They won't make their selection until tomorrow. Duke superstar Cooper Flagg's the heavy favorite to go first overall to Dallas. At the Corbo Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, NBA draft tonight. I know Pistons don't have a pick, but let's try to have a little fun. Even if you just tune in to, it's like a car wreck, right? You watch the NASCAR to see somebody wipe out. It's time for Big Black Rumors.
Yes, it is that time of year, guys. Time for the Big Black Rumors. This time, the NBA edition. So let's start with the Boston Celtics, because I see this report here, and I didn't want to do this, but I'm just going to go ahead and start with them. Yes, brown and white discussions, teams are calling about it, but the rumor is there are teams in the top 10 of tonight's draft that are making trade offers as we speak. This is according to Brian Windhorst.
Okay, so I think both things can be true. Yes, teams are calling. I still have doubts that either gets dealt. I think the Celtics are playing it smart, which is, they're available, but you're going to have to overwhelm them with something. Like, for instance, if the Spurs called with the number 2 pick and Castle, I think that's something the Celtics look at, not that the Spurs will or should. You know, I read a report, the Raptors offered number 9 and Jakob Poeltl. You can offer it. It's respectful. Would I do it? No. I think anything... I think Sam Hauser gets traded. Would love to see the Pistons get him. But no, David, I don't think either would get dealt. Would I be mad? Absolutely not. I think the Celtics are assassins. They're cold. They're calculated. Next year's a gap year. Yeah, I would trade Jaylen Brown. I have no problem with it. But it's got to be for a value.
See, I think the Spurs are the one team with number 2. If the Giannis thing doesn't go through, you can go out there and say, okay, you get Dylan Harper. You can kind of hit the reset button. We'll take Jalen. We'll do whatever. So if it does happen, I would think it's only the Spurs.
Here's your big 3. De'Aaron Fox, JB, and Wemby.
Yeah.
I'm like, hey, is that what you want? Again, your team's going to blow up in a few years. Welcome to the NBA. Go ahead, David. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to
You all have
belabor
segued into a number of things that we could talk about. I'll jump into this one since you all mentioned the Spurs, because Philadelphia, they sit at number 3. And according to Jake Fisher, NBA insider, they are calling the Spurs, trying to still get up to number 2.
Of course they are.
But the report says the Spurs don't want to miss out on Dylan Harper.
No.
So it's probably not going to happen.
Philly doesn't have anything to offer them that's remotely interesting. Right. Like, what are you going to do? Offer Maxey in 3? No. And if you're the Spurs, you're sitting there with all the leverage.
If you're the Spurs, worst case scenario, you just draft Dylan Harper and he's yours. But you're trying to work the phone. Right. You're trying to make that trade. Why would I let Philadelphia have that advantage? Why would I let them deal with Milwaukee and deal with all these other teams?
The only thing I'm doing with that number 2 pick is I'm shopping for a Jaylen Brown or a Jan. Like, I want a player because the clock has started.
Yeah.
I don't have Wemby cheap for very much longer. But see, again, we're not allowed to be urgent in this city. I'll just let it simmer. I'll let it develop. It'll all shake out.
Yeah. So this next one is not a rumor. It is more of a discussion. It is draft related. It is an individual that will be drafted tonight.
Yes.
It is Ace Bailey.
Oh, my Lanta. The stories around this kid. Go ahead.
So it appears now that he wants to be drafted 6 to 8 in that range because he feels that those teams in Washington, New Orleans, and Brooklyn are better fits for him. So he wants to be drafted out of the top 5. And people say, well, how can he do this? Well, he's been doing it by turning down all individual workout opportunities for anyone inside the top 5.
So much so, I think I was reading that Paul George is just basically like, who is this kid that he can make these types of demands?
Correct.
Well, who the hell are you?
Yeah, who's Paul George?
Why don't you do that failing podcast, PG? Now, here's the other thing. Also for Ace Bailey, he ain't 6'10 no more.
No, he's not.
He's 6'7.
Yeah.
Funny thing happened when he went to the combine.
But the craziest part is his team, handlers, wartime consiglieres, whatever you want to call them, they're costing him $15 million by falling outside of the top 5.
He refused to work out for teams. It's like,
that's
no.
insane.
And these were teams that were up there and like, nah, I'm good. Like, I'm gonna dictate where I want to go. It's like, you're not that good.
You don't like him.
Not like this, no, because this tells me he is going to be problematic. He's not trying to get to a team and learn how to become a better player. This is a guy who he'll go to a team and he'll just basically, the fans will turn on him because it's going to be like, you really don't even want to be here. You know what he'll become? The modern day Zion, who never really embraced New Orleans.
Why should he have? But go ahead.
What I don't understand is, okay, I get maybe wanting to go to Brooklyn. I get that. But you prefer Washington or New Orleans?
Here's why, though.
Because you're going to play?
Yeah, well, the D.C. thing, too, David, the trade they made yesterday sets them up to have north of $100 million of cap space next summer. Way better free agent class. They've been rebuilding for a while. I'm not telling you it's right. I want you to understand the why.
And I think also if you go to D.C. or New Orleans, chances are you're going to be playing right away. You're not going to go to the G League. You're not going to be spending. They need you. They need bodies on the court. Your face is going to be on the ticket. But, yeah. I mean, Brooklyn holds like, 5 first-round picks now?
Yeah, but they're all crap. They're all dog water.
And you know what? He may be one of them because everybody may say, yeah, we're going to pass on him.
Not necessary.
More rumors here from Yahoo Sports, and it is about Jonathan Kuminga. Reports say that the Chicago Bulls and the Miami Heat could potentially be suitors for him this offseason. Yes, he is a free agent, probably going to be a sign and trade. Miami's in it because they lost out on KD. Your thoughts there?
I'll give you one thing, and the rest is Rico's. When reports come out that you're basically looking Curry off to do heat check threes of your own, I kind of worry about your mindset. Here's Rico Beard.
What he just said, I mean, you couldn't make it work out in Golden State. You wanted to be the guy. Good luck going after him. I think he hurt himself by playing that style. I mean, he could have just waited until the offseason and said, okay, I want to move, and then your market value would be higher. Rather than right now, you're discounted because you're tainted. Like, I don't know if I want you on my team.
Want your thoughts on this next rumor? We did talk about Paul George's name came up for a quick second. Well, about this rumor here, trading him and the number 3 pick to Utah for Markkanen and the number 21 pick. That is a rumor that is out there for the draft tonight.
Run it by me one more time.
Paul George and the number 3 pick from Philly goes to Utah for Lauri Markkanen and the number 21 pick.
God, that Paul George contract is odious.
They are regretting it already.
But the number 3 pick, why would Ainge put them deeper into a rebuild? Like the reports of the Jazz wanting Jaylen Brown, because that's who Danny Ainge targeted and took when he ran the Celtics, makes a lot more sense. If you're Utah, why do you want the 3rd and the 5th pick? You could offer both of those to San Antonio. They're not giving you number 2. And Dallas is not giving you Cooper Flagg. That's just the type of Danny Ainge madness. Sure, why not? Why? That's right up Danny Ainge's alley. I wouldn't know what to say.
Unless they're just tired of Paul George and
Well,
Utah.
on the Philly side,
Right.
you're tired of Paul George, and you have to have the 3 pick to attach to
Right.
him.
He's that
No
odious.
one wants him.
Correct. That's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, if you can get Utah to say, yeah, go for it. But
I would not trade for Paul George. If I'm any team in the NBA, just let him sit
and
there
if
and
I'm
rot in Philly.
Philadelphia, this is the other thing. Why does Philadelphia even want to use that pick? Look, you have got to figure out what you're doing. I think Maxi's the best player they got because Embiid's availability is in constant question now. But if you give away the number 3 pick and Paul George and you get Markkanen, are you winning the East?
No.
I have doubts. Like, I feel
you'll
like
be competitive, but I don't think you'll win the East. I think the East is you just got to be able to show up to the table
if
and see who else is
Embiid's
there.
healthy and you can put out that big 3,
if.
sure. But, man, I love JoJo, but the health's a problem.
Then I'll close it out with this. Just a question, not a rumor here, but a Shams brought up how Giannis is open-minded considering options outside of Milwaukee. We are a week away from the opening of free agency. Will he move?
I feel like if he's not traded tonight, then he won't. I mean, what's the point? Like, to get Giannis, you got to give up picks and stuff, right?
I think tonight he'll end up becoming a Spur.
Also, can someone spend 15 minutes with Shams on how to do TV? He puts a comma after every word. Essentially, he talks like someone's holding a gun to his head. Like, did ESPN do any test shows with him?
Like what?
He can't talk.
Is that bad?
The Celtics and the he sounds like Johnny Five when you pulled the batteries out. Like, it's unbelievable.
He's talking like he's writing out his posts for social media.
Yes,
that's what he's doing.
That's why I said it's like he puts a comma after every word, and I'm going.
I think he's trying to go for the dramatics. So if you go slower, then you get people leaning forward, waiting on that every word.
Look, dude,
it doesn't work.
It's not hard. Take a class.
Yeah, we miss Woj already, don't we?
I do.
Yeah. Those are your NBA.
He was like your wise uncle.
Yes, you're right.
Him. All right, so you've been injured in an auto accident. Now you're drowning in medical bills. You're dealing with insurance companies who simply don't care. Injury attorney David Femininio is the call you need to make. Get David, Get Paid isn't just a catchy phrase. It is a promise, and he's going to get to business. He's going to get to work for you. So if someone you know has been injured, don't just sit there and hope things get better. Call David Femininio, 855-65-CRASH. Or you can go to that website, GetDavidGetPaid.com. That's GetDavidGetPaid.com. All right, David, a couple of the ticket texts. I have a fun draft, little trivia kind of blitz deal we'll do at 4:30, just to prime people for tonight. One of the storylines you had in your rumors segment was the Ace Bailey thing. I mean, my God. What kind of advising are you doing when you cost your client $12 to $15 million? That is remarkable stuff. Go ahead, though. What did the ticket text say?
Yeah, if Harper and Ace Bailey are so sweet, why did Rutgers blow last year? They are awful.
You're nailing it. When
Bailey screams Jalen Green, he says.
Well, maybe that.
There's an element to it.
The thing is, how you play in college doesn't necessarily equate to how you play in the pros. But, yeah, Rutgers had high expectations with 2 top 5 picks, and they didn't make the tournament. I'm not talking about the NCAA. They didn't make the Big Ten tournament.
That's it. Fire Steve Yzerman. Kenny for president. Make the Wings great again. Adam at work.
I wish we could have a different conversation, but it'll go to a bad place. I do, and maybe we'll do it tomorrow. I do wonder if, look, based on our urgency index, like, have people just given up? I haven't. I still think they can get it right. I still think Yzerman can get it right. But, man, for people to put them bottom of the list of urgency,
See, I don't think people have given up, Mike. I think people just want to see something. Like Kenny, refreshing. You just want to see something because you're holding out hope and you're getting nothing in return. A rumor, anything, and I think it'll be enough for Wings fans.
Kenny was up working the phones till 10 p.m. with the hot dog roller going and the salsa in the warmer.
That's right. And bothering me. I'm kidding. It wasn't a bother at all, dude. I laughed. I got a good chuckle. It was fine.
It's the salsa.
He's like, listen.
It's the salsa in the warmer.
He goes, hear me out before you say no. And I'm like, what? And he's like, now listen. If we redesign this deal, and I'm like, oh my God, he's litigating a fake trade from the radio show. What is happening here? And I couldn't accuse him of being drunk. It was in perfect English. No. The spelling was good.
I like the passion. It's just like, okay. So Mike says, yes. All right, I got a deal.
Call the commissioner's office.
But have you ever gotten stuck on a sports thing, even if it's complete fiction that's just between your ears? You get stuck on it and you're like, how do I fix this? How do I make this happen?
Yeah, it's called every day of our life doing this.
Right.
And thinking of topics or like how to play stuff or what to do with stuff. Yeah.
I had 4 hours and I couldn't figure it out in the 4 hours we were on the air yesterday. So I had to figure out a way.
Yeah, look, maybe tomorrow, because the Pistons don't have a pick tonight, maybe tomorrow's the day we do a little bit of that for the Wings. Certainly Friday. I'm still holding out hope they're going to have an impactful offseason because if they don't, I find their existence hard to explain. I don't know what to do.
And I think that's just it because everybody wants to see something. Yes or no? Do you think the Pistons make a pick tonight? No. David, you think the Pistons make a pick tonight?
No. Not even close.
Kenny?
Yeah, they'll make a pick tonight. All right.
So, Kenny, I've got some ideas. You got a second? I'm going to type out 3,000 words to you of who I want.
See, I think they move up.
I'm kidding. It's fine. I laughed.
They move up to the tail end of the first round.
Oh, up next, Rico with a deep dive on Nick Clifford from Colorado State. It's going to be awesome. I have no idea. You know what? I don't care. Do whatever you want. Let it marinate. Things. Let's go to Jason, 97.1. Jay, what's going on, buddy?
That was an excellent leeway. Thanks, Mike, for that.
Yes, sir. What's going on?
No, so real quick for Kenny, what do you think for Gavin McKenna for Michigan State?
I mean, he's going to be great. He's the next hotness, right?
He hasn't committed yet, though. That's where do you think he'll go?
Wait a minute. Is this the kid that there's rumors that Penn State is going to buy him?
Yeah, it's Penn State, Michigan State, I think are the top two, right?
I don't know. Sure.
He's supposed to be the next, McDavid, apparently.
Yeah, he has so much hype around him. Yeah, this guy, I mean, hopefully he can live up to it.
Okay. Now, Jason, let's get to things our listeners do care about, please. I beg of you.
I hear you. So kind of just leaning more towards Pistons. The fact that, we always, in terms of Pistons, we're looking for, a forward that, a stretch forward, and having that Porzingis return kind of makes you turn and look and say, hey, we could have had that. You know what I mean?
Wait. I don't know what's happening here. You know what?
So you're saying that the Pistons should have gone after Porzingis?
No, I'm just talking about the return, as in the return they got for Porzingis. There's opportunities to be out there.
No,
but
there are.
We don't know.
Okay, but there are. And look, this was brought up this morning, and at least Cookie's admitted this much. Porzingis was essentially free. Do I think you should have done cartwheels? No. Is he going to play 80
Absolutely
games?
not.
No. But is he an interesting chess piece that if you can keep him upright for 60 games, as a compliment to Duren, you can have an offensive center and a defensive one. You can have a 3-and-D, elite rim protector. Jason, I understand it. I do. I'm not going to kill them for not being involved on that one, but it's an expiring deal, minimal risk, and by all accounts, there's never been a bad word about Zinger as a teammate.
Yeah. And that's where I'm not saying we need to be involved, but I'm just saying that's what the market is showing.
Yeah, the guy, if there's a Celtic you want that gets you better on the margins, that isn't going to be hugely expensive, and then I don't have to deal with coworkers misrepresenting things I say on the air, it's not an all-in move. Go get Sam Hauser. 42% career three-point shooter. I think he's turned himself into an above-average defensive player. And 6'7" wing. Pedigree. Championship. Played a big role on that team. I like him, and he's on one of the best contracts in basketball. 4 years, $45 million.
Think it happens tonight?
What, Hauser gets dealt? Yeah. Probably. Here? No. I after what Trajan, you know what? Hi, Mike Valenti here for the Rico Beard School of Benefit of the Doubt. I'm just going to take Trajan at his word. So no. But would that be a move that makes the Pistons better in the margins? Absolutely it would.
Well, be curious.
4 years and $45 million?
It would.
That's a 50% discount on a starting level comp. Generally about $21 million a pop for a starter. You could make him your sixth man. You could start. You do whatever you want. The point is, if I have Hauser at 11, I can pay Beasley whatever he wants. Now look at more elite three-point shooting. And Hauser had no problem making threes in the playoffs, unlike other people.
Oh, boy.
I'm making a point to you. I've seen one guy do it. Oh, up next, I know, Pistons nerd. Yeah, but he was on a Boston team with talent. Okay, then you know what? Acquire no one. See how that works. Just put a pair of shoes out there. Pass the ball to it like Kay did to Duren. Balled it up in the fifth row.
I just really hope that the Pistons do something tonight. I know what he said. I'm kind of like Kenny hitting the refresh over there.
Well, Kenny told me he was watching a funny episode of 227 last night. Now that he has a black friend.
I just want anybody to do anything tonight.
This 106 in Park is fabulous.
From BC. Was Kenny texting in bed like Russell Wilson? Hey, Valenti, we got a deal?
Yes.
Hey, Valenti.
Right. The image.
We have a deal.
The image of nude Kenny texting me about Noah Dobson. Forever nightmare fuel. Kenny just scratching his belly, texting away.
Nope.
So if I throw you Pelican.
Don't need that. We lost cabin pressure.
I could say something, but it's not. It's a Friday at 5:30 remark. Okay. I'm not doing it right now. Too early in the week. Okay. All right, good place to stop. Do you want your draft trivia?
Yes.
We'll have a little fun before we get back into the serious stuff. All right, FanDuel. Nothing says summer fun like excitement to things like baseball, which, let's be real, it's hard to watch a 9-inning baseball game. They have Home Run Tuesdays. They have more betting markets than anyone else. So FanDuel has got you covered, even with stuff like, hell, you want to bet a golf tournament, soccer, they got it all. Open the app today, daily promotions. If you're new to FanDuel, you can bet $5, get $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Open the FanDuel app today or visit FanDuel.com/ticket. You can get started. 21 and up, present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Builders First Source. The Tigers look to win their series with the Athletics and make it 3 straight when they send Jack Flaherty to the mound tonight. Flaherty has struggled of late, allowing 15 earned runs his last 2 starts. Jacob Lopez starts tonight for the Athletics. Too early at this point, but the Tarp is on the field. First pitch 6:40, pregame show at 6:15, right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Michigan State guard Jace Richardson and Michigan forward Danny Wolf are both projected first-round picks in the NBA draft tonight. The Pistons not picking until 37, so unless they trade up, they won't make their selection until tomorrow night. Duke superstar Cooper Flagg, the heavy favorite to go number 1 overall to the Mavs. And Detroit stars, past and present, like Dylan Larkin and Barry Sanders, all teeing it up today for the Pro-Am at Community Day at the Rocket Classic. The first round starts tomorrow morning at Detroit Golf Club. The favorite, Colin Morikawa. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. More at 5 o'clock or at 971theticket.com.
All right, so we're going to have some fun. We'll get back to serious business in a second. NBA draft is tonight. I can't offer you some mock draft or some breakdown of Nick Collins from Colorado State, but I wanted to offer some fun trivia, some different stuff, and a couple of WTF stories. So with that, I don't even know if David has music for this. Let's begin. Oh, wait a minute now. John Tesh live at Red Rocks? Wait a minute. Okay, so the Ace Bailey thing David brought up about 30 minutes ago. Bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how it plays out. Forcing your way out of the top 5, costing yourself up to $15 million. Oh, and by the way, you measured 6'7", not 6'10". Sick strategy. We'll move on. Trivia time, and you guys can collaborate on this. What school leads with 4 players selected number 1 overall in the history of the NBA? What school? 4 number 1 overall picks.
I initially think Duke, but I'm going to go with Kansas.
Well, you should have shut your face and stuck with Duke. Now, can you name the 4 players?
It will be okay. So we're not talking about what can happen tonight. It's already happened, right?
Zion, 1.
Yep.
Do you want a hint?
Yes.
I'll give you a hint. Penis cancer.
Kyrie.
That's 2.
No, not Christian.
No. Grant Hill didn't go number 1.
Here's a hint. On a team better than the Pistons.
Paulo.
Paulo Banchero.
Yeah.
That's 3. Now the 4 is an old head, but not that old. And he went on to become a dog bleep GM in this league.
Elton Brand.
Yes.
Good one.
Nice job. In that theme,
I remember watching him play in the 99 Final Four.
Okay. Up next, Rico's top 10 Eddie Curry highlights.
Oh, boy.
All right. In the lottery era, only 4 players of the 39 players taken number 1 overall won a championship with the team that drafted them. Can you name those players?
That went number 1 overall. Okay. Kyrie's 1.
That's 1.
Number 1 overall.
I'll give you a hint because, for
LeBron is another.
That's 2. David, we found a game that you're good at. It's only taken 15 years. Here's a hint.
Magic is another.
Nope.
Oh, you said this air. Okay, I'm sorry.
Lottery era.
Yeah, my bad.
The other 2 played for the same team.
Lottery era.
How glorious!
San Antonio.
How glorious are these trumpets?
Oh, Tim Duncan.
And
was it David Robinson?
Got him.
Yeah.
The Admiral. Nice job. From the WTF category, I'd like to tell you the story of Noah Asengwe.
Okay.
He's a French guy. He's playing for, I can't pronounce this, Rat-a-tat-tat-tooey in the German, whatever it is. Well, they're in the BBL finals. This is exciting. They're up 2-1 in the series. He's decided it's a good time to leave the team to attend the draft tonight. Playing for a championship, leaves the team to go to Brooklyn He explained while it was a difficult decision, it's a special opportunity for him to experience the draft, and he trusts his teammates to finish the series. Close quote.
So he left in the middle of the final.
Dude, he chucked the deuces and was like, see, bailed on his team in the finals up 2-1.
Enjoy playing here in Germany. I'm going to the U.S.
Right. Hey, you losers, enjoy playing for Ratatouille. I'm heading to Williamsburg. All right.
That's a hysterical story. I only started paying attention when you said BBL.
I'll explain later.
Okay, good talk. Which
I thought the same too, Kenny. I'm like, what? I don't know if he knows what it stands for.
I'm very confused, and I don't want to start guessing because it'll only get us in more trouble. Let's just move on.
It's the latest thing in fashion for some women. First word is Brazilian.
Yes, I understand. Well, I read an article in the New York Post. There's been a rash of deaths in New York about this.
Yes.
Like women are dying.
Because they're going overseas.
Got you. No, that's not what he's doing. Or it would be very awkward to play basketball.
And he was in Germany.
Let's just keep it moving.
And you can't sit down and you have to fly back home.
Really, we've got to keep it going. All right. Which NBA team has had the number 1 pick the most?
Clippers.
Wrong.
Nets.
Wrong. Think.
Charlotte.
Now, think for a minute. We can't just blurt out every franchise.
Okay.
A lot of controversy. A lot of people thought it was a setup.
Yeah,
they
Cleveland?
There it is.
Yes.
They got the kid from Akron the year he was coming out.
Cleveland.
Hey, LeBron left us. What? They get the number 1 pick. Right. Now, which team has never had the number 1 overall pick?
In the lottery era?
Only one team has never gotten the number 1 pick in the lottery era.
The Lakers.
Wrong.
No. Phoenix?
Wrong again.
Oh, no, Ayton.
Yeah.
But it is in the Western Conference. I'll help you that much.
Sacramento?
Question. You can't have these guesses with a question mark.
Okay.
Do you want another hint?
Golden State Warriors.
No, okay, you guys are terrible. It is actually the Denver Nuggets.
Wow.
They have never had the number 1 pick.
That's shocking because they were not good for a while.
Also, Nikola Jokic was drafted during a Taco Bell commercial.
Well, heck, I mean, yeah.
It's true.
Look how long it took the Pistons to get the number 1.
Again, exactly. You're exactly
All right.
70s to...
The NBA has taken on an international flavor.
Okay.
How many nations were represented in last year's draft?
Was it 10 nations? 10 nations.
You're going to guess 10.
10 nations.
David?
I'm going to go 15.
David's closer. 14. Can you guess the nations?
Well, France.
1.
Germany.
2.
Spain.
3.
Serbia.
Oh, my God. Kenny from the clouds. 4.
Yeah.
Say the U.S., that's 5.
Portugal.
No. Sorry.
Italy.
Sadly, no. There's
Really?
just a shortage on Italian ball players. Here are the
France.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's USA, France, Canada, Lithuania,
Canada.
Germany, Serbia, Brazil, Cameroon, Switzerland, Australia, Spain, Sweden, Belgium, Netherlands, and Turkey.
Turkey. Okay.
14.
I keep forgetting Canada.
Canada, they have so many ball players now. I forget about that.
Yeah. Well, you're MVP.
SGA.
Yeah.
Who, once again, we have to keep reminding Jim Costa, was not drafted by the Thunder.
No.
Benedict Mathurin, Canadian.
Excuse me?
Benedict Mathurin is Canadian. I didn't stop it. Nope. I did. Nope. Nope. Nope.
I'm like, oh.
Back to, you know what? I was about to never mind.
All I hear is Jill Scott singing Grits.
That is your NBA draft primer / trivia 97.1. If you're paying noticeably higher energy bills in the summer, keep your home cool. It's annoying. It's downright terrible, honestly, with the way it's been lately. So get it fixed. 2 areas of your house that are probably costing you money. Your roof, if it's not adequately ventilated, or just your windows. They're old. They don't seal right. Your money's flying right out of them. The best advice we can give you, Victor's Home Solutions. You can schedule a free 21-point roof inspection and window inspection today. And again, no pressure tactics, none of that nonsense. They'll tell you what the lay of the land is. And if they find something that needs attention, an inexpensive repair will generally get it done. But if it is time for a new roof or a new set of windows, they'll take $500 off that bill. So pay higher energy bills or call Victor. It's pretty easy. Schedule your free, no obligation 21-point roof and window inspection today, 734-773-1100, or online anytime at victors.com. All right, let's get some football in the mix. David, the music determines our adventure. Let's hear it. Oh, Kenny just lit up like a Christmas tree. Weeks away from Kenny never leaving the house again. College Football 26.
Yeah, College Football 26 comes out on July 10th. I believe if you have a pre-order, it is July 7th. So it is real soon here. And what they did here is they have revamped the home field advantage in the gameplay. So they've come out with the game's top 25 toughest places to play.
Okay, this is now the key in this, Rico, because I know you're above all this. You're not a man of the streets.
Video game.
Right. They take serious time in figuring out. It mirrors real life. Okay. So you're not going to be out of your depth here. Okay. Would you like to start?
Yeah, give me a couple guesses, Rico.
I got to say, go with Alabama.
Alabama is on the list. They are number 5.
Really? Now, Kenny, would you view Bryant-Denny Stadium as one of the 5 hardest places to play in America?
Yeah, no issue with there.
None?
I mean, respect. Yeah,
okay.
That's fine with me.
Can we go with Sanford Stadium? I mean, Georgia. The light show alone, your opponent may end up having a seizure.
Sanford Stadium. Wow, you got 5 and 4. That is number 4.
But listen, what Georgia does, along with the fans, listen.
Hey, I'm just glad you copied what Michigan did.
Right, exactly. I'm glad they were the first ones to ever do something
Michigan
like that.
invented lights? It actually wasn't Thomas Edison.
I know.
Can we stay in the SEC and just my favorite place I've ever been?
Death Valley?
Death Valley on a Saturday night.
Yeah.
It's got to be on there.
Yeah, LSU's number 1.
LSU is just built different. The stadium, Rico, all I can say is the stadium looks like it has 15 levels. It's the people never stop. It is just a level, and the band is incredible.
I can only imagine. And what, they let Tony the Tiger run around?
It's Mike the Tiger, and he's in an enclosure outside the bookstore. He has his own jungle. No, they don't bring the circus truck out there like they did in the 80s.
Could I hazard a guess here? Because I played 25. Great game, by the way. One of the harder places to play in was Clemson. Is Clemson on the list, David?
That's the welfare Death Valley on a Saturday
Kenny,
night.
that was the next other Death Valley.
Clemson is number 6.
How
you
has
guys are doing well.
Here's my question. When they get off the bus and they touch Howard's Rock, how has no one ever fallen down the hill? Honestly. That hill is steep.
I gotta wonder if you just practice. Like, guys, don't be the first. So we're gonna practice just running down the hill.
We're gonna have no game because everyone will be hurt.
Let's go to the Big Ten.
Wait. Oh.
No, you first. You're excited. And when you're excited, good radio happens.
No, I was gonna say let's go to Columbus. The Horseshoe.
Number 3.
Stained glass, bell towers, and a $40 million payroll. It's terrifying. It is still the scariest place I've ever been for a game.
Really?
Terrifying. I got flipped off by like a 10-year-old. They are animals down there. They're built different.
I have never had a bad experience down there.
Oh, you also don't stay. MSU's down 28-0, and you're raising Canes.
Well, no. I've also been to just a Buckeye game. I have my connection.
Yes, Kenny.
No, if you want to do your Big Ten one, I have a Big Ten guess.
I was going to give an off-brand one because I know you or David will blurt Michigan. What about Camp Randall, Wisconsin?
Camp Randall is not. Yes, they are. I'm sorry. Yes, they are on this list.
That is a house of horrors for my school. It is a hard place to play.
Yeah, it is number 15.
Okay, go ahead.
Any love for the whiteout in Penn State? Because I remember that being kind of tricky in 25.
That was my next guess, Kenny.
All right, you guys are good, man. That's number 2. You guys got all of the top 5 so far.
That's good. We should.
That's good.
Because I would say the whiteout is more intimidating than Buckeye Stadium.
Okay. I haven't experienced the whiteout.
I have.
That's fair.
And I give them credit. It's just one of those, you would think it'd be so difficult, but everybody has on white.
Right. Well, good thing Big Noon Fox has ruined it. Now you're whiteouts at noon.
Hey, that ain't me.
So you got the top 6. So
okay.
I wonder if you all can finish the top 10 here.
Can I get Outson Stadium?
Outson Stadium's number 9.
You got a duck riding a Harley. It is what it is. And they spit at you. They're nasty up there.
So we need 7, 8, and 10.
All right, I got another one if you want rapid fire. Rico's ruminating. Kenny just has a dumb look on his face. Yes.
I was going to say Oklahoma. Is that on the list?
Number 8.
Oh, wow. Okay.
7-10, guys.
All right, here we go.
7-10.
Here we go.
Not a great team, but they're bouncing back. Florida.
Florida's number 7.
Excellent
I'm
work
proud
by
of you
Rico
guys,
Beard.
man. So you need number 10.
All right.
And then I'll give you everything
Guys,
else.
do you trust me? I'm gonna
Because I got one. I got one if you blow this.
I want to roll a dice. Kyle Field, Texas A&M.
Number 11.
So I let everybody down.
What if we go South Bend, Notre Dame?
That is on the list,
That's
but
easy.
it's pretty low on the list, guys.
It shouldn't be on the list.
It is number 21.
This is people who just don't like Jesus. Okay.
No, he's lovely, but it's not hard to win there.
Need number 10.
All right, go ahead.
Did we do Rocky Top? Are they on the list?
Question mark?
Rocky Top. They are on the
You know
list.
what?
Not number 10, though. They are number 12.
How about we oversimplify? What if we go to Austin, Texas?
Darrell K. Royal Stadium.
Texas is number 13.
All right,
So
David.
you're all around it.
Who do we miss?
Number 10.
I want to keep guessing.
All right, give him another guess.
Yeah, one more.
As long as he's on the list, he gets to keep guessing.
Correct.
A conference. Can we get a conference?
It
No.
is. No, I'm not going to give you
All
a
right,
conference
Nebraska.
anymore. Nebraska is not on the list.
All right.
You're eliminated, Rico.
Don't say it that way. It's mean. All right.
The black on black crime.
Man, I've heard about it in the news.
Anyone.
I'm watching it live. All right.
It's like the streets of Chicago.
Oh, my. Yes, Kenny.
What about the Cockaboose? Is this on the list?
No.
The Cockaboose is number 16.
Yes.
Williams-Brice Stadium.
Rico, it's real. Do you know how loud the chicken crows after every first down? It's terrifying.
All right, so I'm going to go through the rest of this list here. You all will be probably shocked you missed number 10. So at number 25 is Mississippi State Davis Wade Stadium.
Mississippi State.
At number 25, yes.
Oh, meth head, cowbell carrying losers. All
At
right.
number 24, it resides in this state.
The Big House is 24?
Spartan Stadium at Michigan State is number 24.
No, I got to apologize to everybody.
When they're winning, yes. They haven't been winning, Mike.
I'm
Again,
sorry.
this is the game.
Is there
here.
a black and white mode on this game when I can go back to when we won?
Really?
Maybe Charlie Chaplin's our head coach.
Okay.
Listen,
You feel better now?
I do.
Okay, good for you.
Number 23, Boone Pickens Stadium in Oklahoma State.
Yeah, now, see, Detroiters should love that place because don't those idiots carry thunder sticks too?
I think they do.
They slam them
yeah.
on the wall.
They do.
Wait, where's the place with the paddles? I thought that was paddles.
I don't know what it is.
Number 22
Looks
is
like a Pistons playoff game.
No,
People with
those are
sticks.
paddles, not thunder sticks.
Okay.
Carter Finley Stadium, NC State. You got 21. Number 20 is Utah Rice Echo Stadium.
Now, if that's at night, yes.
Yes, correct.
Utah at home at night, you may as well not board the flight.
Number 19, Iowa Kinnick Stadium.
House of Horrors. The fans are right on top of you.
Yeah.
I hate that place.
Number 18, Washington Husky Stadium.
Rico
Nice.
has to give the review. That was his no baggage trip.
Great place to play, yes. And when they win, it's Purple Rain.
Number 17 in Auburn, Jordan Hare Stadium.
Yes, and it would terrify me if the eagle is flying unsupervised. That scares me every time.
Really?
Dude, that thing could rip someone's head off, and they just cut that thing loose. How do you trust it? It's a bird.
It's a trained bird.
It's still okay. And guess what? There are trained lions too. Go ask Siegfried and Roy how that played out.
You got 16, you got 15, you missed 14, you didn't get Florida State.
That was next. I thought about that.
Got 13, you got 12, you got 11. The 10s, the one you missed, guys.
Is Michigan?
Michigan Stadium.
It's fair. They know your plays. Everyone's wearing yellow.
No.
What?
No.
The feature's in the game.
The game does not have. They know your plays.
Your play art gets put up on screen.
Wait, all of a sudden you call your play and then the play comes up on the screen. How did you know I just called that?
We got some play action.
If you buy the MVP edition, there's an Ask Stallions button.
There
you can
is
use
no
it 3 times a
MVP
game. It tells you what
edition.
the other guy called.
No.
3 times.
Oh. Who's this guy walking on the sideline? Oh, it's him. That would be funny if that got actually added in there.
And guys, that
As
is
an
your
Easter egg.
25
I was going to
toughest
say
plays
the other
to play.
of them, but yeah.
97-1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. The Tigers look to win their series with the Athletics and make it 3 straight when they send Jack Flaherty to the mound against the A's tonight at Comerica Park. Flaherty has struggled of late, allowing 15 earned runs his last 2 starts. Manager A.J. Hinch says commanding the strike zone tonight will get him back on track. Jacob Lopez starts tonight for the A's. Last time out, pretty good. 1 earned run in 6 innings against the Astros. Tigers, first team in baseball to 50 wins this season. First pitch 6:40, pregame at 6:15. I'll have to say weather pending most likely right here on 97.1 The Ticket. The Pistons hold pick number 37 in the NBA draft starting in Brooklyn tonight. Unless they trade up, they won't be on the clock though until tomorrow. President of Basketball Ops Trajan Langdon says best player available is the strategy most likely. Duke's Cooper Flagg is the overwhelming favorite to go number 1 overall to the Mavs tonight, and it's Community Day at the Rocket Classic. Detroit stars past and present like Dylan Larkin and Barry Sanders were teeing it up with players on the tour for the Pro-Am. First round play starts tomorrow morning. Colin Morikawa is the favorite. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
5 o'clock. Great to have you with us. Guys, we are going to get to a good topic, but can I test run something in real time? This is for Kenny. Kenny was just hosting a symposium out there because there's no Wings news at all. But this is exactly the type of stuff that I would guess. This is a guess. It's an assumption. Okay. You know the danger of assuming. Yeah. It makes an ass out of you and me. But I want to assume something. Ain't no Red Wing fan trying to read this. But this is what we get from the local media. You ready? Oh boy. I want to know if this serves Kenny. From the Det News. Quote, he can destroy a guy. Unicorn defenseman Aitchison could fall to Wings at 13 in the draft. And it's thousands of words on Barrie Colts defenseman Keyshawn Aitchison and his coach. What Wings fan who hasn't been to the playoffs in a decade is going to the newspaper for this type of draft porn? Who does this serve?
This serves the people who don't want you to trade the pick. That's who this serves. The people who have no interest in trading draft picks because, we could get this guy, and he might be ready in a couple of years. That'd be awesome. Guy,
but, Kenny, here's the best part. This guy's 18.
Right, exactly.
Won't be here till 2030. You know what I want to read when I click on the Det News? Yzerman's above!
You're in the wrong town for that, pal.
Who does this serve?
It serves the Steve bots, I believe.
I mean, how about the opener of this piece? This is unbelievable. Keyshawn Aitchison knows all about the Gordie Howe hat trick. I'm like... We're sitting here dying on the vine. We are clinging. We're hanging on by a thread.
Like you wanted rumors. There you go. I've been scrolling through Twitter and other platforms, and I got nothing. But for you, that's what you got.
That 18-year-old no one's heard of, no one's seen, no one cares, might fall to the wing. That's what we've been reduced to in this town. Not at 3. Not like you do a profile piece and you go, hey, Michael Misa may fall to wing. Okay, I'll read that. We have the 3rd pick, the 13th pick in the draft. The hockey draft. Not even the NFL. Like, if it's an article where it's Colston Loveland may fall to Lions and Lions needed a tight end, whatever, I get it.
Right.
Hey, Kenny, you wanted a rumor? You wanted your Wings update?
This is not what I wanted.
So, how long before he's up with the big club?
6 years? No, honestly, I would say, Kenny, 5.
It could be.
Probably his age 22 season.
Yeah, I'd say 4 to 5, somewhere in there. So
29.
6 if he's not
30.
Progressing well. Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Wyatt Langford. All right.
I got nothing. Pretty sure he went 0 for 4 yesterday. All right, listen. Let's get to business. But wow. I just am like, who's that serving?
You know what?
What level of Iserbot do you need to be to read that article and go, yeah.
At that point, everybody's got a job.
Even Caputo goes like, nah, I already know. I don't need to read this.
Everybody's got a job, man. So
the 9th-ranked North American skater. Okay.
And by the way, NHL prospects, once you get outside of the top few, it takes a lot for me to actually, A, know them, and then B, care about them. Because like you said, you're not going to see these guys for 4, 5, maybe 6 years, because a lot of them are 18-year-olds.
Hey, by then, we'll be ready to compete.
You know what, by year 10?
It's all coming together.
All right.
All right, let's get to it. So
it's probably why the Wings had 4 on the index.
Well, let's talk about the index. So we have, I think, a disconnect with a lot of fans and certainly the other shows, is that we want to be more aggressive. We want the teams that, unless you're in the throes of a brutal rebuild, it's time to go. Now, we started the show on the record. I had to state for the record multiple things that people at this station are lying about regarding my opinions. It's ridiculous. It's like, guys, they're all available on YouTube. Like, I've never asked the Pistons to go all in. Why are you people saying this? Cut it out. All right, if you can't generate a call, talk about chicken fingers, figure it out. Do you. Pickle day. Don't make stuff up. Wojo did this the other night. Oh, pounding the table for Zion. No, I'm not. If I'm asked a question, I give a listener an answer. Who's someone interesting that wouldn't cost a ton and might be available? What about Zion? That's it. And what did I follow it up with? If Trajan doesn't like him, it's good enough for me because he was around him.
Yep.
He comes from New Orleans. We don't need to make things up. But the urgency that we desire doesn't seem to be matched by the fan bases. So we wanted to put it in your lap. Rank out your teams 1 to 4 from needs to operate with the most urgency to the least. And I think it's interesting because all 4 teams, you could make a case, should be the most urgent. All 4 teams, you could make a case, the least. Example, I have one of the teams first. The other guys have this team last. It's all a matter of your perspective. But if I ask you to rank them out 1 through 4, what do you come up with? 248-539-9797. Kenny's already on NHL.com buying an Aitchison jersey.
Don't worry about the shipping. It could take us time.
I mean, the headline, salacious much? He can end dudes. I'm like, wait.
So he's Nick Bolton.
Yeah, like, are we really writing this with pick 13? Go ahead. Rank them. I'm sorry.
My ranking goes with the Detroit Lions at 1. Reason being, they are the closest to a championship for this city. They have everything that they need. They are maybe a piece away from having the best team in the NFL. And in the NFL, your window is so quick. Before you know it, it's over and you're rebuilding all over again. You got the talent. You're able to pay all of these guys. Right now, you got the QB. You got the coach. The Lions are 1. 2, the Tigers. Tigers, why? Because you have a 2-year window, especially after hearing what Scoop had to say yesterday. You have him for 2 more years. So you make your move. You go all in for the World Series. So urgency at number 2. At 3 is the Pistons. You had a major leap from 14 wins to 43 wins, and now you got a lot of young guys. Yeah, there's urgency there, but not as much as the first 2. And the Wings, I have at 4, only because I'm not really seeing any type of urgency from them. So they're last to me. Until you show me something, you're the furthest away from all of the 4 sports at winning it all.
And I have the opposite. This is the beauty of it. There's no right and wrong. I have the Wings at 1. You can't operate this way. You run the risk of alienating everyone. With the Lions, they have the most talent. And I actually think I'm halfway there with the fan base when it comes to the injuries, that if they had their players, coulda, woulda, shoulda. The Lions take the field. Look, the Tigers don't, the Pistons don't, the Wings don't. The Lions take the field 4 of every 5 games, 8 of every 10 games with more raw talent than the other team. They have studs. I can make a case they could just sit there, do what they do, and roll it.
Right. But I want more.
I agree with you.
More.
But if we're juxtaposing it with the other teams, look, if it's my world, all these teams are number one.
Right.
Aggression. That's how it's supposed to be. But the Lions will be less. The Wings should be first based on, if not now, when. What you start to question the basic, you question the validity of the organization. Like, what are we here for? If you don't move now, why do you exist? I mean, this is approaching like Neil Tyson Degrassi, like philosophical stuff, but I
get where you're coming from. I just look at it as resources. I'm going to put the majority of my resources into the teams that I think are the closest to winning.
Okay.
You are saying, I don't have to waste time and money on you because you're already there. I need to focus on the teams that are furthest away.
This is how David really power ranks his kids.
Yeah.
You are not worth my money.
One with the most talent. You know what?
No. You're much closer to being a good human.
No.
You know what? Yes, this is your mother's side of the family.
Wow.
No, none of that is said.
248-539-9797. I have the Pistons third. They don't have to do anything. I think they can get better on the margins. I'd like to see them get better. I have never propagated an all-in move, but they are 3. Tigers would be 2. The Tigers, to me, it's been a wonderful story. Do I believe they're winning the World Series? No. Do I think they have the talent to stack with the best teams in baseball in the NL? Absolutely not. I think they're the best of a horrific AL. I think it's been an incredible story. And look, they do it not with talent. They do it with a system and an approach and an unpredictability, and they should be saluted for that. But they don't have the talent necessary. They need to make trades because the Scooble thing is the backdrop. They got a 2-year window. Let's go get it. So it would be Wings 1, Tigers 2, Pistons 3, Lions 4. If we had to, you know my rank, 1, 1A, 1B, and 1C. All gas, no brakes. But that's not how this town operates.
No, I'm with you. But like I said, for me, Lions 1, Tigers 2, Pistons 3, Wings 4.
248-539-9797. We'll get some ticket texts coming in. Get a few of the phone calls. Kenny's going to really drill down on that news piece. Unicorn killer could fall to Wings. The article may as well have come with pyrotechnics.
The leftovers from the fireworks?
Yeah, my goodness.
Okay.
Summer's heating up. What are you waiting for? You're going to wait till it's 180 and you have no AC or power? No. Call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Upgrade your system now. You save up to $1,000. New AC, save up to $1,000. New generator, same deal as well. Call for details. Schedule the free in-home estimate. Mastercraft, honest work. Great same-day service when you call before noon. It's mastercraftheating.com. I know we're doing the urgency rankings. Kenny, I got to do this again to you. I'm sorry. I feel like I'm living in a fever dream. So the New York Times has a piece about the Red Wings offseason. Okay, how that came together, I have no idea. Just work with me. Kenny, have we just been relegated to old bit city? Tell me if you've heard this before. So here's the pressing things about the Red Wings offseason. The lead in this piece, Patrick Kane. Oh, with a week to July 1st and no contract signed. Blah, 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 blah. Yes. Again, a guy who's the better part of 40, who never takes a shift on the penalty kill, who's not a physical player. So basically, their only answer for a top 6 forward is just break glass in case of Kane. That's 1. 2. This is even better.
Oh, boy.
Do the words John Gibson mean anything to you?
Oh, here we go again.
We're doing it again,
God,
huh?
that's an old bit. What year is it? Is it last year? Is it the year before that?
Kenny's lonely tonight. He's calling his ex. John Gibson.
Also, now that Anaheim's trying to do winning things, they're not going to trade him. It's not happening.
Then it's top 4 defensemen, but who? Like, I'm sorry, is there any point to this franchise anymore? It's always the same names.
Yet somehow you remain hopeful. Can't wrap my head around it.
It's why I have them at 4.
It's why I have them at 4.
To me, it's not to say it's wasted resources. I think I can use my resources better.
What are these resources you speak of?
No, I'm just saying.
This is what you should be doing.
Right, but I don't see them doing anything. So my focus is these teams look like they're ready to try to win now, whereas the Wings, let's make the playoffs.
It's not about what they should be doing. It's about expectations. The expectations is that the line should be trying to make a Super Bowl push. That's the expectation.
But I'm operating that this is what you think they should be doing.
I agree with you, by the way. It's 1A, 1B, 1C, 1D. Right there.
Right.
But...
Oh, by the way, new name and possibly Italian. What do you got on Mario Ferraro?
Mario Ferraro? Not
Sharks defenseman.
Yeah, I know.
Penalty killer.
Yeah, Sharks defenseman. He'd say no more.
I want to lead with Italian. We need more Pisons on this team.
Oh.
It's what's missing. Huge Italian culture in Windsor. We got to have something.
I mean, anything's better than Justin Hull.
Noted.
Jeff Petrie.
He's as Italian as Costa. What does that get us?
You know what I want? I want Noah Dobson. Sign me up for the Pelican trade we talked about.
It's not happening.
I know it's not happening.
All right, I'm
you
sorry.
already agreed to it in principle.
Okay, let's go. We're going to go to Will, 97.1. Will, what's going on, buddy?
What's going on, guys?
How are you?
I'm doing good. As far as ranking the teams, I kind of agree with exactly what you guys were saying. 1A, B, C. Tigers, Lions, Pistons, it's all the same to me. They're all pretty set up to win now. A couple moves could put them over the top, and that's where the urgency is. The Wings, this far into that rebuild, I don't look at it the same as you guys. I know. I just think back to the beginning with Yzerman and where that team was, all the money spent on all the stars and the depletion to the minor league players, and it just wasn't there. There was nothing there. He spent the first 3 years breaking it down before he started building it back up. So I just don't think urgency's there.
Okay.
Maybe a little bit for his job, but not so much for the Wings as an organization.
Okay. So they would be
and then
last.
The last thing, I guess, would be Trajan. I think he said what he said because he's a smart manager, he's a smart negotiator, and he's not going to sound desperate, even if they are desperate to make a move, because they're also in the mix. And I think if the right move's out there, they'll make it.
I hope you're right. I think it's just always better to be measured in the press conference than basically come out and pour cold water on everything. You're right. He shouldn't go out there going, woo, we're open for business. No, I agree with you there, Will.
Also, you're also trying to prop up your guys and stand behind your guys, maybe increase the value of your guys a little bit. Whether it accomplishes it or not, I don't know. But I like the idea of playing it cool, and the fans might not like it, but I think he's.
Oh, I think the fans love it. No, listen, Will, I don't think you need to worry about that. I think 75% of Piston fans are high as a kite. They think they have everything they need to win a championship here. They're being told lies by fanboy media. that, homegrown is the way to be. And it's like, where's the evidence of this? Like, what are we talking about?
See, that's how you get yourself in trouble, Mike. You want us to go get Zion, and you want us to go get Giannis, and you want us to go get all these different pieces.
No, it's just not the case. But again, well, look,
I know.
You know the weakness? I actually watch sports. That's the problem. I think there's a real
That's why
problem.
Kenny is texting you at 11 o'clock
No,
at night.
I just think a lot of hosts don't watch things, and then when they're asked, well, who do you want? They don't have an answer. I tried to provide an answer a couple of times to listeners who posted me up about, all right, give me a value signing that's big reward, big risk. Okay, Zion. You want big reward but higher cost? Trey Murphy, same team. Like, we've had the conversations. Right. If the price isn't right, don't do it. But I also think doing nothing and then carrying Malik Beasley down Woodward Avenue like the Virgin Mary and letting fans put dollar bills on him, like that's not an offseason either.
I think for a lot of fans, your offseason is very similar to the Lions. It is getting the injured players back. That's what you were missing.
Dear God. Yeah, because I'm going to comp one of the best defensive ends in football to a backup center who starts fights. That's a fair comp.
I'm talking about all the other injuries on defense, not Aiden. But the fact that you went into the final game with nothing. You were getting guys off the street. And for the Pistons, they had two players missing when they went up against the Knicks in Beef Stew and Jaden Ivey.
Mm-hmm.
So for a lot of fans, we get those two back and we can knock off the Knicks and we take our chances with the Pacers or the Celtics. Because then, your guy goes down and maybe you beat him. And now you're going up against them.
Hey, David, I hear a lot of maybes, buts, and boners in that whole line of thinking.
Man.
No, I'm not interested.
Okay.
You lost the series in 6. Cry about it. Here's an idea. Don't give up a 21-0 run.
Okay.
You didn't have Stewart. You didn't have Ivan. You still got the 6 games. So what is that? I mean, so we're not going to give them credit for doing what they did without these guys?
No, I give them full credit.
No, I'm talking about these people making excuses for them not being there.
It's just
not giving them credit for them doing it without them.
It's just the idea that you can't use every measure around you to get better, and I don't believe in it. We talked earlier. Look, Sam Hauser. What hosts on this station are going to twist my words on that one? That's a margin move. 42% career three-point shooter, an improving defensive player, has hit big shots in the playoffs, including the NBA Finals. $11 million a year, 4-year deal. That's a stone-cold no-brainer. Like, go get him. Okay, we'll play by Trajan's rules. Let's get better in the margins. What's wrong with adding Sam Hauser and retaining Beasley? At least one of them will hit shots in the playoffs.
Fair.
And you get better, right?
Yeah. And and your guy White, the teams are asking about him.
No, but
if you're top 10.
But if you say Derek White, you're accused of an all-in move. No, I'm not going to go crazy for Derek White. But if I acquired Derek White on a multi-year deal, yes, I would tell you the player the Celtics are asking for is Jaden Ivey. And if you don't want to give up Ivey, you're not wrong. I'm totally cool if you want to run this backcourt back. All I have said all offseason, pick one of Holland and Thompson, take the dead body of Tobias, and a couple of firsts. What does that get me? Spec it out. You don't know if you don't ask.
Correct.
So from the sound of that press conference yesterday, they're not asking.
Along with what Tom Gore said a few weeks ago, we're happy where we are. We've taken a gigantic step, and we're willing to just keep riding this thing out. Yeah. That's why I have them at 3 on my list, by the way. Tigers, 2, because you got a 2-year window with Scooble, and 1, Lions. You're right there.
And then there's the Wings. By the way, Kenny, I found out that piece was from your guy, Max.
Which one?
Boltman.
Yeah. No, which piece?
The one about the offseason, not the unicorn.
I was going to say,
the unicorn killer.
Yeah.
But it was Patrick Kane, John Gibson, find me a top 4 defenseman. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, your guy Kyrie just signed a $119 million 3-year deal. An extension with the Mavs.
Woo! Bro, he could have paid my team $190 million. I wouldn't have taken him. No room at the inn. You can have him.
I said 19, not 190. 119 million. Not that. $119
Oh,
million.
what a value. 248-539-9797. Oh, we're signing people with one leg. What a league. Guy's on a blown out twig.
He'll be back in January.
What a league, man. 97-1. Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything? We'll get to a blitz in a little bit. Get you to Tiger baseball as well. Nice to see them light up Severino, who actually hasn't been bad on the road. It's at home where he's been terrible. But guess what? It's okay. Once in a while, it's all right for Skubal to let his offense lift him up. He wasn't that great last night.
No.
The offense said, here's 11 runs.
I wonder how much was it due to the speculation of rain, and he just looks like the type that just wants to go out there, get his 6 innings in, and then call it a game.
All right, whatever, man. They just keep rolling. And again, the American League is terrible. Their deal, just keep doing your thing. Keep taking series, methodical. Let's get near the deadline. I want to get Alex Cobb healthy. I want to see what he has to offer. The needs at the deadline right now, for me, number one, I need 2 relievers. I just think the bullpen is nowhere near World Series ready. Give me 2 high-leverage relievers. Yes, Lang is pitching and hitting 100 on the radar gun. You know what you have in Will Vest. They need a couple guys.
Yeah. Probably easier to get 2 relievers because even bad teams have somebody in their bullpen that's worth it.
Yes. And look, the other problem, I don't want McMahon at third. Eugenio Suarez just got hit on the hand. He's getting an MRI. I don't know what came of that, but that's a guy I wouldn't mind. A little bit all or nothing for my taste, but you know what? 30 home runs or 30 home runs.
Yeah, starting pitching kind of went bye-bye when Sale got hurt.
They'll be starting pitching. Don't worry. There'll be other people. There's a long way to go before the trade deadline.
Flores is expected to avoid the IL.
Okay. Go get him.
I agree. And what you said there is the reason why I'm so adamant of them making a move and why I have the Tigers as number 1 for urgency on my list. It's because you have to go out. It's not about what you do in the AL right now. I mean, it's so weak. You're going to collect wins, win after win. It's you have to get players before the deadline because you have to be better than the Yankees. You have to prepare yourself to be better in the playoffs so you can do what you need to do. That's why there needs to be urgency for me. You have to get guys. You're right, Rico. There's a lot of arms out there. You got to go get them, 1 or 2.
But there's
collecting.
Time. Yeah, and there's time. They play good baseball. You're getting an honest effort from these guys every night. Look, the other thing, too, is if a month from now Kerry Carpenter's still atrocious, it's a conversation. Like, is Wenzel Perez just going to be Roberto Clemente? I don't know. But he's been red hot, just like Jahmai Jones is. It's just where I take a very pragmatic approach with baseball.
Or maybe they just have guys and they just take their turn in the spotlight. Like Javi started off the year that way. Yeah. And then he faded.
But it would be great to have a few guys that are like that together so you can just continue.
Waiting for the end,
right?
David. Waiting for the end.
Tell you, Riley Green's got the most interesting stat line is he's playing like an all-star, but he's also on pace for 200 strikeouts. It's crazy because the numbers are all in line. The OPS plus, the power, it's all there. And then you're like, wait, what's his strikeout to walk ratio? Oh my God. That's the one thing I would say is as summer goes along, they got 4 or 5 guys where long-term you're not going to remain successful with a 10-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio. And they've got 4 or 5 guys.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
It's just like, hey, it's good for now. But that was part of that piece in ESPN where they had some red flags in the playoffs.
You get away with a lot when you are the best team in baseball, and so you focus on the positive.
No, it's called being in the American League.
On the negative, it's you're trying to find things.
No,
saying they need help in certain areas isn't being negative.
It is not, David.
I mean, it is.
It's like, just can't you be happy? We are.
Yeah, hold on. Let me just refer back to my World Series memories. I was 4. Can it? I want to win a World Series. It's really hard to do it. Regardless of your payroll, it's really hard to win a World Series.
I wish I could see 4-year-old Mikey yelling at the TV.
Mike Pagliarulo stinks. No, it's one of these deals where, again, people have been conditioned that if you don't say they're perfect all the time, you're bad. No, you're a lemming, and you've given up your right to free thought because you read a collection of Kremlin media. It's okay to just say, this has been an awesome start. The bar is the Dodgers, the Mets, the Cubs, the NL. Not what you do in late May in a series. So what do we got to do to take them in a 7-game set? Mm-hmm. I don't think it's okay to battle plan. Baseball, it's like an arms race. It's no different than recruiting.
It is. I mean,
does any college football team say, hey, we're good enough, we won't bother hitting the portal? No. Well, why can't you just be happy? Well, Well, because we have to get better.
Well, no, and I like the way you put it, and I've heard some coaches say that. Will this recruit help me beat this team?
That's it.
No? Then why are we recruiting him?
Yeah, everything you do is not to grab your nuts about being the first to 50. It's about, can I beat whoever the NL is going to have? Am I going to look? You think the Yankees aren't going to go to the war chest? It's an arms race. Yeah. Now, everybody else in the AL, this is the worst American League I've ever seen. Now, it's atrocious.
With Schoolboy, you have the advantage in a best of 5.
Agree totally.
And you saw that last year. But then also when you played the Guardians, it looked like you had it, and then it started to get a little shaky, and then the wheels fell off because you didn't have the players.
It definitely changed. And I'll say this because you brought up Kerry Carpenter. Yes, he has his struggles the last month. And people on social media want to go crazy because on the broadcast they mentioned, he hasn't had one he had a home run.
Yeah.
He hasn't had one in almost a month. People are like, why would you say that?
Because
what do you mean,
it's
why
true.
would you say that? That's just what happened.
Because it's true.
It's not a problem.
No, again.
Not being negative.
David, I'm going to say this again to you. Whether it is network coverage, TV, right? Whether it is standard media, whether it's fan media, whether it's social media, fans are being conditioned and being told everything's perfect all the time and any voices of dissent are bad. And you're seeing it in real time. People are giving up their ability to think. I can't help it. But it's totally okay. Well, why would you say that? Because it's true? Because it's relevant? I mean, like, for God's sakes, I played a clip for Rico earlier today. I'm going, the Yankee broadcasters work for the New York Yankees on the YES Network, the Yankee Entertainment System. Michael Kay shredded Jazz Chisholm last night for getting ejected. Came just short of calling him selfish. Yeah. Here, forget it. Forget about it. You say Kerry hasn't hit a bomb in a month and he stinks. Uh-oh, you're a communist. No. It's just reality. It's Rico, it's crazy.
It is, but you know what? When you have the best record, a lot of people just want to focus on the positive. I understand it. I don't agree with it.
We are infinitely positive about this team. They're going to make the playoffs. They're really good. We've given you a number of reasons why this has been a thrill. But to sit here and not talk about ways they've got to get better, to beat teams whose payrolls are arguably 3 times the size of theirs, that's just living in reality.
It's why I had them at 2. Because you got word. And it was, you may not have liked to hear it, but it was the best thing possible. Schoolboy, look at it as a 2-year program. You got 2 years to do everything you can with the best pitcher in baseball. Plain and simple. So go out there, get a couple of arms, and let's go for it.
Well, and if I'm not mistaken, Rico, you had 90-plus wins, and you had 90 wins, right, Mike?
No, I had yeah,
and
91.
No one has lowered that, correct?
No.
So how are we negative?
It's not negativity. It's just the lazy man's retort.
Nobody
they don't have
it.
anything, so they just blurt words.
Nobody remember. That's why I left it up there. Maybe I should put it over here so the TV cameras can pick it up.
It's again. You know what? To hell with it. You're gonna win 130 games. There you go. I mean, I don't know what else.
You know, I'm going to go slightly under, but I feel your passion.
161-1.
I'm going to.
To hell with it.
I'm going to take the under.
All right. They're a really good baseball team.
I think you're mathematically eliminated, but I get what you're
saying.
Why
are you being so negative?
Okay.
All right, Hungry Howie's large one-topping pizza, your choice of 8 irresistible flavored crusts, $8.99. In-house made dough, 100% real cheese, real ingredients, and over 20 toppings to choose from. Hungry Howie's has got you covered. All you need to do to take advantage of the deal, download the app or go to the website, hungryhowies.com. It's online carry-out only. It's $8.99 for a large one-topping pizza for a limited time only, but it's a hell of a good deal. Take advantage of it today only at Hungry Howie's. Hey, NBA draft tonight. I know Pistons don't have a pick, but let's try to have a little fun. Even if you just tune in to, it's like a car wreck, right? You watch the NASCAR to see somebody wipe out. It's time for Big Black Rumors.
Yes, it is that time of year, guys. Time for the Big Black Rumors. This time, the NBA edition. So let's start with the Boston Celtics, because I see this report here, and I didn't want to do this, but I'm just going to go ahead and start with them. Yes, brown and white discussions. Teams are calling about it, but the rumor is there are teams in the top 10 of tonight's draft that are making trade offers as we speak. This is according to Brian Windhorst.
Okay, so I think both things can be true. Yes, teams are calling. I still have doubts that either gets dealt. I think the Celtics are playing it smart, which is, they're available, but you're going to have to overwhelm them with something. Like, for instance, if the Spurs called with the number 2 pick and Castle, I think that's something the Celtics look at, not that the Spurs will or should. You know, I read a report, the Raptors offered number 9 and Jakob Poeltl. You can offer it. It's respectful. Would I do it? No. I think anything. I think Sam Hauser gets traded. Would love to see the Pistons get him. But no, David, I don't think either would get dealt. Would I be mad? Absolutely not. I think the Celtics are assassins. They're cold. They're calculated. Next year's a gap year. Yeah, I would trade Jaylen Brown. I have no problem with it. But it's got to be for a value.
See, I think the Spurs are the one team with number 2. If the Giannis thing doesn't go through, you can go out there and say, okay, you get Dylan Harper. You can kind of hit the reset button. We'll take Jalen. We'll do whatever. So if it does happen, I would think it's only the Spurs.
Here's your big 3. De'Aaron Fox, JB, and Wemby.
Yeah.
I'm like, hey, is that what you want? Again, your team's going to blow up in a few years. Welcome to the NBA. Go ahead, David. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to
You all
belabor
have
them.
segued into a number of things that we could talk about. I'll jump into this one since you all mentioned the Spurs, because Philadelphia, they sit at number 3. And according to Jake Fisher, NBA insider, they are calling the Spurs, trying to still get up to number 2.
Of course they are.
But the report says the Spurs don't want to miss out on Dylan Harper.
No.
So it's probably not going to happen.
Philly doesn't have anything to offer them that's remotely interesting. Right. Like, what are you going to do? Offer Maxey in 3? No. And if you're the Spurs, you're sitting there with all the leverage.
If you're the Spurs, worst case scenario, you just draft Dylan Harper and he's yours. But you're trying to work the phone. Right. You're trying to make that trade. Why would I let Philadelphia have that advantage? Why would I let them deal with Milwaukee and deal with all these other teams?
The only thing I'm doing with that number 2 pick is I'm shopping for a Jaylen Brown or a Jan. Like, I want a player because the clock has started.
Yeah.
I don't have Wemby cheap for very much longer. But see, again, we're not allowed to be urgent in this city. I'll just let it simmer. I'll let it develop. It'll all shake out.
Yeah. So this next one is not a rumor. It is more of a discussion. It is draft related. It is an individual that will be drafted tonight.
Yes.
It is Ace Bailey.
Oh, my Lanta. The stories around this kid. Go ahead.
So it appears now that he wants to be drafted 6 to 8 in that range because he feels that those teams in Washington, New Orleans, and Brooklyn are better fits for him. So he wants to be drafted out of the top 5. And people say, well, how can he do this? Well, he's been doing it by turning down all individual workout opportunities for anyone inside the top 5.
So much so, I think I was reading that Paul George is just basically like, who is this kid that he can make these types of demands?
Correct.
Well, who the hell are you?
Yeah, who's Paul George?
Why don't you do that failing podcast, PG? Now, here's the other thing. Also for Ace Bailey, he ain't 6'10" no more.
No, he's not.
He's 6'7".
Yeah.
Funny thing happened when he went to the combine.
But the craziest part is his team, handlers, wartime consiglieres, whatever you want to call them, they're costing him $15 million by falling outside of the top 5.
He refused to work out for teams. It's like,
that's
no.
insane.
And these were teams that were up there and like, nah, I'm good. Like, I'm going to dictate where I want to go. It's like, Ace, you're not that good.
You don't like him.
Not like this, no, because this tells me he is going to be problematic. He's not trying to get to a team and learn how to become a better player. This is a guy who he'll go to a team and he'll just basically, the fans will turn on him because it's going to be like, you really don't even want to be here. You know what he'll become? The modern day Zion, who never really embraced New Orleans.
Why should he have? But go ahead.
What I don't understand is, okay, I get maybe wanting to go to Brooklyn. I get that. But you prefer Washington or New Orleans?
Here's why, though.
Because you're going to play?
Yeah, well, the D.C. thing, too, David, the trade they made yesterday sets them up to have north of $100 million of cap space next summer. Way better free agent class. They've been rebuilding for a while. I'm not telling you it's right. I want you to understand the why.
And I think also if you go to D.C. or New Orleans, chances are you're going to be playing right away. You're not going to go to the G League. You're not going to be spending. They need you. They need bodies on the court. Your face is going to be on the ticket. But, yeah, I mean, Brooklyn holds 5 first-round picks now?
Yeah, but they're all crap. They're all dog water.
And you know what? He may be one of them because everybody may say, yeah, we're going to pass on him.
Not necessary.
More rumors here from Yahoo Sports, and it is about Jonathan Kuminga. Reports say that the Chicago Bulls and the Miami Heat could potentially be suitors for him this offseason. Yes, he is a free agent, probably going to be a sign and trade. Miami's in it because they lost out on KD. Your thoughts there?
I'll give you one thing, and the rest is Rico's. When reports come out that you're basically looking Curry off to do heat check threes of your own, I kind of worry about your mindset. Here's Rico Beard.
What he just said, I mean, you couldn't make it work out in Golden State. You wanted to be the guy. Good luck going after him. I think he hurt himself by playing that style. I mean, he could have just waited until the offseason and said, okay, I want to move, and then your market value would be higher. Rather than right now, you're discounted because you're tainted. I don't know if I want you on my team.
Want your thoughts on this next rumor? We did talk about Paul George's name came up for a quick second. Well, about this rumor here, trading him and the number 3 pick to Utah for Markkanen and the number 21 pick. That is a rumor that is out there for the draft tonight.
Run it by me one more time.
Paul George and the number 3 pick from Philly goes to Utah for Lauri Markkanen and the number 21 pick.
God, that Paul George contract is odious.
They are regretting it already.
But the number 3 pick, why would Ainge put them deeper into a rebuild? The reports of the Jazz wanting Jaylen Brown, because that's who Danny Ainge targeted and took when he ran the Celtics, makes a lot more sense. If you're Utah, why do you want the 3rd and the 5th pick? You could offer both of those to San Antonio. They're not giving you number 2. And Dallas is not giving you Cooper Flagg. That's just the type of Danny Ainge madness. Sure, why not? Why? That's right up Danny Ainge's alley. I wouldn't know what to say.
Unless they're just tired of Paul George.
Well, on the Philly side, you're tired of Paul George, and you have to have the 3 pick to attach to him.
He's that
No
odious.
one wants him.
Correct. That's what I'm saying. If you can get Utah to say, yeah, go for it. But
I would not trade for Paul George. If I'm any team in the NBA, just let him sit
and
there
if I'm
rot in
Philadelphia,
Philly.
this is the other thing. Why does Philadelphia even want to use that pick? Look, you have got to figure out what you're doing. I think Maxi's the best player they got because Embiid's availability is in constant question now. But if you give away the number 3 pick and Paul George and you get Markkanen, are you winning the East?
No.
I have doubts. I feel
you'll
like
be competitive, but I don't think you'll win the East. I think the East is you just got to be able to show up to the table and see who else is there.
If Embiid's healthy and you can put out that big 3,
if.
sure. But, man, I love JoJo, but the health's a problem.
Then I'll close it out with this. Just a question, not a rumor here, but a Shams brought up how Giannis is open-minded considering options outside of Milwaukee. We are a week away from the opening of free agency. Will he move?
I feel like if he's not traded tonight, then he won't. I mean, what's the point? To get Giannis, you got to give up picks and stuff, right?
I think
Also-
tonight he'll end up becoming a Spur.
Also, can someone spend 15 minutes with Shams on how to do TV? He puts a comma after every word. Essentially, he talks like someone's holding a gun to his head. Like, did ESPN do any test shows with him?
Like what?
He can't talk.
It's that bad.
The Celtics and the he sounds like Johnny Five when you pulled the batteries out. Like, it's unbelievable.
He's talking like he's writing out his posts for social media.
Yes,
That's what he's doing.
That's why I said it's like he puts a comma after every word, and I'm going.
I think he's trying to